Chapter 76, Falling Island. Boom! The whole island was shaking violently. Without the support of the Golden Lion's ability, these islands in the sky would fall at any time. And Wayne also climbed out of the pit at this time. He looked at the people around him, then touched the wound on his chest and groaned in pain. This wound will probably take a long time to heal. The sudden shock left Wayne no time to explain the next situation. Wayne only looked at the tied-up ship Dr. Indigo and the gorilla Scaredo. Then he said to Solomon and others, "Take these two guys to the Free City as well. I still have things to do. I will come back to you later." Wayne. Solomon was about to speak when he saw Wayne turn into it flew away in a flash of lightning, and time did not allow Solomon to hesitate. He opened a black door in the air, threw the ship Dr. Indigo and the gorilla Scaredo into it, and walked into the door with Robin and others, returning to the Free City. On the other side, Wayne plunged into the jungle where the Golden Lion had just fallen. He wanted to find the body of the Golden Lion. Such a strong man should not sink into the sea with the island. Finally, just when the island was about to collide with the sea, Wayne saw the body of the Golden Lion cut in half, with the upper body hanging on the tree and the lower body falling to the ground. Wayne picked up the two halves of the Golden Lion and prepared to fly away. "Hey!" Wayne exclaimed, because he saw a fruit with strange patterns appear under a fruit tree not far from the body of the Golden Lion. Wayne didn't have time to think about it, and put the fruit in his pocket, and then his body turned into lightning and flew into the sky. Boom! The three floating islands controlled by the Golden Lion, one large island and two small islands, finally hit the sea surface hard. Wayne should be thankful that these floating islands are still some distance away from the Free City and are not directly above the Free City, otherwise the prosperous Free City will be directly destroyed. But despite this, the tsunami caused by the fall of the floating island also submerged most of the buildings around the island. Fortunately, the citizens had taken shelter in advance and there were no casualties. Wayne returned to the Free City with the body of the Golden Lion. Long live Lord Wayne! Free City will live forever! Oh! In the square, Wayne looked at the carnival of the citizens around him and smiled with relief. But then he couldn't laugh anymore, because the people around him found him and were crowding towards Wayne. Seeing that the situation was not good, Wayne quickly turned into a flash of lightning and left the square area. Phew! That was close. Wayne, who had returned to the castle, breathed a sigh of relief, and then saw the piercing eyes of his subordinates. Of course, they knew what the falling islands meant. When the psychic died, their abilities disappeared, and these islands would naturally fall from the sky. This meant that Wayne had killed the Golden Lion. Boss! Lord Wayne! The cotters were all quite excited. Wayne looked at the wound on his chest and said to Robin, "Robin, go get me some medicine and bandages. I need to bandage it." Robin went to the infirmary obediently, and the remaining cotters in front of him looked very excited. Among them, Cloro and Gloria were the most excited. Cloro clenched his fists and said in a trembling voice, "Boss, you killed the Golden Lion." Wayne responded, "Yet." There was no joy or sadness in his tone. Chloe on the side was even more excited. He thought Wayne didn't react, so he shouted, "Boss, that's the Golden Lion. The one who fought against Roger and Whitebeard 20 years ago. The legendary pirate." Wayne frowned and said, "Why are you so excited? You didn't beat him. Besides, isn't it normal to win? If you lost, you would have sunk into the sea." Gloria on the side also said, "That's right, isn't it normal for Lord Wayne to defeat the Golden Lion? Lord Wayne is the strongest in the world." Solomon was obviously not that excited, but as Wayne's top think tank, he said thoughtfully, "Wayne, this is indeed not a trivial matter. If we can make good use of it, our influence and power will undoubtedly rise to a higher level." Wayne thought for a while and said, "Then you arrange it. Just don't go too far." Wayne didn't care about stepping on the reputation of the Golden Lion to further promote his own reputation. After all, he defeated the Golden Lion openly and squarely, and the fight was so fierce, what's wrong with promoting it? Just then, Robin came over with a medical kit and bandaged Wayne's wounds. Wayne took out an apple and ate it. While enjoying the food and the care of the beauty, he observed the fruit in his hand. This is a devil fruit. A devil fruit with a strange cloud pattern. If Wayne guessed correctly, this is the Golden Lion's floating fruit, which can be called a bug among the superpowered fruits. Boss, what is this? The people on the side saw Wayne holding a devil fruit in his hand and asked. Wayne smiled and said, "This is the legacy of the old man Golden Lion. Piao piao fruit. Piao piao fruit." Everyone exclaimed, how could they not know what this fruit means? This is the source of Golden Lion being called the Flying Admiral. In the boundless sea, the piao piao fruit is one of the strongest fruits, because it can give people the ability to fly. It can also give people the ability to make objects fly. Wayne put the fruit away and said, "Don't think about it, one person can't eat two fruits, and I have already thought of the use of this fruit. By the way, is my luck too good recently?" Wayne thought secretly, it's not that he hasn't defeated devil fruit users before, but he has never obtained the other party's ability. Instead, he has recently obtained two powerful devil fruits in a row. Luck. Wayne thought for a moment and took out the lucky gold coin from his pocket. It was shining with golden light, but the light and luster seemed to be much lighter than before. Lucky gold coin, let the host get a certain degree of good luck. However, everything in the world has a fixed number, and luck is also in balance. Gold. It is hard to say whether the good luck brought by the coin is bad luck to some extent. Bad luck and good luck. Wayne was thoughtful, showing that he was robbed by a group of powerful but unknown pirates, and then he was targeted by the Golden Lion who had disappeared for more than 10 years. If it is for people with insufficient strength, this is indeed a bad luck. However, after overcoming this bad luck, you can get some good luck. For example, these two devil fruits. Chapter 77, New Mission. How is the casualty statistics in the city? At noon the next day, Wayne, who had fought for 3 days and 3 nights, finally woke up and listened to the reports of the cotters below. After all, the damage caused to the free city by the sudden attack of the Golden Lion is not small. Robin, who was holding a document below, said with a heavy face, "Boss, the Golden Lion's attack destroyed thousands of houses, most of which were destroyed by the tsunami caused by the island crash. In addition, 87 residents died in the city." Speaking of this, Robin paused and said, "In addition, a total of 13 members of the Freedom Counterattack Team died." Wayne paused after hearing this. When he arrived at the floating island, he had already found the bodies of the 300 members, all of whom died at the hands of the Golden Lion and his pirate group. However, this is a war, and there are always deaths in war. Wayne just nodded slightly and said, "I know. All the dead team members will receive pensions and their families will be taken care of. In addition, fill in the vacancies as soon as possible. Also, the construction of houses should be done as soon as possible." Robin nodded and said, "Boss, there are 2 more things to report to you. The first is that a group of people with wings came down from the floating island. They want to join the free city." Wayne recalled a little. It seems that there is indeed such a group of villagers in the original book, who have wings and can fly, but there are not many, only a few hundred people, so he said, "Okay, they are no different from slaves under the Golden Lion, merge them into the free city." Robin recorded what he heard, and then said, "There is another thing that needs your decision. The 3 islands where the Golden Lion fell are not far from us. We sent people to scout. The islands can be used to build new cities." Wayne thought about it. It seems that there are really a lot of good things in those islands, and the resources are also relatively rich, especially the IQ among them, which is very precious. So Wayne said, "Okay, let's include those 3 islands in the free city. By the way, bring Indigo up." Indigo is the ship doctor who developed IQ. He is a genius scientist. Wayne finally defeated Golden Lion, so of course he had to maximize the use of his legacy. Among them, this IQ Wayne is very interested. Soon, Indigo was escorted up with his hands tied up. There was no way. This guy was also very strong. In the original book, he also had a chemical bomb that looked like a devil fruit, but Wayne found after repeated confirmation that this was just a use of his medical skills. Wayne took out the 2 famous swords of Golden Lion, put them on the table, and said to Indigo, "Golden Lion is dead. I like your medical skills. If you come to work for me, I can save your life." Indigo pointed to the rope on his body. Wayne thought about it and asked his men to help him untie it. Anyway, Wayne was here, and Indigo couldn't make any waves. Indigo danced for a while like a god. Wayne frowned, not knowing what this guy was saying, so he said, "Don't play tricks here. I know you can talk. Just ask for anything." Indigo was stunned for a moment, then said with a sad tone, "You killed Lord Golden Lion. I can't work for you. Kill me." Wayne nodded and said, "Okay, then kill him." After that, several cotters around him took pistols and were about to execute Indigo on the spot. Nanny? The plot shouldn't be like this. Indigo's face changed instantly. According to his imagination, Wayne should have persuaded him first. How could he be so straightforward like this? You know, doctors in this world are very valuable, especially doctors with excellent medical skills like him. Wayne did this to scare him. First of all, he knew that Indigo had a good relationship with Golden Lion. No, it should be said that Golden Lion was good to the partners he recognized. So it was unlikely that Wayne wanted Indigo to serve directly. So Wayne said, "You know, it was Golden Lion who came to provoke me first this time, and since he became a pirate, he probably thought that this day would come. It's not a disgrace to the reputation of the old man Golden Lion if he died in my hands. It's better than dying in the hands of some straw hat kid later." Wayne then began to put forward his own conditions, saying, "So you don't have to use this as an excuse. How about this? As long as you work for me in my free city for 3 years, I won't care where you go after 3 years, how about it? You can continue to study your IQ in free city." Just then a voice suddenly sounded in Wayne's mind. Wayne was slightly stunned when he heard this voice and said, "Of course, as a reward, I still have some questions about medical skills to ask you." Ding! It is detected that the host's medical skills are advanced, 1000/2000, and Indigo's medical skills are master level. The task Medical Skills Advancement is now released. Please check it. Medical Skills Advancement. As a future full-level human, how can you tolerate your medical skills staying at a high level? Please ask the host to the Master Doctor. Indigo asked for advice. If he could improve his medical skills to the master level within 1 year, he would be given 2,000 to 20,000 life points. The specific points depend on the host's performance. Wayne, who received the task temporarily, was stunned, and then he was ready to continue to squeeze the value of this ship doctor. According to the experience of the last shipwright, the reward for this task would definitely not be too low. Indigo was slightly stunned after hearing this, and said, "I can promise you, but there is one condition. I want the body of Captain Golden Lion." Wayne's face changed after hearing this. This guy would not be the same as Moria. But then Wayne reacted and thought that he should want to bury his captain peacefully. Wayne nodded after hearing this and said, "No problem, then it's settled. I will give you a small island at that time, and I have another use for your original big island." Wayne had never thought of venting his anger with the body of Golden Lion, but thought of burying this old man. After all, this old guy is indeed an amazing pirate. It is more appropriate to leave the burial to Indigo. Chapter 78 Uninvited Guests. One day later, a purple lightning flashed in every corner of the floating island, and began to explore the terrain of the floating island. This figure was Wayne. After solving Indigo's recruitment, Wayne planned to come and see the terrain of the island. The result was very satisfactory to Wayne. I didn't expect that the old guy Golden Lion would leave me such a large fortune. It seems that I really need to pay him a lot of tribute. The area of these 3 islands is not small, especially the main island. When the city is fully built, it will not be a problem for hundreds of thousands of people to live in it. The other 2 islands, one of which Wayne intends to use to train soldiers. This time, the Golden Lion's raid also made Wayne realize that he still lacks high-end combat power. The last island is used to study IQ. After Wayne had explored the terrain, he returned to the Free City. This battle came suddenly. Although the losses were great, Wayne had many outstanding subordinates. Wayne has never been stingy in rewarding his subordinates. So Wayne held a concert in the Free City to celebrate the successful defense against the attack of the Golden Lion, and rewarded his subordinates after the concert. Wallace, you did a great job this time. Wayne looked at the childish boy in front of him, as if he saw his own shadow in the past. Wallace, who was only 20 years old, had realized the breathing of all things, and it was possible that he would become a great swordsman in the future. Wallace, who was opposite Wayne, was nervous and said excitedly, "Wayne. Lord Wayne, this is what I should do." Wayne nodded and said, "But there is a reward for merit, this is the rule of the Free City. By the way, you are a double-sword swordsman." After Wayne said that, he asked the cotters to send a long box. After opening the box, it was the 2 famous swords of the Golden Lion, Yingshi and Muku. Wayne handed the 2 famous swords to Wallace and said, "These 2 famous swords were once the weapons of the Golden Lion. One is called Yakuriten and the other is called Wooden. Now these 2 swords are given to you. I hope you can practice more and become a great swordsman as soon as possible. Don't live up to the reputation of these 2 famous swords." Wallace trembled after hearing this, and took the box tremblingly. For swordsmen, the sword in their hands is their second life. And every swordsman longs for a famous sword. The 2 swords in Wallace's hands had broken when he slashed the island, and the 2 swords Wayne gave him could make him stronger. Wayne finally sent Wallace away with tears on his face, but the next one was Cage with a red face. As the captain of the 300 battle team, Cage's strength was definitely not weaker than those cotters under him. Wayne thought about it and took out a book from his arms and handed it to Cage. "Cage, right? You performed very well this time." Wayne looked at Cage, who was stuttering and couldn't say a word, and said, "This is my experience of cultivation. It records some insights of life return. After you get it, you can further improve your vitality." Wayne thought for a long time and still felt that this was the most suitable for him. The honey badger, flat-headed brother, has strong perseverance. If life is returned, I'm afraid it will really become an indestructible cockroach like Luffy in the original book. After awarding Wallace and Cage, Wayne also rewarded those team members with outstanding performance. Each person was about 10 million Baileys, which was definitely a lot of wealth for them. "Hey, the award ceremony is finally over." Wayne breathed a sigh of relief, lit a cigar for himself, and handed one to Solomon to light. Wayne then said, "Dress Rosa." At this moment, Wayne looked aside and said to the cotters below, "Quick, stop the counterattack guards and disperse the citizens. A big guy is coming." In Wayne's perception of observation, he only felt that a person with strong vitality had boarded his Free City, and this person's momentum was very fierce. And his strength was probably not inferior to his own. Solomon's expression changed after hearing this. His observation range was not as large as Wayne's, but after hearing Wayne's words, he quickly began to organize people to evacuate the citizens. Wayne looked at the citizens who kept going home, closed his eyes, and said a little unhappy, "These guys, why are they coming one by one, is it endless?" After that, Wayne extinguished the cigar in his hand, and his figure turned into a flash of lightning, flying towards the breath he sensed. Soon, Wayne saw the guy in the port area. A man wearing a gentleman's hat and carrying a man with a long sword and sharp eyes like an eagle. This man is none other than the 7 warlords of the sea. The greatest swordsman in the world. Hawkeye, my hawk. Oh? Are you here? Hawkeye seemed to sense the arrival of another powerful swordsman, raised his head, and looked at Wayne in the distance. Why is it this guy? Wayne breathed a sigh of relief, but then became a little worried. He was really afraid that someone like Kaido or Big Mom would come. The Free City, which had just experienced trauma, could not withstand the attack of a great pirate. However, my hawk in front of him was not an easy character to deal with. Although he would not kill irrelevant people, his purpose of coming here was naturally self-evident. Hawkeye, my hawk, always loved to challenge swordsman masters. And Wayne happened to be a great swordsman. It's really a headache. Wayne's figure flashed and came to my hawk, saying, "Why are you in my territory?" Hawkeye frowned when he saw the lightning on Wayne's body and said, "What a pity, isn't he a pure swordsman?" Wayne's head was full of black lines after hearing this. Hearing Hawkeye's tone, why did he seem to pity a young girl who was violated? So Wayne said, Hey, we are both Shishibukai, why did you come to me? Be careful or I will report you to the higher UPS. Hawkeye glanced at the Rakshasa on Wayne's waist, and seemed to sense Wayne's extraordinariness. Then he took out the black knife behind him, holding the knife with both hands, and said, "I heard that Shishibukai Wayne is also a great swordsman, so my hawk came to challenge. I hope you can do me a favor and fight." I knew it would be like this. Wayne rubbed his temple. Of course, he knew Hawkeye was here to challenge him, but the two had no grudges, so what the hell? And if the Navy finds out, they will call again. Fortunately, Wayne had already thought of an excuse. Wayne pointed to the bandage on his chest that had not been removed and said, "I'm sorry. I just had a fight with Golden Lion. I was seriously injured and my strength is not as good as before. I don't think the world's #1 swordsman will take advantage of me." In fact, Wayne's injuries have almost healed. With his strong vitality, this injury has almost no impact on his combat effectiveness. It's just that the scar may take a long time to heal. Chapter 79 Hawkeye, my hawk. Sure enough, Hawkeye frowned slightly after hearing this. This is not the result he wanted. After all, fighting with a great swordsman in an upright manner and constantly improving his swordsmanship is what he pursues. But soon, Hawkeye became sharp and discovered a problem. Golden Lion is also a great swordsman, and he is more famous. He can challenge Golden Lion. Thinking of this, Hawkeye was a little excited. Defeating a great swordsman of the old era is undoubtedly what he pursues, so Hawkeye asked. In that case, where is the Golden Lion now? You are injured. I will challenge you next time. This time, fighting with the Golden Lion first seems to be a good choice. Hawkeye smiled. He didn't expect to meet two great swordsmen at the same time. This is definitely an unexpected surprise. Wayne raised his eyebrows and said, "You want to find the Golden Lion? That may not be easy." Hawkeye frowned and looked at Wayne and said, "What do you mean?" Wayne pointed to the ground and said, "He was buried." Buried. Hawkeye didn't react at first, but then opened his mouth slightly, as if he was surprised, and said, "So, you killed the Golden Lion?" Hawkeye's tone was a little serious. He was not unaware of the Golden Lion. It was one of the most powerful pirates 20 years ago. Although it has not appeared in front of the world for a long time, it is not a weakling. At this point, Hawkeye looked at Wayne, and his eyes were more eager to fight, which proved that Wayne's attainments in swordsmanship were definitely not low. Hawkeye looked at the bandage on Wayne, frowned and said, "I can wait until you recover before fighting." Wayne raised his eyebrows. He could see that Hawkeye was a sword fanatic. He would not leave without fighting this time, so he asked, "Must we fight?" Hawkeye nodded and said, "Must we fight?" Wayne shrugged and took out the Rakshasa on his waist, saying, in that case, how about a little sparring? After all, I'm still injured. Hawkeye thought for a while and said, that's exactly what I want. It's not too late to fight with all your strength after your injury is completely healed. Wayne continued, then let's decide the outcome with one move. I'll make a sword, and if you can dodge or take it without getting hurt, you win. Hawkeye frowned slightly. This was definitely not fair to him, but thinking that Wayne was still injured, it was reasonable, so he said, come on. After that, Hawkeye retreated more than 10 meters, which was a distance very suitable for a fight between swordsmen. Wayne nodded and threw the black coat aside, revealing his strong muscles. There were a few bloodstains on the bandages on his chest, but he didn't care at all. He just held the Rakshasa with both hands and exhaled lightly. Flying sword style sword technique, 9-headed dragon flash. Wayne finally decided to use this move to fight the enemy. Although this move is not as powerful as the sky-flying dragon flash, it is more difficult to dodge, and the sword moves are also extremely exquisite, which is very suitable for the current battle where one move decides the outcome. 9 lifelike oriental dragons were seen coming out of Wayne Rakshasa. Unlike before, Wayne's 9-headed dragon seemed to be a little thinner than before. But this is definitely not a decrease in power, but he learned to concentrate his strength in the battle with the golden lion, and the thin dragon is more lethal. And there are some purple and black wrapped around the dragon. The purple is the lightning entanglement of Wayne's thunder fruit, and the black is the entanglement of the armed color domineering. Very quickly, the 9-headed dragon with bared fangs and claws flew towards Hawkeye. Hawkeye's eyes condensed when he saw this move. As a master of swordsmanship, he naturally sensed the hidden murderous intent in this move. So Hawkeye's first reaction was to dodge, but as soon as this idea came to his mind, Hawkeye discovered that he could not dodge this move. A swordsmanship that must be hit. Hawkeye's eyes flashed with interest. In this case, he would take this move head-on. On the other side, Wayne sheathed his sword. They only agreed on one move. After Wayne released this move, he lit a cigar. He wanted to see how Hawkeye blocked this move, which would also help Wayne's swordsmanship. In Wayne's eyes, first of all, it was an extremely powerful sword force. I saw that Hawkeye on the opposite side burst out with a strong sword intention and sword force, as if forming an invisible sword, and this sword could really cause damage to the things around it, and in this state, Hawkeye's swordsmanship would become closer to the level of Tao. This is Hawkeye's sword art. Invincible sword power. Wayne looked at Hawkeye on the opposite side thoughtfully. He naturally had sword power, but it was far less pure than Hawkeye on the opposite side. It seems that I have to find a way to condense my sword power. After seeing this, Wayne understood clearly and understood the sword more. And Hawkeye on the opposite side was obviously more than that. He shouted softly and accurately predicted the direction of Wayne's 9 slashes in his sword power. Then the black knife in his hand quickly slashed 8 times, blocking the slashes to his abdomen, legs, back, arms, neck and other positions. But it's not over yet. Wayne's move is not so easy to block. Sure enough, when Hawkeye stretched out his sword to block the last slash, something went wrong. Although Hawkeye's black knife is covered with armed color domineering all year round, it can block Wayne's lightning paralysis, but his body does not have such a strong armed color to block Wayne's electric current paralysis. This is also the shortcoming of swordsmen. Swordsmen often do not have as much armed color domineering as physical practitioners, so they will wrap most of the domineering around the swords in their hands to pursue the ultimate destructive power, and this is no exception for Hawkeye. Of course, Wayne is an exception. He has a monster-like physique, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a physical practitioner. Not good. Hawkeye seemed to have noticed it, and his body became a little slower under the paralysis of lightning. And this little bit can determine the result of this competition. Hawkeye's body paused slightly, but he still blocked Wayne's last flying slash to his face with his understanding of swordsmanship. But, it seems that he did not block it completely. A slight knife mark appeared on Hawkeye's cheek. The wound was not deep, but blood was seen. Wayne breathed a sigh of relief. So, he was considered to have defeated Hawkeye. After all, their agreement is that they cannot be injured. Chapter 80 Black Knife. Hawkeye held the black knife in one hand and touched the wound on his face with his left hand. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. How long has it been since he was injured? Especially in sword fighting, he has never been injured since he won the throne of the world's greatest swordsman. And the man in front of him does have the strength to challenge his throne. Thinking of this, Hawkeye's desire to fight became stronger, and he jumped up, ready to continue fighting with Wayne. Stop, 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 stop. Wayne stretched out his hand to block in front of him and said, "Hey, my Hawk, you won't cheat on the move you promised." Hawkeye was silent for a while, as if he was still struggling in his heart. So Wayne took advantage of the situation and said, "Besides, I'm still a wounded soldier. Let's fight again next time." Hawkeye nodded and said, "In that case, you won this competition. The throne of the world's greatest swordsman." Wayne was shocked and said, Hey, don't talk nonsense. I won unfairly. Besides, you didn't attack. This round doesn't count. Just treat it as a competition." Wayne took out a cigar and threw it to Hawkeye, saying, "Try it. This is a good thing." Hawkeye frowned and said, "I don't smoke. Cigars are the same." Wayne rolled his eyes and said, "Just smoke if you are asked to. Big man, why are you talking so much nonsense?" Hawkeye couldn't refuse after hearing this. Wayne helped him light the fire. Hawkeye's eyes lit up after taking a puff. He didn't expect the cigar to be so fragrant. That's not the case. Wayne's cigar is drawn from the system. I'm afraid it's not an exaggeration to say that it is the best in the world. So the two of them found a stone and chatted casually. As they chatted, Wayne found that this guy was actually not bad, but he looked too arrogant. Commonly known as the Tsunderum monster. Wayne thought that his swordsmanship was not bad, especially the sword moves obtained from the system, which were probably no less than Hawkeye's unknown sword moves after his improvement. But the reason why Hawkeye is the world's #1 swordsman is because of his obsession with swords. Unlike other general-level strongmen, Hawkeye only has pure swordsmanship, and he has also played swordsmanship to the world's #1. Of course, it is very simple for Hawkeye to become stronger. Find a devil fruit with good ability and eat it. After a little development, he can become stronger. But Hawkeye disdains this. The first sentence he said when he saw Wayne was, "It's a pity that he is not a pure swordsman." That's right, Hawkeye wants to be a pure swordsman. Wayne predicts that Hawkeye's swordsmanship may reach the peak of the 8th level, or even the 9th level. Anyway, based on swordsmanship alone, he should not be Hawkeye's opponent. But if they fight seriously, Wayne will use all his skills, and Hawkeye will be. I am afraid he won't be Wayne's opponent. The two chatted like this. Hawkeye looked at the Rakshasa on Wayne's waist and asked, "Is this a demon sword?" Wayne was also excited and pulled out the Rakshasa, and injected all his strength into his armed color. After 2 or 3 minutes, the Rakshasa hummed softly, like a child who had eaten his fill. Hawkeye's eyes flashed with surprise, and he said, "A sword that can actively absorb domineering? It seems that if you use domineering to nourish it all year round, it may become a black sword. By then, I'm afraid there will be one more supreme sword." Wayne's eyes flashed with pride, and then he remembered that the Rakshasa seemed to be entrusted with the dream of a man, and that man was to defeat Hawkeye in front of him, which meant that sooner or later he would really have a fair fight with Hawkeye. But not now. Wayne had a plan in mind. Since he wanted to duel, he had to defeat Hawkeye with swordsmanship. And Wayne also thought that since Hawkeye was the world's #1 swordsman, he should have some experience in forging swords. So Wayne asked, "Do you know where there are good swordsmiths?" Hawkeye was about to answer, but a cold wind blew and snowflakes floated in the sky, so Wayne said, don't rush to say it, since you are here, let's take a bath. Come on, I'll treat you to a hot spring. I don't say that the hot springs in Yudeo are the best in the world, but they are definitely the best in the Grand Line. So, swords can actually be advanced after forging. The two of them soaked in the red wine hot spring, eating fruits and chatting, so happy. Hawkeye on the other side also replied, yes, a swordsman with courage can use his domineering aura to nourish the sword in his hand into a black sword, and then the sword can reach a higher level. The supreme big sword knight in my hand became a black sword after 7 years of nourishment by me. A true swordsman will not lack such courage. Wayne was thoughtful. This gave him a new idea. After all, his mission swordsman's craftsmanship was to forge a supreme big sword of his own through his own efforts. Maybe nourishing it with armed color can also be included. I'll find an opportunity to try it another day. Wayne is quite confident in the quality of his domineering aura. He thinks he may be able to cultivate a black sword in a few months. Hawkeye on the other side poured himself a glass of red wine, drank it all, and then said, I also learned sword forging for a period of time before. At that time, I went to Wano country, where there are the best forging masters in the world. If you are interested, go there and take a look. Maybe you will gain something. Wayne nodded. He did have this idea. Unfortunately, there is a big boss Kaido there, but Wayne still said, I must go and take a look if I have the chance. After that, Wayne took out 2 apples from the fruit plate, handed one to my hawk, and said, try it, this is good stuff, I transplanted it from the 7-Water City. Hawkeye took a bite, it was crunchy, then his eyes lit up, and he said, give me 2 too, I'll take them back and plant 2 apple trees. Wayne was slightly stunned, then he remembered that this guy also had a side job as a farmer, so he said, okay. I'll bring you 2 fruit trees tomorrow. The two of them drank wine, ate fruit snacks, and chatted about some trivial matters and their respective understandings of swordsmanship in a private hot spring resort in Yudeo. After a conversation, Wayne felt that his understanding of swordsmanship seemed to have improved a bit. Hawkeye heard what Wayne said, the swordsman's sword moves must have a resounding name. To what 3,000 worlds? 108 treble wines. The world is all I can't kill. Look, it sounds so cool. Unlike you, others who don't know think you are attacking normally. Hawkeye thought after hearing it, and seemed to really think that having a good name can improve the level of swordsmanship. Hawkeye thought, I will definitely try it next time. After 3 rounds of drinking, Wayne looked at Hawkeye who was also a little drunk in front of him, and thought, I seem to have forgotten something. On the other side, in Star Island, in the Free City, the eyes of various cotters including Solomon and Robin were full of vigilance, as if they were always waiting for the enemy to attack. Chapter 81 Caesar returns. The next day, Tang Island. Wayne watched Hawkeye board a coffin-shaped boat and said goodbye, my hawk, take care, I won't see you off. Hawkeye's face seemed to still have the red flush of last night's drunkenness, and then he lit a cigar for himself and said, you are a good man, I will come to you for a drink when I have time. By the way, don't forget to exchange swordsmanship. Wayne waved his hand and said, drinking is always welcome. Exchange swordsmanship. Let's talk about it later. So in Wayne's eyes, Hawkeye's boat was full of wine, a box of cigars, and 2 uprooted apple tree saplings, and left Tang Island. Have finally gone. Wayne looked at Hawkeye going away, wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead, and then returned to the Free City Castle. Wayne was shocked to see the cotters in the castle with dark circles under their eyes and looked like they hadn't slept all night, and asked, fuck, why do you look like you have kidney deficiency? What's wrong? Solomon was shocked to see Wayne coming, and then asked anxiously, how is it? Did you defeat the enemy? Wayne was slightly stunned, and then suddenly remembered that he had a good time drinking with Hawkeye yesterday and forgot about these people, so he said with a guilty conscience, ahem, of course, don't you see who I am? After a night of fighting with him, I finally defeated him." The cotters breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Only Solomon looked at Wayne with suspicion. He knew Wayne too well, and knew that if a war really happened, it would definitely not be like this, and Wayne looked energetic. How could it look like a war? So Solomon asked, "Really?" Wayne felt uneasy at the moment and wanted to run away, but in his perception of the domineering color of observation, another strong man came to the island. Although the life breath was not as strong as Hawkeye, it seemed to be much stronger than Solomon. So Wayne's face suddenly became serious and said, "Again? All cotters, get ready." At this moment, Wayne suddenly frowned, because in his perception, this breath seemed a little familiar. So Wayne took out a small cloth bag from his arms, which contained a diary, and a yellowed life card in the diary. And at this moment, the life card was floating in the direction of that breath. "Caesar! He is back!" Wayne didn't bother to explain, and looked at the cotters around him and said, "Ahem, you're all tired all night, go back and rest. By the way, close Tangdao for me these 2 days, and the entire Tangdao is not allowed to receive guests." After that, Wayne took Solomon's hand and said, "Let's go, open a door, let's go to the beach." Solomon looked at Wayne's excited expression, and he had a vague guess in his heart, so he used his ability to open a door, and the two of them stepped into the door together. On the remote beach, a door appeared out of thin air, and Wayne and Solomon walked out of the door. Wayne looked at the figure in front of him and was a little excited for a while. It was a man wearing jeans, about 2.5 meters tall, carrying a backpack, with short brown hair, and his hair was naturally combed into a big back style. This person was the man with the number 02 of the Dawn organization, Theodore Caesar. "Boss!" Caesar saw Wayne's excited face and couldn't help shouting out. Wayne walked up and punched him, saying, "You kids still remember to come back? People who don't know would think you've betrayed me." Solomon on the side looked around and said, "It's too convenient to talk here." Wayne nodded and said, "Let's go, I'll take you to Tangdao. Speaking of which, you haven't soaked in your own hot spring yet." So the three of them came to Tangdao again with Solomon's ability. Tangdao, an indoor hot spring, steaming mist filled the whole room. Wayne and the other two lay in a natural hot spring, eating fruit and chatting comfortably. Wayne looked at Caesar, who was covered in scars, and said, "You are doing well in the Navy. I heard that you are about to become a major general." Caesar took out 3 cigars from his backpack, lit one for himself, and then handed the other 2 to Wayne and Solomon, saying, "Try this. Admiral Kizaru gave it to me. It's a special supply for the Admiral. Good stuff." Wayne wiped the space ring in his hand, and 3 cigars appeared on his hand. He said, "This is the good stuff. Try mine." Caesar lit the cigar handed by Wayne and took a puff. Then he said in surprise, "Fuck, boss, this is awesome. This stuff is better than the special supplies for the Admiral." Wayne showed a hint of pride in his eyes and said, "You look so ignorant. I have a lot of this stuff. I'll bring you a few boxes later. By the way, how long can you stay this time?" Caesar blew out a smoke ring and said, "Boss, you know I don't have as much freedom as you do in the Navy. I'm just on vacation this time. After I go back, I will be a major general in the capital department. This time I can probably take a week off." Wayne nodded and said, "Then you can relax in the Free City for a few days." Caesar shook his head and said, "It's not convenient for me to show up here. I asked for leave, but I changed ships to Tang Island. Damn, I stepped on the moon steps for a whole day to get from one island to another. I'm so tired." Wayne knew that it was not easy for Caesar to come back, and said, "Then don't do the Navy, just come back. It just so happens that I am still short of people here, and with our current strength, we don't need to be sneaky." Caesar shook his head and said, "Boss, if you want to achieve that goal, you must have someone trustworthy in the Navy, and no one is more suitable for this position than me." Solomon nodded and said, Xiao Sa is right. By the way, do you have the confidence to continue to rise 2 levels in the next few years? Caesar pondered for a while. If he was promoted 1 level, he would be a lieutenant general, and if he was promoted 2 levels, he would become a candidate for admiral. That is definitely the core circle in the navy. Caesar shook his head and said, there is still a way to become a vice-admiral within 2 years. After all, it's enough to capture a few more pirates to accumulate military merits, but as for the candidate admiral... Caesar paused, and then said, that may be a bit difficult. First, the faction I am in now belongs to Admiral Kizaru, and Admiral Kizaru doesn't like to compete for merits, so it's a bit difficult to become a candidate admiral. Wayne nodded. He knew Kizaru's character, lazy, and it was indeed not easy to rise under him. Caesar continued, I don't like Sakaski's character, so I don't want to work for him. And if you want to become a candidate admiral, the most important thing is strength. My current strength is about the same as those elite vice-admirals, and I'm still a long way from being an admiral. Chapter 82 Floating Fruit. Wayne smiled slightly after hearing this, took out a devil fruit from the space ring, and held it in his hand. Solomon on the side had an expression that he had known it for a long time, while Caesar looked at the devil fruit in Wayne's hand with a confused look. With Caesar's current strength and status, it is impossible that he has never seen a devil fruit. On the contrary, if he wants, he can, whether he gets it from Wayne or exchanges it for military merit in the navy, he can get it. But the problem is that with his current strength, it will only work if it is a natural fruit, or an ancient animal, a mythical beast, or a powerful psychic fruit, otherwise it will only add to his weaknesses. Wayne smiled slightly, holding the floating fruit in his hand, and said, the top ability of the psychic system, the floating fruit, how about it, do you want to eat it? Caesar was stunned for a moment, then his pupil shrank, and said, floating fruit. Isn't that the old guy Jinchai's? Could it be? Caesar had a bold prediction in his mind, and Wayne nodded with a smile on his face and said, it is the legacy of that old guy. I'm afraid you will know the news of Jinchai's death in a few days. Wayne threw the devil fruit in his hand high up, then caught it steadily, and said, how about it? Do you want to eat it? Call Daddy and I'll give it to you. Caesar punched Wayne, then took the floating fruit in his hand and said, Boss, then I won't be polite. Caesar took a careful bite, and then had an expression of eating shit on his face. He swore that he had never eaten such a disgusting thing. But under the threat of Wayne's eyes, Caesar still gritted his teeth and ate the rest of the fruit. Not long after eating, Caesar, who had half of his body soaked in water, turned red, and then he struggled to walk from the deep water to the shallow water as if he was drowning, until the hot spring water reached his waist and he felt better. Wayne smiled and said, it seems that our swimming champion is going to become a landlubber. In the past, Caesar's swimming skills were the best in the 3-person team. But Caesar said nonchalantly, who wants to swim when they can fly? Wayne raised his eyebrows and said, how about it, do you feel it? Try your ability. Caesar nodded, and then his body slowly floated up. At first, he was not very good at controlling his ability, so he flew around the room for a few circles, and then gradually controlled his body. Caesar fell from the air, and then touched an apple with his hand. The apple flew accurately into Wayne's hand under Caesar's control. Wayne took a bite of the apple in his hand and said, how does it feel? Caesar stretched out his hands, carefully observed his body, and said, it feels great. From now on, I will be a flying man, ahaha. Solomon also stood up from the shallow water, lit a cigar, and said, how about it, little SA, do you have the confidence to become a general now? Caesar smiled lightly and said, of course. When the 3 current generals retire, won't I be a general immediately? Wayne knew from his tone that Caesar was joking, but he didn't know that maybe there would really be such an opportunity in 2 years. So Wayne asked, how are your taijutsu and haki going? Caesar was still fiddling with the fruit he controlled in the air. After hearing Wayne's question, he answered, "I have no problem with the 6 styles. I have practiced life return for a long time. I just feel that haki can be improved a little more. I am thinking about whether I should practice swordsmanship again." Wayne rolled his eyes and said, "Forget it, you are 27 years old, what's the point of practicing swordsmanship? By the time you learn it, the opportunity will be gone." After that, Wayne took out a bottle and handed it to Caesar. Caesar took the bottle and asked curiously, "Boss, what is this?" Wayne said mysteriously, "This is a good thing. When you reach a bottleneck in practicing armament haki, drink it and you will immediately feel the improvement." After hearing this, Caesar seriously put it in his backpack. The potion that can improve the level of haki is absolutely priceless. Solomon stood up and punched Wayne, saying, "Good fellow, you are still hiding something from me. Why don't you give me such a good thing?" Wayne poured Solomon a glass of wine to apologize, saying, "Isn't Caesar working outside? I'm afraid he is not safe, so I have to find a way to improve his strength. I will give you this kind of good thing immediately next time." Solomon stopped and said, "Humph, this is better." Wayne said earnestly, "Caesar, the floating fruit is indeed very strong. But physical skills are the foundation. Don't slack off in your practice while developing the fruit ability. Waiting for your good news, strive to become a candidate general within 2 years." After hearing this, Caesar nodded heavily. He knew that Wayne must have spent a lot of effort on this, and he must not let Wayne down. Solomon got up from the hot spring with a bang, kicked Wayne with his foot, and said, "Tisk, we've almost finished talking about business, let's go talk about some romance? I finally got 2 days off, and we 3 brothers haven't seen each other for a long time, let's go have a couple of drinks." Wayne was also excited after hearing this, and stood up with a bang and said, "Damn, brother! How can 2 drinks be enough? I still have a warehouse of good wine, I won't go home until I'm drunk tonight." So, after the 3 of them finished the hot spring, they returned to Ming Sing Island from Tangdao. In a living room in the castle, Wayne personally cooked a few dishes, and then the 3 brothers drank all night. The next day, Wayne rubbed his headache and woke up, then kicked Solomon next to him to wake him up. As a result, Caesar rarely had the opportunity to drink in the navy, so he hadn't drunk for a long time, which made him too poor in alcohol tolerance, and he fell down before dawn. After waking Solomon up, Wayne planned to go outside for some fresh air, and planned to let Solomon try to wake Caesar himself. I haven't had such a good drink in a long time." Wayne came outside the castle, lit a cigarette, and took 2 puffs of it comfortably. Just then, a few gulls flew across the sky. Wayne waved his hand gently, and a gull flew to his side. Wayne put the manuscript of Water Margin that he had prepared long ago into the envelope, and then put 50 berries in it, took out a newspaper, and prepared to learn about the latest intelligence. As a result, Wayne, who had just seen the content of the newspaper, was choked by the cigarette in his hand. Because 2 news made the headlines of the newspaper. The first one was The Fallen Island, the legend of the old times, the fall of the Golden Lion. The second one was the world's No. 1 swordsman changed his owner, Shishibukai. Wayne may become the strongest Shishibukai? Wayne opened the newspaper and prepared to take a good look at the content of the newspaper. Chapter 83 Reactions from All Parties. It must be said that it is not without reason that Morgan's World Economic News can become the most influential newspaper in the pirate world. What makes Wayne most afraid is his almost pervasive intelligence system. Countless seagulls are Morgan's eyes and convey information to him all the time. Even Wayne can't compare with this. Of course, the report of the Golden Lion's fall was initiated by Wayne and Solomon after they discussed it. For Wayne, it can further demonstrate his strength to the outside world and deter the villains. For Morgans, this kind of big news is also what he wants to report, so this news is undoubtedly a win-win situation. In the photo on the front page of the news, the Golden Lion lost a palm and looked at Wayne with anger, while Wayne looked at the Golden Lion with an indifferent expression. At the end of the report, there was also the body of the Golden Lion chopped in half, and 3 islands that fell near the Free City. All these signs indicate that the Golden Lion really died at the hands of Wayne. I hope that this news report will be a good thing. Wayne also had some concerns in his heart. First of all, he did expose many trump cards in the process of fighting with the Golden Lion. Needless to say, the ability of the Thunder Fruit will be discovered by someone sooner or later, and Wayne did not intend to hide it. What really worries Wayne is that he is not afraid of the special nature of the sea water being discovered by others. This is a very critical trump card for Wayne. Compared to the news of the death of the Golden Lion, the second news is no less influential. This Morgans is really afraid of chaos in the world. Wayne looked at the photo of the second news. Hawkeye and Wayne were facing each other, and Hawkeye had a narrow knife wound on his face, with a trickle of blood flowing down his cheek. The full picture of this news is as follows: shocking, the world's #1 swordsman changed hands? Hawkeye personally admitted that he was defeated by one move. The news first praised Wayne's miraculous swordsmanship. Then Hawkeye's injury was very fatal. And the reporter who wrote this newspaper also imagined that Wayne was merciful, otherwise this move might not only leave a wound, but Hawkeye's life. Finally, there was actually a reporter who interviewed Hawkeye my Hawk in person, and Hawkeye's original words at the time did say, "Wayne's swordsmanship was very strong, and I did lose a move in the competition." So all kinds of clues were made up by the reporters, and Wayne became the new world's greatest swordsman. Wayne rubbed his head with a headache. These paparazzi are really speculative. It seems that there will be a lot of work in the future. Wayne knew that Hawkeye was too proud to explain. But if this news was taken seriously by others, then Wayne's challengers would probably appear in an endless stream, and Wayne was not a battle maniac like Hawkeye, so he was naturally a little distressed. At the same time, this newspaper was received all over the world. Marineford, in the meeting room of the Navy headquarters. Jean Guo, who had a braided beard, looked at the newspaper in his hand, and his eyes revealed a fearful and solemn look. After reading it, Jean Guo was silent for a long time, and then threw the newspaper in his hand on the table, and then it was eaten by a goat with a beard. Chi Kexiu. Is Wayne that guy so powerful? Jean Guo looked at the other high-ranking naval officers in the conference room. At this moment, the other naval generals also looked at the newspaper with a solemn expression. I don't know what you think of this major event. Jean Guo exhaled, looked around, and waited for their answers. Akainu clenched his fists, his facial muscles trembling, and said, "I will personally invite Wayne to join the Navy. Such power can never become a pirate, even if it is a Shishibukai." Kizaru lit a cigar, took a puff, and said, "Sakazuki, is really scary. What if Brother Wayne disagrees?" Akainu's expression changed, and then he gritted his teeth and said, "I will never allow any evil to be born." Before Akainu finished speaking, Marshal Sengoku interrupted him. Sengoku knew what Akainu wanted to say, but Sengoku would never allow Akainu to conflict with Wayne. Regardless of Wayne's identity as a Shishibukai, he was on the side of the Navy. Besides, with Wayne's current strength, if Sakazuki and Wayne clashed, I'm afraid Akainu might not be able to win Wayne. Jean Guo glanced at everyone and said, "Enough, Sakazuki. Kuzan, you have fought with Wayne, what do you think of the authenticity of these two news?" Aokiji took off the eye patch on his eyes and then carefully read the news. After a while, Aokiji said, "I'm afraid it's probably true. I fought with Wayne once half a year ago, and he was already a high-level swordsman at that time. And his swordsmanship is very mysterious." Aokiji closed his eyes, as if he was carefully recalling the scene at that time, and said, "No. To be precise, it was not just a simple swordsmanship. He had a flying slash that was almost certain to hit, and even I suffered a loss at that time." Jean Guo looked into Aokiji's eyes and said, "So did he really defeat my hawk?" Aokiji said, I have never fought with my hawk, but Wayne's strength at that time was already among the best in the sea, and he also had many strange abilities, which allowed him to become stronger in battle, and he also had a magical food that could instantly restore some of his physical strength. Aokiji put down the newspaper and said, at that time, I was 70% sure that I could keep Wayne, but I was afraid that I would also be 90% sure that I would be left with a wound that would never heal. There is a 10% chance that I might die on that island with him. As soon as Aokiji finished speaking, the entire conference room fell silent. This was the first time that most of the naval commanders heard Aokiji's description of the battle situation at that time. And Aokiji's evaluation of Wayne must be very high. That was the strength to die together with the admiral. Zhangguo took a deep breath, looked at Kizaru and said, that was Wayne's strength half a year ago, and at his growth rate at that time. Now he has obtained the thunder fruit. The senior naval officers, including Akainu, fell silent. They had understood what Marshal Zhangguo meant. Just then, Vice Admiral Tsuru said, but don't worry too much. For now, everything Wayne does is biased towards justice, and don't forget that it's a good thing that Golden Lion died in Wayne's hands. After all, although the old guy has disappeared for 20 years, he is a bomb that can explode at any time. Wayne has helped us a lot. The Navy generals nodded. Wayne had indeed not done anything excessive, and the bounty since his debut was not too high. Gurgle gurgle. The voice of Den Mushi sounded in Sengoku's arms. Sengoku took the Den Mushi in his hand and said, Moses, this is Sengoku. Okay, I got it. Sengoku showed some joy on his face, then hung up the Den Mushi and said, Ahem, it's the 5 elders calling. Everyone was shocked after hearing this. No matter what, although the Navy high-level officials were discussing here, they still had to obey the orders of the world government in the end, so they didn't have to worry about it here. The key was to look at the attitude of the 5 elders. Sengoku paused slightly and said, the 5 elders meant to appease Wayne and recruit him. After all, he helped us a lot by killing the old lion this time. Moreover, the 5 elders also said that the celestial dragons hope that Wayne can go to the holy land of Marijoa to hold a concert. The generals breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. They were really afraid that the 5 elders would force Wayne to the opposite side, otherwise the 4 emperors of the New World would become the 5 emperors. Hulu hulu. Just when everyone was happy, a snoring sound came from the conference room. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the Navy hero Garp was snoring. Garp slept on the table during the whole meeting. A black line appeared on Sengoku's forehead. He threw a piece of senbei to break the bubble on Garp's nose, and then shouted, Garp! What do you think about the Golden Lion? Garp woke up from a dream at this time, and said in a daze, What? The old guy Golden Lion came to attack the Navy headquarters again? Everyone! This is the case among the high-ranking officers of the Navy. Garp hardly cares about anything, but he is the most important representative of military force and the mainstay of the Navy. Vice Admiral Tsuru is the representative of wisdom, and many of Sengoku's instructions will refer to Tsuru's suggestions. At the same time, in the New World, dress Rosa. Doflamingo looked at the newspaper in his hand, and veins popped up on his forehead. All his plans were broken by this sudden newspaper news. Because he had to re-evaluate Wayne's strength. If the information in the news is true, Wayne can still defeat Hawkeye Mihawk the day after killing Golden Lion. That proves that Wayne, I'm afraid that N's strength is really tricky. Doflamingo made several calls in a row, all to the big guys in the Dark World, telling them that the original plan was cancelled. Treble looked at Doflamingo, who was silent on the throne, and said, Dov. Then our plan. Doflamingo took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and said, let the men stop the slave trade first. We still need new forces to deal with Wayne together. By the way, the Golden Emperor Tesoro seems unwilling to give up. You go to find out the information. If possible, you can help a little. Be careful not to let Wayne find out that our people are dealing with him." After Treble left, Doflamingo looked at the newspaper in his hand, revealing a hint of jealousy in his tone, and whispered in a low voice, "The head of the great pirate Golden Lion is really enviable. The new era has really arrived in the pirate world. If a new pirate wants to become famous, besides defeating the navy, the best way is undoubtedly to climb up by stepping on the corpses of the old generation of pirates. And Golden Lion is undoubtedly the best stepping stone. Dover is extremely hoping that he will defeat Golden Lion. In the New World, the Whitebeard Pirates' headquarters. Phoenix Marco held a newspaper in his hand, flew to Whitebeard and said, "Dad, Dad! Big news! Golden Lion was killed by the 7 warlords Wayne." Whitebeard sat on a huge chair with a giant body, and was still on an 4 drip. Then he took the newspaper handed by Marco and read it carefully. Whitebeard laughed out loud, "Koolalala! What a great kid! Did he kill that guy Shiki? It seems that a new era has really arrived." Whitebeard's huge body stood up, startling the nurse next to him, and then he picked up a pot of wine and said, "Koolalala! Sons, let's have a party! Cheers to the advent of a new era! Sons, you have to cheer up too! Oh 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 oh! Long live Dad! Banquet, banquet!" Whitebeard looked at his sons around him, and a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. Whitebeard was naturally a member of the old era, but he would always protect these children. Because, he is Whitebeard. New World, 10,000 countries. "Mom! Here is an important newspaper." Kalikata handed the newspaper in his hand to Big Mom. The 4 emperors. Big Mom took the newspaper and read it while eating cream cake. After a long time, Big Mom said, "Well, what a kid who didn't come. I didn't expect that old guy Golden Lion was killed." Big Mom stretched out her arm to wipe the cream on her mouth. He had been with Golden Lion for a long time in the Rocks Pirates. Big Mom said to Karikuta, "I remember Garrett said last time that she liked Wayne very much. Go, send an invitation to Wayne. Tell him that if he is willing to be my son-in-law and join my pirate group, I am willing to give him the position of vice-captain." Karikuta was stunned, and then nodded. Judging from Wayne's strength, he is indeed worthy of their treatment. New World, Wano Country. Kaido looked at the newspaper in his hand, took 2 sips of wine, and then said to the masked figure next to him, "Yamato, my daughter, do you want a husband? If you want, this Wayne looks like an incredible man." Yamato pulled the iron chain on his body and said, "I don't want it. I want to open up Wano Country." In the East China Sea, a green algae-headed man who had just gone to sea and is currently a pirate hunter spent 50 baileys to buy a newspaper. "Nanny!" Zoro's eyes were full of disbelief, and he muttered, "Did that man actually lose? The New World's greatest swordsman, the 7 warlords Wayne." Zoro carefully cut out the photo of Wayne from the newspaper and put it in his arms. On this day, he remembered the man's face firmly. After all, Hawkeye my hawk has always been his goal since he started practicing swordsmanship. But it doesn't matter, no matter who sits on the throne, Zoro has only one goal. The world's greatest swordsman. Everyone, only one chapter, a 2-in-1 chapter. The number of words is the same as before. Chapter 84. Ace goes to sea again. A week later, in the Free City. Another sword has been forged, not bad, not bad, great progress. Ding, congratulations to the host for forging a fine sword after 3 hours and 28 minutes of forging, gaining 61 professional experience. The current swordsmith level is advanced, 1991/3000, gaining 61 life points and the current life points are 789 points. Wayne wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then put the ore prepared in advance into the furnace for forging. Caesar left the Free City 3 days ago. After all, he was on vacation and would definitely return to the Navy headquarters. However, with his current strength, he would surely rise to prominence after returning. And Wayne's forging skills have also greatly improved during this period. Since obtaining the random wind hammer method, Wayne can forge 1 or 2 famous swords almost every day. At this rate, I'm afraid that within 20 days, Wayne's forging skills will be able to enter the master level. At this time, Wayne's den mushi suddenly rang. Wayne glanced at the ore in the furnace, then picked up the den mushi and said, Moji, this is Wayne, what's up? Lafayette's voice came from the den mushi, boss, I'm Lafayette. I have 2 pieces of information to tell you. Wayne walked out of the forging room, lit a cigar, and said, come on, what's up? Lafayette said, the first thing is that something is wrong with Doflamingo for the time being. They were originally planning to deal with the boss, but then they seemed to have temporarily stopped the plan after the newspaper was published, and their slave trade has decreased a lot recently. Wayne was silent for a while after hearing this. Last time when Golden Lion didn't come, he was going to go to Dressrosa to meet Dover, but the old guy Golden Lion stole his home, so Wayne certainly didn't have the chance to go to Dressrosa again. But Dover seems to have been less active these days, but it's possible that he is still brewing some big plans, so Wayne didn't relax his vigilance. So Wayne nodded and said, okay, I see. Let's stay put for now. I'll go find Dover later. What's the other thing? Lafayette continued, with some regret in his tone, saying boss, Ace is out to sea again. Wayne fell silent, and Lafayette knew Wayne's concern for Ace, and quickly explained, boss, I arranged 2 very strong people to go to the East China Sea to watch Ace. But, Ace still ran away. Wayne raised his eyebrows and asked, is he okay? Lafayette said, he's fine. He has been sent to the hospital. I gave them some money. It should be fine after a period of recuperation. Wayne nodded and said, where is Ace now? Do you know? Lafayette shook his head and said, it's not clear yet, but it's been several days since this happened. It seems that Ace should be arriving in Rogue Town soon. Wayne knew that Lafayette has tried his best, but Ace's strength has improved a lot now, so Wayne said, okay, I know, you go and do your thing first. After that, Wayne hung up the phone. Wayne thought about it, took out a package from his arms while smoking, and took out a yellowed photo from the diary in the package. The photo was a photo of Wayne and Luju. Wayne and Luju were smiling happily in the photo, and there was also a bearded Gold Roger next to them. Of course, there were more than 3 people in the photo. Luju was pregnant at this time, and Ace was in Luju's belly. Luju, I will take good care of Ace. Wayne put the photo back in, then lit a cigarette again, thinking silently in his heart. First of all, Wayne blocked Ace in Rogue Town, and Ace thought that he was not strong enough. So he went to sea more than half a year later. This is undoubtedly a great destruction to the original storyline, and the trajectory of history may be deviated because of this. Secondly, according to the information Wayne obtained, Ace's domineering, physical fitness, and fruit ability have made great progress in the past 6 months. His armed domineering has reached the level of entanglement, and his observation domineering is probably not far behind. With such strength, let alone in the East China Sea, even in the Paradise, he can be regarded as a master. When Wayne came out to make a living, his strength was probably not as good as Ace's now. And what Solomon said to Wayne last time was also remembered by Wayne. A chick trapped in a cage can never soar in the sky like an eagle. Moreover, after entering the new world, it won't be so easy for Ace to die. Wayne chuckled twice. His power in the Grand Line is not small, especially in the new world. He has become one of the few major forces under the 4 emperors. Especially after the newspaper news spread, Wayne's reputation as the strongest Shishibukai and the head of the Shishibukai is not small. Once Ace enters the Grand Line, with Wayne's intelligence system, Ace's location will be known quickly. Once Ace enters the new world, Wayne plans to reveal his identity and extend an olive branch to Ace. By then, Ace will not have joined the Whitebeard pirates. Ace may not have anything to do with the war at the top. The more Wayne thought about it, the better he felt. He felt that his plan was perfect. East China Sea, Upside Down Mountain. Ace looked at the huge mountain in front of him and the river flowing in the opposite direction and couldn't help but open his mouth. The crew behind him was even more confused and at a loss. But Ace reacted very quickly, turned around and shouted to the crew behind him, "Little guys, find a fixed object for me and fix your body firmly on the boat." The crew quickly tied their bodies to the boat with ropes, and Ace looked at the huge reverse river in front of him with a longing look, and said with sparkling eyes, "Grand Line, here I come." Chapter 85 The Empress Seeks Help. Amidst the loud crash, the Ace pirates landed steadily on the sea and successfully reached the Grand Line. Just as Ace was looking at the surrounding affairs with a curious look on his face, an old man turned over and jumped onto Ace's ship. The man was none other than Crocus. "Who are you?" Ace looked at the man in front of him warily. Since he was frightened by Wayne who suddenly appeared last time, he now has some psychological shadows on people who suddenly appear on the road. Crocus looked at the face in front of him, which was 3 points similar to Roger when he was young, and couldn't help but confirm the identity of the man in front of him, Captain Roger's son, Ace. Crocus was a little excited, and tears flickered faintly, but he thought of Wayne's words, and still resisted recognition. He just took out a pointer from his arms and said, "I am entrusted by an old friend to give you a record pointer. Without it, I'm afraid your next journey will be difficult." Ace took the record pointer with a puzzled look on his face, and then asked, "Old man, who are you?" Crocus shook his head, did not answer, turned around and jumped into the sea. Ace looked at the record pointer in his hand thoughtfully, but then did not chase. Just said to the crew behind him, "Little ones, continue to move towards the Grand Line." A week later, in the Free City. Gurgle gurgle. Wayne took the den mushy and said, "Moses Moses, this is Wayne." A voice that surprised Wayne came from the den mushy, "Well, I am Boa Hancock." Wayne was silent for a while. He did have some connection with the Empress Boa Hancock, and the relationship between the two was pretty good. That was a few years ago. Wayne had just become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, but his reputation in the Grand Line was already very big, and he had been fighting against the forces of slavery. During a voyage, Wayne happened to attack a slave ship. Coincidentally, there were 3 female warriors from Nine Snake Island on the ship, so Wayne rescued them and sent them back to Nine Snake Island. At that time, the Empress had become the world's most beautiful woman, and she was very arrogant, but Wayne saved her people after all, so there was no conflict between the two. Not only was there no conflict, Boa Hancock was optimistic about Wayne's continued crackdown on slavery, which was related to Boa Hancock's childhood experience. In addition, the Empress and Wayne also had some cooperation and exchanges in trade. There was a special ore on Nine Snake Island, which had always been an important supplier for Wayne, and Wayne would provide some wine and food to supply Nine Snake Island. Wayne thought for a while and said, "Hancock, long time no see, what's the matter?" Hancock, it seemed a little difficult to say, but she still said, "Some time ago, 7 of my people did not come back after going out to sea. They have been missing for half a month. I suspect they were captured by slave traders. So I want to ask if you have any news." Wayne was stunned for a moment, and then realized that it was the Empress who came to ask for help. After all, the Empress might have had some contact with him among the 7 warlords of the sea, and this was probably a helpless solution at the moment. So Wayne said, "Where did your people disappear?" Hancock replied, "At that time, they set out from Nine Snake Island to buy some food and weapons in Champu." Wayne understood that this might really be done by slave traders. After all, the women on Nine Snake Island are all relatively beautiful, so he said, "Wait a minute, I'll ask." So Wayne took out another den mushy and called Lafayette. After a long time, Wayne hung up the Den Mushi, sorted out the information in his mind, and then said to the Den Mushi again, "Hancock, are you still there?" Hancock responded, "Yes, is there any news?" Wayne raised his eyebrows. Hancock's tone was completely different from usual. He was probably a little anxious, so he said, "As far as I know, the tribesmen under you are all strong, and there are many who are proficient in domineering and physical skills." Hancock asked, "That's right, but what does this have to do with where they are now?" Wayne said, "Don't worry, since the tribesmen under you are strong and disappeared on the way from the Calm Belt to Shampoo Land, this proves that the captors are definitely not unknown people, and their strength is very strong. And the characteristics of your tribesmen are very obvious. Many people in the paradise can recognize that you are from the Nine Snake Island at a glance. Ordinary people dare not offend you, the 7 warlords of the sea." Boa Hancock. Hancock's eyes gradually became serious. Wayne paused, giving Hancock a chance to digest the information, and then said, "So, as far as I know, there are not many people in the entire paradise who have such strength, are not afraid of you, Hancock, and are engaged in the slave trade. Slife some time ago is one of them, but to be honest, he has been killed by me." The Empress was surprised. Of course, she knew about Slife, but she didn't know the inside story, and didn't know that it was Wayne who did it. Wayne continued, "Then, there are not many people left. Only Dover and the kings of the Dark World are active in Shampoo. Nine Snake Island." The Empress was silent after listening to Wayne's information. Although she was a little conceited, she was definitely not a stupid woman. On the contrary, as a woman who ranked at the forefront of the Grand Line, she was definitely intelligent and knew that these people were not easy to deal with. Even if she was a Shishibukai, she couldn't provoke them casually. Once provoked, it would be a war. The short old woman next to the Empress said, "Hancock, Joker and the Dark Kings are not easy to mess with. Once a conflict occurs, it may not be just these 7 people who will die." After hearing this, the Empress showed a few angry expressions on her face and shouted, "Shut up, Girliosa! You are no longer the queen, you have no right to speak here, get out." Boa Hancock certainly knew that the words of the former queen made sense, but they were his people after all. Although she was not very friendly to her people on the island, once they left the Nine Snake Island, the female warriors she sent out were a symbol of her face, and with the Empress's self-esteem, she naturally would not allow such a thing to happen. So Hancock said, "Okay, Wayne, I got it. Do you have any other information?" Wayne nodded and said, "I have people in Shampoo, and there is no information about the Nine Snake Island tribe appearing in the slave auction recently. So, I suspect they are now in the New World." Hancock nodded and said, "Wayne, thank you for this, I will leave the rest to me." A trace of determination flashed in the eyes of the Empress, and then she was about to hang up the Den Mushi, but Wayne interrupted at this time, "Wait, Hancock." Wayne organized his words and said, "I haven't had a good relationship with those people recently, so I can help you with this matter." Hancock was stunned. Of course, she hoped that Wayne could help her, but the relationship between the two was not so close, and Hancock did not have the habit of bowing her head and begging for help. Wayne's words made Hancock excited. Boa Hancock was about to say a few words when Wayne continued, "Of course. I can't help you for free, there are still conditions." Chapter 86 Cooperation with Hancock. Hancock was stunned for a moment, and then a trace of anger appeared in her heart. She knew that Wayne would naturally not help him for free, but this was the first time that she was asked for something like this. But Hancock still suppressed her anger and said, "In that case, what do you want?" Wayne said, "Recently, the demand for the thunder ore of your Nine Snake Island in Free City is greater, so I need you to provide the supply." Hancock hesitated for a moment and said, "Okay, but this kind of ore is extremely difficult to mine, and the quantity is not large. I can guarantee that this kind of ore will only be supplied to you in the future, but the price..." Wayne interrupted, "Money is not a problem, as long as the quantity is enough, I can eat it all." Thunder ore is a unique ore of Nine Snake Island. Weapons made of thunder ore are not only harder than ordinary steel, but also because of the thunder attribute attached to it, they can paralyze the enemy through this subtle electric current in battle. Of course, this is of no use to Wayne, but the key is that the thunder mine can better wrap Wayne's lightning. Wayne has been developing the fusion of fruit ability and swordsmanship for some time, but no matter how he develops, he can't wrap the fruit ability perfectly on the sword, which leads to the lack of power of moves such as rakery and a lot of consumption. During an accidental iron forging, Wayne found that the thunder mine could actually accept his lightning entanglement very well, so Wayne immediately wanted to increase the purchase of this thunder mine. After all, if this thing succeeds, Wayne's combat effectiveness can be greatly improved. But the problem is that this kind of ore is very difficult to mine. Ordinary people are easily injured by electricity when mining. Only the female warriors who are proficient in domineering in Nine Snake Island can mine, but they can't mine for a long time, so the output is very low. However, the thunder mine is only Wayne's first requirement. Wayne paused and said, "Then, let's talk about the second request." The anger in the eyes of the Empress was even stronger. At this moment, she gritted her teeth and said, "Wayne, don't go too far." Wayne chuckled, "Haha, Hancock, don't be in a hurry. Why don't you listen to my request first? After all, the mine just now was a win-win for you and me. The next request is not a request. I hope that if we defeat the enemy at that time, the distribution of the spoils will be based on the form of more work, more pay, whoever contributes more will get it." Hancock was stunned for a moment, then realized that Wayne was afraid that the distribution would be uneven, so he sneered, "Oh, what a big tone. In that case, don't get nothing at that time." Wayne said, "Of course, I won't go back on my word. In that case, we can discuss the details of the time." Wayne talked in the den mushy for a while, and finally looked at the time and said, "Then let's do this for now. See you in the New World in 5 days. Nine Snake Island." The Empress hung up the den mushy with her beautiful eyes, and she felt an unspeakable irritation in her heart. This irritation naturally came from Wayne. Of course, it didn't mean that Wayne did anything to her. On the contrary, Wayne and her deal can be said to be full of sincerity. But Hancock just couldn't be happy. Because Wayne didn't have the kind of fascination with him that other people had, but a businesslike and rational attitude. And Hancock didn't like this attitude. Since she had developed her fruit ability to a certain extent, the men, women, old people, and children around her had never disobeyed her. The Empress' words, "No matter what I do, I will be forgiven, because I am so beautiful," are not just for fun, she really has that kind of charm. Wayne, it seems that he is a little different from other men. The Empress pondered for a long time on the throne, and her thoughts went back to a few years ago. When the man was not as famous as he is now, but he was also indifferent to her charm. The Empress became more and more irritated, but then she stopped thinking about Wayne, and said to the guards outside the palace, "Come on. Get ready, set off immediately, and go to the New World. It takes time for Wu Feng to go to the New World. The speed of the Snake Princess pirates is faster than that of ordinary ships, and 5 days is just right." On the other hand, after Wayne hung up the phone, he simply instructed his men, telling them which men to bring this time, and asked them to prepare the necessary weapons and food. After the order was completed, Wayne returned to the forging room. Wayne was not in a hurry. After all, he flew from the sky, and his speed was more than 1 level faster than Hancock. And Wayne plans to try in the next 5 days to see if his blacksmithing skills can reach the master level. 4 days later, in the forging room, Wayne wiped the sweat from his forehead, then glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. Wayne murmured, "It's almost time." Then Wayne took the red-hot sword blade out of the furnace, holding the pliers in his left hand and the hammer in his right hand. Wayne's whole body leaned forward slightly, with his left foot slightly ahead of his right foot, and then took a deep breath. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of blacksmithing sounded in the forging room. 1, 2. Wayne hammered a total of 49 hammers, each of which used his full strength, and the angle of each hammer was very particular. After beating, Wayne quickly took it out of the furnace and put it in a tank of water. When the temperature of the sword body completely dropped, Wayne started the next step of polishing. An hour and a half later, in front of Wayne was the best work Wayne had ever forged. At this time, the system's voice also sounded at the right time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for forging your first famous sword after 7 hours and 28 minutes, and gaining 156 professional experience. The current blacksmith level is advanced, 3023/3000, automatically upgraded, and the current blacksmith level is master level, 23/30,000. Currently gaining 156 life points. The current life points are 2,869 points. Hey, finally succeeded. Wayne looked at the first famous sword he forged with his own hands, and his heart was full of a sense of accomplishment. He also successfully became a master blacksmith with the experience brought by this sword. Wayne silently calculated, and he found that if he could continue to forge famous swords, then the upgrade speed would probably be like a rocket. But then Wayne shook his head and laughed at himself, muttering, "However, how is this possible? Forget it, let's not aim too high." Wayne picked up the famous sword and began to admire his work. The blade was hard and faintly flashed with purple light, and the handle was also wrapped with purple stripes. This sword was a famous sword that could be ranked among the top 50 swords, because in addition to the blade being able to cut hair, it also had the function of special effects. In the battle with the opponent, this knife will give the enemy a weak electric shock. Although it will not kill the opponent, it can also paralyze the opponent. Wayne looked at the knife, silently thinking of the sword move he had developed at the beginning, and said slowly, "In this case, let's call you Rakery." Chapter 87 Golden Emperor. Wayne carefully put Rakery aside, then sat on the ground, leaned against the wall and fell asleep. Since receiving the telephone bug from the Empress, Wayne has no time to sleep at all. He first gave instructions to his subordinates, and then devoted himself to forging the sword. For 4 days and 4 nights, Wayne didn't close his eyes. In 4 days, the swords and discarded blades forged by Wayne filled 2 forging rooms. Wayne only felt that he didn't spend so much energy in the previous battle with the Golden Lion. Of course, the result is naturally gratifying. Wayne not only forged a good and fast knife and became a master blacksmith, but also had some unexpected gains. Somewhere on the sea, an island is floating on the sea. No, to be precise, it is not an island, it is a battleship. The giant ship Grand Tesoro. One of the most famous giant battleships in the pirate world, and its owner is the Golden Emperor Guild Tesoro. At this moment, there is not only Guild Tesoro on this island, but also the Empress Boa Hancock. However, the Empress's condition does not seem to be very good. There are bloodstains on Hancock's face, and there are 2 bloodstains on her legs, and the most important thing is that there are some golden spots on her body. To be precise, those spots are gold. This morning, the Empress was heading to the island. Dressrosa agreed with Wayne. But she was intercepted by Guild Tesoro on the way. With Hancock's strength, if she confronts Guild Tesoro head-on, she will have a 50-50 chance of winning. Moreover, Hancock had to go to the agreed place on time, so she ignored the Golden Emperor and planned to go directly to Dressrosa. But Guild Tesoro's words, "Don't you want to know where your 7 missing tribesmen are?" accurately grasped the Empress's mind. And the Empress also went to the world's largest entertainment city, Grand Tesoro. But there is no doubt that this is a hangmen banquet, and the Empress inhaled the golden powder of the Golden Emperor without knowing it. Although there was a blockage of armed color domineering, part of her body turned into gold, which undoubtedly greatly affected her combat effectiveness. Fragrant kick. Hancock jumped high and kicked Tesoro back a few steps, then took advantage of the momentum and jumped back, temporarily keeping a distance from Tesoro. Taking this opportunity, the Empress looked at the surrounding battle situation. The hundreds of female warriors from Nine Snake Island that she brought with her had been made into golden statues, including Hancock's two sisters. Except for Hancock, the Nine Snake Island side was completely wiped out. Of course, Guild Tesoro's victory was not easy. Hundreds of warriors behind him turned into petrified statues, and even his own left ring finger was petrified. Guild Tesoro licked his lips, looked at Hancock in front of him and said, "Hancock, you'd better surrender as soon as possible. Since we have been together for a while, I can spare your life." Hancock's face showed anger, and he roared, "You ungrateful villain, have you forgotten your tragic experience?" After that, a powerful momentum appeared on the Empress, and all the enemies who surrounded her were stunned by this momentum. Even Guild Tesoro was briefly unconscious, and Hancock seized this brief opportunity and quickly disappeared into the surrounding alleys. "You actually ran away. You are worthy of being the only woman among the 7 warlords of the sea." Guild Tesoro's face showed a wave of anger, and he didn't know whether he was hurt by the words of the Empress just now, or angry at the Empress's escape. However, Tesoro still gritted his teeth and said, "Search nationwide. We must find this Empress for me." "Yes." Several cotters behind Tesoro who had not fainted quickly responded and took people to prepare to search. "Lord Tesoro, there is one thing I don't understand. Why did you leave Dressrosa and not join Joker to ambush Wayne, but instead set up new enemies here? The Empress is also a well-known strong man, and it is not so easy to be defeated." Anger appeared on Tesoro's face. In this country, no one dared to question his decision, but he looked back and found that it was Bakura who raised the question. His face was slightly better, but he still snorted coldly. "Humph! Are you questioning my decision? Dover is untrustworthy, and Wayne's strength is unfathomable. Of course, we have to make multiple preparations." Unfortunately, Hancock ran away. After that, Tesoro turned around and prepared to return to his palace. On the other side, Wayne was awakened by a knock on the door. "Boss! We found something. There is an extra island ahead." Wayne had just woken up. He opened the door of the forge and came to the deck. The apocalypse set out 3 days ago. It took the sea route, the shortest route from Free City to Dressrosa. Apocalypse also has a forge dedicated to Wayne, and Wayne has actually been forging on the Apocalypse these days. An extra island. Wayne stretched his muscles a little. This time, Wayne slept very comfortably. After overdrawing a lot of energy and sleeping for a whole day, he now only felt full of strength. Wayne came to the edge of the deck looking at the island in front of him. He felt an inexplicable emotion and murmured, "Strange, there really is an island, which was not here before." Wayne thought about it, then his eyes turned red, and his observation haki was activated. Wayne's observation haki quickly set off from the apocalypse, then crossed a few nautical miles to the island, and then wrapped the entire island in his observation haki and carefully sensed it. Then Wayne tilted his head slightly, looked at the crew around him and said, "No, that's not an island, it's a ship." "Nanny? A ship?" The crew, including CLO, exclaimed. "This island is not much smaller than the Free City. If it is really a ship, it is too big." Wayne also felt a little incredible. This ship is even bigger than the terrifying 3-masted sailing ship of Gecko Maria. But then Wayne suddenly remembered something and said to the crew behind him, "I'm afraid it's that guy's hometown. Everyone get ready, come with me to this ship to take a look." Chapter 88 The largest entertainment city in the world of pirates. If Wayne is one of the richest people in the world, then Golden Emperor Guild Tesoro can undoubtedly remove the one, because this guy controls 20% of the world's Bailey. This number is undoubtedly terrible, and it is almost the limit of wealth that an individual can control. There is no existence like the end product in the world of pirates. At this moment, Wayne's apocalypse slowly approached Gran Tesoro. "Boss, gold powder is falling from the sky." Goliath jumped up and down holding Wayne's hand, with an excited expression. The other crew members on the ship were also very excited. After all, their essence is pirates, and how can pirates not be excited when seeing gold? Only Wayne frowned slightly. He didn't quite know what was going on with the gold powder, but he had a bad feeling in his heart, so he used the power of the thunder fruit to set up a transparent magnetic field around him, blocking the gold powder out. "Everyone be careful, this gold powder seems to be a little wrong." When Wayne traveled through time, One Piece had just finished fighting Doflamingo and had not yet fought the Golden Emperor, so he didn't quite know what this gold powder was, but it was always right to be careful. But Wayne's reminder seemed a little too late, and the crew around him more or less inhaled some. Seeing this, Wayne stopped reminding him. Anyway, with his strength, as long as he didn't have any problems, the Golden Emperor would not be a threat. The apocalypse slowly sailed into the port of the giant ship Gran Tesoro. That's right, there was actually a port inside this ship, and its huge size was evident. "Boss, look, there are a lot of golden pillars growing in the water." "They are not all gold." Wayne looked over and saw that there were indeed more than 10 huge golden pillars in the water. From Wayne's perspective, he could already see the whole picture of the city, which was extremely luxurious. As expected of the world's richest man. Robin was slightly surprised when he saw the prosperous city in front of him. This prosperity was far beyond the reach of the free city. Boom boom boom. The hull of the apocalypse swayed a few times, and the apple that Wayne had just taken a bite of fell off his hand. "What's going on?" Wayne bent down to pick up the apple and continued to eat it. "Well, we can't waste food." CLO ran over at this time and said, "Boss, it's a pirate attack." Wayne frowned slightly. Could it be that Tesoro was ready to take action as soon as he got on the ship? At this moment, a pirate ship smaller than the apocalypse sailed towards the apocalypse. A pirate with pock-marked face and messy hair on the pirate ship said to the crew behind him, "Hurry up, guys. Pull the boat over. I want to rob them." The pirate ship quickly approached the apocalypse, and then the captain with pock-marked face stood on the bow and shouted, "Hand over all the treasures if you know what's good for you. I'm a pirate with a bounty of 200 million berries, Big Pock." Wayne was slightly stunned when he heard it, and when he saw the pock-marked face, he felt that it sounded familiar, so he asked, "What a familiar name, have you seen them before?" Crow on the side reminded him in time, "Boss, we once encountered a pock-marked pirate group." The captain, pock-marked, looked very similar to this pock-marked pirate. They should have some relationship. Wayne nodded, then took a bite of the apple and said casually, "Since they want to attack us, let's play with them." Wayne looked at his watch and said, "Crow, Robin, Moon, I'll give you 10 minutes. Can you solve it?" After that, Wayne took out another apple and ate it again. 10 minutes later, the pirate with a big bump on his head was tied up tightly and placed in front of Wayne. Wayne took out a cigar, and CLO lit it for Wayne. Wayne smoked the cigar while looking at the kneeling big-headed man in front of him and asked, "Who gave you the courage to rob my pirate group?" Big-headed man's eyes were almost unable to open after being hit. He finally opened his eyes and looked at Wayne in front of him, then said in panic, "Seven Warlords Way." "Wayne, sir, sir. I didn't recognize the great man. I really have nowhere to go. I lost all my money in the city. If I don't pay it back, I'm afraid I will become a slave. I didn't expect to rob you. Please spare my life." Wayne silently observed the big-headed man in front of him. This guy had a bounty of 200 million, but it seemed that his strength was at most a rear admiral of the navy. He seemed to be a pirate with average strength but many evil deeds. But Wayne still had something to understand, so Wayne said, "You said you lost all your money and became a slave? Tell me what happened. If the information is useful, it's not difficult to spare your life." The pockmarked man quickly told Wayne about his experience in the city, and Wayne also had a general understanding of the situation in the city. After hearing this, CLO said, "Boss, if this is really the case, do we still need to enter the city?" Wayne raised his eyebrows and said, "Why not? Didn't you hear what this pockmarked man said? There is the world's largest casino here. Of course we have to go in and take a look." Robin and Gloria behind him also had a gleam in their eyes. The world's largest shopping street is naturally attractive to women. Soon everyone parked the Apocalypse on the shore and stepped onto the world's most luxurious ship. "Hey, it feels good? Maybe Hancock is also playing in this city." Wayne looked at the luxurious commercial streets around him and felt much better. At the same time, Golden Emperor Teezero looked at Wayne and others on the Den Mushy screen, showed a strange smile, and said to the woman beside him, "Oh? I didn't expect such a distinguished guest to come. Bakera, you go to greet him." "Yes." A beautiful woman with hot clothes and an even hotter figure walked towards Wayne and others. "Hello, I'm the receptionist here. My name is Bakera. I guess this is Lord Wayne. Do you need me to take you for a tour? We have the world's largest casino here." Wayne looked at the woman. With his intelligence, he naturally knew that this person was a cotter under Teezero, so Wayne said directly, "Where is that guy Teezero? I heard that he wants to make trouble for me recently." Bakera's smile froze, and said, "Lord Wayne, Lord Teezero will not provoke such a powerful enemy like you. Lord Teezero still has things to do now, why don't I take you to the island to play first?" Wayne nodded when he heard it. He has no clear evidence yet, and Bakera's attitude is good, so Wayne will not turn against her at this time. Of course, Wayne will never admit that he just wants to play because he is itching. So Wayne said, "In that case, then lead the way." Chapter 89: The Dark Side of the Entertainment City. On the Golden Speed car, Wayne sat in the co-pilot seat with a bored look on his face, while the petite Gloria was excited to participate in the so-called most exciting 10-kilometer racing rally. "Damn, look at my drainage ditch turning." Gloria drifted and passed the sharp bend on the mountain road handsomely. Wayne, who was sitting on the co-pilot seat, raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Gloria to have the talent of the Akina mountain god of cars. At this moment, a huge racing car hit Wayne's golden speed car hard. Gloria finally stopped the steering wheel with great difficulty, but now she was already far behind, and it was obviously impossible to overtake again. Seeing this, Gloria pouted and said coquettishly, "Brother Wayne, hurry up and show them some color." Wayne rubbed his head a little. He found that he was actually a little carsick, and the guy just now did scare Wayne. So Wayne leaned out of the window and shouted to the guy in front, "Damn, if you drive him properly, your family will cry. Do you understand?" However, what responded to Wayne was the stinking exhaust gas. Wayne's face showed black lines, and he said, "Gloria, sit tight." Gloria looked confused and said, "Brother Wayne, how can you drive in the passenger seat?" Wayne chuckled and said, "Who said you can't drive in the passenger seat?" After that, the whole golden flying car floated up, and the car was wrapped in an invisible force field. The body of the car was more than 1 meter above the ground, and the whole body drove forward at an astonishing speed, no, to be precise, flew. The result is naturally self-evident. No matter how good those people's driving skills are, Wayne's is a serious flying car. How can their speed compare? Brother Wayne, you are awesome. Gloria hugged the 10 million Baileys bonus in her arms, jumped up and kissed Wayne, making Robin beside Wayne a little jealous. Seeing that the situation was not right, Wayne said quickly, "Ahem, stop playing, we are here to do serious work, let's find Hancock first." Robin said sourly, "Then, Brother Wayne, where do you think Hancock is?" Wayne got goosebumps all over his body because of Robin's weird tone, but he still pretended to think, "Ahem, I think it should be in the casino." Wayne would not admit that he just wanted to go gambling. In the casino, the lady at the chip exchange counter said to Wayne with a smile, "Dear guest, you have a 10 billion limit in our casino. Do you need to withdraw all of it?" Wayne was confused. He had never been here before, but it was a bargain, so he said quickly, "In that case, take it all out." Wayne dragged the trailer full of chips with his hands, and then said to the people behind him, "Ahem, you guys take some chips and go find Hancock." After that, Wayne took the chips worth tens of millions of Baileys, came to the slot machine, and excitedly started to insert coins. 2 hours later, Wayne looked at the dice shaken by the dealer, then took out a chip symbolizing 10 million Baileys and put it on the leopard, and then said, "I bet 3 sixes, leopard." The gamblers around were surprised, and not many people bet on the leopard. 3 sixes, leopard. The beautiful dealer showed the points shaken in front of everyone, and Wayne really bet on it. "Ahem, I won't be polite then." Wayne took all the chips in front of the dealer and put them in the trailer, ready to prepare to change venues. "My luck is unexpectedly good today." Wayne was all smiles. In just 2 hours, Wayne won nearly 1 billion Baileys. Even if he held a concert, he would make money at this speed. At this moment, Baker came over and said with a smile on his face, "Mr. Wayne, are you going to the VIP area?" Wayne was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Where are the people who came with me?" Baker said, "They have left the casino and should be shopping in the entertainment city now." Wayne said, "Oh, okay, in that case, can I see Tesoro in the VIP area?" Baker replied, "Yes, Lord Tesoro is receiving other distinguished guests in the VIP area." At this time, a tall and fat man with a funny look came out of a wall and said to Wayne, "Lord Wayne, this is the VIP area, I will take you in." Wayne nodded, then said, "In that case, help me change these chips into Bailey, I am tired too, and I am going to find a place to eat something." Baker said, "Okay, Lord Wayne, I will take you to the VIP." But then Baker realized that Wayne was not going to play anymore. Baker was about to persuade him, after all, it was unlikely for ordinary people to win so much money in the casino and leave, but Baker looked at Wayne's serious expression, then his body trembled, remembering that he was a Shishibukai. So Baker hurriedly said, "In that case, I will take you to exchange Bailey." "Really good." Wayne walked out of the casino with a comfortable look on his face, followed by a group of younger brothers holding suitcases, which were full of Baileys, a full 10 billion, all won by Wayne. Wayne said to CLO behind him, "Follow closely, I'm going to find Robin and Gloria." After that, Wayne planned to use the observation haki to sense the breath of the two. At this time, a group of dirty children came over with baskets. They said to Wayne, "Uncle, buy some apples." Wayne squatted down, and then looked at the children around him who looked only 5 or 6 years old, and said gently, "Okay, how much do you sell your apples for?" The little girl in the lead said excitedly, 10,000 Baileys. "No, 5,000 Baileys each." "What? Where are the golden apples you sell?" 5,000 Baileys each. Manu came up with a suitcase in his hand and said fiercely to several children. Wayne's expression also changed. This price was indeed unreasonable. This group of children seemed to be ready to escape when they saw Manu's fierce look. At this time, Wayne said, "Manu, take out 500,000 Baileys. I want all their apples." 500,000 Baileys was just a small amount of money for Wayne, and he thought of the ramen on the island of slavery, which seemed to be a bit similar to this place. Wayne had a guess in his mind. Chapter 90, taking the initiative to come to the door. Found it. In Wayne's perception of observation haki, he accurately found the breath of Robin and Gloria. Not only that, Wayne also found a strong breath not far from the two, but the state of that breath seemed not very good. On the other side, in the dark alley, the queen hid in the shadows, slightly stimulating her observation haki, only sensing the situation around her. Hancock frowned slightly and murmured, I'm afraid Wayne has already arrived in Dressrosa, forget it. Let's treat the injury first. Gurgle. The Queen's stomach growled. Even though she was the most beautiful woman in the world, she still had to eat grains, and she had been hunted for most of the day. She hadn't eaten for almost a day, so she was really hungry. Not good. At this moment, Hancock's face changed. In her perception of observation haki, a strong breath was approaching her. The Queen's body was tense, ready to fight at any time. Fragrant feet. Hancock felt the breath in front of her, and before she could see who it was, she was ready to strike first. But the person squatted down and narrowly avoided Hancock's kick. Hey, is this how you welcome me? The person was Wayne, who looked at Hancock with a slight smile. To be honest, Hancock is worthy of being the world's most beautiful woman. She is 26 years old this year and is at the best age of her life. But Hancock's situation did not look good at the moment. Her already thin clothes became even thinner, and she seemed to have suffered a lot of injuries. Hancock looked at Wayne in front of her and did not recognize him for a while. After all, they had not seen each other for several years. Wayne had grown more than half a meter taller in the past few years, so Hancock naturally could not recognize him. But then Hancock reacted and asked in a slightly excited tone, Are you Wayne? Just then, Hancock's stomach growled, and Wayne said with embarrassment, Ahem, it seems that your situation is not good, let's go find something to eat first. An hour later, in a restaurant. There were dozens of empty bowls in front of Wayne, and Hancock had eaten more than a dozen servings of food. Goliath looked at Hancock with a little hostility, while Robin looked indifferent, and it was hard to tell what she was thinking. Wayne said to the waiter, Another 20, 30 servings of food. Then he turned to Hancock and said, So, you escaped. The Empress seemed a little embarrassed. She was a woman with a strong self-esteem, but she still said thick-skinned, I am temporarily retreating. I fell into Tezero's trap. Wayne nodded and said nothing, but continued eating. He knew it was not a good time to say it. At this time, CLO pulled Wayne's sleeve and said in a low voice, Boss. Is this the legendary Empress Hancock? Seeing his inexperienced look, Wayne couldn't help but tease, Be careful, don't be petrified. The atmosphere of the meal was very awkward, but Wayne said it didn't matter, he was full anyway. After the meal, Wayne called Hancock aside and asked, I'm going to go directly to find that Tezero, do you want to come with me? The Empress hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and said, Well, be careful, this Tezero is not simple. Wayne was about to comfort her, but then his eyes condensed and said, It seems that there is no need to go to him, he came to the door himself. In Wayne's perception of the color of seeing, there were several strong auras approaching this side quickly. Wayne turned back and said to CLO, Pay the bill first. Then he lit a cigar and walked to the center of the fountain square. Robin, Gloria, Moon, CLO, Hancock, and others followed behind Wayne. On the opposite side was Gilder Tezero, who had dark green hair, a big back-combed hair, and 2-star earrings. It's really not easy to meet you. Wayne blew out a puff of smoke and said to Tezero, who was more than 10 meters away. Tezero chuckled, Sir Wayne, what are you talking about? I invited you to the VIP room before, but you didn't come. Wayne pointed to Hancock next to him, and then said to Tezero, I don't have time to play with you here. I came here for 2 things. If you do these 2 things for me, I will leave without saying anything. If you can't do it, I will leave your life. The first thing is that the person next to me, Empress Hancock, heard that she suffered a little loss here, and her subordinates were captured by you, so I came here to get people. The second thing is that I heard that you are going to join forces with Dover to deal with me. You have to give me an explanation for this. By the way, where is Dover? The veins on Tezero's forehead jumped twice. Obviously, he didn't expect Wayne to be so straightforward, but he still held back and said, the Empress's men are indeed in my hands, but are you talking about the first 7, or the later batch? The warriors who were captured by me in the previous battle can be given to you, but I'm afraid I can't return the 7 women to you." Wayne raised his eyebrows and asked, "Oh? So you admit that the people are with you?" Teazero said with some regret, "They owe me 1.5 billion Baileys, so if they can't pay it back, they can only work for me here for the rest of their lives." Wayne wanted to continue asking a few more questions, but Hancock on the side was already a little excited. Hancock said, "Hee, I didn't expect the famous Golden Emperor to play this trick, but I don't believe it. And, Wayne, you seem to talk too much, can't you just knock him down?" After that, Hancock rushed forward first, then leaned back, put his hands in front of him, in the posture of shooting arrows. Arrow of prisoners. In the blink of an eye, Hancock turned more than a dozen thugs behind Teazero into stone sculptures. Teazero frowned and said, "So, you are going to have a fight first?" Wayne shrugged and said, "Didn't you see that this one has already started? I am her ally, so let's have a fight first." Just then a laugh came. "He, do you still remember me, Wayne?" Several figures slowly appeared out of thin air. Wayne turned his head and saw that these people were the long-lost Moonlight Mariah and his crew. Wayne frowned and said to the few people who suddenly appeared, "Who are you?" Chapter 91 Fitness Expert Moonlight Mariah. It's no wonder that Wayne didn't recognize Moonlight Mariah, because Mariah's appearance has changed a lot after not seeing him for a few years. He was still as tall as before, but the original little fat man Mariah has now become a muscular man. His strong muscles and distinct 8-pack abs prove that Mariah has probably been practicing hard all these years. The smile on Moonlight Mariah's face suddenly froze, and then infinite anger appeared in his heart. He couldn't believe that the man in front of him had forgotten his existence. For Mariah, Wayne has become a nightmare in his heart. He didn't feel so sad when he was defeated by Kaido. After all, Kaido is the 4 emperors of the New World. Even if he lost, he would not be looked down upon by his fellow pirates. However, Wayne was just a rookie back then, and he even became famous by stepping on his position as a 7 warlord. Wayne also became a 7 warlord in one fell swoop, especially in the past 2 years, he has become the first pirate under the 4 emperors. This made Mariah hate Wayne even more, thinking that Wayne had robbed him of everything. But Wayne didn't know. He looked at Mariah in front of him and felt that he looked familiar. Seeing that Mariah didn't speak for a long time, he asked, "Are you the helper invited by Teazero?" Mariah became even more angry after hearing this, so he roared, "Open your eyes and see clearly. I am Moonlight Mariah." Moonlight Mariah. Wayne was stunned for a moment, and then saw the muscular man in front of him, and finally recognized him. He punched his palm with his fist, and said with a look of sudden enlightenment, "It turned out to be you. You succeeded in losing weight. I told you at the beginning that you should manage your body well. How about it? I didn't lie to you, you look much more handsome now." Mariah saw Wayne's look of sudden enlightenment, and his eyes became more angry, so he ignored Teazero beside him. The body rushed forward, then turned into a bat, returned to Wayne's eyes and condensed into a body again, and then a black gun made of shadow appeared in his hand. Shadow horn gun. So fast! Wayne exclaimed, then squatted suddenly, dodged the gun, and then took out the Rakshasa from his waist, shouted softly, and a purple blade light attached to the Rakshasa. One sword style rakery. This slash hit Moria's arm at lightning speed, but after only a few centimeters, Wayne felt a hard substance blocking this slash. A trace of surprise flashed in Wayne's eyes, and then his body turned into lightning, slightly pulling away from Moria. Looking at Moria in front of him, Wayne showed an admiring expression on his face and said, "Not bad, it seems that you have made a lot of progress in physical skills in the past few years, and it seems that you have also learned the armament haki and observation haki." Moria's eyes flashed with a hint of pride, and then he reacted to the tone of Wayne's words and said, "How can you be so arrogant? What's your tone? What do you think of me? I am Moonlight Moria." Moria's self-esteem felt greatly insulted, and then he roared, and his body began to swell. He saw that he pulled out several new shadows from his own shadow on the ground, and then Moria's shadow began to slowly grow. In the end, Moria's height changed from the original 7 meters to more than 10 meters, just like a little giant. Not only that, Moria's body was also wrapped with a circle of black armor, which was the armament Haki armor. And Moria's move was the special skill Shadow Gathering Place. However, Moria improved it again after being defeated by Wayne. He abandoned the method of absorbing a large number of shadows, and instead absorbed a few powerful shadows to improve his physical strength and domineering degree, thus achieving the current posture. "Wayne, today is your death." After Moria successfully transformed, he ran towards Wayne with great momentum, and the ground around him was shaking as he ran. Seeing Moria like this, Wayne flashed with amazement in his eyes and said, "It seems that you have made great progress in the past few years." But Wayne did not see any fear in his eyes, because he had made greater progress in the past few years. Flying sword style 9-headed dragon flash. Wayne's arms showed armed color domineering, and the domineering water flowed around the Rakshasa in his hand. The Rakshasa uttered a soft hum, and then Wayne held the Rakshasa and quickly slashed 9 narrow flying slashes, which flew towards Moria and condensed into a 9-headed purple dragon in the air. Roar! The 9-headed dragon flash and the huge shadow horn spear in Moria's hand collided fiercely. With one blow, the shadow horn spear in Moria's hand broke. A trace of horror flashed in Moria's eyes. He didn't expect that his shadow horn spear would break so cleanly under Wayne's slash. Boom! A flash of purple light passed by, and Moria's figure reappeared in everyone's sight. Moria had been beaten out of the transformed state, and the armament Haki on his body also faded, and his eyes turned white. Obviously, he lost consciousness under Wayne's blow. Lord Moria! The eyes of the transparent fruit ability user Lion Man Absalom turned red, and then his body quickly came to the side of Moria, who was unconscious. The original huge wound on Moria's chest was added. In addition, Moria's body was covered with several new wounds, and the whole person became a bloody man. It seems that there is not much improvement. Wayne didn't expect Moria to be unable to block even one of his moves. It shouldn't be possible with his level of armament Haki. Wayne frowned, then reacted and murmured, "The amount of armament Haki is indeed quite a lot, but the body becomes even bigger after the transformation, so the Haki required is also higher. On average, the Haki level is just that." Wayne made a brief comment, then watched Absalom turn Moria's body into a transparent color, and slowly left the square under Wayne's perception. But Wayne had no intention of stopping him. To him, Moria was just a minor character now. After defeating Moria, Wayne lit a cigar again, looked at the Golden Emperor Tesoro and others in front of him, and said, "Hey, are there any other helpers? If there is only Moria, then your lives may be left here." Tesoro took off the noble hat on his head, then took out a comb to comb his green hair, and said with a hint of fear in his tone, "Wayne is worthy of being called the strongest 7 warlords of the sea. I originally thought that Moria could cause you some trouble, but now it seems that I still underestimated you." But Tesoro did not look panicked, but just amplified his voice and said, "Farid, if you don't come out, no one will provide you with Bailey." Chapter 92 King of the Dark World. As Tesoro's voice fell, a large figure walked out from the corner. He was fat, had a short haircut, a ferocious snort on his face, a cigar in his mouth, and followed by several strong men, with the style of a gangster boss. This person is the underground loan shark tycoon Lucky God, Lou Farid. One of the kings of the dark world. Hey, Tesolo, we have agreed that you will invest 50 billion Baileys in the new business, and I will be responsible for collecting the debts. You can't quit halfway. Farid said with a cigar in his mouth and the fat on his face shaking. Tizalo also lit a cigar, looking like he was watching a show, and said, 50 billion will not be less. Of course, if you can defeat Wayne in front of you, what about 100 billion? Farad's eyes lit up said, are you serious? Wayne looked at the two people in front of him who were bargaining, and wanted to laugh in his heart, and then interrupted, hey, do you think I don't exist? Or do you think you can get rid of me with these rotten sweet potatoes and rotten eggs? Wayne put the cigar in his left hand, pointed at the thugs in suits behind Farad in front of him, and then hooked his fingers. Tizaro smiled and said, Mr. Wayne is really skilled and bold. Wayne shrugged his shoulders, looking indifferent. Wayne's observation Haki had already explored the bottom of the thugs on the opposite side. These people were only at the level of vice admirals of the Navy headquarters. Even with Farad and Tizaro, it would be a bit troublesome for Wayne. For Wayne, no matter what level of the 4 emperors and the 3 admirals on the sea appeared, it would hardly pose any threat to Wayne. So Wayne thought about it and made a gesture of pretending in his previous life. He stretched out his right hand. Slightly stretched it forward and said, forget it, don't bother, you all come together. Hancock on the side was stunned when he heard the words, and Tizaro was also stunned for a moment, and then said, ha, it's Wayne, it seems that I didn't find the wrong person. In this case, let's go together. With Farad's order, several gangsters behind him took the lead and attacked Wayne. Although Wayne has the confidence to fight the whole game alone, he can't guarantee that the opponent has any bug fruit, so he decided to test it first. Wayne's eyes kicked, and his long hair that had not been cut for a long time fluttered without wind. Then purple electric currents surrounded him. Under Wayne's control, the surrounding electric currents became more and more intense, and even dark clouds appeared in the sky, as if they would strike down at any time. With the accumulation of time, Wayne's thunder fruit has been developed to a higher and higher level. Now Wayne has a small-scale high-intensity attack method. 60 million volts, divine punishment. Wayne's mind moved, and several 60 million volts of lightning fell from the dark clouds in the sky. Under Wayne's control, they shot towards the gangsters on the opposite side. Boom! After the attack, the gangsters who were originally aggressive were all electrocuted into charcoal by lightning. Only 2 tall men who seemed to be good at physical skills withstood Wayne's clearing skill. The 2 men who blocked the way, one had a strong-armed color-domineering aura, and the other had hair on his body, obviously a physical skill master and an animal fruit ability user. Wayne looked at the corpses that were electrocuted into charcoal, and then said to Farad, how about it, this move is not bad. Farad's face was blue with veins. He didn't expect Wayne to be as still as a mountain, and his move was like thunder, directly killing several of his high-priced thugs in seconds. Farad opened his mouth, spit out a circle, and said, what a bunch of rubbish. Wayne carefully observed the remaining few people in front of him, and was slightly relieved after confirming that they did not have that kind of bug ability. For Wayne, the 60 million volt divine punishment just now was certainly not for showing off, but to deal with unknown dangers. For gangsters like Farad and Tizaro, it is normal to recruit some strong subordinates, and there are likely to be some fruit ability users with bug abilities among those subordinates. For example, Dover's subordinate Sucrose, and Moria's subordinate Perona. Although these 2 can't stop Wayne's move in a head-on battle, one is a childlike fruit ability user and the other is a ghost fruit ability user. If they are accidentally hit, even Wayne will suffer a great loss. But most of these bug fruit ability users have a fatal weakness, that is, they are not strong and rely too much on fruit abilities. And Wayne's move to clear the field is undoubtedly the best way to target them. Tizaro's eyes also became serious. The effect of Wayne's move was somewhat unexpected. As far as he knew, there was a bug-level psychic devil fruit user under Farad, but now he was killed instantly. Wayne's move worked, but he didn't intend to stop. He took the Rakshasa back in his hand. As soon as the demon sword was in his hand, Wayne's momentum changed instantly. He sneered and said to the enemy in front of him, Next, it's your turn. Teezero thought it was not good and quickly reminded, don't stand there. Come together. After saying that, Teezero stretched out his hands, the ability of the gold fruit was activated, and a golden armor appeared on his body, running towards Wayne. Fragrant kick. But before Teezero could get close to Wayne, Hancock stopped him with a kick. Hancock forced Teezero back with one move, and then said to Wayne, I'll deal with this guy, you deal with the others first. Wayne nodded and said, be careful. Then he turned to CLO and others behind him and said, you deal with Teezero's men. I'll take care of Farid and the other two. After Wayne said that, his body turned into a flash of lightning, and he came to the center of the battlefield in a twist and turn, fighting 1 against 3, firmly gaining the upper hand. One sword-style rakery. Wayne found the right opportunity and slashed at Farid in front of him with a sword, and the purple electric light flew towards Farid along the blade. But Farid just shook his body, and Wayne felt that the slash he made was like a stone sinking into the sea, and did not cause any damage to Farid at all. This person is not simple. One shot had no effect. Wayne's body turned into lightning, moved a short distance in the air, and then looked at the 3 people below, with a ray of solemnity in his eyes. Sure enough, no one who can become the king of the dark world is a simple person. The method used by Freud to resist Wayne's slash just now was obviously not the armed color domineering, but a devil fruit ability, and those who can resist the slash with armament haki should not be natural devil fruit users. Wayne looked at Farid in front of him and murmured softly, is it an animal or psychic with super strong defense? Chapter 93 Psychic Elimination Fruit. Wayne looked at the 3 people in front of him, Farid who has the ability to offset slashes, a user who seems to have the ability of the animal cat fruit, and a physical master who is good at haki. The cooperation between the 3 can be described as clever. First of all, the cat fruit user seems to have strong attack power. Without the protection of armament haki, he can cause damage to Wayne, while the physical master has been holding him back, and Farid can offset his slashes. But Wayne also has a speed far exceeding the 3 of them, so Wayne's figure flashed, and he distanced himself from the 3 again. He looked at Farid in front of him and smiled and said, no wonder Teezero came to you. Your ability to offset the slash is rare. Farid snorted coldly and said, of course, you have to be fully prepared to deal with a guy like you. Farid was not like those idiots, who reported his fruit ability at every turn, because in this way Wayne might find a way to restrain him. For Farid, it is naturally the most ideal to catch Wayne by surprise. Seeing that Farid did not report his ability, Wayne narrowed his eyes, sneered, and said, but if you think you can beat me, then you are underestimating me too much. Wayne shouted lightly, and then a large amount of armament haki surged in his body. The black armament haki began to surge from his arms, then to his shoulders, chest, back, neck, and finally Wayne's entire body was covered by armament haki again. Wayne's heart moved, 2 lightning bolts appeared on his chest, and then a purple lightning bolt appeared on his forehead. This should be enough to deal with you. Wayne held the Rakshasa, and a large amount of armament haki was injected into it. Then his body disappeared from the spot, and the next second, he appeared next to Farid. Flying sword-style sword technique dragon hammer flash. Wayne looked down from above, his body rotated 180 degrees, and a slash was launched from the Rakshasa with the help of the inertia of Wayne's body, and the target was not Farid in front of him. Ah! Only a scream was heard, and the master of physical skills who was good at armament haki next to Farid was cut in half, and a large amount of blood spurted from his waist. The master of physical skills struggled twice, and then fell to the ground and died. Farid's body trembled, and a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that his most trusted subordinate Jackman was cut in half by Wayne in one move. Jackman is his bodyguard who has been with him for many years. He is good at physical skills and has cultivated his armament haki to the point of being released. Just now, Jackman, who was covered with armament haki, still failed to block Wayne's slash covered with haki. A trace of panic flashed in Farid's eyes. If this move hit him, without the help of the fruit ability, I'm afraid his end would not be much better than Jackman. Moreover, if the power is a little stronger, I'm afraid Farid's fruit ability may not be able to work. Farid's fruit is called the Elimination Fruit, which belongs to the Psychic Devil Fruit. Under his development, it can offset all attacks on itself. Of course, the degree to which the Elimination Fruit can offset attacks has an upper limit, which is closely related to one's own physique and fruit development ability. The scar on Farid's face was left by a great swordsman 10 years ago. Although the great swordsman eventually died in his hands, he made him understand that the ability of the Elimination Fruit is not invincible. The death of Jackman undoubtedly told Farid that Wayne in front of him also had the strength to break through his defense. So, the fear of death lingered in Farid's heart. As the king of loan sharks in the underground world, Farid was able to control this business for many years. His strength was ranked among the kings of the dark world, but many years of pampered life made him full of fear of death. Teezero, when will the helper you mentioned come? I can't hold on here. Farid barely avoided Wayne's slash, and then came to Teezero with the inertia of retreat and asked. Teezero frowned and said, why can't you hold on so soon? The fat on Farid's face trembled twice, and he looked at Wayne in the distance with a trace of fear in his eyes, and said, that guy is just like a monster. Jackman, my man, is dead. If the helper you said doesn't come, I will retreat. Farid looked like he would run away if he couldn't fight. Teezero glanced at Farid, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, and then said, of course I know this man is a monster. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called you here. Didn't you say that your ability can restrain swordsmen? Farid gritted his teeth and said, my ability also has an upper limit, and this monster in front of me may have exceeded this upper limit. Teezero was stunned, secretly cursing him as a fake in his heart, but he knew that he couldn't turn his face now, so he comforted him, hold on for a while, help will be here soon. Farid looked at the approaching Wayne, his eyes were more fearful. And asked, can the helper you said really deal with this monster? Teezero smiled lightly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and said mysteriously, of course, because, that guy is also a monster. Okay, then I'll believe you once. Farid took a deep breath and went to meet Wayne who was gradually approaching, and then said to the thug who was also injured with the ability of the animal fruit, Afu, come together, and delay for another 5 minutes, if you don't believe me, let's retreat. Yes, sir. The gangster named Afu followed Farid and covered him. Hey, what are you guys talking about? Tell me one. Wayne smiled at the few people who were still discussing something when the time came, then walked to a distance of about 10 meters in front of the two, stopped, and said, are you discussing how to choose a way to die? Of course Wayne knew that villains die because they talk too much, but as he became stronger, he also understood more and more the pleasure of those villains talking trash. This feeling of playing with the enemy in the palm of your hand is really wonderful. For Wayne, the original 3 people, 1 psychic, 1 animal, and 1 physical master, cooperated cleverly, which could indeed cause trouble for Wayne. But when this seemingly unbreakable iron triangle lost one corner, it became a fish on Wayne's chopping board, which could be taken at will. Flying sword-style sword art 9-headed dragon flash. Wayne held the Rakshasa and slashed out 9 domineering flying slashes, and the target, at the same time, covered Farid and Afu in front of him. Chapter 94 The Sudden Appearance of the Meteorite. Afu. Farid looked at his men with red eyes. Under the slash of Wayne's 9 dragon flash, Farid could barely resist, but Afu fainted on the ground after enduring 3 slashes. How can you repair it? Farid looked at Wayne in front of him, with a trace of hatred in his eyes besides fear. He didn't care how the other thugs died, but Afu and Jackman were his men who had followed him for many years. Farid's anger did not only come from the death of the two, but also because he knew that now that these 2 people were gone, he was afraid that he would be in danger. And even if he could go back by chance, without the help of these two men, it was still uncertain whether Farid could keep the throne of the King of the Dark World. It seems that I have to fight hard too. There were several more wounds on Ferd's body. The wounds were deep but not fatal, but the pain made Ferd feel that he was really alive at this moment. Wayne looked at Ferd in front of him and felt something was wrong. He murmured, "Why do I always feel that this person can pose a threat to me?" Wayne shook his head. Although Ferd's fruit was very buggy, it was only to save his life. But it was a bit unrealistic to say that he could defeat him. Wayne looked at Ferd not far away. For the sake of safety, he planned to use a stronger attack to defeat this person. Wayne had roughly figured out Ferd's ability. Although it could offset the damage, it also had an upper limit. In that case, this level should be enough. 150 million volts. Wayne was just about to activate his fruit ability to end the man in front of him, but he felt an ominous premonition in his heart. What's wrong? Wayne's eyes flashed red. Observation Haki, predicting the future. Wayne's observation Haki can allow him to see the scene of the future for about 5 seconds. In Wayne's prediction, when Wayne approached, Farid in front of him suddenly stretched out his hands, emitting a dazzling light, which was a powerful shock wave. The shock wave accurately hit Wayne's chest, and collided fiercely with the armament Haki armor on Wayne's chest. In the end, Wayne was shocked by this white shock wave and vomited blood. It's really a close call. Wayne's eyes flashed with a trace of fear. He didn't understand why Farid in front of him could cause him to be seriously injured, but this did not prevent Wayne from changing his attack method. So Wayne wrapped his hands with purple lightning, pulled away from Farid, and then muttered, 100 million volts Thunderbird. Farid's eyes were filled with astonishment. He clearly sensed that Wayne wanted to attack him at close range just now, so why did he suddenly change his attack strategy? But he couldn't care less about that at the moment. Farid gritted his teeth, and covered his body with armed color domineering, trying to resist the 100 million volt Thunderbird in front of him. Farid groaned, and took Wayne's 100 million volt Thunderbird hard, without any signs of burning on his body. But, Farid's body was a little strange, and all the blood vessels in his body emerged, and his originally fat body became bigger, looking a bit like a balloon that was about to burst. Is the rumored world's #1 swordsman only able to use the power of the fruit to deal with others? Farid stared at Wayne in the distance, talking trash, as if he wanted to provoke Wayne to fight him in close combat. But Wayne would never do as he wished. He didn't care about the title of the world's greatest swordsman at all. You don't understand this. A great man once said that it doesn't matter whether the cat is black or white, the one that catches the mouse is a good cat. The more anxious Farid was, the calmer Wayne became. Wayne even took out a lighter to light a cigar for himself, then held the cigar in one hand and prepared to continue to use his ability to attack Farid with the other hand. 100 million volts Thunderbird. Another Thunderbird hit Farid accurately, but Farid was like a balloon that could explode at any time. Although it looked very inflated, it did not suffer any damage. Look at you like this, it feels like you will explode at any time. Wayne looked at Farid, who was about to become a balloon, with interest, and then with a thought, a purple lightning condensed beside him. 150 million volts. Farid looked at Wayne and continued to release lightning, and couldn't help but panic. He said, I can't care about so much. Farid's hands released a white light, which seemed to be more dazzling than Wayne had expected, and an 8 shot towards Wayne at a very fast speed. Although the shock wave was fast, Wayne was still some distance away from Farid. With Wayne's speed, he could completely avoid this attack. In fact, Wayne interrupted his ability after seeing Farid's hand-raising action, and his body rose rapidly instead. In the end, Wayne still avoided this white shock wave full of danger. The white shock wave shot towards Wayne's original position, blasting a large hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters in a building behind Wayne, but it was not over yet. It continued to fly far away and hit a mountain in the distance, smashing half of the mountain before gradually disappearing. Wayne looked back at the disappeared mountain and squinted. This power. This is definitely not the power that Farid can cause. Even if Wayne wants to cause such destructive power, it is not easy. In fact, it was true. Farid was as dead as a ash after seeing his shock wave miss. This was his most powerful means, impact feedback. The principle is that the damage offset by his own fruit will be stored in the body to a certain extent, and Farid can release it again in the form of a shock wave. In short, this huge white shock wave is actually a collection of Wayne's slash and lightning energy. Although it cannot be released 100%, this power can definitely cause Wayne to be seriously injured when he is not prepared. In Farid's plan, this move would originally hit Wayne at close range, at least it could cause Wayne to be seriously injured. If he was lucky enough to hit the vital point, he might even kill Wayne. Hey, as expected, you can't underestimate any strong man on the sea. Wayne wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead, looked at Farid who was already exhausted in front of him, and prepared to kill him directly. Just when Wayne was about to launch a slash, he saw a black shadow under his feet. Wayne looked up and saw a huge meteorite smashing towards Wayne. What? Wayne subconsciously tried to avoid the meteorite's attack range, but he only felt that his legs were as heavy as lead. No way! Wayne took a deep breath, held the Rakshasa, and slashed out with a huge flying slash. One sword style, one line sky. Under Wayne's slash, the huge meteorite in the air was instantly chopped into countless small stones the size of fingernails, and fell from the air. The ability to manipulate meteorites. Wayne's eyes were solemn. As far as he knew, there were only two fruits with this ability, the psychic floating fruit, and the psychic gravity fruit. Chapter 95 Fujitora smiled. The previous floating fruit ability user, Golden Lion, died in Wayne's hands, and this floating fruit ability user was a traitor arranged by Wayne in the Navy. Combined with the gravity that made Wayne suddenly difficult to move just now, then it is self-evident who it is. A trace of solemnity flashed in Wayne's eyes, because in his perception of the color of seeing and hearing, an extremely powerful breath of life was slowly approaching. Wayne shook the Rakshasa in his hand, and in his sight, a blind old man in a purple robe and holding a cane walked towards Wayne. Fujitora Yuxiao, one of the future admirals of the Navy. Wayne didn't care about Farid lying on the ground beside him, and stared at Yuxiao tightly, saying, "I didn't expect to meet a man like you here." Yuxiao walked to a position more than 10 meters in front of Wayne and stopped moving, just asking, "Strange, you seem to know me." Wayne was surprised. Indeed, Yuxiao is still an unknown person now, but Wayne has also been looking for him over the years. After all, he is a real strong man, and he is the kind without power. But the key point is that not many people know Yuxiao now, so Wayne responded, "I've only heard of your name, Yuxiao, right? I heard that you are a knight, how come you appear in Tezaro's territory?" Yuxiao blushed when he heard this, scratched the back of his head, and said awkwardly, "Ahem, I lost some money in the casino. So I can only be someone else's thug for once." Wayne was slightly stunned, and then reacted. The person in front of him is one of the most gambling-loving strongmen in the pirate world. "What, you ask who the other one is?" "The one who is auctioning himself in shampoo." But the problem is that Yuxiao is a serious righteous person. Would he help the evil just to pay off his gambling debts? Wayne obviously didn't believe it and asked again, "Brother Yuxiao, so you are going to protect Tejalo?" Yuxiao shook his head and said, "I just promised him to stop you once." Wayne responded, "What's the difference between that and protecting him?" Yuxiao pulled out a section of the cane knife in his hand and said, "Of course, I can feel that this city is full of various dissatisfaction and malicious emotions, so after stopping you, I will also change this city." Wayne curled his lips when he heard this, and felt that Yuxiao was a matter of one thing and one thing. Although he didn't like the things in this city, he had to be responsible for his own wins and losses. Ha 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 ha. Just then, Taijalo laughed wildly and said, "How about it, Wayne? Are you satisfied with this opponent?" It seems that Taijalo also understands some of Yuxiao's strength. I guess he was so confident before because of Yuxiao's promise. Wayne stared at him and smiled, then lit a cigar for himself, turned around and said to Hancock beside him, "It seems that you have to fight Teezero by yourself. This old man is not easy to deal with." Hancock was stunned when he heard this, looked at him and smiled, then found that he didn't know him, so he asked Wayne, "Is this guy strong? Are you sure?" Wayne shook his head and said, "This is one of the few real monster. As for whether you can beat it or not, you have to fight it to know." Before he finished speaking, there was a whistling sound in the sky, and a meteorite bigger than the previous one fell down and hit Wayne directly. Seeing this, Wayne held a cigar in his mouth and held the knife with both hands. The black-armed color domineering wrapped around the blade of the Rakshasa, and a crescent-shaped flying slash slashed at the meteorite. One sword flow crescent. Boom! Along with the huge slashing sound was the sound of the meteorite shattering. The huge meteorite was seen cracking like a spider web under Wayne's flying slash. After slashing the meteorite, Wayne took the cigar back in his hand, blew a smoke ring, and said, "Brother Yuxiao, a meteorite of this size is not enough. I can even cut an island. So you better show some real strength." Yuxiao laughed twice and said, "Can you cut the island with a slashing blow? The 7 warlords of the sea fool Wayne is really worthy of his reputation. I heard that you killed the golden lion some time ago. Is this true?" Wayne raised his eyebrows and said, "Brother Yuxiao's pressure on me is no less than that of the golden lion." Yuxiao did not finish his words, but pulled out a small section of the blind stick in his hand again, and then saw a whistling monster not far away smashing towards Wayne. This speed! Wayne's eyes were more serious. The feeling of Yuxiao manipulating meteorites and mountains was completely different from that of the golden lion. After all, the golden lion only made objects float up, but could not change the weight of objects. But Yuxiao was different. It could not only manipulate objects, but also make the mass of objects heavier. Of course, there was no difference between the floating fruit and the gravity fruit. But the flying mountain in front of Wayne put much more pressure on Wayne than the golden lion. Hoo! Wayne took a breath, and then slashed quickly in the air. 1, 2, 10, 100 slashes. Flying sword art dragon nest flash. Hundreds of slashes were slashed upwards quickly under Wayne's control. When the dragon nest flash was halfway through the slash, the mountain in front of him had been chopped to pieces. But the remaining dozens of slashes flew towards Yuxiao with undiminished power. "Brother Yuxiao, try my trick too." After Wayne made the slash, he stood still, ready to see how Yuxiao would respond. Yuxiao didn't seem to panic when he saw Wayne's slash, and only drew out a section of the staff sword again when the slash approached. Then, in Wayne's perception of the color of observation, waves of circular energy flew towards Wayne's slash. Gravity rebound. This is a development of the self-generated fruit by Yuxiao. Strictly speaking, the gravity fruit in Yuxiao's hands has become a fruit similar to the conception, because Yuxiao can even rebound the attack. The attack that Wayne slashed was slashed back intact. If Wayne was hit, he would not feel good. Fortunately, Wayne activated the color of observation domineering in advance, and his figure flashed, avoiding the slash that was rebounded by Yuxiao. Boom! The rebounded slash cut down several tall buildings behind Wayne by a large distance. Wayne glanced at the tall building behind him with his peripheral vision, then looked at Yuxiao and smiled bitterly. "It seems that I have to fight hard again this time." Wayne quickly thought of a way to deal with Yuxiao's attack that could bounce back. Close combat. Chapter 96 Wayne vs Fujitora. Yuxiao's method of rebounding attack is called gravity rebound, and the principle is to manipulate gravity waves to achieve the effect of rebounding attack energy. This ability to rebound attacks intact seems invincible, but in fact there is a fatal flaw. that is, rebounding requires distance and time. Although Yuxiao's reaction speed can rebound long-range attacks to the greatest extent, close-range attacks may not be the case. Thinking of this, Wayne moved and turned into a lightning bolt to rush to Yuxiao's side. Wayne held the Rakshasa in his hand, looked at him with a solemn smile and said, "Brother Yuxiao, why don't you try this trick of your brother?" Flying sword style sword art dragon roaring flash. The Rakshasa in Wayne's hand flashed, and when he saw it again, the blade of the Rakshasa had been sheathed. Yuxiao had a trace of doubt in his heart. Just a moment ago, Yuxiao only felt something blowing in front of him, and then there was a strange sound that interfered with Yuxiao's perception of seeing and hearing. "Brother Wayne, what are you doing?" Yuxiao was about to express his doubts, and then he felt a pain in his abdomen. Yuxiao touched his abdomen with his hand and felt a hot flow. Yuxiao put the liquid in his hand under his nose and smelled it. It was blood. Wayne hit the target with one shot, and a trace of pride appeared on his face. He said, "Brother Yuxiao, it doesn't feel good to have your seeing and hearing color fail." This future admiral of the navy, Yuxiao, as the highest combat power, not only has a bug-level fruit, but also has an extremely powerful observation haki. As far as Wayne knows, there are 3 top observation haki in the pirate world. The first one is super long range. The representative is Enel. With his innate observation haki talent and the bonus of the thunder fruit to the observation haki, the coverage of the observation haki is one of the best in the entire pirate world. The second one is predicting the future. The representative is Katakuri, the highest combat power under the 4 emperors' Big Mom. The third type is emotional perception, represented by Yuxiao and the Princess of Fishman Island. These two can sense the inner emotions of others, and even the good and evil of a person, with their special observation haki. Of course, Yuxiao also blinded himself because he didn't want to see the good and evil in the world. And Wayne's Dragon Roar Flash can be said to be specifically targeted at the perception of observation haki. Dragon Roar Flash is an extremely fast sword collecting skill. Before the skill is activated, Wayne holds the Rakshasa in his hand. After that, he quickly put the Rakshasa back into the scabbard, and emitted a powerful sound wave with extreme speed, which could interfere with the opponent's perception of the color of observation in a short time. It can be said that Wayne's Dragon Roar Flash is very restraining to Yuxiao. Yuxiao fell silent. Since he became powerful, he has hardly been injured. The last time he was injured was 5 years ago. Yuxiao got hemorrhoids because he ate too spicy. Haha, you are worthy of being Brother Wayne. This strength is really good. Yuxiao sensed the wound. The wound avoided the vital part, but it also affected his combat effectiveness. It seems that Wayne should have held back, otherwise Yuxiao would not be in such a state at the moment. Wayne knew from Yuxiao's expression that this guy understood what he meant, so he kindly advised, "Brother Yuxiao, it's just a bet, just show your respect, there's no need to risk your life. Otherwise, you can rest aside first, and I'll treat you to a drink after I deal with this guy. To be honest, I like to bet when I have nothing to do." Wayne observed Yuxiao's expression while speaking. To be honest, no one knows what the result of the fight between the two will be. If you don't fight them at their level, you don't know who is stronger. Yuxiao sheathed the cane knife in his hand, then pulled it out again, saying, "Logically speaking, Brother Wayne just held back a little bit, and I lost that round, so I paid off the bet I owed to Teezero." Wayne was happy to hear this. In this way, without Yuxiao's intervention, Teezero would only be a little troublesome to him. But unexpectedly, Yuxiao continued, "But I haven't fought with a master for a long time, so I want to fight with Brother Wayne again." Wayne knew that Yuxiao must have some reason to fight with him again, so this battle was inevitable. But Wayne still wanted to fight again, and said, "Since that's the case, how about you and I each use one move to decide the winner?" Wayne originally asked tentatively, but unexpectedly Yuxiao agreed after hearing it, saying, That's great. Wayne nodded after hearing it, and said, since that's the case, you and I each use one move. After Wayne said this, he jumped back, leaving a distance of dozens of meters between him and Yuxiao. This distance is the best distance for Wayne and Yuxiao swordsmen to fight. And Wayne is not afraid that Yuxiao will use gravity rebound again. Because since Yuxiao agreed to decide the winner with one move, he will definitely not use this move. I saw Yuxiao completely pull out the cane knife in his hand, revealing the blade, and then I saw Yuxiao holding the knife in his left hand, and wisps of black armament haki climbed onto the blade in his hand. I saw Yuxiao open his eyes, revealing his blind eyes, and veins popped out on his forehead. A purple energy with armament haki climbed onto his blind cane, and Yuxiao shouted softly, and a purple flying slash was slashed out, gradually condensing into a purple giant tiger in the air. I saw the purple tiger flying towards Wayne with its fangs and claws. One sword-style heavy tiger. On the other side, Wayne naturally dared not underestimate it, because the strength of the general in front of him was serious. I saw Wayne's eyes wide open, and his own momentum continued to rise. Wayne has been fighting until now and has been fully covered with armament haki. It stands to reason that Wayne's physical strength is greatly consumed, but Wayne does not seem to save any physical strength. A large amount of black armament haki condensed on Wayne's body again, and the haki was evenly distributed on Wayne's armament haki armor, and half of it flowed into his chest, turning the original 2 purple lightning bolts on his chest into 4. This is almost Wayne's strongest state. After doing all this, Wayne held the Rakshasa with both hands, and injected the armament haki in his body into it desperately, then sheathed the Rakshasa, and then pulled it out at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye, and slashed out a rapid flying slash. Flying sword style sword art sky flying dragon flash. Yuxiao's Konghu is a combination of his armament haki, swordsmanship, and ability. It can slash out a powerful slash. After Yuxiao applied greater gravity to this slash, the destructive power is amazing. Chapter 97 The End of Another King of the Dark World. But Wayne's sky-flying dragon flash is obviously not a vegetarian. The sky-flying dragon flash that Wayne slashed accurately hit the Ichisho sword-style Junghu in the air, and then the 2 slashes collided violently. The pirates who were still fighting around were knocked to the ground by this powerful momentum and could not get up. Even Wayne's subordinates, CLO, Robin, and others, and the cotters under Teezero retreated several steps and almost couldn't stand. The cotters' eyes flashed with astonishment. The movement caused by the collision alone made their battle exhibition hall. If they were hit by a knife head-on, I'm afraid there would be nothing left. You know, these cotters are not just cats and dogs. Any one of them has the strength of a so-called supernova. In this state, Wayne's long black hair turned purple and moved in the air without wind, while Wayne calmly lit a cigar and quietly waited for the result. Sure enough, the sky-soaring dragon flash formed a whirlpool-like space in the air, and another flying slash was quickly slashed out from this space. This is the second slash of the sky-soaring dragon flash. This flying slash flew straight towards Yuxiao, who frowned slightly, and covered the staff knife in his hand with armed color domineering, ready to forcibly block this attack. But then, Yuxiao seemed to have suddenly discovered something, and a purple gravity rebound shot out, reflecting Wayne's sky-soaring dragon flash's second slash to the distance. Boom! The top of a small hill not far away was directly chopped into the ground by this attack, and the slash passed over the top of the hill and disappeared in the distant sky. On the other side, the vortex of Wayne in the air was deadlocked for a while. Then it disappeared, and Yuxiao's heavy tiger disappeared with it. The winner has been decided. Wayne only used one sky-soaring dragon flash, while Yuxiao was forced to use 2 moves. Of course, strictly speaking, Wayne's move was also a trick. The sky-soaring dragon flash itself is divided into 2 parts. The first part is to form a vacuum and weightless space, which can just contain Yuxiao's gravity slash. And Wayne's second part is very powerful. Even if Yuxiao forcibly bounces it away, it will probably be very difficult. Wayne smiled and said, Brother Yuxiao, this game is a draw between you and me. How about we stop the battle? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that according to the agreement, Wayne is undoubtedly the winner. This is just to give Yuxiao a face. On the other side, Yuxiao sheathed his cane and sword and said, No need, I lost this game. Brother Wayne is really strong. According to the agreement, I will not interfere in this matter. Yuxiao turned around and left. Wayne breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his head, and said to himself, This old guy finally left, it's not easy. In the distance, Teazero frowned after seeing Yuxiao leave, and after dodging Hancock's kick, he retreated to Yuxiao's side. Teazero said, Mr. Yuxiao, are you going to retreat? Yuxiao nodded and said, Yes, I have fulfilled the agreement, and I have seen what I want to see. The rest needs to be experienced slowly. Teazero wanted to continue to stop him, but considering Yuxiao's strength, he gritted his teeth and gave up. On the other side, Wayne smiled at Farid who was still lying on the ground, but this smile looked like a devil's smile in Farid's eyes. Wayne said, It seems you can't escape this disaster. Farid moved his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but before he could say it, a look of fear flashed in his eyes. This look also remained on Farid's face forever. One sword-style rakery. With one knife, Farid's body was torn apart. Farid, who had little physical strength left, had no way to mobilize his ability to block this knife, and Wayne, who was always cautious, had a trace of other things in this knife. Ryasakura domineering. Therefore, Farid died very cleanly and peacefully. After killing Farid, Wayne flicked the cigar in his hand and looked around. Sure enough, except for the winner on his side, everyone else was still in a stalemate. Crow and Manio were fighting against a tall guy under Teazero. This guy had an extremely abnormal physique. Of course, it was not only his physique that was abnormal, but also his psychology. It was seen that he was not afraid of the attack of the two, but seemed to enjoy it. On the other side, Gloria, Robin, and others, with several crew members, seemed to be at a disadvantage against Bakura, and looked suppressed. Hey, these guys are too weak. Wayne looked at his crew and planned to train them well in the next period of time. However, Hancock was the worst on the battlefield at the moment. The petrification attack of the Empress was almost useless to Teazero, and the armed color domineering was not enough to destroy Teazero's golden armor, so he was always suppressed. Of course, Wayne did not mean that the strength of the Empress was far inferior to Teazero. Although there was a gap between the two, it was not that big. Wayne had his own understanding of the judgment of the 7 warlords. In Wayne's mind, the strongest 7 warlords should be himself and Hawkeye my Hawk. The second tier is Doflamingo and Tyrant Bear. The third tier is Jinbei, Hancock, and Crocodile. The weakest one is the former Shishibukai Moria. And the gap between the second and third tiers is not big. For example, Jinbei's combat power in the sea water is the first tier, and Crocodile can be in the second tier in the desert. Teazero is about the level of Doflamingo, weaker than the Admiral. But the reason why Hancock was suppressed is that she still has the gold powder left by Teazero in her body, which causes her combat power to decline, so she is not Teazero's opponent. Wayne thought in his heart while walking towards the battlefield between Hancock and Teazero. Wayne slashed a flying slash to force Teazero back, and then said to Hancock beside him. Enough, Hancock! Leave it to me next. Hancock's face flashed a trace of hesitation. She seemed a little unwilling, but in the end, reason defeated dignity. Hancock gritted his teeth and said, No. It's not that I can't beat him, my internal injuries haven't healed yet, so I'll leave it to you this time, I owe you a favor. Wayne smiled slightly after hearing this, turned around and walked forward, and said with his back to Hancock, My favor is not easy to repay. Across the way, Teazero looked at Wayne in front of him, with a trace of fear in his eyes. In his plan, Even if Wayne defeated Yuxiao, he should be seriously injured. He didn't expect Yuxiao and Wayne to appreciate each other, which forced him to face Wayne directly. Chapter 98 30 minutes. But Tizero is a hero after all, and soon he calmed down and said, "Haha, you are worthy of being the fool Wayne, but even if it is you, if you use such domineering and slash like that frequently, I'm afraid you have very little physical strength left, right?" Low physical strength left? Wayne was confused for a while, and then carefully felt his physical strength, probably 4/5 left. Of course, Wayne's full armor color state does consume a lot of physical strength, and he can only last for 3 or 4 hours at most. As for the sky-flying dragon flash, he can probably perform it more than 20 times. Wayne has not encountered any difficulties since his debut. The opponent who almost exhausted his physical strength. The opponent that consumed Wayne's physical strength the most was the Golden Lion. After fighting for 4 days and 4 nights, Wayne only had 1/3 of his physical strength left. As for fighting Tizero, Wayne thought for a while and thought that if he kept this state, he could finish it in an hour at most. So Wayne smiled shyly and said, "It's true that I have consumed a lot of physical strength. As for whether I can get rid of you, you will know after you try." Tizero's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Looking at Wayne, who was calm in front of him, he thought for a while and said, "Haha, your tone is too arrogant. I am different from people like Farad. Don't capsize when the time comes." Different from Farad? Wayne thought in his heart that among the kings of the dark world, he thought that the strongest ones should be Doflamingo and the funeral director, Dracula Piedro. One of these two is a 7 warlords of the sea, and the other is in charge of the largest killer organization in the Grand Line. But that's it. If it's one-on-one, Wayne is confident that he can get rid of them. In fact, Tizero was very upset now. On the one hand, he misjudged Wayne's strength, and on the other hand, the thugs he hired were not reliable. Seeing Wayne not speaking, Tizero thought he was thinking, so he looked around and made sure that there was no outsider before continuing, "I have seen your strength. You are also a monster in the Grand Line. If you are willing to cooperate with me, with your strength plus my ability and money, we are enough to overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons and overthrow the world together." The more Tizero spoke, the more excited he became. A fanatical look appeared on his face, as if he saw the celestial dragons crawling at his feet. The more Wayne looked, the more wrong he felt. He looked at Tizero with strange eyes, thinking that this guy would not be sick. In fact, Tizero was somewhat psychologically distorted because of an experience in his adolescence. His former love Stella died under the torture of the celestial dragons. He had a painful childhood experience, and when he was most lost, he met the brightest light in his life, Stella. But Stella was just a slave, so Tizero worked hard to make money to redeem Stella, but when he saved enough money, Stella was bought by the celestial dragons. And Tizero became a slave of the celestial dragons in order to be with Stella, but Stella died in the end, which left a shadow on Tizero for his whole life. During the attack of the Fishman Fisher Tiger on Mary Giosa to rescue the slaves, Tizero successfully escaped, and later won the psychic-type gold fruit at Doflamingo's auction. After lurking for a few years, Tizero's strength increased greatly, and then he became the richest man in the world. It is said that Tizero can even play with the celestial dragons with money. But all this cannot cover up his deepest ambition in his heart to overthrow the celestial dragons. During the process of Tizero's calculation of Wayne, he was surprised to find that Wayne was stronger than Doflamingo and was a real admiral-level figure, so his mind became active. Tizero said in an unfathomable tone, "Wayne, your strength, power, and fame are all top in this world, and I am the god of money in this world. If you and I join forces, we will definitely subvert the world." Tizero paused, and then spoke a plan in a more fanatical tone, "Now, there are countless nobles and big figures in this city under my feet, and even 3 celestial dragons and 2 candidate generals, Dauto and Shatun. So, are you interested in joining me in a crazy plan? Erase this group of nobles, celestial dragons, and navy from this world forever. With your and my strength, we should be able to do it. By then, our fame will increase greatly, and it is inevitable that you will become the 5th emperor in the new world. By then, we can expand further and directly attack Mary Gosa, and become the master of this world in one fell swoop. Teazero finished his plan in one breath, with an expression of control in his eyes. He believed that Wayne in front of him would never refuse his tempting plan. Wayne on the opposite side suddenly laughed as he listened, and this scene was considered to be an agreement to his plan in Teazero's eyes. In fact, what Wayne was thinking was, is this person mentally ill? Doesn't he know how high the sky is and how deep the sea is? He is indeed very strong, but in Wayne's mind, there are still many people he is not sure of defeating. For example, the 4 emperors in the New World, the current 3 admirals of the navy, the 5 elders, and that Lord Im, etc. Oh, yes, there is also Brother Yuxiao, and another future Admiral Green Bull. No. Is Green Bull the ghost man Akin? If it is really as predicted by the marine scientists, then Wayne can still defeat the current Akin. But in the final analysis, Wayne looks down on Teazero in front of him. In Wayne's view, Teazero has been stupid for staying in this city for many years. He is obsessed with his money and power and thinks he is really the god of money. By the way, just like a guy who once claimed to be a god on Sky Island. But, all of this about Teazero is just waste paper in the eyes of the celestial dragons and even those real big men. Bailey is just a means for them to rule the world, but it is definitely not the most important means. Because the most important means is always their strength. Therefore, everything that Teazero has is just a mirage in the eyes of Wayne. Ha 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 ha, you are really funny. Wayne suddenly laughed out loud, then stretched out his right hand, silently stretched out the little finger, ring finger, and middle finger. Luo's eyes showed joy, because in his eyes, Wayne's gesture just meant okay. So Teazero asked, so you agree? You are a smart man. No. Wayne shook his head, blew out a smoke ring, and then said, I mean, it only takes 30 minutes to defeat you. Chapter 99 Golden Gundam. Teazero's expression suddenly became very rich. First, there was a smile on his face, then a look of astonishment, and finally replaced by boundless anger. He roared, stupid mortal, since you are so ignorant, let you see the power of God. Wayne, hey? This line sounds familiar? Teazero roared, and a large amount of golden substance like water appeared around him. This is gold. Wayne was slightly stunned when he saw this, and murmured, no wonder he is so arrogant, it turns out that his ability has awakened, so it seems that he is still quite capable. Teazero, the user of the gold fruit, this fruit is not a natural fruit as the public thinks, but a supernatural fruit. But Teazero has developed the gold fruit to the level of awakening, and all those who have come into contact with the gold controlled by it will become golden sculptures. This is very similar to the sweet fruit of the Empress Hancock, so it seems that Hancock should have awakened the fruit as well. As Teazero's ability was activated, the surrounding ground and buildings all turned into gold, and rushed towards Teazero like a tide. Teazero snapped his fingers and said, mortals, enjoy eternal loneliness and darkness. Snap. As Teazero snapped his fingers, something seemed to have changed around him. What happened? Wayne looked at his body, and it seemed that there was no change. Teazero, who was not far away, continued to laugh wildly, ha 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 ha, surrender. But as he laughed, Teazero stopped laughing, and said with a look of shock on his face, no. Impossible, how are you okay? Haven't you been exposed to those gold powders? Wayne frowned when he heard this, gold powder. Wayne remembered the golden powder floating in the sky when he first came to this city. And then suddenly thought of something and looked back. As expected. Wayne turned around and found that Clo, Teazero, Manu, Moon, Robin, Gloria, and others behind him had all turned into golden sculptures, with expressions of astonishment on their faces. Wayne slapped his head and said, "I told you not to let your guard down. Now it's fine. It's a sculpture, right?" Wayne sighed, looked at Teazero not far away, and murmured, "In that case, I can only kill you. People affected by the psychic devil fruit will not be affected permanently. The simplest way is to kill the ability user. And Wayne is planning to do so." Wayne put out the cigar in his hand and put it in his arms. "This is a good thing and can't be wasted." And Teazero not far away also began his transformation. The ground and buildings around Teazero disappeared suddenly. All of this was turned into gold by him, and this gold is now on his body. No, to be precise, Teazero is in the middle of this gold. A golden giant several tens of meters high slowly formed. It still looked like Teazero, but it looked really intimidating. Wayne was stunned when he saw this, but he was not afraid. Wayne was thinking how much Bailey this golden giant would sell for if it was really gold. At this time, Teazero's attack also came. "Mortal, prepare to face the wrath of God." The golden giant leaned slightly, then charged and punched Wayne. A red light flashed in Wayne's eyes, and his vision was activated, and his body turned into a flash of lightning, avoiding Teazero's attack. A huge pit appeared on the ground where Wayne was originally. This power! Wayne looked back at the big pit on the ground. This force would not be good even if he took it head-on. So Wayne started tactical kiting, walking the dog, and Wayne's voice appeared on the ground for a while, and then on the tall buildings, constantly dodging Teazero's attack. "Mortal, you only know how to dodge." Teazero seemed to have entered a crazy mode, and he kept calling him mortal. He attacked for several rounds and Wayne cleverly dodged them. 2 red lights flashed in the golden giant's eyes. This was not the vision domineering, but 2 lasers. The laser shot towards Wayne at a very fast speed. Wayne bent down and dodged the laser. Looking at the golden giant in front of him, Wayne couldn't help but say, "Fuck. This is a humanoid Gundam, right?" Wayne's eyes were full of excitement. Regardless of its power, this golden giant of Teazero is quite handsome. Which man doesn't like the Gundam giant? He liked it, but Wayne got tired of it after admiring it for a while, so Wayne murmured, "In that case, let you taste my attack." Wayne held the Rakshasa, with the armed color domineering wrapped around him, and cut out a narrow flying slash. 1 sword flow 1 line of sky. The flying slash hit the golden giant accurately, and the huge impact force made the entire golden giant fall to the ground, raising a burst of smoke and dust. The smoke and dust dissipated, the ground trembled twice, and the golden giant stumbled as if drunk, but finally stood up. What a strong body! Wayne was surprised when he saw this. His attack could cut a mountain in half, but he couldn't cut the golden giant in half directly. But it's not completely ineffective. Wayne looked at the golden giant's calf, which had layers of cracks on it. The cracks were caused by Wayne's slashing. Which was also the golden giant's the reason why people can't stand steadily. It's a bit of a headache. Wayne rubbed his forehead, looked at the golden giant running in front of him, and suddenly had a bold idea. I saw Wayne put the Rakshasa in his hand back into the sheath, stretched out his hands, and pointed to the sky. With Wayne's action, dark clouds appeared in the originally clear sky, and even thunder was heard. 100 million volts thunder dragon. This is Wayne's method, electrometallurgy, which is knowledge that junior high school students who have studied physics in their previous lives know. At this moment, this is the most labor-saving method Wayne can think of. I saw a thick lightning in the air turned into the shape of a giant dragon. With a roar, the thunder dragon accurately hit the golden giant. Success! Wayne looked along the purple light, and saw that the purple light slowly dissipated, and a huge hole appeared on the chest of the golden giant. The gold on the entire chest slowly flowed down like liquid. But it was not Wayne's turn to be happy. The flowing gold was restored to its original state under the control of Teazero, but the body of the golden giant seemed to be a little smaller. It's not that there is no effect. Wayne touched his chin and instantly understood that Teezero's fruit development level was much higher than his own. After all, this guy's ability had been awakened. Therefore, even if Wayne's thunder fruit restrained gold, Teezero could still restore it to its original state after the golden giant was melted. In that case, this is the only way. Chapter 100 Further Development of Thunder Fruit. Wayne's heart moved, and an illusory panel appeared in front of him, which was Wayne's attribute panel. Host, Duraki D. Wayne. Title, Scholar, Gourmet Medical Expert, Big Star. Fruit Ability, Thunder Fruit, Development Level, Primary 9333/10,000. Haki Level, Ryasakura Level Armament Haki, 33/50,000, Top Level Observation Haki, 77/50,000, Primary Conqueror Haki, 9700/10,000. Swordsmanship Level, Great Swordsman High Level, 3300/50,000. Physical Skill Level, 7th Level, 7800/10,000. Note, top physical skills players in the pirate world, such as Garp, are about 9th level, while Aokiji and Akainu are about 7th level. Combat Skills, Navy 6 Style Moon Step, Iron Block, Finger Gun, Shaving, Life Return, Flying Sword Style Swordplay, Windhammer Technique. Occupations, Chef, Master, Novelist, Master, Singer, Grandmaster, Doctor, Advanced, Swordsmith, Master. Sword, Demon Sword Rakshasa. Life Points, 3067. In the past few months, Wayne's strength has made further breakthroughs. First of all, Wayne's thunder fruit has developed rapidly. Although it is still a long way from awakening, it can be said that he is gifted. Secondly, Wayne's armament haki and observation haki are also close to the top level. Due to the training effect of Rakshasa on haki, Wayne's armament haki has also reached the level of Ryuo, internal destruction. Wayne used Ryuo haki to kill Farad before. Speaking of which, I have to thank that old guy for the armament haki's breakthrough so quickly. Wayne looked at the scar on his chest. Although it was no longer painful, it was still very hideous. The last strike of the golden lion, which was wrapped in the Ryu Sakura haki, not only injured Wayne, but also gave Wayne a further understanding of the Ryu Sakura haki. Thus entering the so-called internal destruction level. System, upgrade the development of the thunder fruit to a high level. Ding, the current thunder fruit, development level, primary 9333/10,000, requires 667 life points to upgrade. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. Ding, congratulations to the host for raising the development level of the thunder fruit to a high level, 0/50,000, and the remaining life points are 2,400 points. As the system's prompt sound ended, Wayne only felt that a shackle in his body was opened. With the thought, Wayne felt that his control over the thunder fruit had been further improved. Hey, it feels really good. Compared with the improvement of physical skills and swordsmanship, the improvement of the fruit ability is very obvious. Wayne clearly feels that he can mobilize more lightning. Wayne stretched out his hands, slowly clenched his fists, and murmured to the golden giant in front of him, 200 million volts Thor. As Wayne's fruit ability developed to a high level, it has caught up with the development level of Enel at the beginning. Boom! The dark clouds in the sky became denser, and thunder and lightning sounded one after another. Then the thunder and lightning condensed together and formed a figure, which was Wayne's appearance. Not good. Teezero and the golden giant saw this huge lightning giant and thought it was not good, but before he could dodge, he saw the Thor in the air sprinting rapidly and accurately hitting the golden giant. Boom! As the huge collision sounded, a dazzling purple light made it difficult for the surrounding pirates to open their eyes. The light flashed, and the lightning giant in the center disappeared, and gold covered the ground again like flowing water. One Thor destroyed Teezero's golden Gundam. Did it work? Hancock was staring at the huge pit in the center of the square from behind. As a strong man, he could see the power of Wayne's attack. Even if she was hit head-on, she would be in danger. On the other side, Wayne stared at the disappearing giant with a frown. Teezero has not been defeated yet. In Wayne's perception, the companions who turned into golden statues have not returned to their original state, which shows that Teezero has not lost consciousness. Of course, the most important thing is that Wayne sensed that in the huge pit caused by lightning, a huge momentum is slowly brewing. I didn't expect this guy to be so strong. In Wayne's perception of the color of observation, Teezero Zoro was indeed injured, but he still had strong fighting power. So Wayne pulled out the Rakshasa from his waist again and murmured, "Sure enough, I'll finish you off with swordsmanship." After Wayne said that, he was ready to pursue the victory, but at this moment, Hancock's anxious shout came, "Wayne, be careful!" "What?" Wayne looked back, but found no one. At this moment, Wayne felt something touching his ankle. "Hee, I touched it. Ah, it hurts so much." Wayne was stunned, and when he lowered his head, he saw a tall and fat man with Bakura half of his body sticking out of the ground, and Bakura touched Wayne with his hand. And Wayne's body was wrapped in some thunder and lightning at this time. After Bakura touched Wayne with his hand, he was electrocuted. Although the degree was not high, Bakura was still injured. Bakura hurriedly ran across the ground under the cover of his classmates. "Hey! A devil fruit user!" Wayne saw that the fat man could actually pass through the ground, and instantly realized that this should be the power of the fruit. "I was attacked." Wayne touched his nose, then sensed his own situation, and murmured, "Strange, it seems that I am not injured." After Wayne confirmed that he was not injured, he raised the Rakshasa again and held it across his chest. He was ready to get rid of Teezero directly. "Just use this move." Feishan Yujian style sword art Tianxiang Longshan. Wayne was about to use the sword art when he suddenly felt a cramp in his abdomen. Wayne's face changed, and then he quickly interrupted the sword art and carefully sensed his physical condition. After carefully sensing it, Wayne finally confirmed, "Am I sick?" Wayne was full of surprise. Sick, what a strange word. Since Wayne traveled to the world of One Piece, he has never been sick. Even when he was a child, he would only get hurt, not sick. It should be bearable. Is it the ability of the fruit that makes people sick? Wayne endured the pain in his abdomen and prepared to forcefully launch swordsmanship to kill Teezero. Ah! Wayne suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. Strange, why did he fall? Wayne stood up quickly, only to find that a piece of banana peel had appeared under his feet at some point, and his observation haki didn't even notice it, and then he slipped and fell angrily. After being hit twice in a row, Wayne had a vague guess in his mind. Luck got worse. Chapter 101 Luck Fruit and Frightened Celestial Dragons. Bakura, the psychic luck fruit ability user, has the ability to extract other people's luck and make them unlucky. It can also extract the luck of many people and make yourself or a designated target lucky. This is a character that appeared in the One Piece movie. It's a pity that Wayne didn't watch this episode before crossing, otherwise he would have been on guard against Bakura. Oh, so unlucky, what should I do? Wayne frowned, thinking about how to deal with it. Luck is a mysterious thing, invisible and intangible but real. People with bad luck can even choke to death when drinking water. In a sense, Bakura's fruit is also bug level. Wayne felt that Teezero's breath seemed to be recovering, and Wayne was a little headache because of this fruit. Just then a voice came. 7 Warlords Wayne, this is not a place for you to make trouble. Wayne looked in the direction of the voice, and the person who came was actually the Navy's alternate Admiral Dautu, followed by Shatun and a group of guards. In the middle of the guards stood a man wearing a fish tank. Celestial Dragon, Saint Charlos. The Celestial Dragon who was beaten up by Wayne on Slave Island. Oh, there's such a big commotion. I want to see who is this blind guy. Saint Charlos pushed away the two guards blocking him and approached Wayne. Looks so familiar. Saint Charlos was stunned for a moment when he saw Wayne's face, then his face changed, and he sat down on the ground in fear, muttering, "Devil, the devil is coming. Protect the Emperor." Wayne was stunned for a moment, then raised his eyebrows, stretched out his hands, and said to Daotu, "You have to testify, I didn't do anything. A good Tianlong is learning to blackmail people." Daotu patted his head helplessly when he saw this, then walked to Saint Charlos and said, "Sir Saint Charlos, please leave here first, this place is too dangerous." Saint Charlos left the square tremblingly with the help of many guards, looking frightened. Wayne didn't know that Saint Charlos had been traumatized since he was beaten up by Wayne on Slave Island. So they came to the world's most prosperous entertainment city, the paradise of the celestial dragons, to relax. Saint Charlos had only recently recovered, but he didn't expect to see Wayne again, so his old illness relapsed. This mental illness is also called PTSD. Saint Charlos left the square with weak legs, muttering, "I've said it before, I don't want to leave the Holy Land, my father insisted that I come out to relax. You guys hurry up and send me back to Marijoa, I never want to leave home again." After the celestial dragons left, Daotu said to Wayne, "Shishibukai Wayne, this is a place designated by the Navy and the world government where war cannot occur. So please stop immediately and leave here." Shatun also muttered, "Miss Daotu is right. If you don't leave this place, I have the right to dismiss you from your Shishibukai position and arrest you." Daotu frowned, trying to stop Shatun from continuing with his eyes. Unexpectedly, Shatun thought Daotu was encouraging him. He said in a provocative tone, "What's wrong, what are you looking at? Do you want to fight with me?" Wayne frowned and asked Daotu, who was still rational, "Is this guy mentally ill?" "Damn! What did you say?" Shatun was in a bad mood after hearing this, and looked like he wanted to fight with Wayne. Daotu quickly stopped Shatun and said to Wayne, "Don't worry about him, but you really have to leave this city. You have caused such a big damage that it has seriously affected the rest of the Tianlong people." Wayne thought for a while and said, "It's impossible to stop. It was that guy Tizero who started it first. And I can't make this noise by myself. You have to persuade that guy first." Wayne pointed to the pit in front of him. At this time, a large amount of liquid gold emerged from the pit and surrounded everyone like a tide. "This is the move of Tizero when he awakens, Golden Ocean. Foolish mortal, prepare to face the wrath of God." Tizero's voice came from the golden fluid, and there were pictures of lightning and thunder in the sky. Tizero seemed to be really crazy in the awakened state. Momoto frowned and shouted, "Tizero, stop! Although you are the master of this city, you have disturbed the entertainment of the celestial dragons." Wayne chuckled and reminded, "I said, he is crazy now, you should think about how to solve the current dilemma." After saying that, Wayne's figure turned into a flash of lightning and escaped from the Golden Ocean. Momoto wanted to remind him, but seeing that the Golden Ocean was getting closer and closer, Momoto and Shatun could only use the moon step to escape from the ground first. Boom! The Golden Ocean after Tizero's awakening swallowed the surrounding urban areas into part of the ocean. Momoto and Shatun saw that they could not stop Tizero, so they could only take out the Den Mushi and wanted to report the situation to their superiors. On the other side, Wayne touched his still painful abdomen, and suddenly an idea came to his mind, and he took out a coin from the space ring, the lucky gold coin. Lucky gold coin, let the host get a certain degree of good luck. However, everything in the world has a fixed number, and luck is also in balance. It is hard to say whether the good luck brought by the gold coin is bad luck to a certain extent. This is exactly the bug level prop that Wayne got in a lottery. Wayne took the lucky gold coin in his hand and murmured, "System bless, Goddess of luck bless, let my bad luck be removed. Only bugs can be used to fight bugs." After Wayne finished praying, he seemed to see the lucky gold coin flashing, and then he felt his body lighten, and his abdomen really stopped hurting. Hey, it really works. Wayne kissed the lucky gold coin and then put it in his pocket. Looking at the golden ocean on the ground, Teezero's body was tightly surrounded by the ocean. Tisk, do you think I can't deal with you like this? Wayne took out the Rakshasa in his hand, and a large amount of armament haki poured into it. Then Wayne sprinted and rushed towards Teezero below. Dautu, who was not far away, hung up the phone and said to Wayne, "Wayne." In mid-air, Wayne pretended not to hear, took a deep breath, and condensed his aura. He slashed with the Rakshasa in his hand and shouted, "Flying sword-style sword art sky dragon flash!" And Teezero below seemed to feel Wayne's aura, and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. Then the golden ocean on the ground began to change, turning into huge golden pillars, and then the golden pillars merged into a huge golden missile. The golden missile was also covered with a lot of rich armament haki. This is Teezero's strongest move, Golden Divine Punishment. Chapter 102 Sky Dragon Flash vs Golden Divine Punishment. Boom boom boom. Wayne's Flying Slash Sky Dragon Flash and Teezero's Golden Divine Punishment were rapidly approaching in the air. Dautu, who was not far from Wayne, had a gloomy face, because looking at the range of Teezero's move, it was not to kill Wayne, but to kill the two admiral candidates and Wayne together. The Golden Divine Punishment in Dautu's eyes kept approaching, but Dautu could not release a move that could block this move in a short time, so Dautu murmured, "It seems that our lives depend on Wayne's move." Boom! There was only a loud noise, and the Sky Dragon Flash collided fiercely with the Golden Divine Punishment. Good guy. I didn't expect that Teezero's domineering level was not low. Wayne frowned slightly and then relaxed, muttering, "Fortunately, Lao used Ryuo, otherwise it would take some effort." Before Wayne finished speaking, a hint of red was seen in Wayne's Sky Dragon Flash, and the domineering aura on the slash flowed like water. And Teezero's dark golden missiles shattered like pieces of paper under Wayne's domineering power. Impossible. I can't lose. Teezero's eyes widened with an unbelievable look, and then he stretched his hands forward, using all his strength and domineering power to inject into the Golden Divine Punishment. But, Teezero was destined to be in vain. The Golden Divine Punishment did break a little slower under the injection of Teezero's domineering power, but it only lasted a few seconds longer. Boom! The Golden Divine Punishment burst like a balloon filled with water, and the golden fluid sprinkled the entire city like raindrops under the power of the explosion. On the ground, Teezero, wearing armor, muttered like a demon, "Impossible! Impossible!" But Wayne's Sky Dragon Flash was not over yet, and a black wave suddenly flashed in the broken golden balloon. The second slash of the Sky Dragon Flash. Here it comes. Teezero below he also noticed the slash, but had no time to react. Bang! The sound of a sword hitting metal was heard, and the golden armor on Teezero was chopped into pieces. A hideous wound appeared on Teezero's abdomen, so deep that the bone could be seen. Teezero's eyes turned white, he lost consciousness, and fell to the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Wayne saw that the gold around him seemed to dissipate like the tide and turned into its original material, and instantly realized that Teezero had been defeated by him. So Wayne's armed color domineering armor slowly dissipated, he relit the cigar that he had not finished smoking, looked at the watch on his wrist, and said, "It seems to be over." Well, not bad, it took 28 minutes and 47 seconds. Wayne fulfilled his promise to defeat Teezero in half an hour. In fact, if it weren't for the episode of Bakura and the Sky Dragon Man in the middle, Wayne's speed would be even faster. Hey, saved. Shatun patted his chest, looking relieved, and Dautu also came over, opened his mouth, and said, "Thank you." Wayne waved his hand and said, "It's a small matter. By the way, what did you want to say just now?" Dautu fell silent. Marshal Zhangguo had just asked for the consent of the 5 elders to arrest Teezero, so Dautu wanted to temporarily requisition Wayne to assist the navy in arresting Teezero. But I didn't expect Wayne to solve it alone. But Dao Tu's words would inevitably affect the dignity of the Navy, so Dao Tu said, "Nothing, has T0 been solved?" At this time, a voice came, and Robin, Gloria and others shouted, "Boss!" Wayne's crew members also withdrew from the Golden State. Wayne saw Gloria coming over and touched her head. Gloria closed her eyes in enjoyment. Wayne turned around and said to the crew, "The last guy who claimed to be a god died in my hands. This T0 will not be surprised either." Momoto frowned when she saw Wayne being treated like a star, then pointed at Robin and said, "Who is this?" Wayne raised his eyebrows and said, "Robin, Nico Robin, what's wrong?" Momoto's tone was blocked. As a senior member of the Navy, she certainly knew that this was Nico Robin, so she just wanted to take the opportunity to dampen Wayne's prestige, but he didn't expect Wayne to say it so blatantly. Shitun, who was standing by, was about to speak when Dao Tu reached out to stop him. Dao Tu stared at Wayne's eyes and said, "Sir Wayne is really a bold man. You are traveling around the world with Robin. Aren't you afraid that the world government will find out?" Wayne blinked and said, "Then, you will keep it a secret for me, right?" Dao Tu was stunned by Wayne's sudden playfulness. Looking at Wayne's handsome appearance, Dao Tu blushed slightly, then gritted her teeth and said, "Sir Wayne, I have something to ask you." "Of course, these are some personal questions." Wayne was stunned for a moment. Personal questions? But then he nodded and said, "Ask." Dao Tu took a deep breath and said, "Ahem, I heard that you are the author of East Chamber, what do you think of Kui Ying Ying?" Wayne was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect Dao Tu to be a fan of his work and actually asked him about some content related to his work. But Wayne was embarrassed to refuse his fans, so he answered a few questions. "Then what do you think of the ending?" Gurgle gurgle. At this time, the Den Den Mushi in Dao Tu's arms rang, interrupting Dao Tu's question. So Dao Tu said, "Excuse me, Mr. Wayne, I have to answer a call first." So Dao Tu and Shitun took the Den Den Mushi and walked away. After all, it was a call from the Navy, and Wayne certainly couldn't listen in. At this time, Shitun, who had been patient for a long time, took advantage of being away from Wayne and asked Dao Tu, "Miss Dao Tu, that's Nico Robin, the son of the devil. Aren't we going to arrest her?" Dao Tu rolled her eyes and said, "Why, you are confident that you can defeat Wayne? Then go." Shitun was choked by Dao Tu's words, and then said unwillingly, "Of course I'm not sure if I can do it alone, but if we two work together." Dao Tu understood what Shitun wanted to say, but Dao Tu frowned and said, "It seems that you really don't know the gap between him and us. To tell you the truth, even if you and I join forces, I'm not sure I can defeat him." Chapter 103 I Want This Ship. Momoto closed her eyes, recalling Wayne's divine sword just now, and murmured, "I now believe, he is the world's #1 swordsman." Momoto, who is also a great swordsman, is one of the few people who understand Wayne's sky-flying dragon flash. She said with a trembling voice, "His sword is almost a Taoist skill. I'm not sure I can block it." Shitun was stunned when he heard this. As a candidate for the Admiral of the Navy, Momoto's strength is a little stronger than him, and Momoto is the undisputed #1 swordsman in the Navy. Momoto said that she couldn't block it, which is enough to show how strong Wayne's swordsmanship is. Of course, Momoto has a second reason that she didn't say. She didn't want to attack Wayne. Dao Tu picked up the Den Den Mushi and said, "Moshi Moshi. This is Jun." The voice on the other end of the phone came, "This is Sengoku. How is the battle going? I have sent 2 warships to support, led by Major General Caesar." Dao Tu was silent for a moment, then replied, "No need." Zhang Guo asked in confusion, "No need? You have the upper hand?" "That's right, after all, there is Wayne. But I have to talk to you. Even if you have the upper hand, you can't let your guard down too much. Let's send this army just in case. Momotobu was silent for a while, and then said, no need, Teizero has been dealt with by Wayne. Zhangguo. This time it was Zhangguo's turn to be silent, and then asked, did you three act together? Momotobu replied, no, Wayne dealt with it alone. Zhangguo said in a serious voice, just him alone. Mamoto nodded and said, and it took about 20 minutes to solve it. On the other end of the phone, Zhangguo was shocked. He knew a little about Teizero. After all, the world's #1 entertainment city is the permanent residence of the celestial dragons, and it pays a large amount of heavenly gold every year. Zhangguo knew that Teizero was the ability user of the gold fruit, proficient in 2-color domineering, and his fruit ability was awakened, and his physical skills were not weak. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least several days to fight with a strong man of this level, just like the battle between Ace and Jinbei in the comics, a battle of 7 days and 7 nights. Even if the Admiral went in person, he would not dare to say that he could take down Teizero within a few dozen minutes. This only shows one thing, Wayne's attack power may be higher than that of the Admiral. Mamoto saw that Zhangguo had not spoken for a long time, so she said, Zhangguo you and handsome, I found Nico Robin next to Wayne. Momo Rabbit told Sengoku what happened just now. Sengoku rubbed his head and said, you did the right thing. We really can't fall out with Wayne. Nico Robin can also be said to be one of the conditions for him to become a Shishibukai. The Navy is the best at playing both sides. For the weak Shishibukai, such as Gecko Moria, he must agree to the Navy's conditions to become a Shishibukai. But for the strong Shishibukai, such as Wayne became a Shishibukai because the Navy had to agree to his conditions. After all, with Wayne's strength, if he really wants to be a big pirate, the 5th Sea Emperor of the New World is not a problem. Momo Rabbit continued to report some situations and ended the call. Not long after, Momo Rabbit came to Wayne and said, Sir Wayne, if you are fine, please leave Grand Teizero as soon as possible. The Navy has sent the nearest branch Navy to support us. We will quickly clear out Teizero's accomplices in this city. Dao Tug paused, then said, I have also reported to the Marshal about your contribution to the Navy by defeating Teizero this time. I believe the Marshal will reward you later. Wayne raised his eyebrows. The Navy meant for Wayne to leave quickly, and the Navy was going to take over this giant ship. 20% of the world's Bailey. If this city is really taken into the Navy's pocket, the Navy will not have to worry about military expenditures in the next 50 years. Good guy, nothing for nothing. The Navy wanted to seize the interests that should belong to Wayne without doing anything this time, and Wayne certainly didn't want to do it. So Wayne replied indifferently, oh, give me a reward? I'm not easy to satisfy. How about this, let's get 2 supreme swords, or a few nature-type devil fruits first. Dao Tu frowned when she heard this. Supreme swords, nature-type devil fruits. The Navy may not have these things, and even if they do, they will be used up. After all, the supreme sword is undoubtedly useful for the cultivation of great swordsmen. As for the nature-type devil fruit, with it, you can be said to have 1 foot in the door of the strong. So Dao Tu's face changed, frowned, and said, Sir Wayne, what do you mean? At this time, a voice came, what we mean is that we defeated Teizero, why should we give you all the benefits? The person who spoke was Hancock. She walked to Dao Tu with a proud face, followed by hundreds of female warriors. It seemed that Hancock had found the missing tribesman. Dao Tu looked at the words and was stunned. She didn't expect that another Shishibukai Empress Boa Hancock was also here, so the situation here became delicate. Even the Navy was unwilling to offend multiple Shishibukai at once. Boa Hancock. Shitun, who was beside Dao Tu, had a YY expression on his face after seeing Hancock, and then his nose bled. The Empress frowned slightly when she saw this, sweet wind. Shitun turned into a petrified statue without any resistance. For those who have desires for Hancock, the power of the sweet fruit is increased by 1000%. Stop! Momotobu saw the fury on Chiton's face after he was petrified, and drew out the famous sword at his waist. Several navy officers behind him also took out their weapons, and the situation became tense. Seeing that the situation was not good, Wayne said, "Ahem. I have a few words to say. First of all, Ms. Jun, Tesoro is not dead, he just fainted, and his men have not been arrested yet. Secondly, theoretically, Hancock and I are Shishibukai, and we have the right to plunder all non-government member states. And Tesoro's country does not seem to be a government member state. Gran Tesoro is an independent country recognized by the world government, but it is not a world member state. However, because it is recognized by the government, it has to pay heavenly gold to the celestial dragons every year." Momotobu frowned when he heard this, and did not understand what Wayne meant, and asked, "Sir Wayne, what do you mean? What do you mean?" Wayne lit a cigar, blew out a puff of smoke, chuckled twice, and then pointed to the ground and said, "I mean, this ship is from this country, I want it." Chapter 104 Four Conditions. Money, Bailey, everyone loves it. Even Wayne has to say that money can solve 99% of the problems. Is Wayne rich? It can be said that he is very rich. Wayne ranks among the top 3 in terms of wealth among pirates. But Wayne is also short of money. He has such a big power and needs money, so the more money the better. And the wealth of this city is enough for Wayne to no longer worry about wealth in the next few decades, and he can develop his power unscrupulously. So after weighing the pros and cons, Wayne was tempted. He wanted this ship. With this ship, he would control 20% of the world's wealth. And Daotu's face tightened when he heard this. The worst-case scenario appeared, but Momosuke, who was a candidate for admiral, said calmly, "I can't make the decision on this matter. I have to ask Marshal Sengoku." After that, Momosuke took out the Den Mushi and started to make a call. The Empress on the side tried to stop her because she didn't know whether Momosuke was going to call for naval support. But Wayne reached out to stop Hancock and said, "Let her fight. It's much better to have it openly than to rob it." The Empress nodded as if she understood, and she didn't continue to make a move. Momosuke chatted with Sengoku on the Den Mushi for a few words, then handed the Den Mushi to Wayne, saying expressionlessly, "Marshal Sengoku wants to talk to you." Wayne took the Den Mushi. "Moses, I'm Wayne." From the Den Mushi, warring states came up and showed his power. 7 warlords. "Wayne, what do you want that ship for? Do you want to be the emperor of the sea in the new world?" From Sengoku's tone, it can be seen that he cares a lot about the wealth on this giant ship. Wayne curled his lips and said, "Hey, old Sengoku, I'm a pirate, not your subordinate. This ship is my trophy, understand?" Sengoku was silent for a while and said, "Wayne, you are a smart man. Now your power is big enough. Neither the 5 elders nor the navy will allow you to continue to expand." Wayne raised his eyebrows and emphasized again, "So what? I'm in the new world. Can you still control me? Besides, I defeated Tesoro. This ship should be my trophy." Sengoku seemed to have thought for a long time and said, "I know what you said to Jun before. There is still one natural devil fruit in the world government. If you are willing to leave the ship now, I can decide to give you this fruit." Wayne was slightly stunned. A natural devil fruit? What a big deal! It seems that he is determined to get this ship. But Wayne obviously doesn't want to give up. A natural devil fruit is naturally powerful, but compared with the entire Gran Tesoro, it is a world of difference. Wayne chuckled and said, "Haha, I was just joking with Admiral Momosato. Can you take it seriously?" Although Wayne's tone was casual, his determination to get Gran Tesoro was also evident. Wayne's roar came from the Den Mushi, "Wayne, you are courting trouble." Wayne lit a cigar and said slowly, "Old man, don't worry. I am very satisfied with my status as a Shishibukai, so I don't want to part ways with you just like that. So I also have conditions. Why don't you listen to the conditions I give you? Zhang Guo fell silent, as if ready to listen to Wayne's conditions. Wayne continued, of course I won't take Grand Tesoro for nothing, so I am willing to make certain concessions and give you 4 conditions. This is the first condition. Now Tesoro has been defeated by me and fainted on the ground, and his companions are still in this city, so I am willing to hand them over to you. You can do whatever you want with them. After all, Tesoro is a guy with great ambitions, he wants to join me to overthrow the world government. Wayne paused and said, of course, I rejected him. So his men are handed over to you. If you need me to help you catch them, it's okay, just treat it as a bonus for you. Zhang Guo's tone seemed to be much better after hearing this, and he snorted, I don't think you will agree. As for his accomplices, I have sent the nearest navy to pick up Jun and the others. Wayne heard that Zhang Guo seemed to be in a better mood, and then said, this is the second condition. This guy Tesoro didn't dare to come to me alone, so he found someone else, lucky god, Lu Farid. Zhang Guo was slightly stunned after hearing this and asked, Lu Farid? Wayne nodded gently and said, yes, you are right, it is the lone shark tycoon in the underground world, one of the kings of the dark world. I can give it to you, but I may not give it to you alive, because he died in my hands. However, this guy brought a lot of helpers this time, and he should have brought all his cotters here, but I ended up killing them all. So his forces should be in a state of being leaderless for some time in the future. I guess the world government should be very happy. In the pirate world, the Navy is mainly responsible for fighting pirates, but the Navy is just an agency under the world government. In addition to dealing with pirates, the world government also needs to deal with threats from many other forces, such as the Revolutionary Army and the King of Bandits in the East China Sea. In order to deal with the King of Bandits, the world government has lost more than a dozen army generals. Dis from the author. Of course, the Dark World is also one of the targets of the world government. Although Lu Felid, one of the kings of the Dark World, is not as good as Tesoro, he is also a considerable trophy. For the world government, it is a big profit whether it is directly annexed or re-supporting a puppet afterwards. Sure enough, after hearing this, Sengoku said, I will report this to the world government. I believe they will be very happy after hearing it. The implication is that Sengoku is willing to consider Wayne's conditions, so Wayne continued, this third condition. I believe your navy is under a lot of pressure in the new world now. Sengoku was stunned for a moment and said, what do you mean? Wayne deliberately kept it a secret, and then said, I am willing to fight against one of the 4 emperors in the new world. What do you think? What? Sengoku was surprised, and as if he had not reacted yet, he confirmed again, what did you say? Say it again. Wayne took the cigar out of his mouth and repeated again, I said, I am willing to fight against one of the 4 emperors in the new world. Chapter 105 Target 4 Emperors. On the other end of the Den Mushi, Sengoku slapped Garp in the face with his hand. Garp was suddenly awakened from his sleep. Angrily, what the hell are you doing? Sengoku confirmed that it was not an illusion, so he said to Garp, it's okay, go back to sleep. Sengoku picked up the Den Mushi again and said, are you sure? That's the 4 emperors of the new world, are you sure? Wayne narrowed his eyes and said, of course I am sure. But I am a 7 warlords of the sea after all, and I am on the side of the navy after all, so you can't let me go alone, you have to send some people to support me. Sengoku was still a little confused now, and said, let's discuss this matter later. If you really want to deal with the 4 emperors, I think it's no problem to give you this giant ship. Wayne smiled slightly after hearing this, looking as if he didn't expect it. The situation of the navy is not good now, it can be said to be the most difficult time in decades. After all, there are 4 emperors in the new world who are unshakable, and there are endless pirates in the four seas rushing to the Grand Line. For this reason, the navy has to have a seat in the 7 warlords of the sea to fight against the sea emperors of the New World. But the navy is generally at a disadvantage in the New World. After all, although the navy is the most powerful force, it is only slightly stronger than a single four emperor. If 2 four emperors unite, even the navy will have to think twice. This is why the navy headquarters, Marineford, is now at the gate between the New World and Paradise. Let those ambitious and powerful pirates go to the New World to challenge the 4 emperors, let those pirates with great destructive power disappear from the world, and keep the sea in balance. This is the current strategy of the navy. Now the navy does not have as many masters as after the world conscription, so it is very happy for Wayne to take the initiative to fight against the 4 emperors. After all, among the 7 warlords of the sea, only Wayne has the courage and confidence to compete with the 4 emperors. Jean Guo was in a good mood after hearing this and asked, "What is your 4th condition?" Wayne chuckled and said, "If you agree after listening to the 3rd condition, I don't need to say the 4th condition." Jean Guo was slightly stunned, then understood something and said, "In this case, I will report to the world government. If they agree, this ship will belong to you." Wayne replied, "Okay, then I look forward to hearing from you." Wayne hung up the phone after saying this. Talking to smart people is easy. Jean Guo is undoubtedly a smart person. After he nodded slightly and didn't want to say the 4th condition, Jean Guo understood what Wayne meant. Negotiation is an art. It's not good to be too soft or too hard. You have to use coercion, inducement, and both soft and hard tactics. Wayne's 4th condition is to go to war. Wayne has thought about it. At worst, he can capture the 2 reserve admirals alive, and then drive the giant ship to the New World and find one of the 4 emperors to form an alliance. The New World is far away, and the navy can't do anything to Wayne. But fortunately, from what Jean Guo said, this thing should be able to work. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. In the conference room, Jean Guo called another meeting of the high-level officers of the Navy headquarters. "Hey, I say, why are you having another meeting? Can't you let people rest every other day?" The Navy hero Garp, wearing a dog head hat, protested. Veins popped out on Jean Guo's forehead, and he yelled, "Garp! What does the meeting have to do with you? You're sleeping anyway." Garp touched the back of his head, laughed and said, "Ha, that's right, then you guys continue chatting." After that, Garp's snoring sounded again in the conference room. Sengoku rubbed his temples, ignored Garp, and cheered up to look at other colleagues around him, saying, "Ahem, this meeting is about the discussion of Tesoro's giant ship Gran Tesoro." Kizaru was cutting his fingernails and asked in confusion, "Gran Tesoro? Isn't it in the charge of the 2 alternate admirals, Shitan and Mamoto?" Because the celestial dragons often stay on the Gran Tesoro ship, the 2 admirals often protect the celestial dragons on that ship. Sengoku nodded and said, "Just got the news that Tesoro intends to rebel against the world government and has been caught." Everyone was surprised after hearing this. The senior naval officials present knew who Tesoro was, but because of his special relationship with the celestial dragons, the navy couldn't intervene. Only Akainu clenched his hands and said, "Good job, it seems that Shitan and Mamoto Sajai have improved their strength a lot." Sengoku shook his head and said, "It's not that simple. Was Tesoro defeated by the 7 warlords, Wayne? And he wants that giant ship. That's impossible." Vice Admiral Tsuru, the Navy staff officer, interrupted sternly and said, "Sengoku, this must not be agreed to. If Wayne gets this ship again, it will be out of our control." Jean Guo sighed and said, "Alas, Xiao he also knows. But he gave too much. And the most important thing is that the 5 elders have agreed." After that, Jean Guo informed the senior naval officers present about the deal between Wayne and him. After hearing this, Vice Admiral Tsuru was stunned for a moment and murmured, "Declaring war on the 4 emperors, what a big deal. Akainu also clenched his fists and said, I should let this old man personally assist Wayne and eliminate the 4 emperors in one fell swoop. Zhang Guo rolled his eyes at Akainu, and he would not send him no matter who he sent. After thinking for a while, Vice Admiral Tsuru said with a serious look, Why do you think Wayne did this? Could it be that he wants to become the new 4 emperors? As soon as these words came out, the conference room fell silent. Indeed, if Wayne really defeated the 4 emperors, he might become the new 4 emperors in the new world. It is normal for a dragon slayer to become a dragon. Zhang Guo shook his head and said, From Wayne's current performance, it is possible but not very big. The most important thing is that even if he goes to war with one of the 4 emperors, it will not be possible to determine the winner in a short time. At least in the next few years, our pressure will be much less. Vice Admiral Tsuru nodded and said, That's right. Even in the worst case, Wayne will become the new 4 emperors, and even then it will not be worse than the current situation. Zhang Guo nodded and said, In that case, who do you think should be sent to assist Wayne at that time? For the Navy, this person must be strong enough. And the rank cannot be too low, and it cannot be an admiral, because the admiral has his own responsibilities. At this time, Kizaru, who has always been taciturn, said, I have a candidate, Theodore Caesar. Zhang Guo nodded after hearing this. Caesar is an old navy who started from the lowest level soldier little by little. His trustworthiness is beyond doubt. Moreover, Caesar has always been very strong, equivalent to the level of the Navy's elite vice admiral. The most important thing is that Caesar got the golden lion's floating fruit some time ago, which greatly increased his strength. He has become the object of intensive training in the Navy, so he is indeed a good candidate. So Zhang Guo decided, okay. It's just right to train Caesar. He is still young. With his potential, it is not impossible for him to become a general in the future. After hearing this, Huang Yuan smiled slightly and carefully rubbed the special cigar in his hand. There is an extra box of such cigars in his office. Chapter 106 Cooking Skills Promotion. 2 days later, in the giant ship Gran Tesoro, Wayne sat on the throne in the palace, smoking a cigar while listening to the reports of his subordinates. Robin changed into a secretary's outfit, holding an account book in one hand and said, Boss, according to statistics, the value of gold in Tesoro's treasury is about 500 billion baileys. In addition, various industries in the city are also under Tesoro's name. Wayne nodded. 500 billion baileys, Tesoro should be the only one in the world with such a large cash flow. Wayne continued to ask, How are our Navy friends in the city? Robin replied, It is expected that their support will arrive today, and Tesoro and other accomplices have been arrested. The Navy is expected to evacuate today, and the celestial dragons and nobles will evacuate with them. Oh? Then I have to see them off. Wayne said and got up and walked towards the Navy's address. After a while, Wayne saw Dao Tu and the others, and the Navy support also came. Wayne saw a familiar figure in the crowd. Caesar. It seems that the support sent by the Navy this time is Caesar. Being able to participate in such an event, the Navy headquarters intends to reuse Caesar. Wayne and Caesar's eyes met in the air, and then they understood each other and did not speak. Soon, the Navy transported the personnel and materials to be evacuated onto the ship. As soon as Caesar thought, several huge warships flew up. It seemed that they were going to fly back to the Navy headquarters. Wayne thought to himself, Boy, you have developed your fruit ability well after not seeing you for a while. Wayne walked over to bid farewell to the Navy. Shatun snorted coldly when he saw Wayne and did not speak, while Dao Tu nodded slightly. Instead, Caesar said to Wayne, You are the 7 warlords Wayne, right? I am Rear Admiral Theodore Caesar of the Navy headquarters. Marshal Sengoku told me your plan. I will be stationed in the New World G7 branch for a long time. I believe our cooperation will be very pleasant. After that, he stretched out his right hand. And Wayne also stretched out his hand, and the two hands were clasped together. Wayne responded, "I wish us a happy future cooperation." In this way, the relationship between the two changed from the original secret contact to the current open contact. I am afraid that Caesar not only has the task of cooperating with Wayne, but also has the task of monitoring Wayne. But the senior Navy officials probably didn't expect Caesar to be a spy arranged by Wayne in the Navy. At this moment, a Navy soldier hurried over, and then saluted the two alternate admirals, and then said to Caesar, "Sir." Tesoro asked to see Wayne. For the request of the former big man, this thing would naturally not be rejected. Soon, Wayne met Tesoro in a special prison in the warship. "Haha, you are here after all." I saw Tesoro tied tightly to the pillar with circles of sea stone chains, with only his face exposed. Wayne said in confusion, "What's wrong? Didn't you ask me to come?" Tesoro fell silent. Seeing his expression, Wayne felt embarrassed to continue to criticize him, so he advised, "Reform yourself well in there, maybe you will have a chance to get out." "Ha ha ha ha." Tesoro laughed loudly, as if he said in a firm tone, "I have a feeling that you will definitely overturn this world, because the celestial dragons are the source of all slaves. Go, turn this world upside down." Wayne's head went dark. This place must be monitored, so he said, "Don't talk nonsense, I am also a good citizen." "Oh no, a serious Shishibukai, be careful, I will sue you for defamation." After that, Wayne left the ship without looking back. Several warships finally left the giant ship with Tesoro and the celestial dragons. And Wayne's crew also slowly drove the giant ship towards the direction of Free City. Wayne stood on the balcony of the upper floor of the palace and murmured, "When I drive this ship back to Free City and build another new city, Solomon will definitely be shocked." Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door outside. "Come in." The person who came was Robin. Robin asked, "Boss, there are more than 100,000 civilians in this city. How should we deal with them?" Wayne was slightly stunned, and then said, "Strictly speaking, they are also slaves of Tesoro. We should restore their freedom. By the way, ask them if they are willing to join the Free City." Wayne paused, then laughed, showing a mouthful of white teeth, and said, "Compared to this matter, I want to hold a banquet now. Let's hold a banquet." Ding! After 5 hours and 47 minutes of cooking, your cooking skills have improved, and your cooking level has been improved. Your current cooking level is Grandmaster, 13/30,000, and you have obtained 33 life points. Your current life points are 2,533 points. Ding! It is detected that the host's cooking level has been upgraded to Grandmaster level. Now the task is released, God of Cookery. God of Cookery, food is the first necessity of the people, and all 3,000 roads can become gods. As a life profession that everyone cannot do without, chefs also have an end. Task requirements: improve your own cooking skills to the level of God of Cookery. Mission reward: 50,000 life points, a chance to draw 10 times in a row, and the title of God of Cooking. System tips: try different dishes, use precious ingredients, and see specific food scenes to significantly increase your level. Hey, I'm finally done. Damn! My cooking skills have been upgraded. Wayne, holding a cigarette in his hand, noticed his system message. He had been stuck at the master level of cooking for a long time. Unexpectedly, he was in a good mood today, and after cooking for several hours at a time, his cooking skills suddenly improved. The reward is so generous. Seeing the scene of the specific food city, does all Buell count? Wayne thought for a while and came back to his senses, looking at the chefs around him and said, Hey, 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 everyone is stunned, hurry up and send the food to the square. Prepare for the banquet." Led by Wayne, the chefs began to send the food over in rounds. Wayne alone made thousands of servings of food, and there were hundreds of chefs who were also busy. Because this was a huge banquet covering half of the city. Wayne sat in the center of the square, surrounded by his companions, and everyone was enjoying the meal. Wayne was drinking and singing. "Come on, come on!" Wayne was in high spirits, and his crew members began to make noises. Wayne was not too nervous, and he sang while drinking, "Yo ho 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 yo ho ho ho. Ben Kessie's wine." Facing the wind, rain, and huge waves. Under the clear sky, my favorite flag is flying. Chapter 107 Ace's News. When the song ended, Wayne noticed a pair of eyes looking at him not far away. Queen Boa Hancock. Wayne picked up a bottle of wine, walked to Hancock's side, held out the glass, and made a toast gesture. "Cheers." The two glasses clinked gently. Wayne smiled and said, "Congratulations, the tribesmen have been found." Hancock nodded and said, "Congratulations to you too." Wayne raised his eyebrows and said, "What are your plans next? By the way, there are a lot of spoils from defeating T-Zero this time, and you should have one." Hancock nodded and said, "Don't give me Bailey, I can't use it. Exchange it for food, drinks, and weapons." Wayne thought about it and found that due to its unique geographical location, 9 Snake Island really didn't need Bailey, but some necessities were indeed needed by them, so Wayne said, "That's a lot. How about this, I will supply you with a batch of supplies every 2 months for the next 3 years." Hancock nodded and said, "Okay, I'll send someone to get it when the time comes." Wayne raised his glass again and said, "Then I wish us a happy cooperation." Happy cooperation. After the two finished speaking, they were silent for a while. Although Wayne contributed more in this battle, the benefits he gained were undoubtedly huge. The Queen thought for a while and asked, "What are you going to do next?" Wayne drank the wine in the glass and said with a sharp look in his eyes, "I plan to bring down a certain 4 emperors. What do you think?" Hancock was shocked when he heard this. "Are you serious? The 4 emperors are not comparable to people like T-Zero." Wayne nodded and said, "So, are you interested in helping me?" Hancock thought about it carefully. For her, it is undoubtedly not worth going to war with the 4 emperors. Regardless of the outcome, even if she wins, there will probably not be many female warriors left under her. So Hancock shook her head and said, "No, I'm doing fine on 9 Snake Island, so I won't come to the New World to join in the fun." Wayne saw through what Hancock was thinking, so he said, "I have some information to tell you. The Navy has developed warships that can sail in the calm belt." Hancock was shocked when she heard this. For her, in addition to her own strong strength, the protection of the calm belt is also very important, so Hancock hurriedly asked, "Really? Are you sure?" Wayne nodded and said, "The news must be accurate. I can't tell you how it came about. And the 7 warlords of the sea can't be for a lifetime, you have to prepare in advance." Wayne, who has read the original work of One Piece, naturally knows that there will be an event to cancel the 7 warlords of the sea in a few years. Although the situation is different now with Wayne's joining, it is always right to prepare in advance. Wayne continued to persuade, "So, I suggest that you can form an alliance with me, so that you can have a way out. And I know what you are thinking. When the war really starts, you only need to participate in the war." Hancock raised his eyebrows and said, "In that case, I agree to form an alliance with you. Of course, the premise is that you can really deal with the 4 emperors." Wayne chuckled and said, "Then you wait and see. The Emperor of the Sea, that is the combat power that truly surpasses other pirates. Even Wayne doesn't dare to say that he can beat one of the 4 emperors one-on-one now. So, Wayne needs to win over everyone he can win over." 1 month later, Free City. Wayne holds the medical book in one hand and prepares medicine in the jar with the other hand. It has been a month since defeating T-Zero. During this month, Wayne has been working hard to learn medical knowledge. With Indigo's teaching and Wayne's own title of Polymath's 3-fold learning ability bonus, Wayne's already advanced medical skills have finally been upgraded to the master level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading his medical skills to the master level, 1/5000, completing the task of medical skills, which took 57 days, and the task evaluation was good. The reward is 1W2 points of life points, please check the host. Wayne was delighted to hear that. With his unremitting efforts, he finally accomplished the task of mastering medical skills, and the rewards were surprisingly rich. Wayne muttered, I should have completed this task earlier. Excluding the time when he first upgraded the blacksmith level, Wayne estimated that he actually spent more than a month studying medical skills. If he had studied medical skills directly, I'm afraid the rewards would have been richer. But it's not bad. I now have 15,000 life points, but I don't really need them for the time being. I'll keep them for emergency. Wayne can be said to have become rich overnight, so he was naturally in a good mood, and even poured himself a glass of red wine to taste it. Gurgle gurgle. The voice of the Den Den Mushi sounded, and Wayne took the Den Den Mushi and said, Moses Moses, I'm Wayne. The figure on the Den Den Mushi side was very anxious, Boss, I'm Daniel. Just got news that Ace has entered the new world, and because of the sudden storm at sea, my people have been lost. Wayne was slightly stunned when he heard this, and said with a hint of anger in his tone, Lost? How did you do it? Daniel wanted to cry but had no tears, and said, Boss, I have sent the best navigator to follow, but this storm is really too sudden. Wayne was silent for a while, and said, I know, but you didn't do a good job this time, and your year-end bonus is definitely gone. Also, don't worry about this matter for now, I will send someone to go, you should maintain the situation in the park first. On the other side, in the new world. This is an isolated island. Ace woke up with a confused face, only to find that he was tied up with all his hands. Ace hurriedly turned back to look for something, only to find that his companions were still there, but they were unconscious and tied up with him. And a chubby little girl pointed at Ace and asked, Hey, what's your name? Ace looked at the crew members around him who were scrambling for his food and said, My name is Ace, and I'm a pirate. By the way, can you help me untie the rope first? The little girl shook her head and said, Hello, my name is Au, as for helping you untie the rope? That won't work, you'll run away as soon as I untie it. Yes, this sudden storm brought Ace to Wano country. It was here that Ace learned to weave straw hats, and Ace and Au made a promise. A promise to come back 4 years later to help Wano country establish its country. Chapter 108 Conversation with Yuxiao. A week later, in the free city of the New World. Ding! Congratulations to the host for forging an excellent sword after 3 hours and 28 minutes of forging, gaining 26 professional experience points, and the current blacksmith level is master level, 536/30,000. Gained 26 life points and the current life points are 15,869 points. In the forging room, Wayne looked at his newly forged sword with a sad face, sighed and said, Alas! It is becoming more and more difficult for blacksmiths to increase their professional experience. No wonder those famous swordsmiths are all old men. Wayne did some calculations in his mind. It took him about 4 hours to forge a knife before, which could add more than 50 professional experience points. That is to say, he could forge about 3 knives a day at most, and could gain about 150 professional experience points. But now, it takes Wayne more than 3 hours to forge a knife. Although it is much faster than before, due to the improvement of his professional level, the added experience is much less. Even if he forges 4 knives a day, it is only about 100 experience points. All in all, Wayne would have to forge a sword for a whole year to reach the level of a master, and this was the most ideal situation. After all, Wayne was a Shishibukai, and he had so many forces to manage, so it was impossible for him to stay in the forging room all day long. The road ahead is long and arduous. Wayne sighed, ready to continue his boring iron-making career. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Just then, the voice of the Den Den Mushi rang. Wayne took the Den Den Mushi and said, "Moses Moses, I'm Wayne." Robin's pleasant voice came from the Den Den Mushi, "Boss, Mr. Yuxiao is in the Golden City now, he hopes to see you." Wayne raised his eyebrows when he heard this. It was about Yuxiao, so Wayne was still very concerned, so he replied, "Okay, I'll be there right away." The Golden City was naturally the original Tesoro ship Grand Tesoro, but Wayne felt that the name was too convoluted, for fear that readers would not be used to it, so he renamed the ship city the Golden City. Now the Golden City is located in a sea area not far from the Free City. Wayne has recently begun to consider expanding his power. Originally, there were only 2 islands around the sea area where Wayne's Free City was located, namely Star Island and Tang Island. However, with the legacy of the 3 islands left by the Golden Lion and the Golden City of Tesoro, Wayne's territory has become well organized and has become a large country. During this period, Wayne also proposed a plan for the management policy of the Golden City, considering that the Golden City should be included in the City of the Free Country expanded by Wayne. Therefore, Wayne upgraded all citizens of the Golden City to the nationality of the Free Country. Then, some industries in the city were sold to civilians in the form of auctions, and a certain profit was collected. Of course, high-profit industries such as casinos and entertainment cities are still in Wayne's hands. In short, the citizens of the Golden City are now living hundreds of times better than before. While thinking, Wayne arrived above the Golden City. A purple figure stopped in the sky above the Golden City Fountain Square. Wayne nodded slightly as he looked at the orderly reconstruction project around the square. The damage caused by Wayne's battle could not be repaired in a short time. Wayne, who was above the square, had a thought, a flash of red in his eyes, and his observation haki was aroused. He soon caught the breath of Yuxiao in the city. In a ramen restaurant in the food court. "Boss, 2 bowls of ramen, no coriander, and an extra serving of beef." Wayne sat at the table, and opposite him sat a figure, the blind man Yuxiao. After Wayne ordered the meal, he looked at Yuxiao who was eating noodles opposite him and asked, "Mr. Yuxiao, what's the matter with calling me here?" Yuxiao drank the soup noodles in the bowl seriously, then wiped his mouth, took out a pair of dice from his arms, threw the dice in the air, and the dice fell on the table. Then Yuxiao asked, "Mr. Wayne, what time is the dice?" Wayne glanced at it and said, 2 sixes, 12 points. Yuxiao was slightly stunned, sighed lightly, and said, "I rolled the dice for 7 days in the Golden City, 7 days and 7 times, and each time it was 2 sixes, 12 points. Wayne flashed a trace of doubt and asked, "Mr. Yuxiao, what do you mean?" Unexpectedly, Yuxiao put the dice on the table back and answered the question irrelevantly. "Mr. Wayne is totally different from other pirates I have met. I have traveled the sea for 12 years, but I have never met a pirate like Mr. Wayne. No, I should say I have never met a person like Mr. Wayne. In the past few days, I went to Mr. Wayne's Free City, took a bath in Tangdao, and finally returned to this Golden City. I found that Mr. Wayne's cities have one common feature, that is, equality, and most people in the city are in a positive mood, happy, positive. This is the first time I have encountered such a place in 12 years. Speaking of this, Yuxiao paused, and then said, "So I have a doubt in my heart, what is the purpose of Mr. Wayne doing this?" Wayne saw Yuxiao said so much in one breath, and he had a vague guess in his mind, so he answered. "My purpose, actually it's nothing. I just can't stand this distorted world, so I want to do something within my ability." Yuxiao was slightly stunned, and murmured, "Things within my ability." Then Yuxiao was silent for a long time, and seemed to have finally made up his mind and said, "Mr. Wayne, do you know that Tesoro should actually be the last stop of my journey? After this stop, I plan to return to my hometown and wait for the right time to see if I can join the Navy and uphold the so-called justice. Wayne nodded. He knew that Yu Xiao was supposed to respond to the world conscription in a few years and join the Navy to become Admiral Fujitora. Yu Xiao smiled and continued, but I learned about you from Tesoro, so I stayed in this city for a while, hoping to meet you. I have heard rumors about you a long time ago, the kindest pirate, the fool among the 7 warlords of the sea, the nemesis of evil forces, the savior of all slaves. Wayne had heard these words before, but it was still very useful to hear these words from Yu Xiao, so Wayne blushed and said modestly, "It's just a nickname given by the brothers in the underworld. It's not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning." Chapter 109 Yu Xiao joins the Free City. Yu Xiao was slightly stunned when he saw such nonsense coming out of Wayne's mouth, and said, "Haha, Mr. Wayne is really unconventional." Wayne took the noodles brought by the waiter, slurped it, and said, "Well, so what does Mr. Yu Xiao want to see me for?" Yu Xiao's nose moved, and then he swallowed his saliva, and then said, "I made a promise 7 days ago that if I roll the dice to a big number 7 times in a row, I will temporarily give up joining the Navy and stay in Mr. Wayne's city for a while. The probability of 7 consecutive big numbers is 1 in 128. Haha, this probability can still be met with good luck, but I threw 7 times, and all 7 times were 12 points, this probability." Wayne pushed another bowl of ramen in front of Yu Xiao, and then said, "The probability is 1 in 788,364,166. Yu Xiao was slightly stunned and said, "Mr. Wayne is really good at math. I have been calculating for a whole day and still can't figure it out." Yes, Wayne was also shocked. This probability. Wayne had a guess in his mind and took out a gold coin from his arms. He saw that the lucky gold coin that was originally shining with golden light turned into a small pile of gold powder. Sure enough. Yu Xiao took the ramen handed over by Wayne, took a bite, and said, "So, Mr. Wayne is really a person favored by fate." Speaking of this, Mr. Yu Xiao's face flashed a trace of embarrassment, and he said, "I have always believed in bets. So, I don't know if Mr. Wayne has any idle positions. I want to ask for a job. Of course, it's only temporary." Sure enough, Wayne was shocked. The lucky gold coin achieved the function of changing Yu Xiao's fate at a huge cost. This result. Wayne naturally hoped that Yu Xiao would join, so he hurriedly said, "Ahem, Brother Yu Xiao, if you don't mind, how about calling me Brother Wayne? I have a lot of positions here, and it just so happens that the Free City Guard needs an instructor who can calm the situation. Brother Yu Xiao, if you don't mind, you can be an instructor under me first and lead students. As for the salary, a monthly salary of 3 million baileys, with a bonus at the end of the year, how about it?" Yu Xiao was slightly stunned. This salary is not low, and there is a bonus at the end of the year, so Yu Xiao said, "Brother Wayne is really generous. I have met the boss here." Wayne was delighted when he heard Yu Xiao agreed. He lowered his head and started eating ramen again. After a while, he looked up and said, "Brother Yu Xiao, since you have joined my team, you naturally need a code name. What do you think of Fujitora?" Yu Xiao carefully pondered the code name. He liked purple, and Fujitora naturally meant purple tiger. Fujitora. Fujitora. Yu Xiao liked the name more and more, so he said, "Haha, good name. In this case, my nickname in the underworld will be Fujitora." Wayne chatted with Yu Xiao for a while. After dinner, he lit a cigar for himself and handed one to Yu Xiao, lighting it for him personally. He said, "In this case, welcome Fujitora Yu Xiao to join." Yu Xiao's joining is undoubtedly extremely crucial. Although Wayne is now extremely powerful, the strength of his subordinates is at most a weak Shishibukai existence, and there is not even one person who can rival the candidate for the Admiral of the Navy. Oh no, there is one, but that guy is now in the navy. Yuxiao is undoubtedly a real admiral, and Yuxiao's joining has undoubtedly brought about a qualitative change in Wayne's power. At this moment, Wayne's power can be said to be no less than any sea emperor. The more Wayne thought about it, the happier he became, and then he slapped the table and said, "Boss, pay the bill." Yuxiao looked embarrassed at this time, and Wayne's heart tightened. Could it be that he regretted it? The duck in his hand can't fly away. So he hurriedly said, "Brother Yuxiao, what's this?" Yuxiao said, "Ahem, I'm short of money. I ate 10 bowls of ramen in the store and didn't pay the bill." Wayne was slightly stunned and said, "Oh, what do I think? No problem, I'll treat you for this meal. I will take you to complete the entry formalities in the afternoon. You can eat in the teacher cafeteria then. It is free, the quantity is large and the taste is not worse than here." Yuxiao shuddered after hearing this, and a trace of yearning appeared on his face. Oh, he is such a foodie. But in exchange for a bowl of ramen to get Yuxiao to join the company, such a deal, Wayne wanted to say, "Give me 1,000 or 800 first." What will Wayne be afraid of then? Just go to Marijoa. The next morning, Wayne woke up and ate breakfast as usual. I have to say, Wayne slept really well last night, and his dreams were sweet. Gurgle gurgle. The sound of the den mushy sounded, and Wayne took the phone and said, Moses, this is Wayne." "Well, okay, I get it." Wayne's eyes flashed with a solemn look, because this call was about Ace's news. Ace was found in Wayno country 2 days ago. It seems that the location where Wayne's men encountered the sea storm was not far from Wayno country, but because Wayno country has been closed to the outside world for many years and it is Kaido's territory, Wayne did not think in this direction. Until today, Wayne's spies in Wayno country reported that Ace appeared in the village of Akaza in Wayno country. Wayne, after a little thought, the good news is that Ace's location is confirmed. The bad news is that there is Kaido in Wayno country, and once Wayne arrives in Wayno country, he will definitely be discovered by Kaido. If a war breaks out at that time, Wayne will not end well. After all, Wayne has not fought any of the 4 emperors yet, and he doesn't know how strong the 4 emperors are. Wayne lit a cigar, and a tangled look flashed in his eyes. Now is undoubtedly not the best time to go to war with Kaido. But Ace's appearance undoubtedly made Wayne nervous. After thinking for a long time, Wayne finally decided. Go to Wayno country and find Ace. After all, Luju is the only child, and Ace can be said to be his relative. So this time, Wayne must go. Hey, it seems that I have to take a risk. Wayne set off soon after deciding. After getting the permanent pointer of Wayno country, Wayne's body turned into a lightning and flew towards Wayno country. This time, Wayne must go alone, because it will be faster, and even if Wayne can't beat him, he can evacuate alone. Chapter 110 Wayno country. The New World of the Grand Line, Wayno country. This is an isolated island, where the world's top 4 emperors Kaido resides. Under the rule of General Kurozumi Orakai, the country pursues a policy of isolation. Hey, is this Wayno country? A purple figure stayed over Wayno country, and Wayne looked at the huge island surrounded by strange sea currents. No wonder it is isolated. This terrain is more difficult to communicate with the outside world than Nine Snake Island. Wayne stared at the island under his feet, and soon his figure turned into a flash of lightning and flew to Wayno country. In the village of Akaza, a little girl who looked 4 or 5 years old was lying on the ground looking for something. As soon as Wayne arrived on the ground, he saw a dirty little girl lying on the ground. He couldn't help but be curious, so he asked, "Hey, little sister, what are you doing?" "Ah!" The little girl was startled and fell to the ground, eating a mouthful of mud. Wayne saw this and quickly helped her up. "Weev. The little girl was Au, who was startled and simply lay on the ground and cried. "It's all your fault." The rabbit nest I found with great difficulty was scared away by you. There's no food for the next 3 days. Wayne scratched his head awkwardly and said, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were catching rabbits. Au wiped away her tears, saw Wayne's appearance in front of her, and then said blankly, Au forgives you, uncle, you are so tall. And your clothes are different from ours, are you also an outsider? Gurgle. Au's stomach rumbled at an inopportune time, making the little girl blush. Seeing this, Wayne took out some dry food from his space ring and handed it to Au, saying, Little sister, you must be hungry. Uncle will treat you to a meal. Wayne handed the beef patty in his hand to Au. Au hesitated for a while, then took the beef patty and swallowed it in big mouthfuls. Thank you, brother. Au is really hungry. When I catch a rabbit, I will definitely treat you to rabbit meat. Wayne squatted down, looked at the little Au, then reached out and touched Au's hair, and said, It's okay, brother has no shortage of food. By the way, didn't you call me uncle just now? Why do you suddenly call me brother again? Au ate the beef patty, and a trace of brightness flashed in her eyes, and then she said, The handsome one is my brother. And my brother is a good person who gave Au food. Wayne laughed dumbly, and then said, My name is Wayne. Au, you just said you are also from outside, have you seen other people from outside? Wayne's eyes flashed with expectation. Au nodded and said, Half a month ago, a brother named Ace came here, Ace brother's so gentle. He also said that he would take Au out to sea in the future. Wayne's tone was a little excited, You mean Ace? Where is he now? Au saw Wayne's excitement. And a vigilance flashed in his eyes, and said, Why are you looking for brother Ace? Wayne knew that Au might have misunderstood, so he said, I am Ace's long-lost brother. I came to Wano country to find Ace. Au nodded and said, Then big brother, you are late. Ace left Wano country yesterday. After that, Au stuffed the remaining half of the beef patty into his arms, muttering, I have another half to take home for the villagers to eat. Wayne calmed down after hearing this, a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes, and murmured, Missed it again. In fact, Wayne's speed is already very fast, but the news in the One Piece world is too closed, especially the closed-door policy of Wano country, so Wayne missed the meeting with Ace. You know, Wayne flew non-stop in the sky for a day and 2 nights before rushing to Wano country. Wayne thought about it, took out a den mushi from his arms, and soon the den mushi was connected. Wayne said to the den mushi, I am Wayne, Ace left Wano country, and his crew should have left with him. Lafayette, take your men to look for Ace in the New World and see if you can find his whereabouts. Yes, boss. Wayne quickly hung up the phone, and Au also stood up at this time, walked forward a few steps, and said to Wayne, Big brother, do you want to visit my house? Wayne wanted to refuse, but seeing Au's hopeful look, he nodded and said, Okay, then big brother will visit your house for a while. But only for a short while. Au nodded happily. Soon, Wayne came to the village of Baikaza under the leadership of Au. Stop it now, get off. You are not allowed to approach the village. As soon as Wayne entered the village of Baikaza, he was stopped by several farmers holding farm tools. Just as Wayne was about to speak, he saw Au's body sticking out from behind Wayne and said, Don't be nervous, Wayne is a good man, he is Ace's brother. And he gave Au food. Wayne squatted down, Au slid off Wayne, and then ran to the villagers to explain. Soon, the villagers let down their guard, and the leading man put down the farm tools in his hand and said, I'm sorry. There haven't been outsiders in Wano country for a long time, so we are so nervous. Wayne chuckled and said, It's okay. The man said to Wayne, You are so tall. Are you a samurai? Samurai? Wayne looked at the sword on his waist, then nodded and said, You can say that, but men on the sea usually call themselves swordsmen. When the man saw Wayne admit that he was a warrior, his eyes lit up, and then he said, then come to my house. My family's food is enough. Wayne touched his stomach and said, then I'd rather obey than be respectful. On the dining table, there was a plate of small green vegetables in front of Wayne, and a pile of empty bowls were also placed on his left hand. Wayne handed the empty bowl to the man and shouted, another bowl. The man's eyes twitched, and at this time a little girl who looked about 17 or 18 years old came to the rice jar and looked at the empty bottom of the jar with a sad face. Wayne ate half a month's rations for the brother and sister in this meal. No rice. The man saw his sister's embarrassed look and immediately understood. A trace of annoyance flashed in his eyes, and then he walked to Wayne and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Warrior, my food is finished. The man seems to be very straightforward. Finished. Wayne was stunned. Then saw the worried expression on the little girl's face, and then thought of Au, a 4 or 5-year-old child, catching rabbits in the wild. Wayne couldn't help but guess, wouldn't the people in Wayno country be hungry? Chapter 111 Fishing. So Wayne wiped his mouth, then stood up and said with a smile, I'm full. Thank you for your hospitality, the food is delicious. The man breathed a sigh of relief, and then said excitedly, my name is Oishi, and my dream is to become a samurai. Can you tell me about your overseas story? Wayne nodded. He had just seen Oishi's excited expression and made some guesses, and the result was as Wayne expected. So Wayne talked about some interesting stories about himself in the sea, and Oishi and his sister also listened on the table with a look of yearning. It's amazing, there are fish as big as islands? And there are samurai who can cut it open with one sword. Daishi clenched his hands, his eyes flashed with excitement, and he wished that he was the one who killed the fish. At this time, a figure walked in from outside the door. The person was Au. Au came over and said coquettishly, Master brother, do you have any food at home? There is no food in the second uncle's house next door. Daishi was stunned, a trace of embarrassment flashed in his eyes, and then he hurriedly said, Au, wait a moment, brother will go to the factory to move bricks now, and there will be food when I come back in the evening. After that, Dashi rushed out of the house in a hurry. Wayne did not stop him when he saw this, but just asked in confusion, I think the land here is not barren. Why do you have no food? A trace of hatred flashed across Dashi's sister's face, and then she said, it's all because of Kaido and Kurozumi Orakai. They control the food of the entire Wayno country. And because they built the factory upstream, the water quality of our downstream villages was polluted and we couldn't farm at all. So we can only work hard for Kaido and others every day to earn some meager income. Au nodded and said, the adults in the village are very hard-working, and they often have nothing to eat. Au's parents died because they drank the water from the river. But Dashi brother is very powerful. He is very strong and can get the wages of 10 people a day, so he often helps the people in the village. But Au is also very powerful. Au can also catch some small animals in the wild for everyone to eat. Wayne's eyes suddenly became serious. He did expect that the villagers in this village might not live very well, but he didn't expect it to be so bad that people would even starve to death. Wayne gritted his teeth and uttered a few words. Kaido, you really make me look at you in a new light. Wayne looked at Au and the others with sad faces, and could only comfort them, Au, brother can do magic. Go and gather everyone in the village together. Wait for brother for a while, and brother will turn you into endless food. Au's eyes lit up, so he hurried to the village to call the adults. And Wayne's figure turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared on the spot. A quarter of an hour later. Au, you said Wayne is going to show us magic. No way, why did I hear Wayne has a lot of food? Hundreds of villagers in the village of Biancasa were standing in the open space at the entrance of the village and discussing. And Au said seriously, what I mean is, Brother Wayne is going to make food for us. Ah! Ha ha ha! How is this possible? It's impossible to make food out of thin air. It's just a lie to children. That's right, Wayne may have left Wano country now. Yes, I heard that he also ate a lot of rice from Oishi. The minds of adults will never be as simple as those of children. From the perspective of adults, they will use the most rational and logical thinking to judge the development of the matter. But Au pouted, with a layer of mist in her eyes, and said with a wronged tone, but her eyes were firm, "Nonsense. Brother Wayne will definitely come back. He promised to give Au the food she couldn't finish eating." So, the villagers in the village sat in the open space at the head of the village, weaving bamboo hats with their hands, waiting for Wayne's food. Most of them work to weave bamboo hats, so it's okay to wait for Wayne. Gradually, an hour passed. The people in the village began to get impatient, and some villagers gave up waiting in the square and returned to their homes instead. "I told you, that Wayne will definitely not come back." A little boy of 7 or 8 years old made a face at Au. And Au said angrily, "You are talking nonsense. Brother Wayne." Before he finished speaking, the villagers in the open space suddenly felt that the sky was dark. The villagers looked up and saw a huge shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. "What is that? Oh my God! It looks like a fish." The villagers gathered together, looking at the figure in the sky with shock in their eyes. "Get out of the way!" Wayne shouted at the villagers who were still not leaving, and then the villagers reacted and quickly left the open space. Boom! The huge fish was thrown down from the sky by Wayne, and the amazing mass made the surrounding ground shake. "Oh my God!" the villagers exclaimed. What appeared in front of them was a huge fish with a length of nearly 100 meters and a weight of about 500 tons. No, to be precise, this should be considered a sea king. The villagers' shock was not over yet. Wayne's figure disappeared in the air, and soon appeared again, and he was holding another huge fish in his hand. Boom! 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 The ground of the village of Byangsa shook 3 times in total. "Ha!" finally brought back. Wayne leaned on the back of the huge fish, lit a cigarette, and took 2 breaths. Sure enough, it's better to have a cigarette after the incident. The villagers around were shocked to see these 3 huge sea fish. They had never seen such huge fish before. The first one of these 3 fish is about 100 meters long and weighs 500 tons. The other 2 are more than 30 meters long and weigh about 200 tons, and the other is 50 meters long and weighs about 300 tons. The total weight of the 3 fish is close to 1,000 tons. And these fish were found by Wayne in the sea area more than 20 nautical miles away, so Wayne used the electric fishing technique to easily stun the 3 fish. It's easy to catch, but it's hard to transport them back. Wayne ran 3 times to transport these 3 fish back. With such weight and distance, even Wayne was a little tired. But despite the hard work, it is undoubtedly a very satisfying thing to see the smiling faces of the villagers around. Chapter 112 Au. Brother Wayne, I knew you would come back. Au saw Wayne rushing over, with tears in his eyes, and said, "Many villagers didn't believe you just now." Wayne smiled, knowing that the villagers who were afraid of hunger would not believe this, and their knowledge also limited their imagination. So Wayne touched Au's head and said, "Brother is back, go and call those villagers out again, brother will give them food." Au excitedly went to knock on the door and call people out. After all, it was not easy for Au to grow up so big, and the villagers in the village had helped Au more or less. As for Wayne, he didn't care about the villagers' distrust. After all, Wayne was just a stranger to the villagers, and Wayne didn't care about other people's opinions. This was just a goodwill out of interest. Soon, the villagers gathered again in the open space at the head of the village. And Wayne started to cook food with the help of the villagers. A huge pot of fish head soup. 3 hours later. Ding! After 2 hours and 47 minutes of cooking, your cooking skills have improved, your cooking level has been upgraded, and your current cooking level is Grandmaster, 113/30,000, you have obtained 34 life points and your current life points are 15,999 points. The tempting fish head soup is done. Wayne opened the lid of the pot, revealing a large pot of tempting fish head soup. Come on, everyone, come and eat. Au stood beside the pot of soup, swallowed his saliva at the tempting food, and then sent fish soup to other villagers with several villagers around. Hey, it smells so good. It's so delicious, I've never eaten such a delicious meal. The villagers of Bian village shed tears of happiness while drinking the fish soup and eating the fish meat. Brother Wayne, drink the soup. Thank you. Wayne smiled and took the fish soup handed over by Au, blowing air while drinking the delicious fish soup. Did Wayne feel a sense of accomplishment when he saw the villagers around him shed tears of emotion? As a chef, it is undoubtedly a source of pride to let guests eat food that moves them to tears. Wow, it smells so good, what's that smell? Wayne looked back and saw that it was Dashi who came back, followed by several half-grown teenagers, each holding some food in their hands. Hehe, this is for Dashi, brother. Au smiled and handed a bowl of fish soup to Dashi, saying, Hehe, isn't it amazing? These are all made by Brother Wayne, and the fish were also transformed by Brother Wayne. Au pointed to several large fish not far away, and her tone was indescribably proud, as if she had caught them. Dashi was stunned, looking at the large fish in shock. Then he gave Wayne a thumbs up and said in an admiring tone, Samurai are awesome. I must become a warrior as awesome as you in the future. Wayne nodded and said, you can do it. After that, Wayne thought for a while, took out a book from the space ring and handed it to Oishi, saying, you are a talented child. This is some of my practice experience. Take a look when you are free. I believe you will become stronger. Wayne gave a book about the practice experience of the 6 styles of the Navy and the return of life. He could see that the child in front of him, named Oishi, was a very talented teenager with a high talent for physical skills. He was definitely one in a million. So Wayne gave him some of his teaching notes when he was teaching in the Free City. Oishi took the notes handed by Wayne with a dazed head. And then suddenly seemed to have an emotional breakdown. He knelt down in front of Wayne and shouted, I will never forget the grace of teaching. Wayne was shocked. He didn't expect Oishi to react so strongly. Perhaps this is the spirit of Bushido. Wayne helped Oishi up and said, haha, there aren't so many twists and turns between samurai. If there's a chance in the future, I'll take you to see samurai outside of Wano country. Oishi nodded heavily and continued to eat the fish soup. At this moment, the faces of the boys who came back with Oishi turned red. While drinking the fish soup, they hesitated and wanted to say something. Au asked forward, then ran to Wayne and said, Brother Wayne, they are from the simple village next door. They want to ask if we can call people from their village to eat together. Before Au finished speaking, the surrounding villagers also looked at Wayne. To them, the fish soup was Wayne's property, so the right to distribute it naturally belonged to Wayne. Wayne was slightly stunned, then nodded and said, it's okay, you can ask everyone to come and eat. I have enough food here. And everyone will definitely not be able to finish so many fish. I guess we can only eat a small part. The rest is better to be dried and stored, so that it can be preserved for a longer time. Let's share a little at that time. Several half-grown teenagers were surprised when they heard this, and then they hurriedly wanted to run back to the village to call everyone to share the food. Wayne lowered his head and continued to drink fish soup and eat fish meat. He stopped after eating more than 20 bowls in a row. It was not because he was full, but because he was a little tired of eating so much. Wayne lit a cigar, then took out a bottle of black and red stuff and handed it to Au beside him, saying, try it, this is called Coke, also known as Fat House Happy Water, it tastes very good. Au took the Coke with curiosity, and then tasted a few mouthfuls and suddenly showed a happy expression on her face, and then handed the Coke to other children around her. Wayne found that Au had an advantage, that is, she was willing to share. Although he was having a hard time, he was happy to share his food with others. No, it should be said that all the people in this village were like this. Although they were poor, they were not stingy. This was also the reason why Wayne was willing to help them. Wayne thought for a moment and said to the villagers around him, "Those who are full should get up and work. We'd better cut these fish into fillets before dark, and then dry them, so that they can be preserved for a long time." The eyes of the surrounding villagers lit up when they heard this, which undoubtedly meant that Wayne was going to leave the fish meat for them, so they all started to prepare to divide and store it with great enthusiasm. Wayne calculated in his mind that even if the inedible parts were removed and dried, the weight of these fish meats would be nearly several hundred tons. The villagers of the two villages combined could get nearly 1,000 kilograms per person. Enough food for them for the next year. Chapter 113 Artificial Devil Fruit. Soon, a large group of villagers came, and they were the villagers from the neighboring village of Jianlu. Wayne was smoking and observing the villagers. He was surprised to find that although most of the villagers were ragged and hungry, they looked cheerful and had smiles on their lips. "Strange, are the people in Wano country so cheerful?" Wayne said curiously. At this time, Wayne found that one of the villagers in the leaking village was looking at him with tears in his eyes and smiling. This guy's eyes are so strange. What Wayne didn't expect was that the man didn't eat, but walked towards him with firm steps. Wayne was slightly stunned and felt a little bit. This man had some strength, but it was a world away from him. The man walked to Wayne, plopped, and knelt down all of a sudden. Wayne was shocked and thought to himself, "Are the customs of Wano country like this?" Unexpectedly, the man suddenly said, "Marin, Member 03 of the Nightingale Squad of the Dawn Organization, reports to you." Wayne's eyes suddenly became serious after hearing this. Nightingale is a spy squad under his Dawn organization. It is a spy arranged by Wayne all over the world. Among them, Caesar is the person codenamed 01 of the Nightingale Squad. But Wayne usually doesn't ask about these things. Activities such as espionage are generally managed by Solomon. But Wayne didn't know it at this time, but he reacted. This person should be the spy who passed Ace's information to Wayne some time ago. So Wayne looked around, pulled Marin to a corner, and said, "What's the matter? How did you end up like this?" Wayne obviously saw that Marin's state was very abnormal. He looked like he was so excited that he shed tears, but he was laughing all the time. While laughing, Marin said, "Boss, I came to Wano country 5 years ago as a spy. At the same time, I am also Kaido's subordinate in Wano country. The failed test subject of the Mile Fruit." "Test subject?" Wayne reacted. Kaido and Dover have always been trading artificial devil fruits. The name of the artificial devil fruit is the Smile Fruit, and the origin of this name is that the failed test subject can no longer control his emotions. No matter what the situation, no matter what mood, he can only have one expression, that is, smile. And Wayne's subordinate in front of him undoubtedly suffered this side effect. Wayne lit a cigar, then handed it to Marin, closed his eyes slightly, and said, "I understand, you have suffered a lot here. I can take you back to the Free City, and I will arrange new people to come. Your mission is completed." Mara took the cigar handed by Wayne tremblingly, but shook his head, and said with a firm look, "No, boss, my mission is not completed. I want to stay in Wano country." Wayne's eyes flashed with surprise, but Marin continued, "Boss, you don't know the situation in Wano country. Since Wano country is a closed country, it is difficult for outsiders to come in, and even if they come in, they will be discovered soon. And I joined Kaido's pirate group 5 years ago, but because of the failure of taking the devil fruit, I finally became an ordinary villager. All this is hard won. If the boss wants to rearrange the staff, it will take a lot of time. So I hope to continue to stay in Wano country and provide intelligence for the boss." With a plop. As he spoke, Marin suddenly knelt down, buried his head in the ground, and said, "Boss. Marin has only one request, a personal request. I hope that the boss can defeat Kaido when the time is right and wipe out the rule of Wano country General Kurozumi Orakai. Because this country, the civilians of this country, can no longer endure any destruction. At the end, Marin's eyes were full of tears, but his face still had a chilling smile. Wayne closed his eyes slightly, his hands were shaking slightly because of anger. I understand. I promise you, I will take off Kaido's head. The next morning, because of the information provided by Marin, Wayne planned to stay in Wano country for one more day. Because he wanted to find the best swordsmith in Wano country to improve his forging skills. After all, his mission of swordsmith's craftsmanship has been suspended for a long time. Excuse me, is Mr. Ushimaru at home? That's right. The person Wayne was going to visit was one of the 9 red scabbards, whose real name was Kawamatsu and whose current alias was Ushiomaru. It was just that Wayne didn't know the truth. The information Wayne had obtained so far was that Ushiomaru was a powerful swordsman who knew many swordsmiths in Wano country and had received some teachings from them. Wayne came here to ask about the secret of swordsmithing in Wano country. Wayne knocked on the door for a long time but no one came out. Isn't he home? Wayne's eyes flashed red, and his observation haki accurately captured that there was life in the room. It seems that he doesn't want to see me. Wayne's mind moved, and he came up with a solution. Wayne took off the package on his back, took out an iron pot, and began to cook on his own. Soon, the aroma of cooking filled the room. Swoosh! Wayne, who had just opened the pot, saw a strange figure wearing a mask coming in front of him. Wayne smiled slightly and said, I guess you are Ushiomaru, right? Jayaguamaru looked at the pot of food in front of him, swallowed his saliva and said nothing. Seeing this, Wayne said, I have no ill intentions. I am a swordsmith from outside Wano country, but I have recently reached a bottleneck in sword making, so I want to come to Wano country to ask how to forge a supreme big sword. Jayaguamaru raised his head and glanced at Wayne, snorted coldly, and said, Forge a supreme big sword, hey, what a big tone. Seeing that Nyogomaru said this, Wayne must have an understanding of forging famous swords, or even mastered it, so he hurriedly said, Man proposes, God disposes. Although I know the chance is not great, I am still willing to try. After all, Wayne is asking for help now, so his words are very patient. Jayaguamaru closed his eyes and thought for a while, thinking that this was not a big deal, and even if he told Wayne, he didn't think Wayne could forge it. So Nyogomaru asked, If I tell you, this pot of fish soup will be mine. Wayne nodded, then took the package from behind and said, Not only that, if you are willing to tell me, these 100 kilograms of rice and 200 kilograms of fish meat are all yours. Jayaguamaru swallowed his saliva as he looked at the food in front of him. Deal. Chapter 114 The Supreme Sword. The civilians in Wano country are extremely short of food, especially wanted criminals like Jayaguamaru. Even if they are strong, they just need more food. So Wayne used a meal of fish soup and 300 kilograms of food to exchange for the experience of the sword-making master in Wano country. Jayaguamaru was seen wolfing down the fish soup while muttering, What you asked just now is wrong. As far as I know, the supreme sword cannot be made. Wayne was stunned. Can't make it? What about his mission? So Wayne asked quickly, What do you mean? Nyoguin said, As far as I know, the forging masters of all generations can only create a great sword, or a sword that is infinitely close to the supreme great sword. But they all have one thing in common, that is, when the forging is completed, they cannot be called the supreme great sword. The real supreme sword can only be honed by a powerful swordsman. Through the swordsman's own courage, countless battles, and the immersion of armed color domineering, the swordsman finally became famous with this sword, and it can be called a real supreme sword. Wayne was silent for a moment. This answer was the same as what Hawkeye told him at the beginning, but it was obviously not what he wanted, so Wayne asked, Hasn't there been a person who can make a supreme sword in all these years? Jayaguamaru picked up the fish soup, drank the soup in the pot, wiped his mouth, and then said, "That's not the case, it's a legend, of course, it's just a legend." Thousands of years ago, the first generation of the Shimatsuki family in Wano country was called the strongest swordsmith in history. And no one has surpassed it so far. It is said that he had created a supreme sword at that time. The reason why the sword was called the supreme sword as soon as it was created was because it had a record of cutting off another supreme sword shortly after it was created. It is said that the ancestor of the Shimatsuki family obtained an extremely precious meteorite from outer space, and constantly tempered it during the forging process. The forging master himself was a great swordsman. He incorporated his own spirit and faith into the forging process, so he could reach such a high level. But unfortunately, the sword was lost shortly after it was created, otherwise it might be a sword that surpassed the supreme sword. The meteorite from outer space, injected with my own faith. After hearing this, Wayne sat on the ground and pondered for a long time, constantly thinking about the rumors that Niugiwan said. Niugiwan waited for a while, and seeing that Wayne didn't speak for a long time, he said, "Ahem, in view of your provision of food, I can tell you the secret of creating a great sword. The difference between a big knife and a good knife is that all big knives have special properties, or can release murderous aura, or can release domineering, flames, cold air, or are extremely sharp. But no matter which case, the master who forged the big knife constantly injected his own beliefs and emotions in the forging process, turning the big knife into a spiritual sword." Wayne was thinking about his previous forging experience while thinking about what Niugiwan said. After a long time, he felt that the problem that had troubled him for a long time suddenly became clear. So Wayne stood up, bowed to Niugiwan, and said, "Thank you for your advice." Niugiwan deserved Wayne's bow, because after Wayne figured it out, the system sent a prompt. "Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the experience of the forging master, the forging skills have been greatly improved, and the forging speed and level have been further improved. Gain 5,000 professional experience points. The current blacksmith level is master level, 5536/30,000. Gain 5,000 life points. The current life points are 21,000 points. Wayne's blacksmith profession has made a huge leap, which is equivalent to the accumulation of several months of hard forging. After getting the answer he wanted, Wayne turned around and prepared to leave, but the voice of Niugiwan came from behind him, "Although I don't know who you are, I can see that you are a powerful swordsman. Therefore, I have to remind you that most craftsmen can't make a famous sword in their lifetime. If you can make a famous sword, you can be called a master of casting. And a master of casting can make a big sword in his lifetime and can be called a master of the generation, so, do it within your ability." After hearing this, Wayne paused slightly, then waved his hand and said, "I know." Then his body changed into a flash of lightning and disappeared here. Niugiwan was shocked when he saw this, and muttered, "I'm wrong, this person is a fruit ability user." On the other side, Wayne returned to the lost village. He was ready to leave Wano country, but he was going to inform Marin before leaving Wano country. "What's going on?" Wayne, who had just arrived at the lost village, felt that something was wrong, because most of the villagers knelt on the ground, smiling with tears in their eyes. Wayne quickly found Marin and asked, "What's going on?" Marin sighed and said, "The food given by the boss yesterday was taken away by the Shinjis, nothing was left, and they said they would supply it to Kaido." Wayne was slightly stunned, looking at the villagers around him who had no anger in their hearts but could only smile. Wayne's heart also rose with boundless anger, and he murmured, "Kaido, you are really great." Wayne, who originally planned to leave Wano country, planned to leave a gift for Kaido before leaving. After asking the direction of Kaido's men's departure, Wayne's figure turned into a lightning and flew away. That direction is the location of the village of Biancasa. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that the people of the village of Picking Up Leaks would hide so much food. This time, I can get a reward if I report it. Are you stupid? Can the reward be as valuable as these foods? We can offer half and sell the other half in the city. 2 of Kaido's men were seen sitting on a giant beast, and behind the beast were all kinds of food, including the fish meat that Wayne gave to the villagers of the village of Picking Up Leaks. Who is it? Suddenly, one of the men seemed to feel something. But, this is also the last sentence of his life. Flying sword style sword art 9-headed dragon flash. Wayne in the sky slashed out 9 flying slashes wrapped with domineering power. As expected, dozens of Kaido's men and the giant beast left the world without even struggling. Among them, there were also the 2 real fighters who could be called masters in the first half of the Grand Line. Wayne, who solved these pirates with one move, was neither happy nor sad. Wayne flew from the sky to the truck carrying food and began to eat heartily. Wayne planned to fight Kaido here, and before that, Wayne had to eat to keep himself in shape. The night of Wano country slowly fell, and Wayne sat on the mountain of food. I saw that Wayne had eaten nearly half of the original food. And Wayne sat on the pile of food with his eyes closed, waiting for Kaido's arrival. Suddenly, Wayne opened his eyes. In Wayne's perception of the color of seeing, there was a very strong breath in the sky approaching this place. The 4 emperors, Kaido of Beasts. Here he comes. Chapter 115 4 Emperors Kaido. I saw a giant dragon in the sky slowly transform into a human form, stop not far from Wayne, and let out a heroic laugh. Ha 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 ha, I want to see who dares to rob my goods in my territory, Kaido. Wayne stood up from the pile of food, jumped up, and stood on a boulder, with a cigar in his mouth, staring at Kaido in front of him. Really tall, is he a subspecies of the giants? Wayne is more than 3 meters tall, almost the height of a small building. Among ordinary people, it is already a monster-like height, but Wayne is standing on a boulder at this time, just as tall as Kaido. It has to be said that Kaido puts a lot of pressure on Wayne, which is a kind of pressure in momentum. At this moment, Kaido, who is not far away, also discovered Wayne's existence. Kaido narrowed his eyes, took a sip of the wine in the gourd on his waist, and then yelled at Wayne. 7 warlords Wayne! Are you the one who came to my territory to cause trouble? The little brats nowadays are really brave. Did you become arrogant after defeating that old guy, Golden Lion? As Kaido's voice fell, Wayne only felt that the trees and rivers around him moved without wind. All things in the world isolated themselves, and a powerful momentum kept rushing towards them. Overlord Haki! Haha, you really gave me a big gift as soon as we met. Wayne extinguished the cigar in his hand and roared, Overlord Haki, I also have it. As Wayne's voice fell, a powerful momentum burst out from his body, and this momentum continued to rush towards Kaido in front. The collision of 2 Overlord Hakis occurred. One is Kaido, who is known as the strongest creature in the world, and the other is Wayne, who has been hailed as the strongest 7 warlords in recent years. Boom! The whole sky seemed to dim, and a clear boundary appeared in the sky above the 2 heads, as if the whole sky was divided into 2 halves. The world is in opposition. But Kaido is a well-known strong man after all, and he is stronger than Wayne in terms of spirit. I saw that Wayne's momentum in the sky was constantly decreasing under Kaido's compression, and Wayne's purple momentum only accounted for 3/10 of the sky. It seems that Kaido's domineering is at least a high-level existence. Wayne gritted his teeth and was thinking about whether he should upgrade his domineering to a high level. No, Wayne can still hold on. The 2 of them were deadlocked for a few minutes. Ding! Congratulations to the host, in the collision with the domineering of the strong, he has continuously honed his own domineering, and the level of domineering has been improved. The current level is high-level domineering, 1/50,000. A gleam of light flashed in Wayne's eyes, and the level of domineering has been improved. Boom! Wayne's momentum is even stronger, and the sky above the 2 of them is divided again. A trace of surprise flashed in Kaido's eyes. In his perception, Wayne's domineering power was obviously much weaker than his own just now, but after a stalemate, it was almost the same as his own. Did you break through your domineering power in the battle? Haha, you are worthy of being the guy who can defeat the Golden Lion. What an interesting kid. Kaido carried a huge mace in his hand, jumped high, and then swung it hard, and the huge mace hit Wayne fiercely. A ray of light flashed in Wayne's eyes. Come on. Wayne also quickly pulled out the Rakshasa at his waist, and covered it with armed color domineering. Bang! The sound of weapons colliding sounded. Wayne and Kaido's move was just a simple battle of strength, and no moves were used. Wayne covered the armed color domineering just to protect the blade in his hand. The difference is that Kaido's stick not only used his own strength, but also relied on the impact and inertia of jumping high. Wayne's knife relied on the endless power of the earth under his feet. Therefore, the most difficult part of Kaido's move is the moment when the power is connected. The huge power from Kaido's mace caused cracks in the ground under Wayne's feet. But there is no doubt that Wayne took Kaido's move. If it is just a competition of strength, Wayne has not met anyone who can absolutely suppress him in terms of strength. If Wayne were to describe his physical talent, it would be the world's top strength, first-class physical strength, and second-class defense. Otherwise, Rayleigh would certainly not say that Wayne has a unique physical talent and is suitable for practicing physical skills. After a technical attack, the two also had a preliminary understanding of each other's strength, so the two of them stopped at the same time. Kaido's eyes gleamed, as if he had discovered some treasure, and then he laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, kid, you are qualified to be my opponent. For someone like Kaido, there are few opponents in the world, so it is extremely rare to meet an opponent like Wayne. And Wayne was eager to try in his heart. He was waiting for Kaido here. There were two considerations for fighting Kaido. The first is to vent his anger, and the second is to explore the strength of the so-called Four Emperors in advance. This is the first time Wayne has fought against the Four Emperors. After one blow, Kaido retreated and then jumped high. Wayne only felt that the sky had changed. It's dark. Is it because of the dark clouds above? No, that's the huge blue dragon incarnated by Kaido. Kaido, the blue dragon form of the mythical beast species of the fish fruit of the animal system. The energy in Kaido's mouth condensed, and a red burning breath gathered in Kaido's mouth, and then shot towards Wayne. Should I dodge? Wayne looked at the village behind him, and his heart tightened. Then purple lightning gathered beside Wayne. 200 million volts Thor. The purple lightning and the red-hot breath exhaled from Kaido's mouth collided fiercely in the air. Boom! The two rays of light stalemated in the air for a while, but in the end, Wayne's lightning was more powerful, and after dispersing Kaido's hot breath, it continued to shoot forward. Zzz. Thor accurately hit Kaido's huge dragon body, making a squeaking sound. Waves of black smoke rose from Kaido's body, and the smoke dissipated, and Kaido's body seemed to be unharmed. But the light in his eyes was deeper, a pair of huge dragon eyes were piercing, and the dragon opened its mouth, and a huge wind blade shot towards Wayne. This was the first time Wayne met an existence that could resist his thunder god with his flesh, but at this moment Wayne had no time to think about it, because Kaido's next attack was coming. Wayne took a deep breath, waved the Rakshasa in his hand, and two huge purple flying slashes were sent towards Kaido. One sword-style rakery. The essence of flying slash is actually wind. It is a kind of grasp of wind after the swordsman has experienced the breathing of all things, and a powerful slash is issued following the breathing of the surrounding wind. At this moment, Kaido's wind blade and Wayne's flying slash collided in the air and slowly dissipated, with no winner. Wayne was now confident of Kaido's form, with strong defense, good at range attacks, and great destructive power, but his one-on-one ability was still a little weak. So Wayne grinned, showing his white teeth, and shouted to the sky, "Kaido, if that's the case, you don't deserve the title of the Four Emperors. Chapter 116 The World's Strongest Defense. What kind of strength do the four emperors have? Wayne didn't know. At least he didn't know before fighting Kaido. In Wayne's memory, the old and weak Whitebeard in the original One Piece could suppress the friction between two admirals alone, but he was eventually defeated by the Navy because of many reasons such as the recurrence of hidden injuries, the betrayal of his subordinates, and the sneak attack of Blackbeard. And Wayne asked himself that it was not realistic to fight against the two admirals alone with his current strength, so Wayne has always drawn a question mark on the strength of the four emperors. Greater than one admiral, not much weaker than the two admirals combined, this is Wayne's judgment on the four emperors. This is also the reason why Wayne has been cautious for so many years. Even the draw with Aokiji and the killing of Golden Lion did not make Wayne feel proud. But after fighting Kaido, Wayne was proud. As we all know, the power of the animal-type devil fruit in One Piece after transformation is greater than before transformation, and Kaido used multiple tricks in succession after transformation without making Wayne feel pressured. And what happened next made Wayne more determined in his mind. I saw Kaido opened his dragon mouth and let out a huge dragon roar, and then purple lightning spewed down along the dragon roar. Seeing this, Wayne even put away the Rakshasa at his waist, without dodging at all, and the purple lightning accurately hit Wayne's body. After a flash of light. Hey, cool. Is this the feeling of being fully charged? Kaido's lightning not only did not hurt Wayne at all, but made Wayne feel energetic. After all, Luffy is immune to lightning, but for Wayne, lightning is simply a tonic energy. Wayne smacked his lips, looked at Kaido in the sky, took out the Rakshasa from his waist, and whispered, "Next, it's my turn." Flying sword style sword technique nine-headed dragon flash. The Rakshasa was covered with armed haki, and 9 narrow and solid slashes flew towards Kaido in the sky. The haki in each slash was the limit of Wayne's haki now internal destruction level, Ryu Sakura haki. Wayne's 9-headed dragon flash is a skill that is almost certain to hit, and even an extremely fast enemy is difficult to dodge. At this time, Kaido in the sky is so huge that it is impossible for him to dodge Wayne's move. Roar, roar, roar. Only a painful scream came from the air, and then Kaido's huge body fell from the air and slammed heavily on the hillside, causing the surrounding ground to tremble several times. Wayne was delighted that this move worked. He believed that even if Kaido took this move of 9-headed dragon flash head-on, he would not feel good. But soon, the smile on Wayne's face disappeared, because in his perception of the color of seeing and hearing, although Kaido fell from the air and seemed to be injured, his life breath was still strong, and his combat effectiveness would not be damaged. Damn, he is worthy of being the four emperors, and his skin is really thick. Wayne narrowed his eyes and stared at Kaido not far away. I saw Kaido's originally huge dragon body gradually change, and finally turned into a tall figure, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Ha 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 ha, it's so refreshing. Since that man, I have never met anyone who makes me feel painful. I saw that Kaido had several more knife wounds on his body, the longest of which was nearly half a meter long, and blood trickled out of his skin. But without exception, these knife wounds only hurt Kaido's flesh, and no wound was deep enough. Kaido took a gulp of wine from a half-man-high wine jug, then ignored the wound on his face, picked up the mace with his left hand, propped up his body, and yelled at Wayne. "Come on, Wayne, you deserve my respect." Wayne looked unhappy. Judging from Kaido's current defense, he could probably ignore most of Wayne's attacks, but if Wayne was hit head-on by Kaido's full-strength attack, he would probably not feel good. But at this point, Wayne is naturally not afraid of anything. As Wayne's mind moved, the thunderclouds in the sky seemed to roll with Wayne's thoughts. 300 million volts Thunder Dragon. A huge thunder dragon rolled out from the thunderclouds in the sky and flew straight towards Kaido. This is the most destructive fruit ability that Wayne has currently launched. Wayne cannot use it under normal conditions, but at this time, the thunderclouds over Wano country allow Wayne to use the power of nature to forcibly launch this move. But even so, Wayne is not sure that he can defeat Kaido. No, it should be said that it is difficult to severely injure him. Come on! Kaido's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and then his body began to turn black, and the armed color domineering armor appeared on Kaido. Kaido held a mace in his right hand and clenched his fist wrapped in armed color domineering in his left hand. It was clear that he did not want to dodge and wanted to use force to forcibly disperse Wayne's 300 million volt thunder dragon. Boom! The whole mountain range was suddenly filled with lightning, and purple lightning flashed everywhere, while Kaido kept attacking Wayne's thunder dragon, as if he had the energy to vent his dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Wayne instantly realized that his move might only be able to consume Kaido's physical strength, but with the physical strength of the four emperors, this loss was obviously insignificant. At the same time, Wayne noticed the mountains and forests that were constantly being destroyed around him, and his heart tightened. He immediately realized that if he continued to fight like this, the two villages and the villagers inside would be in danger. So Wayne's figure turned into a lightning and flew away. Want to run? Anger flashed in Kaido's eyes, and then an angry blow of the mace dispersed the thunder dragon, and his body turned into a dragon and flew towards Wayne. But Wayne naturally didn't want to escape. He hadn't tested Kaido's true strength at this time, but if the battle affected the two villages, it would definitely distract Wayne, so Wayne planned to lead Kaido to the battlefield he wanted to go to. Wayne in the sky deliberately slowed down and fought and retreated. Gradually, two figures, one dragon and one thunder, came to the factory in Wano country. It was the factory that produced a large number of artificial devil fruits and other chemicals. Wayne planned to take advantage of the battle with Kaido to destroy the factory in one fell swoop. Wayne's figure stopped above the factory, and Kaido followed closely behind, staring at Wayne with a pair of huge dragon eyes. Ha ha ha, kid, why don't you run away? But as he spoke, Kaido seemed to find that the location here was a little bit wrong. Wayne smiled and said, ha ha ha. I won't run away. Today I want to be a dragon slayer. Chapter 117 3 Days of War. Wayne took a deep breath and his face began to become solemn. Then Wayne's arms, shoulders, and abdomen began to show a dark armament haki, and the whole body formed a dark armament haki armor. There was a purple lightning on Wayne's forehead, and lightning marks on both cheeks. The dark armament haki on the entire chest deepened further, and finally turned into a deeper purple than black. Two purple clouds appeared on Wayne's chest. This is the strongest form of armament haki that Wayne had previously stimulated, covering everything. Not enough. Wayne shook his head gently, and then his body continued to change. The purple lightning covered the periphery of Wayne's armament haki like layers of veil, and finally formed a purple protective cover, which looked like a purple dress from a distance. And with the appearance of this protective clothing, two deeper purple lightning tattoos appeared again under Wayne's two thunderclouds. This is the strongest armament haki combat form that Wayne has been hiding. After Wayne got the thunder fruit, he was thinking whether he could improve his physique like Luffy by developing the fruit. After the thunder fruit reached a high level of development, Wayne was finally able to show this form. Facing Kaido, Wayne must show all his strength. When Kaido saw Wayne's posture, his eyes narrowed, and his whole expression seemed to become serious. Kaido's body turned into a human form again, and then he looked at Wayne and said, "Boy, I didn't expect you to reach this level." Wayne pursed his lips and didn't say anything. He was not used to fighting in this posture, but just took the Rakshasa on his waist back to his hand. One sword-style rakery. Wayne's figure flashed, and the next second he suddenly appeared in front of Kaido, and then Rakshasa slashed into Kaido's left arm with force. Kaido screamed in pain, and he didn't react to Wayne's attack trajectory at all. Then Kaido stretched out his hand and grabbed it, as if he wanted to grab Wayne's neck. But Wayne's figure flashed, and he turned into a purple lightning and moved away from Kaido again. This is Wayne's second ability in this state. In addition to having super strong defense, Wayne's speed has also been greatly improved, at least more than twice as fast as in the normal state. Boy, you've completely pissed me off." Kaido touched the wound on his left arm, which was more painful than the flying slash that Wayne had slashed before. As Kaido roared, some purple patterns appeared on his body. No, they were fish scales. Kaido finally used his other form, the human beast form of the animal-type devil fruit. The battle at the level of the four emperors is difficult to determine the winner in a short period of time. Therefore, Kaido and Wayne fought for 3 full days and 3 nights. The first day, the first 3 hours. Wayne relied on his monster-like physical strength to maintain the integrated form of the domineering fruit ability for 3 full hours. During these 3 hours, Wayne kept suppressing Kaido. Even if Kaido's attack power is strong, and his observation haki has reached the level of predicting the future, it is still difficult to hurt Wayne. But Wayne's attack is also difficult to seriously injure Kaido. Even an attack like the sky-flying dragon flash was taken down by Kaido. Wayne understood that in order to really injure Kaido, he must first wear down his monster-like physical strength, so Wayne withdrew from the haki unification form and only maintained the armament haki armor form. On the second day, Kaido had hundreds of knife wounds on his body, some of which were haki with internal damage level that destroyed Kaido's self-healing ability. And Wayne still maintained a high degree of vigilance and tried his best to avoid Kaido's attacks, but it was inevitable to be injured. On the third day, Kaido seemed to be more and more addicted to fighting, waving the mace and drinking at the same time. Some of the knife wounds Wayne caused to Kaido on the first day have begun to heal. And Wayne's armament haki also began to protect only his key parts. As his physical strength was depleted, Wayne's reaction speed began to slow down, and he was finally hit by Kaido's Thunder Bagua. Fortunately, with the protection of armament haki, Wayne only suffered some minor injuries. Wano Country, Artificial Devil Fruit Factory. No, this can no longer be called a devil fruit factory, it can only be said to be a ruin, a huge ruin. The original tall buildings are all gone, and the buildings have become ruins piled on the ground. There are also several flattened hills not far away. Wayne initially estimated that it would be unlikely for the factory to be rebuilt within 1 or 2 years. One sword-style rakery. Wayne dodged Kaido's mace, left a wound on Kaido with his backhand, and then distanced himself from Kaido and began to adjust his breathing. "Ha ha 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 ha, you are really a monster-like kid." Kaido didn't care about the wounds on his body at all, and he should be used to it. He has suffered more injuries in the past 2 days than in the past 10 years combined, but even so, it will only make Kaido more and more excited. "Wayne, join my pirate group. I will add a vice-captain position to the 3 major boards. You come to my ship to be the vice-captain. I have a daughter. I will marry my daughter to you when the time comes." The more Kaido looked at Wayne, the more he admired him, and he showed a trace of sincere affection for Wayne. Kaido continued, "As long as you join my pirate group, the navy and the world government are nothing. When the time comes, I will fight against Mary Joa." Kaido's face showed a trace of excitement, as if he was imagining a beautiful future. Wayne shook his head and said, "No, you and I are not people on the same path, and we can't work together if we have different paths." After 3 days of fighting, it was not only Kaido who had a mutual admiration. Although Wayne looked down on Kaido's actions in Wano Country, he still recognized Kaido's strength. Kaido was stunned for a moment. Then thought of something and said, "Doflamingo came to me and said you wanted to disrupt my devil fruit deal. He is a celestial dragon, it's hard for you to do it. But as long as you join my pirate group, I will help you take down Joker's head." Wayne touched his chin, then seemed to be really thinking, and said, "Ha ha ha ha, then you have to give me Doflamingo's head first." Unexpectedly, Kaido took it seriously and nodded, saying, "Anyway, my factory is gone, and he, the supplier, is gone. There is a need for existence. Give me 3 days, and I will put Dover's head in front of you." Wayne was stunned for a while, then shook his head and said, "What a pity, I am a member of a pirate group, and my subordinates are all my good brothers. Otherwise, why don't you join my pirate group?" I will also give you a position as a vice-captain. Ha 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 ha! Kaido laughed loudly, as if he heard Wayne's refusal, and then said in a grim tone, in this case, then you will stay here forever. Wayne's face also changed, and then both sides will fight desperately. Chapter 118 Wayne vs Kaido. The more he fought with the ceiling-level strong men, the more Wayne found how difficult it was for people of their level to win. The existence of the 4 emperors and admirals at this level is as strong as monsters in terms of domineering, fruit ability, and physical strength. And the 4 emperors always have some special protection methods when facing the ultimate moves of the same level of strong men. Therefore, the 4 emperors can only decide the winner when their physical strength is close to the limit, just like it is extremely difficult for Wayne's Sky Dragon Flash to severely injure Kaido when Kaido is full of physical strength. But fortunately, after 3 days and 3 nights of fighting, the physical strength of both of them has been greatly depleted. Probably half of the physical strength is left. Wayne sensed it a little and felt that he could no longer hold back at this time, and Kaido's physical strength on the opposite side was probably close to half. I saw Wayne's eyes opened sharply, and his momentum climbed up a level again. The pitch-black armed color domineering began to cover his arms, and the whole body formed an armed color domineering armor in a short time. Then thunderclouds and lightning began to appear on Wayne's chest, and a purple lightning appeared between his eyebrows. Finally, Wayne's mind moved, and a purple lightning veil was draped over Wayne. In the final battle, Wayne once again fully opened his armed color domineering. Flying sword style sword technique, 9-headed dragon flash. 9 black and purple flying slashes rushed towards Kaido from afar, forming a 9-headed dragon roaring in the air. Kaido did not dare to underestimate the enemy, as he had suffered a lot from Wayne's move in the past few days. Kaido roared, and then his body suddenly became thinner, and his originally strong muscles became more solid. Black fish scales appeared on Kaido's body, and the fish scales were covered with a layer of pitch-black armor of armed color. Kaido's beast form reappeared. Kaido was seen waving his mace called Hachisai vigorously, and the sonic boom caused by the collision with the air slapped in Wayne's ears. Kaido gritted his teeth at the few slashes that had not been blocked, groaned, and then he actually withstood 2 slashes from Wayne, and suddenly rushed forward for a distance. Holding the mace in both hands and waving it forward fiercely. Thunder Bagua. Although Wayne was always alert, Wayne, who had just released the 9-headed dragon flash, was still in a state of unloading, and he did not expect Kaido to resist his move, so he had no time to react. Wayne barely held the Rakshasa in his hand horizontally in front of him, but how could the hasty resistance stop Kaido's powerful attack? Kaido's 8 precepts hit Wayne's left shoulder hard. Under the huge impact, Wayne's body fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Boom boom boom. A series of buildings fell down, and Wayne knocked down 7 or 8 high-rise buildings like a cannonball before stopping. Pain, pain, pain. A burst of smoke dissipated, and Wayne's figure appeared in the ruins. Wayne inserted the Rakshasa in front of him, and his right hand touched his left shoulder tightly. Wayne's left shoulder was dislocated, which was the most serious injury Wayne had suffered in the past few days. Fortunately, Wayne's armed color domineering armor covered his whole body, otherwise Wayne might have lost his entire left shoulder with this blow. Wayne gritted his teeth, restored the dislocated part of his left shoulder by himself, and then took 2 deep breaths. Damn, it really hurts. Wayne stretched his muscles and bones a little, and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the injury to his left shoulder could recover on its own. But even so, the blow just now consumed a lot of Wayne's domineering spirit again. Ha ha ha, kid, can you still stand up? Kaido jumped up, and then stopped steadily a few dozen meters in front of Wayne, with the desire to fight in his eyes undiminished. Wayne stared at Kaido's left arm, and saw a hideous wound that almost cut off a piece of muscle on Kaido's left arm. It seems that Kaido was seriously injured by the blow just now. But then Wayne's pupils shrank, revealing an unbelievable look. Kaido's body trembled twice, and then the wound on his left arm actually healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was scarred in the blink of an eye. Although the wound is still there, it is probably no longer affecting Kaido's strength. You know, Wayne's blow contains a lot of Ryusakura domineering spirit. As expected of the person with the strongest defense and vitality in the world. Wayne thought for a moment and realized that Kaido was using the life return in the Navy 6 styles to an advanced level, using the remaining physical strength in his body to recover his injuries to a certain extent. I'm afraid Kaido's life return has been cultivated to the top level in the world. Wayne frowned slightly. Wayne could also use life return to recover his own injuries, but it was far from this level. I'm afraid this is related to Kaido's fruit ability. Wayne murmured slightly, then pulled up the Rakshasa on the ground and pointed the sword at Kaido. It seems that I still have to use that thing. Wayne's mind moved, and a bean appeared in his palm. Senzu bean, white, food made by imitating senzu bean. After eating, it restores 1/5 of its own physical strength, varies according to the upper limit of physical strength, but it cannot recover injuries. Wayne swallowed the senzu bean into his mouth and chewed it slowly. Then Wayne felt a warm current in his body, and the physical strength that was originally consumed by more than half was restored to more than half again. This was the second time Wayne used senzu beans. The last time he used them was in the battle with Aokiji. Wayne only had a few of these bug-level items that he got by lottery in the system. Wayne stood up, moved his neck, made a crackling sound, and then said to Kaido in front of him. The last move, if you can still take it, I lose. Wayne felt that he had a good understanding of Kaido's fighting power, so the next step was to see if his full-strength attack could kill or seriously injure Kaido. Wayne held the Rakshasa tightly with both hands, and the domineering energy in his body poured into the Rakshasa desperately. The entire Rakshasa blade instantly turned black, and the degree of domineering energy was even faintly overflowing. After the Rakshasa was full of domineering energy, it made a soft humming sound. Wayne smiled slightly after seeing it and murmured, "Old buddy, it's up to you next." After filling the Rakshasa with armed color domineering energy, Wayne did not launch a sword move, but slowly inserted the Rakshasa back into the sheath. Kaido was slightly stunned after seeing this scene, and then his eyes became serious. He could feel that the move of Wayne on the opposite side was definitely a move that surpassed all previous moves. But Kaido was not afraid, but began to tremble with excitement. There was uncontrollable excitement in his eyes. Kaido pulled out the stopper of the wine gourd, and then drank the wine in the gourd. Kaido threw the gourd aside, a drunken red appeared on his face, and he shouted to Wayne in front of him, "Come on, kill me! Let me see if you are qualified to step on that throne, let me complete the unfinished battle 20 years ago." A touch of reminiscence flashed across Kaido's face, and then his body rushed forward rapidly, holding the 8 fast rings in both hands, and the huge mace flashed with flame-like light. Kaido quickly approached Wayne, and then swung the 8 fast rings forward with force. Wine Dragon Bagua. This was Kaido's full-strength move after drinking. At the same time, Wayne moved. I saw the Rakshasa in Wayne's hand being pulled out at an inhuman speed. Flying sword-style sword art, sky-soaring dragon flash. Chapter 119. The winner needs no more words. Yan Tianxiang Long Shan. The fast sword drawing technique in Fei Tian Yu Jian Lu sword art is also the strongest move. Tianxiang Long Shan is a sword art that is launched later, and it is best described as the last to arrive first. Tianxiang Long Shan can attack faster than any opponent, and can also make a 2-stage attack without any gaps. It can release a stream of air in the first attack, creating a vacuum in front to suck the opponent in, and then use the super centrifugal force of rotation to cut the second slash. Wayne was able to use this move when he defeated the Golden Lion, but he always felt that he seemed to lack something in mastering this move. But at this moment, facing Kaido's powerful offensive, Wayne finally had a little understanding of the ultimate secret of Fei Tian Yu Jian Lu sword art. Alive. Wayne's Tianxiang Long Shan at this moment is no longer entirely to defeat Kaido, but to survive this battle. And this belief in life is the strongest secret of Tianxiang Longshan. As the Rakshasa was unsheathed, a strong airflow appeared within 3 meters in front of Wayne. With the appearance of the airflow, a space in front of Wayne was already drawn into a vacuum state. And the next second, this vacuum state eventually formed a weightless state. What? A trace of astonishment appeared on Kaido's face, because at the moment when he swung the 8 fasts to hit Wayne, Kaido only felt that his body began to be out of control, and with the occurrence of weightlessness, the power of Kaido's move was also weakened a lot. But Kaido is worthy of being one of the 4 emperors of the New World. At the critical moment, Kaido used his extreme control of his body to launch this move of the Dragon of Wine and 8 diagrams. And after Wayne cut out a stream of air, he cut out a slash faster than the airflow. The rich Ryasakura level domineering wrapped on the Rakshasa penetrated Kaido's armed color domineering defense, and cut accurately from Kaido's abdomen, penetrating dozens of centimeters into the body and finally stopped. Kaido's Jolongbagwa also hit Wayne's chest steadily. With the explosion of 2 air currents around, the huge impact force knocked Wayne down from the air, creating a huge pit on the ground. And Kaido's body also fell from the air like a free fall. Silence, suffocating silence. Kaido's men who had been watching the battle from a distance looked at this scene in astonishment. Kaido, who they thought was invincible, was actually knocked down. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. For a full 5 minutes, neither Kaido nor Wayne got up from the ground. Quinn, one of the 3 disasters in the distance, swallowed his saliva and muttered, "Who won, in the end?" Just then, a sound came from the battlefield. Bang bang bang. This is the sound of a heartbeat. I saw a tall figure lying in a huge pit, and there were some weak purple lightning next to the figure. One of the abilities of the thunder fruit, electrotherapy. Wayne's heart, which had stopped beating, revived again. Ahem. Wayne turned over in the intense pain, then stood up half kneeling. Wayne's original windbreaker had been damaged in the battle, and Wayne was left with only a pair of pants that were mostly destroyed. Wayne's armament haki had all dissipated, and his strong muscles were all exposed, but there was a hideous wound on Wayne's chest. The 8 fasts is a mace. Unlike traditional blunt weapons, it will not only cause internal injuries when attacking Wayne, but also leave hideous external injuries. And Wayne's chest even had a dark burn mark, which was the burn caused by Kaido's Jolongbagwa. Wayne took a deep breath, then his throat felt sweet, and he spit out a mouthful of dirty blood, and then Wayne felt much better. Damn, it's a good thing Kaido hit the left side with this stick. After spitting out the dirty blood, Wayne felt a little more fortunate in his heart. Logically speaking, the left chest is the location of the heart, and it is also one of the weaknesses of the human body. But Wayne was born with his heart on the right side, otherwise this blow might have directly pierced Wayne's heart, and it would have been really difficult for a god to save him. But even so, Wayne suffered extremely serious internal injuries, his entire chest was burning with pain, and his internal organs seemed to have been displaced. Wayne also pretended to be dead for several minutes. This was definitely the most dangerous battle since Wayne debuted. But fortunately, I am the winner. Wayne looked at Kaido, who was still lying unconscious on the ground not far away. Wayne's domineering wig of observation color sensed that Kaido was not killed, but was too seriously injured and lost too much blood and went into shock. But in just a few seconds, Wayne felt that Kaido's body seemed to move slightly, as if there were signs of waking up. What an amazing vitality! Wayne sighed slightly, and then Wayne, who was involved in the wound and in pain, grimaced. I have to go to finish off. Such a great opportunity. If you take this opportunity to deal with Kaido, it will definitely be an amazing gain. Wayne sensed the remaining strength in his body. Although it was not much, it was more than enough to kill an unconscious person. Wayne looked around and began to look for his demon sword Rakshasa. After sensing it, Wayne was surprised to find that Rakshasa still had some strength left in Kaido. Wayne looked forward and saw Kaido's huge body lying on the ground in a big letter shape, covered with knife wounds. The largest wound was a wound on the abdomen that was nearly half a meter long, almost cutting off Kaido's entire abdomen. This was the damage caused by Wayne's realization of the secret of the sky-soaring dragon flash at the critical moment. And Wayne's Rakshasa was also blocked by Kaido's monster-like muscle density because it was cut down, and penetrated into Kaido. It cannot be pulled out from the body of Kaido. Wayne believes that the sword just now is definitely beyond any swordsman in the pirate world, even Hawkeye my hawk. It's a pity that I haven't fully mastered that secret move. Wayne sighed lightly, and then moved to Kaido's side, ready to take out his own Rakshasa and finish Kaido off. At this moment, two huge figures rushed out from behind Wayne. With a bang, Wayne was knocked down in the ruins. Chapter 120 Escape from Wano Country. Ahem. In the ruins, Wayne got up from the ground and half knelt on the ground, and saw the two people who had just attacked him. It was Drought Jack and Plague Queen. Jack and Queen were in the position where he was just now, staring at him. Although the other Flame King did not make a move, he was protecting Kaido. I was careless. Wayne felt a chill in his heart. 3 days ago, when Kaido and Wayne had just fought, the three leaders of the Beast Pirates were also ready to intervene, but were stopped by Kaido. Kaido's original words at the time were, "You all retreat. I have waited for 20 years to wait for such an opponent. If anyone dares to interfere, I will tear him alive." Kaido's words undoubtedly made Wayne look up to him and think that he has the spirit of a strong man. But the situation is different now. Wayne and Kaido are both injured, and Wayne woke up first, but Kaido is still in a coma. Although Wayne doesn't know whether he can get rid of Kaido with his current physical strength, his crew members obviously won't let Wayne get close to Kaido at this time. Wayne understands this. After all, the spirit of a strong man is important, but it's useless to talk about it if you have lost your life. In the few seconds that Wayne hesitated, Kaido, who was lying on the ground, slowly opened his eyes, and then sat up, covering the wound on his abdomen. Seeing this, Wayne immediately realized that it was impossible to kill Kaido this time, not to mention that he had lost the Rakshasa in his hand. Even if Wayne had a sword in his hand, he would not be a match for the three big bosses and Kaido in his current state. So Wayne took a deep breath and touched the wound caused by the sneak attack just now. The wound was a bloody hole. Wayne looked at Jack's bleeding tusk opposite him and was silent for a while, then stood up staggeringly. Wayne's body turned into a purple lightning and floated above Kaido and others. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Jack with blood on his tusk, and said, "Drought Jack, right? You are a good kid, don't fall into my hands next time." Then he snorted and said to Kaido, who was sitting on the ground covering his wound, "Haha! It seems that the four emperors are just like this. Kaido, I'll leave my sword here for now, and I'll take it back when I come to take your head next time." After saying that, Wayne's figure turned into a flash of lightning and fled into the distance. Wayne had thought it through. In the current situation, he was seriously injured and could not fight anymore. But his sword Rakshasa was still in Kaido's hands, so Wayne could only wait for a long time and wait until later to get back at the place. Ivory Jack below looked at Wayne going away and felt a little anxious for a while, and yelled to his men behind him, "Damn, what are you all still doing? Hurry up and chase him." Jack thought of Wayne's harsh words before he left, and was a little scared for a while, then turned around and looked at Jin and Quinn and said, "Aren't we going to chase that kid? He is seriously injured now, we can't let him run away." But Quinn looked at Jack and didn't say anything. Jin didn't even look at him, but just looked at the direction where Wayne was going away. Jack seemed to feel a hint of solemnity in the air, but before he could react, his whole body flew into the air. "Jack! Who asked you to interfere? How dare you ruin my duel? Do you think I will lose? I am Kaido, the beast." Kaido stood up at some point, holding Jack's head with his left hand, and lifted the tall Jack up in the air. He touched his abdomen with his right hand and pulled out the Rakshasa with half of the sword in his body. Hiss! Kaido groaned, but didn't care about anything. He just threw the Rakshasa aside, and then his right hand slowly approached Jack's tusks. "Ah, it hurts, Captain, let go, let go." Bang! With a crisp sound, Jack's tusks were broken into two halves by Kaido. Then Kaido threw Jack to the ground like a dead fish, leaving Jack with blood all over his face crying out in pain on the ground. Kaido snorted coldly, stared at Jack and said, "Next time you interfere with my battle, I will tear you apart alive." Just like that, our drought disaster Jack, who claimed to have a bounty of 1 billion in ivory worth 980 million, lost his precious tusks. Kaido stared at the direction where Wayne left, and his eyes were a little dull for a while. Why? Why is it the same as 18 years ago? There are always people who don't let me have a good fight. Kaido's eyes seemed to see the scene 18 years ago, the same swordsman. A swordsman who made himself excited to the point of being a little scared, thinking that he might be killed. The man's name is Kojiki Oden. 18 years ago, the battle between Oden and Kaido reached the most critical moment, and the victory or defeat was in an instant. But Oden was defeated because of a sudden factor, and even lost his country and his life. 18 years later, Kaido and Wayne's battle had no end because of the intervention of a third party. But, unlike 18 years ago, Kaido, who is now one of the 4 emperors, is more than one level stronger than he was back then. Level, but Wayne is also stronger than Kojiki Oden back then. The difference is that Kaido and Oden were evenly matched at the beginning, but this time Wayne seems to have suppressed him slightly. The difference is that Kojiki Oden's family was destroyed, but now Wayne has escaped. Kaido stared at the sky in a daze, muttering, "7 warlords of the sea, Duraki Wayne, will you be the new Joey boy?" On the other side, Wayne turned into a flash of lightning and whizzed through the air, flying in the opposite direction of Wano country. I don't know how long it took, maybe an hour, or 2 hours. It wasn't until the sky gradually darkened that Wayne finally saw an island. After being away from Wano country and making sure he was in a safe position, Wayne landed in a forest on the island. Taking advantage of the moonlight, Wayne found a safe place and fell asleep. Chapter 121 Zoe and the Fur Tribe. Human, wake up, wake up. Wayne seemed to hear some strange sounds while sleeping, but Wayne was seriously injured after a battle, and his body triggered a protective mechanism. He was still recovering from the injuries in his body through deep sleep. I don't know how long it took. What? When Wayne woke up again, he found that he was tied up and hung on a tree by several vines wider than his waist, with only his head exposed. Am I kidnapped? Wayne sensed the injuries in his body. At present, Wayne was still in a serious state, and he could not exert half of his strength. And the most important thing was that Wayne had very little physical strength now. Gurgle gurgle. Wayne's stomach growled, "Ahem, it seems that I have to find some food first." Just then, a team of fully armed people came to Wayne. "Is this the Fur Tribe?" Wayne murmured softly as he looked at the dozen or so human-like figures with hair on their bodies. A fur tribe with rabbit ears bared his teeth and looked at Wayne, who had fallen on the tree, and said, "Damn human, are you coming to invade our fur tribe?" Wayne was slightly stunned when he looked at the rabbit man in front of him. He seemed to have some impression but couldn't remember it at all, but he still explained, "No. I came here because I was injured in a battle with others." Really? It looks like he was seriously injured. Don't believe him, humans are not good. Yes, otherwise why would our ancestors move to this island? The fur tribe below began to discuss. The rabbit fur tribe looked very innocent, patted his head, and said, "Ah? Really? Sorry, I'll put you down now." After that, the rabbit man prepared to untie the vines on Wayne. At this moment, a figure came. "Carrot, stop. Don't trust this man." Wayne looked in the direction of the voice and saw a figure coming out of the fur warriors, who seemed to be the leader of this team. This was a leopard fur warrior with long hair and a cigarette in his mouth, but one eye was blind. He stared at Wayne's eyes and said, "My name is Pedro, I used to be a pirate. 3 years ago, I was the captain of the Nox pirates." Pedro threw the cigarette butt under his feet and stomped it out, saying, "I know you. Shishibukai Duraki Wayne, a powerful swordsman, the most popular pirate in recent years. How could a man like you be injured casually, and come to this Zo island? This must be your conspiracy." But Wayne didn't hear what Pedro said at all, just asked with a shocked face, "What? Are you the captain of the Rox pirates?" Rox, the strongest pirate of the old times, the well-deserved pirate king. The current 4 emperors Kaido, Big Mom, Whitebeard, and even the Golden Lion he killed were all members of the Rox pirates. Pedro was stunned for a moment, then shouted angrily, "It's Nox, not Rox, you fool." Wayne suddenly realized, "No wonder you really scared me. By the way, what did you say just now?" Pedro shouted, "I said, why would a man like you be so seriously injured?" Wayne did not answer the question, but just looked at the vines that wrapped him tightly, and said, "Hey, I said, shouldn't you put me down first? I feel uncomfortable like this. And don't you feel uncomfortable talking with your head tilted up like this?" Pedro shook his head and said, "This is impossible. I must protect the safety of my people. Must a dangerous man like you be treated like this?" "Dangerous man?" Wayne lowered his head and murmured, then raised his head and grinned, revealing a mouth full of white teeth, "Forget it, I'll come out by myself." After that, Wayne's body began to elementalize, turned into a purple light, and fell steadily to the ground. "It's really a headache." Wayne looked at his tattered clothes. No, it should be said that he only had a pair of torn shorts. So Wayne asked, "I say, do you have extra clothes here that you can lend me? This is very indecent." Pedro was stunned for a moment, and the fur warriors behind him were even more shocked. Pedro whispered, "Devil fruit ability user." Then he shouted to the warriors behind him, "Everyone be alert and prepare for battle." Before Pedro finished speaking, a white and agile figure attacked Wayne. It was Carrot. I saw its rabbit claws touch Wayne, and then a dazzling purple light emanated. This is a unique move of the fur tribe, Discharge. Carrot kept clicking for almost half a minute, and his body could no longer discharge any electricity. At this time, Wayne came back to his senses, looked at Carrot and asked, "Ah, why don't you continue?" The fur tribe was shocked. This was the first time they saw someone who enjoyed the discharge so much. At this time, Wayne scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Haha, I am the Thunder Man who ate the thunder fruit. By the way, do you still have electricity? I want some more." Under Carrot's static electricity, Wayne only felt that his physical strength had recovered a lot, and even the injuries in his body had improved slightly. Just like Brooke can recover from injuries by drinking milk, Wayne, as a Thunder Man, can also recover from injuries and physical strength by being electrocuted. Wayne glanced at the shocked fur warriors and decided not to tease them anymore, so he said, "I have no ill will towards you, and I can tell you why I am injured and come here, but I have a condition. After I finish speaking, you have to treat me to a meal." Wayne touched his stomach. He was very hungry after not eating for a long time. Wayne saw that no one was talking, and then said, "Well, Pedro, right? You have been a pirate for a while, so you must know the so-called 4 emperors of the New World." Pedro nodded. Wayne continued, "I went to Wano country and fought with Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, and then this happened." Wano country. 4 Emperor Kaido. The fur warriors reacted strongly for a while, but Pedro was relatively calm, saying with admiration, "To be able to survive Kaido, you are worthy of being a Shishibukai." Survived from Kaido. Wayne chuckled and shook his head, saying, "That doesn't count, after all, that guy's injuries are probably no less serious than mine." "You mean, Kaido is injured?" A tall figure came out of the forest. It was a Catman fur tribe that looked like a lion. The fur tribe warriors made way and said, "Boss Cat Viper." Wayne realized that the Catman was the leader, so he said, "Yes, Kaido is probably seriously injured now." Cat Viper trembled all over, and then said excitedly, "In this case, we can find an opportunity to kill Kaido and avenge Lord Odin. The fur tribe and the Kojiki tribe have a deep relationship." "Yes. Boss Cat Viper is right." The other fur tribe members also looked excited. At this moment, a cold voice came from Wayne. "I advise you not to be delusional. Even if Kaido is injured, you can't deal with him." Chapter 122 8th Level Physique. To be fair, the strength of the fur tribe opposite Wayne is actually not weak. Each of them has the strength of an elite pirate, and Pedro probably has the strength of a Navy supernova. As for the last boss, Cat Viper, Wayne estimated that he was about the same as Gecko Mariah 2 years ago. But these are far from enough. Even Gecko Mariah in previous years, with his strongest shadow army, failed to defeat the young Kaido. Is Kaido now much stronger than he was then? And it is estimated that these people will not even see Kaido, and his 3 big bosses will directly solve these fur tribes. Wayne felt the anger in the hearts of the fur tribe warriors on the opposite side but did not care, just said, "Excuse me, you guys are just delivering food." After saying this, Pedro could no longer hold back and roared, "Just a Shishibukai, what a big tone! Look, I'll show you some color." "Wait." Just when Pedro was about to take action, Cat Viper stopped him and said, "According to you, there is no hope for us to deal with Kaido." Wayne nodded and said, "Yes." Cat Viper looked at Wayne's injuries and said, How about we make a deal? You tell me the information about Kaido, and I will let you recover here with enough food." Wayne raised his eyebrows and said, "Are you serious? Hurry up, there is not enough food, Pedro." "Nonsense, go and collect all the fruits in the forest." Carrot's figure jumped and disappeared into the forest. "I'll go and kill 2 more prey." In an open space, there were piles of food scraps in front of Wayne. This meal lasted from noon to sunset. Carrot looked at Wayne, who was still eating heartily, and swallowed his saliva, and asked, "Brother Pedro, how much did he eat?" Pedro also looked at Wayne in shock, shook his head and said, "I don't know. But I know that if he eats like this every day, in a few months, the wild animals on Zo may be gone." At this time, Wayne ate the last apple at hand, and then burped ungentlemanly and said, "Thank you, I enjoyed this meal very much." This was the most Wayne had eaten in the past 26 years. Wayne estimated that he had eaten at least 1,000 servings of food in this meal. If converted into a unit of measurement, he ate a sea king. But although Wayne ate food dozens of times his size, his body shape did not change. The monster-like physique gave him a bottomless appetite and a strong digestive ability. Wayne, who was full, ignored the strange looks of the fur tribe around him, and just sat cross-legged in the same place, with purple electric light flashing around him from time to time. He closed his eyes for a whole day, and the fur tribe around him did not disturb Wayne. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone on Wayne's face, Wayne's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Strange, the injury is actually 70% to 80% healed. Wayne carefully felt every part of his body, and then found that his injuries were really mostly healed, and the internal injuries in his body were almost all healed, and the wounds left by Kaido and Jack had begun to scar. Although it was a little painful, there would be no sequelae. If it were in the past, I would have to lie in bed for at least a week, and there might be sequelae. Wayne muttered a few words, and then suddenly seemed to remember something, and silently said, "System, open the attribute panel." I saw an illusory panel appeared in front of Wayne, and there were several more messages in it, but Wayne was fighting Kaido at the time and didn't notice it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for continuously honing himself in the fight with the 4 Emperors Kaido, and the level of armament haki and observation haki has been further improved. Ding! congratulations to the host for the large-scale collision of Conqueror Haki in the fight with Kaido, and the strength of Conqueror Haki has been further improved. Ding! Host's physique. Ding! Host's fruit ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host for further improving his understanding of life return and chi in the battle with Kaido, and the host's physique has been further strengthened between life and death. Congratulations to the host's physique reaching the 8th level. Host, Duraki D. Wayne. Title, Scholar, Gourmet Medical Expert, Big Star. Fruit ability, Thunder Fruit, Development Level, Advanced 5000/50,000. Haki level, Ryasakura level Armament Haki, 3300/50,000, Top level Observation Haki, 7700/50,000, High level Conqueror Haki, 5000/50,000. Swordsmanship level, Great Swordsman High level, 7300/50,000. Physical skill level, 8th level, 100/50,000. Note, top physical skills players in the pirate world, such as Garp, are about 9th level, while Aokiji and Akainu are about 7th level. Combat skills, Navy 6 style Moon Step, Iron Block, Finger Gun, Shaving, Life Return, Flying Sword style Swordsmanship, Windhammer Technique. Occupations, Chef, Master, Novelist, Master, Singer, Grandmaster, Doctor, Master, Swordsmith, Master. Swords, Demon Sword Rakshasa, Lost, Good Sword Rakery. Life points, 21,333. Sure enough, after seeing his own attributes, he had a prediction about why his injuries healed so quickly, because Wayne's physique has further broken through. Going up, that is, the existence that can rival the Admiral in terms of physical skills and domineering. With the further improvement of strength, Wayne has a guess about the physical skills, physique, of the top strong men on the sea. According to Wayne's estimation, the strong men who have reached the 9th level of physical skills on the sea should be Garp, the 4 Emperors Kaido, and Big Mom. Among them, Garp is the kind with extremely strong physical strength and vitality. From Luffy's future vitality performance, it can be seen that the vitality of this family is a monster. But this also has disadvantages, that is, their bodies are essentially ordinary people, and they can still get hurt. Otherwise, Garp would not have been chopped off his head by an axe. And the 4 Emperors Kaido and Big Mom are the kind of top physical masters with extremely strong defense and vitality. Such people are often born with strong defense. For example, Big Mom's defense is called a steel balloon, and even if she is not prepared, it will not be broken by ordinary swords and guns. And Kaido's defense Wayne also experienced. Damn, this guy can almost reduce Wayne's slash damage by half with his strong muscle density. The kind of slash that cuts people in half with one move can't be used on Kaido. As for the strongest man in the world today, the 4 Emperors Whitebeard. Chapter 123 Read History Text. Wayne recalled the scene when Whitebeard was injured. The body will be pierced by a knife without any defense, and even bullets are difficult to defend against. Wayne touched his chin. Is Whitebeard's physique not up to the 9th level? No. Wayne suddenly recalled a detail of the war on the top, when Whitebeard stopped the huge Moby Dick with just one hand. You know, the Moby Dick can allow Whitebeard, who is more than 5 meters tall, to live freely on the ship, and there are other Whitebeard pirates on the ship. Wayne estimated that the size of the Moby Dick is at least twice that of the Wayne Apocalypse. But the old Whitebeard stopped him with just one hand. The direction of power. Wayne had a vague guess in his heart. Although the old Whitebeard's body was not as good as before, his monster-like power was still frightening. After some analysis, Wayne had further plans for the development of his own physical skills in the future. At this moment, several figures slowly walked in front of Wayne. Wayne, you almost ate me out of money, so it's time to fulfill your promise. Wayne looked over and saw that the man was the boss of Cat Viper, and next to him was a tall dog-headed fur tribe member. Wayne looked at Inuarashi, who was walking side by side with him. Although he didn't know his identity, he knew that he should be of the same status as Cat Viper. So Wayne said, "It's useless to tell you about Kaido's information." Inuarashi frowned and said, "Stupid cat, is this the person you said survived from Kaido? It seems that he doesn't really want to say it. It seems that the relationship between the two is not very good." Cat Viper frowned and said, "Wayne, what do you mean?" Wayne lit a cigar and said, "First of all, I want to know why you are hostile to Kaido." Cat Viper glanced at Inuarashi beside him and slowly said, "We, the Fur tribe, have been friends with the Kojiki tribe of Wano country for generations. 18 years ago, I went out to sea with this dead dog next to me, but unfortunately encountered a storm at sea. In the end, I was rescued by Kojiki Odin, the general of Wano country at that time. But later, Wano country was invaded by Kaido, and Lord Kojiki Odin also died at the hands of Kaido." Wayne suddenly realized and continued, "So, you want to avenge this Kojiki Odin?" Wayne thought for a while and said, "In that case, I can tell you the information. Kaido is the user of the mythical beast-type blue dragon fruit of the animal-type fish fruit." Wayne told the two bosses of the Zou Kingdom about Kaido's information for more than 10 minutes. "So, you understand, if you don't have other hidden abilities, it's impossible to defeat Kaido." Wayne blew out a puff of smoke and said slowly, "Of course, you have a second way." Inuarashi and Cat Viper said in unison, "What way?" Wayne smiled faintly and said, "Join hands with me. To be honest, I suffered a little loss at the hands of Kaido this time, and lost an important thing in Wano country, so I will get back sooner or later. It won't be too late, but it won't be too early. So I think you will agree to help at that time." Sure enough, after Wayne finished speaking, Cat Viper and Inuarashi began to discuss in a low voice. Wayne was smoking leisurely on the side. For Wayne, the Fur tribe here is a considerable force, but it is definitely not a key force. But if Wayne is going to fight Kaido in the future, it is undoubtedly appropriate for the Fur tribe to provide help for him. Seeing that the two were still discussing, Wayne couldn't help but say, "Hey, let's discuss it first, and come to me when there is a result. I have other things to do now." After Wayne said that, he handed a life card from his arms to Pedro, and took Pedro's life card. After exchanging the life card, Wayne did not stay, and his figure turned into a lightning and disappeared on the spot. "What exactly is the voice calling me?" Wayne felt a strange voice calling him when he was still asleep, asking him to go somewhere. Now Wayne heard this voice again, and understood who was calling him. Wayne is not unfamiliar with this kind of thing that can hear strange voices, because this has appeared in the anime, listening to the voice of all things. And the owner of this voice is the island under Wayne's feet. The Elephant Master Zou. This giant elephant is said to have lived for more than 1,000 years. And Wayne also plans to see where the Elephant Master wants to guide him to. Wayne's figure shuttled back and forth in the whale forest. Finally, Wayne saw a huge ancient tree, the whale tree. Wayne looked at the ancient tree, and then followed the voice calling him to the inside of the ancient tree. After passing through a circle of darkness, Wayne walked down the long stairs. Finally, Wayne saw the place where he was going. A huge stone tablet. Wayne was not unfamiliar with this stone tablet, because he had seen it on Sky Island, but the difference was that it was a red stone tablet. Road sign historical text. One of the 4 historical texts that were rumored to point to Raftel. Did the Lord of the Elephants call me here? But since I'm here, I can't go back empty-handed. Robin will be very interested in this thing. Wayne thought about it, then took out a piece of white paper from the space ring and copied the content of the historical text. It seems that this trip was not in vain. Wayne smiled. Although he didn't find Ace in Wano country this time, it was not bad to find a historical text now. And the most important thing is that his strength has been further improved. Haki is enhanced by constant collisions with the strong. Wayne remembered what Rayleigh said at the beginning, but at the same time, a little worry rose in his heart. Would Kaido also become stronger in this battle? Moreover, what troubled Wayne the most in the process of fighting with Kaido was not other things, but the extremely destructive haki, which was obviously much higher in quality than Wayne's. That was not the external release of haki, nor was it the Ryu Sakura haki, but a kind of haki that Wayne had experienced in the hands of the Golden Lion. Overlord haki entangled. It seems that I have to find a way to practice this kind of haki. Wayne planned to take time to return to Shampoo Land and ask the old man for the method of Overlord haki entangled. After obtaining the historical text, Wayne did not say hello to the people of the Fur tribe, and his figure turned into a flash of lightning and left Zou. Chapter 124 Wayne, the Fifth Sea Emperor. One day later, Free City. Hey, I'm finally back. Wayne looked at the familiar land under his feet, and tears welled up in his eyes for a while. Including the time he stayed on Zou Island, Wayne's trip took about 10 days, but in these 10 days, Wayne could be said to have wandered between life and death. The first thing Wayne did when he came back was to return to his base camp. As soon as he returned to the fortress, Wayne was surprised to find that almost all of his cotters were there. Robin, Gloria, CLO, Solomon, Moon, Lafayette, and even old Fujitora were here. Wayne looked at such a big scene and felt something was wrong, and said with a guilty conscience, "Ahem, why are you all gathered here?" Solomon breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Wayne, and said, "I'm glad you're back." Gloria was surprised to see Wayne, and then tears flowed like money. "Woo-woo, brother Wayne brother, you are finally back. Gloria thought she would never see you again." Robin seemed to see Wayne's confusion, handed him a newspaper, and said, "Boss, take a look for yourself. You can't get through Den Den Mushi after being out for so many days. Who do you want to scare to death?" Wayne touched his nose with a guilty conscience. Although he was the captain of this group of people, these people under him cared about him after all, and Wayne couldn't refute it. Wayne took the newspaper and stared at the headline on the front page of the newspaper for a moment, muttering, "My goodness, these newsbirds are really everywhere." There were a few big words written on the newspaper title. Wano Country War, Shishibukai Wayne became the Fifth Sea Emperor. My goodness, am I really one of the 5 emperors? Wayne was shocked by the title. After all, he is now a real Shishibukai. If all the pirates think that he has the ambition to become the 5th emperor of the sea, then Wayne will be specially cared for by the navy. That is not the result Wayne wants to see. It seems that Morgans has no good intentions this time. Maybe his power is expanding too rapidly, so that big news Morgans has to guard against him. Hehe, but is this useful? Wayne smiled contemptuously. As his strength continued to grow, Wayne felt that he was still far from reaching the peak of his own strength. The 4 emperors like Kaido and Big Mom have almost reached a peak, and it is even more difficult to break through. But Wayne is different. With a system, he will sooner or later be able to raise the ceiling of the One Piece world again. But all this still requires time. Wayne took a quick look at the newspaper. The article in the newspaper was still somewhat different from the actual situation. The newspaper said that Wayne and Kaido fought for 3 days and 3 nights and were finally hit hard by Kaido, and then fled the battlefield. But Kaido was also seriously injured. Tisk, this news is really as unreliable as always. Wayne picked up an apple from the table and took a bite, but Wayne had long been accustomed to the content of the news bird. Just then, a figure appeared at the door, and a somewhat joking voice came. It seems that our 5th Sea Emperor has returned safely. Wayne looked over and saw that the person who came was actually Caesar, followed by some Navy officers. Wayne frowned at Caesar and said, "Hey, why is our Rear Admiral here?" Caesar's mouth twitched, and he pointed at the newspaper in Wayne's hand and said, "I've been here for a long time. Such a big thing has happened, so of course our Navy has to come and ask about it." Wayne suddenly realized it. After all, he and Sengoku had agreed to fight a sea emperor. Caesar walked to Wayne and said, "You should act with us this time. After all, this is a cooperation between the Navy and you. And are you sure that the target is Kaido, the four emperors?" Wayne lit a cigar, handed one to Caesar, and said, "I'm not sure yet. I'm just going to Wano country for something this time." Caesar nodded and said, "By the way, you can't get through Den Mushi these days. Marshal Sengoku said that if you can come back, you should call him." After Caesar finished speaking, he handed over a Den Mushi, and Wayne took it and dialed it. "Moses, this is Wayne. Wayne, why didn't you die in Wano country? Didn't you agree to cooperate with the Navy? Why did you run over there alone?" Wayne heard the anger and helplessness in Sengoku's tone, and responded, "Haha, isn't it okay? I just went to Wano country to take a look at the situation." Sengoku sneered, "Hehe, isn't he the fifth emperor of the sea? I think you don't have the position of Shishibukai anymore." Wayne smiled and said, "That won't do. I'm still very comfortable as a Shishibukai. Hey, old man, I have some information here, do you want to listen to it?" Sengoku's tone suddenly became serious, and he said, "So, what information did you get?" Wayne blew out a puff of smoke and said casually, "There is a lot of information, such as what kind of artificial devil fruit Kaido's subordinates are researching. But I think what you care about most is Kaido's strength." On the other end of the phone, Sengoku's eyes lit up and asked, "You fought with Kaido, what do you think?" Wayne narrowed his eyes and said, "The situation is not good. Kaido is still very difficult to deal with. This guy is as strong as a monster. And the most important thing is that his defense is too strong. Ordinary flying slashes can hardly cause damage to him." Wayne decided to say that his strength was a little weaker, so that he could ask the Navy for more help when he went to war with the four emperors. Sengoku on the other end of the Den Mushi was silent for a long time before saying, "So, you are not sure, right?" Wayne touched his nose and said, "I am a little sure, but I need you to agree to two conditions." Sengoku said with some vigilance, "Tell me about it, if it is reasonable, I can consider it." Wayne said, "During the fight with Kaido, I found that he has a very strange way to use haki. This is not internal destruction, but a way to use haki without touching the opponent. After fighting Kaido for 3 days, I found that this haki is not just armament haki. There is also the shadow of conqueror haki in it. I call it the entanglement method of conqueror haki." "So?" Zhangguo immediately understood, and then said, "So you want this method of entanglement of conqueror haki?" Wayne nodded and said, "Yes, does the Navy have it?" On the other side of the Den Mushi, Zhangguo slapped the table rhythmically, thinking about Wayne's conditions item. There are indeed people in the Navy who can wrap around the conqueror's haki, but only a limited number of people can do it. In the entire Navy, only he and Garp know this kind of haki method. This is the most critical point, that the admirals of the Navy are not as good as the four emperors. The most basic point is that the wrapping method of conqueror's haki requires the qualification of a king. But there are too few people in the Navy who can learn conqueror's haki. Even ordinary admirals don't have this kind of spirit. But Sengoku still agreed, "Okay, I agree to this condition. Let's talk about the second condition." Chapter 125 Infernal Affairs. Wayne thought for a while and said, "I haven't thought about the second condition yet. But it must not be something excessive." Sengoku paused on the other end of the phone and said, "Okay, if you need anything else, you can tell Major General Caesar at any time, and we will cooperate with you to the best of our ability." Wayne nodded and said, "I have to recuperate recently, and I won't attack Kaido in a short time. And going to war with the four emperors is not a small matter, let's take a long-term view first." Wayne then talked to Sengoku about tactical arrangements for a few more words before handing the Den Mushi to Caesar. Wayne lit a cigar and watched Caesar talking to the Den Mushi not far away. Wayne was also silently calculating in his heart that attacking the 4 emperors was actually just a cover. For Wayne, of course, he had to develop his own strength in the next few years, but although his identity as a Shishibukai would provide a lot of convenience, it would also invisibly add many restrictions. So Wayne must minimize the restrictions and maximize the benefits he can get from the Navy. This is a wise choice. For example, just like Wayne proposed the practice method of the Conqueror's color entanglement, in fact, Wayne could directly ask Rayleigh. Grandpa wants it. But it is still good for Wayne to ask the Navy for methods. In addition to being able to learn entanglement more comprehensively, Wayne also confirmed that the Navy also has such methods. Of course, it would be best if Wayne could dethrone one of the 4 emperors. After all, the territory of the New World is so small, and Wayne must grab more territory from others if he wants more. But even if Wayne wants to dethrone a certain sea emperor, it may not be Kaido. After all, the 4 emperors closest to Wayne's territory are another one. Charlotte Linlin. At this moment, Caesar hung up the Den Mushi, and then came to Wayne and said, 7 warlords Wayne, Marshal Sengoku asked me to cooperate with you in the future. So I will live in the sea near you for a while in the future. Wayne was slightly stunned and said, is that so? But there is no deserted island near the Free City. You can't build a naval base in my territory, right? Caesar thought for a moment, then flew into the sky and pointed his finger in a certain direction. Then the sky above the Free City became dark. This is a small island of dozens of square kilometers. The island was suspended in the air without falling. Wayne was slightly stunned by this scene and murmured, the ability of the floating fruit is really useful. Caesar said, I plan to set up a naval branch a few dozen miles outside the Free City. When the time comes, I will have to buy supplies from you. Wayne nodded, looked at Caesar and the dozens of Navy behind him and said, Navy brothers have been waiting here for a few days, right? How about I treat everyone to a meal and a bath? Caesar was a little hesitant. After all, the dozens of Navy behind him were all there, and the relationship between Wayne and Caesar could not be exposed. Wayne seemed to see what Caesar was thinking, and said loudly, Dear Navy, although I am a pirate, I am a Shishibukai, and now the order from above is for both sides to cooperate. Since we will be together for a long time in the future, we have to cultivate our feelings. Caesar saw that the sailors around him seemed to be a little moved, so he quickly said, in this case, let's rest for a day in the Free City. The 9th Squadron of the Navy Headquarters, listen to the order, disband. Gather at 12 noon tomorrow. After Caesar finished speaking, the sailors behind him were very excited. After all, the Navy is also human, and they have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Of course, they hope to relax. 3 hours later, a private hot spring in Yudeo. Ha comfortable. Wayne sank into the hot spring and said to Caesar beside him, Don't be stunned. Come down and soak for a while, it's safe here, no one can find it. Caesar nodded and soaked half of his body in the hot spring, saying, Alas! It's not that I'm cautious, it's really that after becoming a rear admiral, the Navy's top brass seems to be more monitoring me. Don't look at that army as my subordinates, but there are probably people among them who are observing my actions and reporting to the top at any time. Solomon on the side had an idea and said, This may not be a bad thing. Maybe you are on the Navy's key training list. So it is right to investigate your thoughts and action background. Caesar nodded, as if he had thought of this. Wayne took an apple from the fruit plate, took a bite and said, I think your devil fruit ability has been well developed. Such a large island can float? What level have you developed now? Caesar showed a hint of pride in his eyes and said, I found that I have a high affinity with the floating fruit, and I have been training the floating fruit for some time, so, my current ability has definitely reached a level you can't imagine. Caesar kept it a secret at first, and then said, As long as I want, the entire Tang Island can now float thousands of meters in the air under my control. Wayne showed a hint of shock in his eyes and said, Has it been developed to this point? It seems that it is still a long way from high altitude. The stairs are not far away. Looking at Caesar, who was still bragging, Wayne threw a cigar over and said, "Okay, stop bragging. Let's talk about business next. What is the purpose of the Navy sending you here?" Caesar also showed a trace of solemnity in his eyes and said, "Dealing with the 4 emperors is of course the most important purpose. But you also know that it is not possible to completely defeat a sea emperor overnight, so I came here for another goal. Find out what exactly you want to do." Wayne nodded. It was indeed expected that the Navy would send Caesar to monitor him, but I'm afraid the Navy didn't expect Caesar to be an undercover planted in the Navy. It seems that Wayne made the right move to give Caesar the floating fruit. Caesar continued, "Of course, the Navy is now divided into 2 factions. One faction believes that if you, Wayne, are really a kind pirate, try to let you join the Navy. After all, your current strength is amazing. The other faction believes that if you show any intention to overthrow the order of the world government, you will be strangled in the cradle. The specific method is that when you and Kaido are both injured in the process of fighting, my other general will capture you or kill you on the spot." Chapter 126 Target Big Mom. Wayne took a breath of cold air when he heard this. If it weren't for Caesar, he really didn't know that the Navy was so afraid of him now. Caesar looked at Wayne with a smile and said teasingly, "Of course, in the report I give to the Navy, you will definitely be safe." The two looked at each other and smiled, then raised their glasses and clinked them, the meaning of which is self-evident. This is the benefit of arranging undercover in the Navy. Intelligence is sometimes more important than strength. Wayne drank the red wine in the glass, then looked at Caesar and Solomon and said, "Then I have to talk about my real plan. My hunting target is not Kaido, but another of the 4 emperors, Big Mom." "Big Mom?" Caesar and Solomon said in unison. Both of them were shocked by Wayne's plan. Solomon pondered for a moment, and said with some worry in his eyes, "Wayne, if we provoke Kaido first, wouldn't it be a bit too much to provoke the 4 emperors, Big Mom and Big Mom? After all, making too many enemies is not a good thing." Wayne exhaled a puff of white smoke from his mouth, and said with a piercing look, "Big Mom, I'm determined. Of course, there is a reason why I chose to go to war with Big Mom. First of all, Big Mom's territory, Wanguo, is the closest 4 emperors to us. If we can defeat Big Mom, our power will expand further, and our sphere of influence will exceed all the 4 emperors. And Kaido's territory is in Wano country, which is too far away from us. Even if we conquer it, it will only disperse our power. Second, Kaido and Big Mom should have a close relationship. As you know, these 2 people used to be in Rock's pirate group together. If we go to fight Kaido, once these 2 people form an alliance, our main force will not be able to return to Wano country by then. Once we are attacked from all sides, it will be bad. Third, who said that our current strength is not as good as the 4 emperors? Not to mention whether Kaido will come to help Big Mom. Even if he comes, don't we still have the support of the Navy? And who do you think is the strongest in Free City besides me now?" Solomon and Caesar looked at each other, obviously thinking that apart from Wayne, these 2 people are the strongest fighting force. Wayne smiled slightly and said, "It's not you 2. It's Fujitora's smile. That guy is a real admiral." Shock flashed in the eyes of the 2. Although Solomon knew that Yuxiao was very powerful, he did not expect it to be so exaggerated. Finally, Wayne took out a special greeting card from the pocket of his clothes beside the hot spring pool, showing a mysterious smile, and said, "Finally, Big Mom is here with a gun. Isn't this international tea party the best way to obtain intelligence?" Wayne saw a black invitation in his hand. Invitation to Charlotte Nolan's wedding. Nolan is the 20th daughter of the 4 emperors, Big Mom. She will marry a powerful pirate in the New World. The time is 2 months later, and the location is Big Mom's base camp, International Kingdom. Wayne showed a hint of excitement in his eyes. This is a rare opportunity. The marriage of the daughter of the 4 emperors is of course a big deal. Almost all pirates with status or kings of dark forces will be invited. And Wayne is naturally among them. Wayne took the red wine handed by Caesar, drank it all, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Lingling, this is an opportunity you have brought to yourself. Solomon's eyes flashed with wisdom, and he said, since the boss has already thought of the plan, I will prepare the details. 2 months, you must take me with you. Caesar also licked his lips excitedly, and a bunch of grapes came to his mouth with a thought. Caesar opened his mouth slightly, and the grapes slid into Caesar's mouth. Telekinesis. The sign that the ability of the Piao Piao fruit has developed to the 2nd stage, and Caesar has been able to do it roughly. Ding! After 37 minutes of cooking, your cooking skills have improved, and your cooking level has been improved. Your current cooking level is Grandmaster, 533/30,000, and you have obtained 27 life points. Your current life points are 21,360 points. Wayne put the kitchen utensils aside, lit a cigarette, and then said to Caesar, Xiao sa, bring all the food over, we will eat here. Caesar's eyes excited, he said, Boss, I've been thinking about this trick of yours for a long time. I saw 4 or 5 dishes in the air steadily coming to the table next to the hot spring. Caesar looked at the delicacies and tears flowed from the corners of his mouth. At this time, Solomon stretched out his hand and said, Wait, there is no wine, I'll go to the wine cellar to get some wine. After that, a door appeared out of thin air, and Solomon entered the door. In just a few dozen seconds, when he came out again, he had a box of fine wine in his hand. Wayne's hand holding the cigarette was slightly stunned, and then he couldn't help but said angrily, Good guy, no wonder I said that the wine in my wine cellar was drunk so quickly. It's really hard to prevent thieves from thieves at home. Looking at your tricks, I don't know how many times you have been there. Solomon's forehead was covered with sweat, and he felt bad. Oh no, I stole too skillfully and forgot that the owner was next to me. Solomon had 2 big bags on his head, but this did not affect his love for food at all. The hot spring was filled with a happy atmosphere for a while. Fine wine, delicious food, and confidence. There is nothing better than this in life. At the same time, somewhere in the new world of the Grand Line, Ace was sitting on the bow of the pirate ship, dozing off out of boredom, but was woken up by the noise of the crew members. What happened? Why is there such a big noise? Ace rubbed his sleepy eyes and yawned. Deputy Captain Deuce came over and said, Captain, it's the Whitebeard pirates. Their pirate group appeared on the island ahead. Whitebeard. Ace's sleepiness disappeared all of a sudden, and his body began to tremble, not knowing whether he was excited or afraid. 4 Emperors Whitebeard. Original name Edward Ganut. He was a man who once competed with Pirate King Roger in the last era, and is now a powerful man known as the world's strongest pirate. Ace jumped off the bow and looked at the ship in front. He didn't know if Whitebeard was in the ship, but Ace's observation hacky felt a strong breath in the ship. Ace suddenly said, I want to try it. Deuce on the side was a little confused and said, What? Ace repeated, I want to try, the gap between me and that man. Pull the boat over. That man is not Whitebeard. But Ace's father Gold Roger. But Roger is no longer here, so Ace can only try the gap through Roger's former enemy Whitebeard. Destiny, sometimes it is so mysterious and unpredictable. Chapter 127 Two Files. Grand Line, Marineford. Under the dim light, Sengoku sat alone in the office, staring at the 2 intelligence on the table in front of him, his eyes serious. The first intelligence has a British face with long black hair, and the name is Duraki Wayne. This is a piece of intelligence that really belongs only to the top of the Navy. Only 6 people in the entire Navy headquarters have seen this intelligence. Sengoku, Vice Admiral Tsuru, Garp, and the 3 admirals of the Navy. This is what was written on the intelligence. Name, Duraki Wayne. Strength, suspected to be at the level of an admiral, user of the Thunder Fruit ability, great swordsman, master of domineering. Records: defeated Gecko Mariah, tied with Aokiji, killed Golden Lion, defeated Tezoro, escaped from Kaido. Threat level: extremely high. Weakness: Sea Stone. Evaluation: 1. He is currently the most peaceful one among the 7 warlords of the sea, and is even willing to cooperate with the navy to propose a crush the 4 emperors plan. He has a calm and strategic personality, and he will uphold the justice in his heart. 2. But he is also the time bomb that is most likely to explode among the 7 warlords of the sea. Once it explodes, the consequences will be disastrous. Established a free city, openly cracked down on slave trade, hated the celestial dragons, and once injured a celestial dragon. 3. He took in Robin, the son of the devil. Judging from his actions, it is not ruled out that he has great ambitions. Suggested disposal method: incorporate into the navy, best, or kill. It is recommended to send 2 or more admirals to attack, and Admiral Kizaru must be one of them to prevent him from escaping. Alas, Wayne, you really gave me a big problem. When Guo rubbed his headache temple. Wayne is undoubtedly qualified as a Shishibukai. He not only wiped out many bad pirates, but now he is fighting on the front line against the 4 emperors, the navy thinks. But Wayne's ambition to take in the son of the devil and all these things undoubtedly made warring states tremble. It's not time to break up with Wayne yet. As a wise general in the navy, warring states naturally knows that Wayne is a double-edged sword. But he knows more about how much Wayne is currently doing. Once Wayne is pushed to the opposite side, the navy's influence in the New World will almost disappear. When Guo put Wayne's file in the drawer of his desk and locked it carefully. Picking up another file, warring states couldn't help but smile. Theodore Caesar. This is the name of the file in front of warring states. Name: Theodore Caesar. Age: 29. Rank: Major General. Joined the army 1510 of the Sea Circle calendar. Hometown: East China Sea. Background: his parents died at the hands of pirates, and he was later conscripted as a Navy recruit in the Grand Line. Qualification: top. He obtained the float fruit half a year ago, and his potential has been upgraded from the original top to the top. Character: he has a sense of justice and has a great dislike for pirates. He obeys military orders but is too murderous. Past achievements: 6 years ago, he defeated the Hot Hammer Kilt with a bounty of 28 million and wiped out the pirate group without a single survivor. 5 years ago, he defeated the Sharkhead Churud with a bounty of 44 million and wiped out 81 pirates without a single survivor, and was promoted to Lieutenant Commander of the Navy. 4 years ago, he defeated the Matchstick Man Bauer with a bounty of 78 million and was promoted to Lieutenant Colonel. 1 year ago, he defeated the Crazy Axe Zeke with a bounty of 280 million, was seriously injured, and was commended as a candidate for Major General. Evaluation: a veteran who has been in the army for many years. He was originally qualified but could only be promoted to Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters at most. But this year, he accidentally swallowed the superhuman float fruit, and his potential increased greatly. He has a sense of justice, a good heart, and obeys orders. He is now a direct subordinate of Admiral Kizaru, and accepts the task of fighting Kaido with the 7 warlords of the Sea Wayne. Rating: the 3rd seed of the Admiral within the Navy. Speaking of which, Caesar is really a relief for me. He is not as lazy as Kizaru and Aokiji, nor as stubborn as Sakazuki. He is indeed a good candidate. The more Sengoku thinks about Caesar, the more satisfied he is. First of all, Caesar's loyalty as a navy is absolutely no problem. His parents died at the hands of pirates, which can be said to be a deadly enemy. Moreover, he has joined the navy for many years and has made great achievements. Sengoku has never doubted Caesar's loyalty. In fact, Sengoku noticed Caesar before he obtained the float fruit. After all, as a marshal, Sengoku has the need to train new navy. Originally, Sengoku was very optimistic about Caesar. Although he was not as talented as Aokiji and Akainu, he was very hard-working and had a good character. Sengoku originally trained Caesar as an elite vice-admiral. But the float fruit definitely made Caesar one of the candidates for the future admiral of the navy, only behind Cake and Jun. Originally, Sengoku was very optimistic about Smoker, who is now in the East China Sea. Although Smoker has strength, his character is too bad, so Sengoku put him in the East China Sea for 2 years. However, Caesar is not without shortcomings, that is, he is too murderous towards pirates. Not all pirates can be killed, which gives Sengoku some headaches. So Sengoku put Caesar with Wayne not only to supervise Wayne, but also to see if he can slightly change Caesar's view of pirates. Of course, it is not to let Caesar think that pirates are good people, but to let Caesar know that pirates can also cooperate. Driving wolves and swallowing tigers is what a wise navy should do. Zhang Guo thought of the intelligence of his navy and smiled slightly. It seems that Caesar didn't disappoint me. He has learned to take his subordinates to the hot springs. Well, if he is just a navy who only knows how to kill, how can he take the position of admiral in the future? Ha 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 ha. Zhang Guo laughed happily in the office, which made the senior navy officers outside a little puzzled. Xiao He, do you think that old guy Zhang Guo has a problem with his brain? Garp picked his nose with his fingers and wiped it on his navy uniform, asking without any image. Vice Admiral Tsuru seemed to have seen nothing, but said with some worry in his eyes, perhaps Sengoku has been under too much pressure recently. After all, the pirates have not been peaceful recently. Vice Admiral Tsuru paused, then suddenly remembered something and said, and your grandson, Ace, right? It seems that he has joined the 4 Emperors Whitebeard's men during this period. How did you educate your children and grandchildren? You gave birth to a son to join the Revolutionary Army, and a grandson to become a pirate. After hearing this, the smile on Garp's face disappeared, and he fell silent for a rare time. Garp also learned the news today that Ace actually appeared in Whitebeard's pirate group. And the most important thing is that Garp has a huge secret in his heart, that is, Ace's true identity is Roger's son. Once the Navy knows this news, Ace may be in trouble. Chapter 128 A large wave of draws. Ding! After 5 hours and 48 minutes of casting, the host's forging level has been further improved. The host has recast the good and fast sword Reikari, and the quality of the famous sword has been further improved. 78 forging experience points have been obtained. The current blacksmith level is master level, 17536/30,000. 78 life points have been obtained, and the current life points are 35,480 points. Wayne took out a towel and carefully wiped the Reikari in his hand. The love in his eyes was self-evident. It seems that your potential has not been fully stimulated. Wayne held the knife in his left hand, lit a cigarette and blew out a puff of smoke. Carefully appreciate your masterpiece. It has been 2 months since Wayne returned to the Free City. During these 2 months, Wayne has been in the forging room to carefully study the forging technology, and spend more than 10 hours every day to forge the sword. Although it was very hard, Wayne's gains were huge. First, he made hundreds of good swords that could be called treasured swords. Although he failed to make another famous sword like the good and fast sword, Wayne also spent a lot of time recasting and grinding the Reikari in his hand. After all, this was the first good and fast sword that Wayne made by himself. And now, although this good and fast sword has not reached the quality of a big and fast sword after Wayne's recasting, it is infinitely close. Of course, Wayne's biggest gain is the accumulated blacksmith professional experience and the life points that come with it. With 35,480 life points, Wayne feels that he is now a rich man, with a full sense of security in his heart. There is still a lot to go. Wayne looked at his attribute panel. Although he had a lot of life points, it was not enough to improve a certain ability to the top level. After all, the full 50,000 experience slots were a bit daunting for Wayne. So Wayne was a little entangled in his heart for a while. Should he draw a lottery? Or save more? Forget it, just draw the lottery. After all, improving strength is the most practical. Tomorrow is the time for the ants' tea party. Just in case. Wayne decided to improve his strength before participating in the tea party. System, draw the lottery. A virtual turntable appeared in front of Wayne, and Wayne silently said in his heart, System, draw 10 times in a row. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of Armament Hacky Experience Potion, small, please check the host. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of Observation Hacky Experience Potion, small, please check it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of Fruit Ability Development Potion, medium, please check it. Ding! Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 kilograms of outer space black iron, please check it. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 life points disappeared like flowing water. Wayne felt distressed when he saw the disappearing points. Even if he spent more than 10 billion Baileys, he would not feel so uncomfortable. After all, these points were accumulated by Wayne bit by bit. Ah! That's it. Wayne looked at the items he had drawn, a total of 2 bottles of Armament Hacky Experience Potion, small, a bottle of Observation Hacky Experience Potion, small, a bottle of Fruit Ability Development Potion, small, in addition to a world-famous book 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, a ton of Yuan-Kai Rice *2, and a ton of Fat House Happy Water, and the last Tianwai Suan Tai. Note, Experience Potion, small, provides 1000 experience points, Experience Potion, medium, provides 3000 experience points. Forget it, it's not a loss. Wayne smacked his lips. For him, these experience potions are more important than the living points of the same price. After all, they can be used by his subordinates. And the famous book 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea is even more related to Wayne's next novel theme. So Water Margin will also be completed this year. It just so happens that the next book is about 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Let me change it a little bit. What should I change it to? The mermaids living on Mermaid Island seem good. Wayne kept thinking, and brilliant ideas came out one after another. But this outer space iron. Wayne suddenly remembered that the material for forging the supreme sword that Chimera told him in Wayno country was also crucial. So Wayne's heart was burning, and a piece of outer space iron appeared in Wayne's hand. It's so heavy. Wayne was shocked when he saw the palm-sized stone in his hand. This small piece of stone weighs 100 kilograms? The density is simply terrifying. Outer space iron, precious meteorites from outer space, precious metals, and also the most suitable forging materials. This introduction is too sloppy, I don't know what the effect is. Wayne weighed the black iron in his hand. Although it was heavy, it was not big enough. With Wayne's figure, the most suitable one was actually the Tang sword that was more than 1.5 meters long, but this black iron was obviously not enough. Wayne estimated that at least 3 or 4 pieces of black iron were needed to make it. Forget it, let's continue the lottery. Wayne looked at his remaining 20,000 life points and decided to do another 10 draw. System, make 10 draws. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Lawrence's Heart Eyes, please check it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 kilograms of outer black iron *2, please check it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a recovery item, Senzu, green, please check it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Armament Hacky Experience Potion, small, *2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a ton of Fat House Happy Water *3, please check it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning one of the Dragon Ball World's 7 Dragon Balls, please check it. Wayne was confused from the first lottery result until the system's prompt sound ended, "Fuck, I'm out of Africa and into Europe." Wayne lit a cigarette for himself with a slightly trembling hand, forced himself to calm down his excitement, and then began to check his lottery results. Lawrence's Eye, a magical skill that can observe the weaknesses and flaws in the opponent's moves when used. Specific effect: observe the enemy's flaws from the beginning of the battle, and stack a layer of flaws every 5 hours, up to 12 layers. Finally, you can use a move to detonate the flaws to cause a lot of damage. Each layer of flaw increases the final damage by 5%, and the cooling time is 30 days. This is the first combat skill that Wayne has extracted from the system. Unlike the flying sword swordsmanship or the wind hammer method, this Lawrence's Eye is more like a kind of talent. Wayne can learn it directly without learning. And the effect of this skill is undoubtedly explosively strong. For example, if Wayne used Lawrence's Heart Eye, then after fighting Kaido for 3 days and 3 nights, the flaw would undoubtedly be superimposed to the 12th layer, which means that Wayne's final Sky Dragon Flash will increase the damage by 60%. Wayne believes that Kaido will be skinned alive if he doesn't die under such damage. Of course, such a powerful skill also has great limitations, that is, the cooling time is as long as 1 month, which means that Wayne can only use it once in a battle. However, once is enough. Lawrence's Heart Eye is an absolute killer. Chapter 129 4 stars. Wayne quickly mastered Lawrence's Heart Eye and began to watch his other lottery results. Senzu Bean, green food made by imitating senzu bean. After eating, it restores 1/3 of its own physical strength, varies according to the physical strength limit, and slightly recovers injuries. Good stuff. Wayne was delighted. Unlike white-grade beans, green-quality beans not only restore more physical strength, but also can heal injuries. Each bean is Wayne's life-saving trump card. Even in the previous battle between Wayne and Kaido, he was reluctant to take the second bean. Of course, it was also because it would not change anything even if he took it. When Wayne saw the last item drawn, his heart skipped a beat and he murmured, "It can't be what I think it is." Wayne's heart moved, and an orange bead appeared in Wayne's hand. The bead was printed with 4 darker colors. Some stars. Dragon Ball, 4-star ball, a strange ball from the Dragon Ball world. It is said that if you collect 7 of them, you will have earth-shaking power and satisfy all wishes within the scope of God's ability. Note, the 4-star ball once held the thoughts of a certain young man. It is indeed it. Wayne was ecstatic. Dragon Ball, it is said that it can satisfy all wishes. If Wayne has it, even if he wishes to become the king of the world, it can be realized. But then Wayne calmed down. Wayne has traveled to this world for more than 20 years. He doesn't know how many times he has drawn the lottery since the awakening system, but he only drew this 4-star ball. If he wants to collect all of them, he really doesn't know when it will take. Wayne took out a cigarette from his arms and lit it for himself, calming down his mood, but then the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Without it, this harvest has made Wayne's strength take a step further. Gurgle gurgle. Just then, the Den Den Mushi in Wayne's arms rang, and Wayne took the Den Den Mushi and answered, "Moses Moses, this is Wayne." Solomon's voice came from the Den Den Mushi, "Wayne, we are already here, and we can set off at any time." Wayne narrowed his eyes and said, "Okay, gather at the Free City port in half an hour, and prepare to go to Wanguo. New World, Wanguo Cake Island. This is the headquarters of Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors. The entire Cake Island seems to be in a fairy tale world, and food is everywhere, just like a dream. If I have to describe it in one sentence, the roof of the Wanguo is made of almond candy slices, the chimney is roasted pork rolls, the bed is honey red date cakes, the pillows are crystal shrimp dumplings, the rain is raisins, the snow is lollipops. There are soup dumplings everywhere outside the house, the river is full of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, and everything swimming in the river and flying in the sky is cooked." Big Mom snorted, and they automatically lined up to jump into her mouth. The clouds in the sky are cotton candies, and the stones on the ground are braised pork. Yes, such a dreamlike scene really exists in the Wanguo of Anti. Wanguo, as the name suggests, is a country where any race exists. Sounds great, right? But the only thing that has been satisfied is Lingling's collecting habit. What mermaids, fishmen, long-handed people, fur people, as long as Auntie wants, there is nothing she can't get, and if she can't get it, she will steal or rob. Auntie once personally ordered the slaughter of an entire country for the food of a certain country. And do you think those strange races can enjoy themselves when they come to Big Mom's country? Absolutely not. Everything in the kingdom serves Big Mom, the Queen of Souls, including the people living in the 10,000 kingdoms. They are just Big Mom's life and soul reserves when necessary. Big Mom, a psychic soul fruit ability user, has the ability to take away the life of others and give souls to any object. And this fruit ability has been developed to the limit of the psychic system in Big Mom's hands. On Cake Island, Big Mom's fat figure stood next to a huge cake, and then shouted to a chef in front of him wearing a white Jo man, "Life or death? Mom, spare my life. Next time. Next time I will definitely make delicious cakes." Bang! The ant destroyed the cake as big as a house with one hand, and said angrily, "I'll say it again, life or death." The chef wearing a white tall hat said with a trembling face, "Live, live." The anger on the ant's face disappeared, and then she showed a grim smile and said, "In this case, I will take 50 years of your life." 50 years. Lingling's children were all shocked. The chef in front of them looked 30 or 40 years old. If he was deprived of another 50 years of life, he would probably die on the spot. The chef wearing a tall hat said in horror, "No. No, Mom." Then he ran back like crazy. But all this didn't work at all. The Soul Queen stretched out her right hand and clenched her fist at the chef, and then the chef's trembling body stopped moving, and the whole body aged visibly, and finally rolled his eyes and fell to the ground, without any life. This famous chef who had just joined the world died in the hands of the ant. Big Mom seemed to be in better shape after getting a new soul. Her fat body swayed for a moment, and then she turned around and looked at the chefs who were still busy making cakes. "You must make a cake that satisfies me, otherwise that person will be your fate." Meh 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 meh. Big Mom laughed out loud, as if she had done something very happy. At the tea party, many of the invited bigwigs breathed a sigh of relief, including the ant's children, who were still in fear. Only the Minister of Candy murmured with a worried look on his face, "If I can't make delicious food again, I'm afraid my mother's food craving will come back, and I don't know how many people will die by then." Chapter 130 Arrival in the World. After worrying, the Minister of Candy turned around and yelled at the chefs, "You rubbish, hurry up and make food that satisfies my aunt, otherwise my mother will not forgive you." The chefs shuddered when they heard this, and then they got back into the busy cooking, but how could the food made in a panic be delicious? Always Charlotte Katakuri, one of the 3 generals sitting on the roof, said to the Minister of Candy below, "Pero Sparrow, Mom's tea party is about to officially begin? Are there any guests who haven't arrived yet?" The Minister of Candy was stunned for a moment, then said, "No one should dare to disobey Mom's order." After that, he took out a manual and began to check the list. "The Great Pirate Giant Lef has arrived. The Great Pirate Dam. Pirate Rising Star Steam William has arrived. Dark World King Big News Morgans has arrived." The Minister of Candy began to check the names on the list one by one. Only Katakuri hid most of his face under his scarf. He looked at the sky in the distance with deep eyes and murmured, "That guy, he won't really refuse Mom's invitation." At this time, the Minister of Candy was still counting the list. 7 Warlords of the Sea Doflamingo has arrived. 7 Warlords of the Sea Wayne has not arrived. A trace of cold sweat appeared on the Minister of Candy's forehead. He never expected that someone would actually miss the tea party of the ant. At this time, a voice came. MMMM, MMM, MMM, Sparrow, are all the people here? I can't wait for the party to start. The old lady appeared behind Sparrow without him noticing, holding 2 huge pieces of cake in her hands, devouring them one by one. Mom, Mom! Sparrow's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and then he said tremblingly, Mom, most of the people on the list are here. Most of them. Big Mom's face began to look unfriendly, and then she said grimly, So, there are still people who haven't come? Sparrow, tell me who it is. It's Shichibukai Wayne. Shichibukai Wayne. Big Mom narrowed her eyes and said, I have some influence. I just escaped from Kaido's men some time ago. Is he the 5th Emperor of the Sea? Meh 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 meh. Big Mom laughed loudly, and then suddenly her face changed, saying, Do you really think that you dare to provoke me just because you become the 5th Emperor of the Sea? You are such an ungrateful kid. Wait until my tea party is over. At this moment, Big Mom suddenly raised her head, and then in less than 5 seconds, the sky above the banquet suddenly darkened. Big Mom narrowed her eyes and seemed to know what it was. Look, why is it suddenly dark? What a big ship! How can a ship fly in the sky? That ship is actually golden. There was a sudden noisy sound in the banquet square, and the guests attending the tea party all pointed at the sky. Although these guests were of noble status, they had never seen such a luxurious pirate ship that could fly in the sky. Only a few people such as Katakuri and Doflamingo knew what it was. The luxurious pirate ship in the sky slowly approached the ground, and a figure stood on the pirate ship and shouted. 7 warlords Wayne came to attend my mother's tea party, wishing the 2 newlyweds a happy marriage. Of course Wayne would not do such a cheap thing. The person who shouted at the bow was CLO. Wayne patted CLO on the shoulder and said to the crew. Let's go, follow me to see this so-called Wanguo. I heard that Cake Island has the best chef in the world. After that, Wayne's figure floated in the air and slowly flew down from the sky. Behind Wayne, Robin stretched out his wings and followed closely, and Lafayette also fell from the sky with the cloak behind him. As for Solomon, Moon, and others, they slowly descended on the moon steps. What a big style! A big man who was not small in the dark world stared blankly at the sky, and saw that all the crew members including Wayne were neatly dressed in black suits and fell from the sky. The Minister of Candy was also stunned and murmured, No wonder the nearby sea water and sea fish did not tell us Wayne's whereabouts, it turned out that he came from the sky. At this time, except for the crew members who stayed behind on the apocalypse, there was only Chloe left. Chloe looked at the crew members who went down together and curled his lips slightly and said, Tisk, this is too stereotyped. Look, let me show off the boss. After saying that, Chloe roared and turned into a half-orc, jumping down from the apocalypse, which was hundreds of meters above the ground. The people still in the sky heard a rapid sound of breaking through the air. Wayne turned around and saw that CLO had jumped down from the air and landed on the ground at a very fast speed. CLO passed by Wayne in the air and smiled. Wayne saw that the meaning of his eyes was clearly, Boss, I am handsome, praise me. Wayne's face showed a strange look. CLO's speed didn't seem to be very good. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the guests at the banquet below retreated together. A huge human-shaped pit appeared on the ground. CLO arrived on the ground first, but the posture didn't seem very good. Wayne and others landed successfully, but Wayne walked past CLO's pit expressionlessly, and kept muttering in his heart, I don't know this guy. I don't know this guy. Just then, a voice came, Haha, Captain Wayne's subordinates are really unique. Wayne followed his gaze and saw that the person who spoke was actually Doflamingo. However, Wayne also knew the rules of Big Mom's tea party. Everyone who comes is a guest. Unless you intend to offend Big Mom, even if you have grudges, you can't solve them at the banquet. Wayne's mouth twitched and he looked at Doflamingo's rude look and said, "Hee, I heard that your devil fruit can no longer be sold. What's wrong? Has Kaido's cooperation with you been terminated?" Doflamingo's originally smiling expression suddenly froze on his face. Wayne's battle with Kaido in Wano country a few months ago caused losses not only to Kaido. Compared to Kaido, Doflamingo is the biggest loser. And Wayne certainly knows that Doflamingo's business has been sluggish recently, so he said, "Hey, I heard that you have some problems with your capital chain recently. How about I lend you some money? After all, Tesoro has a lot of money." Ha 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 ha. Wayne was in a good mood looking at Doflamingo's expression of eating shit. Chapter 131, Tensions. "Boss." Just then a voice came. It turned out to be Chloe, who patted the dust off his body and climbed out of the big pit with a big bag on his head. Wayne had a black line on his forehead and pretended not to hear it and walked straight forward. Robin and others followed behind Wayne with embarrassment on their faces. Chloe didn't react for a while. Seeing that Wayne ignored him, he thought he didn't hear it, so he kept shouting behind him, "Boss! Boss! Wait for me! Wait for me!" While shouting, he ran to Wayne. Every time Chloe shouted, there was a black line on Wayne's forehead. Finally, Wayne couldn't stand it anymore, and yelled to Chloe, who had come to his side, "Damn it, stop shouting, I'm not deaf. Look at you, where is your original cleverness? I really regret recruiting you into the pirate group." Of course, Kuro can do the moonwalk, but Wayne never expected that he would be so stupid as to jump from a height of hundreds of meters, and fell down without controlling his body balance. Although the physique of an animal-type devil fruit user would not be injured, this stupid thing undoubtedly made Wayne very embarrassed. Wayne now seriously doubts whether Oda's words in One Piece SBS that Kuro is a highly intelligent person are just a joke to the readers. This is purely a joke. Phew 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 phew. Doflamingo looked at Wayne's embarrassment and instantly felt better. He walked past Wayne at a faster speed and left behind his back. Wayne was even more unhappy when he saw this, so he cursed Kuro a few more times. Just then, a voice came. "Wayne kid, you are late." "What? Did you have the confidence to ignore me just because you escaped from Kaido's hands?" Charlotte Linland's fat body appeared in front of Wayne, and her tall body was much taller than Kaido. Wayne looked up at Big Mom and said, "What are you talking about, Ms. Linland?" "It's just that we encountered a storm on the way, so we were a little late." While Wayne was speaking, he stared straight into Big Mom's eyes without any fear. Big Mom was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly a trace of anger rose, and roared, "Little boy, you don't seem to be afraid of me." As Big Mom's voice fell, a fierce momentum suddenly appeared on her body, violently hitting the surrounding air and crowd. Hoang Haki. With the release of Big Mom's Hoang Haki, many guests with weak strength in the tea party fell down and foamed at the mouth. Wayne frowned, looking at the crew around him who seemed to be affected a little. So Wayne took a step forward, and a boundless momentum rose on his body. "Hee, as a Four Emperors, is this how you treat guests?" Boom! There seemed to be a huge noise in the air, and Wayne's purple domineering aura and Big Mom's red domineering aura collided violently in the air. Tear the entire sky in half. Facing Big Mom's angry eyes, Wayne was not afraid. After the two of them were deadlocked for a while, Big Mom suddenly laughed, "Mah, mah, 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 today is my daughter's wedding day, I will forgive you this time." After that, Big Mom turned around and shouted, "Where's the cake? Where's my cake? Hurry up and ask the chefs to bring it up." Seeing this, Wayne also put away his conqueror haki, lit a cigar and smoked silently. Of course, Wayne would not think that Big Mom would attack him simply because he was late. As one of the Four Emperors, he still had some tolerance. In Wayne's eyes, Big Mom obviously wanted to test his quality. Although Wayne has been famous over the years, he is still living in rumors. Today, Big Mom naturally wants to take this opportunity to try it herself. So the first move is a high-level conqueror haki. And Wayne is not afraid at all. After the battle in Wano country, Wayne's haki level is already at the same level as these sea emperors. Although he may not be as good as them in quantity and application, he can beat them in a short time. There is no problem with the collision. At this moment, a dozen chefs wearing white tall hats trembled and pushed a huge cart over, and on the cart was a huge cake. Big Mom took 2 steps forward, then reached out and grabbed a handful of cream cake into her mouth. Gulp! As the sound of the cake entering the ant's throat appeared, the surroundings seemed to be quiet, especially the group of chefs next to the cake, who looked like they were in danger of death. Wayne was wondering why the atmosphere around him was a little wrong, and then he heard the ant's face suddenly become ugly, and then he shouted, "You spent so much time making this thing? I knew I wouldn't give you a second chance." After that, the ant knocked the cart down with one punch, and the huge cake instantly broke into pieces and splashed everywhere. "Is it so bad?" Wayne reached out and spread a little cream on the table next to him and tasted it. "Well, the taste is okay, but it's not delicate enough, but it's not bad, right?" Wayne was confused for a moment, then took another bite, and this time, Wayne tasted something different. It was emotion. Wayne tasted the emotions of the chefs when they were making this huge cake, fear, and despair in their hearts. And how can delicious food be made like this? Wayne looked at the ant thoughtfully and murmured, "So that's it. Soul fruit." Then, in Wayne's perception, a strange power appeared on the ant, and the ant said grimly, "Life or food?" As the ant's voice fell, the more than 10 chefs in front of her knelt down, their eyes full of fear, tears couldn't help flowing, begging for the ant's forgiveness. "Life or food?" The ant yelled again, and with this sentence, the chefs in front of them seemed to want to answer the question. At this moment, a voice came, "Hey, Lingling, even if you don't like to eat, you shouldn't waste food. And you shouldn't want to use your ability to kill these chefs." The person who spoke was naturally Wayne. As Wayne finished speaking, the air around him seemed to have stagnated. Wayne seemed to hear the pirates in the distance talking. He actually dared to question what Mom said. Big Mom also showed an incredible look on her face. She turned around with boundless anger on her face and shouted at Wayne, "Life or food?" Wayne tilted his head and said, "Isn't that nonsense? It must be food." Chapter 132 What's there to fear from the 4 emperors? Hearing Wayne's answer, Big Mom smiled. And the sons of Big Mom beside him also said excitedly, He answered Mom's question." After hearing the discussion, Big Mom's face became more excited and shouted, "In that case, I will take all your life." Big Mom clenched her fists and activated the fruit ability. There seemed to be the sound of crows flying in the air. The air around seemed to be quiet for more than 10 seconds, but Wayne did not change at all, and even blew out a few smoke rings. The pirates around were shocked. He is not afraid of his mother. Big Mom's face also flashed with astonishment. "You don't have any fear in your heart." "Hey!" Wayne exhaled a burst of white air from his mouth, laughed and showed his white teeth. "What is there to be afraid of? What is there? 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 What is there?" Big Mom was also stunned when she heard this. Her angry expression froze for a moment. She stared at Wayne in front of her, as if she wanted to see his true thoughts and whether there was a trace of fear. But to her disappointment, there was no trace of unnaturalness in Wayne's expression. The ant was silent for a while without any change on her face, making it difficult to figure out what she was thinking. "Little boy, don't think you can be arrogant here just because you have some strength. This is Wanguo, my territory." After Big Mom said this, she suddenly jumped up, swung her body back slightly, and then a huge fist hit Wayne fiercely, so fast that even a sonic boom could be heard. A ray of light flashed in Wayne's eyes, and Wayne noticed it the moment the ant made a move, but Wayne's first reaction was not to dodge the punch. I saw Wayne squatting slightly, sending all his strength from his waist, and horse together, and the abundant armed color domineering wrapped around Wayne's right hand and then punched out. Boom! With a loud bang, two fists, one large and one small, collided fiercely, and the impact force generated made the guests around almost lose their balance. Wayne is more than 3 meters tall, and his fist is almost twice as big as that of an ordinary person, but the ant opposite has the blood of a giant after all, and her punch is like a huge iron hammer. The fists of the two people were deadlocked for more than 10 seconds, and the surrounding ground began to collapse on a large scale, but Wayne did not show any sign of defeat. This is the power brought by the 8th level physique. It turns out that you are equal to my mother in strength. The ant's children were watching in fear. Don't they know the power of the ant when others don't know it? As a giant, the ant's body is not as big as that of ordinary giants, but her strange power is far beyond that of the most powerful giants. The ant slowly retracted the strength in her fist, looked at Wayne in front of her with deep eyes and said, "Not bad, little brat." Seeing this, Wayne also waved his fist and took the cigar from his mouth and responded, "Same here." Well, although Wayne, you are quite capable, I am dealing with my own subordinates in my own territory. This matter is none of your business, right?" Wayne was silent after hearing this. The ant's words were undoubtedly a great honor to Wayne, which was a recognition of Wayne's strength. And Wayne stopped the ant at the beginning just out of sympathy between the chefs, and he couldn't bear to see those chefs die at the hands of the ant. And looked at the ant in front of him, and suddenly an idea came to his mind, saying, as one of the 4 emperors, Lord Lingling should have more courage than this, right? Just because of a piece of cake, you want to kill people. The ant's face changed. She did always kill people because she couldn't get reasonable food, but she still said, "What do you mean?" Wayne said, "I hope Lord Lingling can give them another chance. I am willing to lead them to make delicious cakes." The ant was stunned, and then thought that Wayne in front of her was not only powerful, but also a full-level human who combined stars, chefs, and novelists. Wayne saw that the ant was moved and continued, "Of course, I have conditions. If I can make food that satisfies you, then these chefs will be able to leave the 10,000 nations and gain freedom." The ant thought about it for a while. This group of chefs is nothing to her. If there are not enough chefs, she can just go to other countries to capture them. So the ant said, "Oh? What if you can't make food that satisfies me?" A gleam of light flashed in the ant's eyes, and she said, "If you can't make food that satisfies me, then today there will be more than one daughter of mine getting married. Garrett, come here." As the ant's voice fell, a woman with burgundy hair and a purple cloak came over. The 18th daughter of Big Mom, the Minister of Butter, Charlotte Garrett. The ant said to Wayne, "My daughter likes you very much. If you can't make food that satisfies me, then marry my daughter." Wayne looked at Garrett, whose face was flushed. She was a beauty, but Wayne didn't want to marry the ant's daughter. Wayne was about to refuse, when a voice suddenly sounded in Wayne's ears. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the limited time task Hungry Ant, do you accept the task?" Hungry Ant, since 9 o'clock in the morning, Charlotte Lingling has not eaten for 3 hours. Hunger will make the ant's temper even more irritable. The host needs to make a cake that will absolutely satisfy Auntie, so as to solve Auntie's hunger. Mission success reward, 5,000 life points, 1 magic bean, blue. Mission failure penalty, Auntie's hunger cannot be relieved, which will further trigger food cravings. Once Auntie enters food cravings, she will lose her mind and attack everything around her indiscriminately. Magic beans? 5,000 life points? Wayne was stunned. He hadn't triggered this kind of mission for a long time, and the reward was so generous. So Wayne glanced at Garrett, and then said to Auntie, "It's a deal, then prepare the kitchen for me." "Wayne, I'm here for the mission reward, definitely not for her body." Chapter 133 Lingling's Kitchen. "Why are you all standing there? Why don't you take me to your kitchen?" Wayne looked at the chefs with tears on their faces and had a headache. He didn't know whether these people were scared or crying with joy. Yes, sir, we will take you to the kitchen now." The head chef managed to calm down and walked towards one direction with Wayne tremblingly. Garrett looked at Wayne's figure going away with some reluctance, and then said to Big Mom, "Mom, if Wayne really makes a delicious cake, will you really let them go?" "Let them go? Isn't it up to me to decide whether it tastes good or not?" "Garrett, just prepare for the wedding with peace of mind." Big Mom looked at Wayne and the crew behind him with a hot look in her eyes. It was not because she was greedy for Wayne's body, but because she knew how influential Wayne was. The first pirate under the 4 emperors in the New World. This title is not blown up. Once Wayne and Big Mom get married, Big Mom will really be only one step away from the throne of the Pirate King. On the other side, Wayne brought his men and a group of chefs to the kitchen of Wanguo. "Is this your kitchen?" Wayne was stunned looking at the building in front of him. The head chef looked at Wayne's unnatural expression, so he panicked and asked, "Sir, are you dissatisfied?" Wayne swallowed his saliva and said, "Satisfied? So satisfied." The building in front of Wayne was not a kitchen, it was simply a huge manor. At a glance, Wayne roughly estimated that it was tens of thousands of square meters, and there were hundreds of chefs busy cooking inside. After crossing the gate, Wayne saw that there were all kinds of ingredients inside, such as the water meat of the 7-Water City, the sea buckthorn fruit of Alabasta, a kind of dairy cow produced in the distant West Sea, or the famous rice wine of the East Sea. Almost all the famous delicacies in the world of One Piece can be seen here. Wayne even saw a huge lake, in which several precious but plump sea kings were raised. Wayne took a puff of cigarette to ease his shock, and then said to the chef, "Hey who? How come you have so many ingredients here?" The chef bent over and said, "My lord, my name is Ford, and I'm from the East China Sea. As for why there are so many ingredients here, you don't know, my lord. Her Majesty the Queen loves food the most, especially desserts, so Mom even has a special army of hundreds of people. This army has only one mission, which is to search for food all over the world. Mom spends billions of Baileys on food every year. That's why we have so many delicacies here." Wayne swallowed his saliva after hearing this, and murmured, "What a big deal. No wonder the kitchen here is so luxurious. For example, where is the best shipyard in the pirate world? There is no hesitation that 7 water capitals, because there are the best shipwrights in the world. For example, as one of the 4 emperors of the New World, Kaido, in addition to plundering abroad every year, also collects taxes from Wano country under his command. Where did the money go? That is the arsenal built in Wano country in Onigashima, which cost Kaido a lot of effort. For example, although Wayne also likes gourmet cooking and collects some precious ingredients. But that is just a personal hobby, and the resources spent are not many. Most of Wayne's capital flow is used in intelligence, weapons, and entertainment. The first 2 are to further enhance strength, while the latter is to continuously make money to form a virtuous circle. But Big Mom is different. Wayne estimates that most of her Bailey is used to satisfy her personal appetite. The world's largest kitchen, the world's most chefs, the world's most abundant ingredients, and even the abilities of most of the fruit ability users under Big Mom are some kind of food. All this is serving Big Mom's hobby. Vaguely, Wayne seemed to have seen how people living under the rule of the international ant lived. "Sir, we have prepared the ingredients needed for making cakes, and we are waiting for you to start." When Wayne heard the voice, he turned around and saw a large open space in front of him, which was full of various ingredients, such as eggs, cream, milk, etc. And the chefs all stood in a row and looked at Wayne, waiting for Wayne's instructions. Wayne nodded, walked to the ingredients, picked up a piece of chocolate and tasted it. Wayne frowned slightly, then picked up an egg and shook it beside his ear. Wayne took 7 or 8 kinds of ingredients in a row, and frowned more every time he took an ingredient. "Ford, how long have you kept this batch of ingredients?" A look of confusion flashed across Ford's face, and then he took out his fingers and counted them. 1, 2, 5. 5 days. Wayne was slightly stunned. Then Ford finally understood and said, "Sir, this batch of ingredients has been stored for 5 months. 5 months. Wayne was shocked. Even if they were kept in the best freezer, the taste of the ingredients would be greatly affected after 5 months. "Ford, as a chef, don't you know that the taste of ingredients will be affected if they are stored for a long time?" Ford said, "No, sir, the raw materials of these ingredients will be given life by their mothers, and they will not lose their life until they are used, so there will be no problem of lack of freshness." What? Wayne thought in his heart, the ability of the soul fruit? But will this ability to give life really not affect the taste? Wayne thought about it and decided to use the method he was best at to prepare the ingredients. "Ford, I saw a group of Alaskan cows on the pasture to the east on the way here. Take some people to milk 2 buckets of milk. Remember, put ice cubes around the buckets to ensure the freshness of the milk." "Yes, sir." Soon, Ford took his chefs to prepare milk. Wayne lit a cigarette and wandered around the huge kitchen to see if there were any ingredients needed. Half an hour later, Ford came back with a group of chefs pushing a cart. Wayne saw that the expressions of the chefs were not right, so he asked, "What's going on? Why do you look like you're dying?" The chefs pursed their lips and said nothing, but Ford said, "Sir, when we went out just now, we were notified that we only had 3 hours left, and it took half an hour just to prepare the milk. So, everyone was afraid that there was not enough time. You can't make such a huge cake in 3 hours." Chapter 134, Chef Ford. Ford carefully raised his head to look at Wayne's face, and seeing that Wayne was not angry, he continued, "And half of the chefs under you have families. So, everyone hopes to be with their families in the last time, and at least leave a suicide note for their families." Wayne finally understood, so he snorted coldly, "So, are you going to give up?" Wayne's eyes swept over the crowd. And every chef was silent. "Ha ha 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 ha." Wayne looked at the chefs in front of him and said, "Do you know what I look down on the most? I don't look down on weak people, because weak people will eventually become strong one day. What I look down on the most is people like you who give up halfway, who can obviously work hard but give up halfway." Wayne lit a cigarette, looked at the chefs, and finally looked at a boy who was about 16 or 17 years old and asked, "You, what's your name?" The young chef raised his head and said, "My lord, my name is Ford." Wayne he nodded and said, "Very good, how long have you been a chef?" Ford replied, 3 years. 3 years, that's not a short time. Wayne blew out a puff of smoke, stared at Volt with his eyes and asked, "Then tell me, what do you think is the most important thing for a chef?" The boy was still a bit brave after all. Ford looked up at Wayne's eyes and said, "Sir, my father told me that the most important thing for a chef is to make food that satisfies the guests." As soon as the boy finished speaking, several chefs on the side looked at the head chef Ford. A thought flashed through Wayne's mind, Volt. Ford. Wayne seemed to understand the relationship between the boy and Ford, so he continued. "Very good. Did your father tell you that no matter who your guests are, as long as they are your guests, then you have to do your best to serve him?" Volt was slightly stunned when he heard this, his eyes flickered as if he had returned to the day 3 years ago. That was the first day he became a chef apprentice, when they had not been tied to the country by the ant. It was a bright morning, and the wrinkles on Ford's face were far less than now. That day Ford said to the boy, "Son, are you sure you want to be a chef?" Ford's face was full of excitement. His father was the most famous chef in the city, and people who came to him every day could line up from the street to the end of the street. Ford nodded heavily and said, "Yes, Father, I want to be a chef." Ford looked at his son in front of him, and seemed to see himself more than 20 years ago, so he nodded and said, "Very good, then do you know what is the most important thing at the beginning?" Volt's eyes were full of confusion and then he said uncertainly, "Have superb cooking skills like your father." Ford's forehead was hit by a spatula, and Ford shook his head and said, "Of course not. As a chef, there are 2 most important things. The first thing is that you must not waste any food, even if you don't like it. The second thing is that you must always be enthusiastic when cooking for your guests, and prepare the best food for your guests with all your heart." The boy, who was only 13 years old at the time, nodded in ignorance. But everything changed soon. More than a year ago, Big Mom's men heard from somewhere that Ford was an excellent chef, and then went to the East China Sea, slaughtered the city, and kidnapped Ford's family to the 10,000 kingdoms. Even more unfortunately, more than a year ago, Ford's mother died of a serious disease. Since then, Ford, who lost his wife, seemed to have fewer smiles on his face, and could not make food as passionate and energetic as before. Wayne looked at the people in front of him and continued, "Big Mom is terrible, right? One of the most brutal pirates in the New World, the famous 4 emperors. Only you know how hard it is for you to live under his rule. But have you ever thought that even so, we need to be wholehearted when preparing food? Now we have this opportunity. As long as we make food that satisfies her, you can regain your freedom. The choice is in your hands. If you want to give up, I can't save you." After saying this, Wayne turned back to the stove to prepare the cake. Wayne poured the milk prepared in advance into the pot to heat it, and took out the gelatin used for cream from the space ring and soaked it in cold water. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps behind Wayne, and then a voice came, "My lord, we have thought it through. We want to try to see if we can make food that will satisfy Big Mom." Wayne stared at the milk in the pot and said without turning his head, "I have thought it through, don't you regret it?" Everyone answered, "No regrets." Wayne added special rock sugar to the milk, and then said, "Very good, then you go to prepare the ingredients, I am enough here." After saying that, Wayne took out a piece of paper with more than 10 kinds of ingredients densely written on it. Ford took the list of ingredients and said in a daze, "Sir, is it enough for you alone?" Wayne nodded, glanced at the chefs, and then said, "Yes, I am enough here alone. You should go and prepare the ingredients. These ingredients are relatively scarce. If you don't find them, it will be too late." Seeing that everyone was still hesitating, Wayne glanced at Ford and said, "If you really want to help, let Ford stay and help." After Wayne finished speaking, he continued to prepare and started to work. The chefs saw that Wayne had made up his mind and did not dare to speak out. For the sake of their own destiny, they still looked for ingredients according to the ingredient list. Feeling the chefs leaving behind him, Wayne smiled. Wayne was not idle when he said so many things to them. Just as Wayne felt from Auntie Yi at the beginning, a delicacy requires not only top-notch ingredients, but also the enthusiasm and emotions of the chefs when cooking. Previously, these chefs were in a desperate mood, so how could they make desserts that make people happy? So although the chefs now look much better than before, Wayne is still prepared to let these chefs help out for the sake of safety. This cake that carries the fate of these chefs, Wayne decided to finish it by himself. Chapter 135 Food Addiction. Ford, pass me the flour. Pass me the eggs. Milk, cold water, ice cubes. Wayne has put the milk in the refrigerator for refrigeration. The next step is to prepare the main part of the cake. Ford handed the ingredients to Wayne one by one. Because the final size of the cake was so large, the weight of each ingredient was not light, which was undoubtedly a test for Ford's physical strength. The cake Wayne was going to make this time was a very famous one in his previous life, called Black Forest cake. The Black Forest cake got its name from its black appearance, which was a layer of black chocolate. Of course, more than just that chocolate was used in the cake. In order to ensure the pure taste of the cake, not only a layer of chocolate should be applied at the end of the cake, but also appropriate cocoa powder should be added to the cake core. Wayne stretched out his hand, and there was a small bag of cocoa powder in his hand. This was the ingredient Wayne had won in the system space before. Wayne rarely eats sweets, so there was still a lot left. Wayne looked at his watch, and the milk was put into the refrigerator for exactly 30 minutes. Wayne removed the milk, took out a rubber spatula and stirred it quickly in a large bowl. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. In just 3 minutes, Wayne stirred a large bowl of milk into thick cream, and then put it into the refrigerator for refrigeration. Milk, cream, eggs, chocolate powder, cocoa powder, egg white, flour. One process after another was completed quickly in Wayne's hands, and with Wayne's skilled techniques, an unusual sense of beauty and smoothness was produced. Ford, who had never seen a chef cooking like this, had never seen Wayne's movements so fast that he could hardly catch them. Often, Wayne would complete a certain process while Ford was in a daze. "Hey! It's almost done." Wayne looked at the cake in front of him, which was almost as tall as him, and sprinkled the last layer of chocolate crumbs on the black cream on the outer layer of the cake. Wayne glanced at his watch and murmured, "It's about time to come back." Before he finished speaking, Ford walked in with 2 boxes in his hands. Wayne took the box, and inside the box were the final decorative fruits, strawberries and cherries. This is an indispensable part of the Black Forest cake to make it even better. Wayne took out a knife from his arms and spread the fruits neatly on the table. Then, a flash of knife light flashed, and the strawberries in front of him were neatly cut. Wayne decorated the last strawberries and cherries on the Black Forest cake. Ding! After 2 hours and 37 minutes of cooking, your cooking skills have improved, and your cooking level has been improved. Your current cooking level is Grandmaster, 733/30,000, and you have obtained 77 life points and your current life points are 15,680 points. The cake is finally done. Wayne, who had been busy for half a day, quietly lit a cigarette and smoked it. After finishing a cigarette, Wayne said to the chefs, "Little ones, send the cake to Lingling." "Yes, sir." The chefs put the cake on a cart with great effort, with indescribable joy in their eyes. Although they didn't know the final result, as long as they made efforts, they would always look forward to it. "Look at what that is. Oh my God, this is not the cake made by that guy. Why is it black? It's so strange." In order to ensure the freshness of the cake, Wayne put a huge glass cover on the outside of the cake, but some guests still saw the color of the cake through some gaps. At this moment, a huge sound happened not far away. Boom! "Food, give me food." It had been 6 hours since the last time the ant ate, and the ant's food craving broke out. The ant with red eyes was seen wreaking havoc in the banquet hall. The steel balloon-like physique destroyed the building like a dead tree and rotten wood. In a blink of an eye, a large area of houses became ruins. "Mom! Mom! Hold on a little longer, the food will be here soon." A woman with a scar on her face looked at the ant in front of her and urged her anxiously. Charlotte Bruley, the user of the mirror fruit. But Bruley's anxious call did not seem to appease the ant's mood, but attracted her attention. The ant turned her head, looked at her daughter, and then smiled grimly. Bruley also reacted at this time and wanted to escape to the mirror space, but she could not move at all under the great pressure of the ant. "No. Mom's bulimia has recurred. That's your daughter, Mom. The pirates around were calling out loudly, but this did not stop the ant at all. A figure in the distance was running at full speed, faster, faster. Katakuri's figure left a phantom in the air. As soon as he learned that the ant's bulimia had recurred, Katakuri ran here, because among the many children of the ant, only he had the ability to stop the ant for a moment. That's Bruli. Katakuri looked at his beloved sister who was unable to move under the pressure of Big Mom, and it seemed that she would lose her life in the next second. The sound of sonic boom appeared in the air, and Katakuri pushed his speed to the limit, but he was still a step slower. Life or food? Big Mom finally said this to Bruli. Bruli's body began to tremble when she heard this voice, and it seemed that she would answer in the next second. Katakuri shouted from a distance, "Bruli, you can't be terrified, you can't be afraid." Bruli seemed to hear Katakuri's cry, but still thought miserably in her heart, "I'm sorry, brother Katakuri, I'm still afraid, after all, that's my mother." Seeing that Bruli was about to answer the question and die under the power of Big Mom, a voice came at this time. "Hey, can you wait a moment? Even if you are hungry, you can't kill people, right?" A purple voice flew from a distance and came to Bruli in the blink of an eye. Wayne looked at Bruli who was still standing there, and muttered, "What a trouble." Then Wayne kicked Bruli more than 10 meters away. "I'm saved." Bruli had a few more wounds on her body, but she survived after all. "Did that man save me?" At this time, Katakuri also came to Bruli and asked, "Are you okay, Bruli?" Bruli shook her head and looked at Wayne not far away and said, "I'm fine, but that guy may not be so lucky. After all, he is now facing a mother who has completely lost her mind." Chapter 136 200 million volt lightning cage. In the ruins of a building, only Wayne and Big Mom were left. The figure stood in the middle, and all the others retreated. "It's really troublesome. Haven't those guys arrived yet?" Wayne estimated that it would take at least a few minutes for the chefs to deliver the cake, and the crazy ant in front of him couldn't wait a few minutes. Wayne put out the cigar in his hand and stared at the ant in front of him. If it wasn't necessary, Wayne really didn't want to have a head-on conflict with the ant this time, but she couldn't avoid the look in front of her. "In that case, let me try a new move." Wayne's eyes opened slightly, and a circle of purple lightning appeared around his body. The purple lightning was controlled by Wayne like flowing water. Wayne closed his eyes slightly, and when he opened them again, there was a trace of lightning in his eyes, and then 2 purple lightning chains appeared in Wayne's hands out of thin air. The lightning chains flew forward under Wayne's control, and soon they formed a net-like lightning cage. 200 million volts, lightning cage. This is a new move developed by Wayne after fighting Kaido. The principle is somewhat similar to Minga's bird cage, but the difference is that Wayne's lightning cage will not shrink inward, but directly form a cage to imprison the opponent inside. Anyone who tries to cross the cage will be shocked by lightning. That should be about it. Wayne took a breath. The new move lightning cage requires a lot of manipulation of the fruit, and the power consumption of 200 million volts is not large, so Wayne also felt a little tired after releasing it. Zzz. The ant who had fallen into madness looked at the purple cage surrounding her with red eyes, and a trace of dullness flashed in her eyes, as if she was stunned by the strange object that suddenly appeared on her back. But the next moment, the hunger in the ant's stomach stimulated her nerves severely, and further made the ant's mind disappear. Food, food. The ant stretched out her hands to grab Wayne's lightning cage, as if she wanted to cross this amazing lightning. Zzz. Big Mom's hands finally touched the lightning cage, and the lightning and high temperature that were enough to melt steel instantly turned Big Mom's arms black. Ah! The unconscious Big Mom groaned in pain. Even the defense of the steel balloon could not withstand the 200 million volt lightning. Mom is injured." The pirates watching around were stunned. Many pirates had never seen the strong Big Mom injured. "You know, Big Mom's steel balloon can even defend against swords and guns. Katakuri, who had been preparing to take action, also stopped and stared at the purple cage. He also felt a great threat from the lightning cage. Katakuri murmured, "I'm afraid that guy has also developed his fruit ability to an incredible degree, not weaker than me." After hearing this, Broly was stunned for a moment. "No way, is that guy really that strong?" Katakuri nodded and said, "You'll know if you keep watching." Although Wayne has been very strong in the past 2 years, and even vaguely has the title of the 5th Emperor, family members know their own business. Broly knows that the Katakuri brother next to her is a real monster. On the other side of the battlefield, Wayne looked at the Big Mom in front of him and opened his mouth slightly, with indescribable surprise in his eyes. Can it still be like this? What an amazing fighting instinct! I saw that Big Mom had a layer of black substance on her body when she lost her mind, armed color domineering. Hands wrapped in high-quality armed color domineering slowly reached out to the purple lightning. Zzz. The purple lightning cage collided fiercely with the Big Mom's armed color domineering, and bursts of white smoke appeared in the air, and there was a smell of burning substance. We can't go on like this. Wayne only took a glance and figured out the current situation. Big Mom's domineering aura was constantly consumed in the collision with the lightning released by Wayne, but what was consumed faster than it was Wayne's lightning cage. The total amount of domineering aura approaching Big Mom was astonishing, and Wayne's lightning was like a rootless tree without subsequent energy support. But it should be in time. Wayne looked into the distance, and the cake cart pushed by a group of chefs was slowly approaching here. But just as Wayne was thinking, the Big Mom in the lightning cage roared, and then the momentum on her body rose again. Boom! Under the powerful destructive power of Big Mom, the originally dense cage was torn open a big hole. Oh no, it's still a little late. Under Wayne's gaze, the huge body of the Big Mom in front of him broke out of the purple cage. Not good. Katakuri, who was not far away, was also shocked when he saw Big Mom about to break through the cage. Although he was Big Mom's son, once Big Mom was free, it would destroy the entire Cake Island and even the lives of his brothers and sisters. If Wayne knew Katakuri's thoughts, he would probably silently complain, "Old man, you think too much." Because at this moment, the angry Big Mom completely focused her eyes on Wayne, and the burn on Big Mom's right hand was still faintly emitting pain. Big Mom, who had just gained freedom, naturally locked her first hatred on Wayne. It's really troublesome. Wayne curled his lips slightly, and the crazy Big Mom in front of him was not easy to deal with. "Little ghost, you hurt me so much." Big Mom ran forward 2 steps, then jumped high, and her left hand was wrapped in a strong armed color domineering aura and smashed towards Wayne fiercely. So fast. Wayne didn't expect that the fat Big Mom's speed was so amazing. Seeing that Big Mom, who was originally a distance away from him, suddenly appeared in front of him. But Wayne was not panicked, and whispered, "Instant thunder." Then Wayne's figure disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he had already appeared above Big Mom. This was a move that Enel had used on Sky Island, and it was also developed by Wayne. The principle is to use electric current to set up an electromagnetic field in the surrounding space, and then in this space, Wayne, as the ability user of the Thunder Fruit, can teleport at will. The speed is much faster than the razor developed by the Navy. I saw Wayne's figure constantly flashing in the air, and every time he appeared in a position, he avoided Big Mom's crazy attack, but Big Mom seemed to attack Wayne tirelessly. Wayne, who was originally on Big Mom's territory, did not want to hurt Big Mom. After all, she still had 3 generals under her command. Once the war started, Wayne would not be easy to deal with, so Wayne had always adopted a delaying tactic. But Big Mom's attitude of not stopping until death really irritated Wayne, and clay people still have 3 tempers. Wayne stared at Big Mom below, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes and roared. "Old woman, you've completely pissed me off." Chapter 137, A punch to wake Big Mom up. Wayne's figure flashed in the air and dodged Big Mom's punch again. Wayne then teleported again, but this time he teleported to Big Mom's side instead of keeping a distance. Thunder boom punch! Wayne roared, and then a large amount of thick armament haki wrapped around his right hand. There was a hint of red in the armament haki, which was Ryu Sakura haki. But this was far from over. Wayne's mind moved, and purple lightning wrapped around Wayne's right fist again. Wayne concentrated all his giant-like strength on this punch. Ryu Sakura haki, fruit ability, and physical skills were integrated by Wayne at this moment and used to the fullest. Boom! As expected, Wayne's punch hit Big Mom's face hard. Big Mom, who was originally in mid-air, lost her fulcrum instantly and was hit hard to the ground by Wayne's strange power, raising a cloud of dust and crashing several houses before stopping. Damn, even a clay man has a temper. Wayne looked at Big Mom, who was blown away without any joy in his eyes, but just rubbed his somewhat exhausted arm expressionlessly. Tisk tisk. It seems that this move needs to be improved. This is a new move that Wayne has learned after fighting with Kaido, Thunder Boom Fist. Kaido's Thunder Bagua is a powerful move that combines domineering, physical skills and the lightning attached to the blue dragon fruit. But the weapon used in this move must be a blunt weapon. And after losing Rakshasa, Wayne suddenly realized that he must develop some powerful physical skills, otherwise his combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced once he loses the sword. So the Thunder Boom Fist was born. After all, compared to Wayne's cheating swordsmanship, the physical talent and monster-like physique brought by this body are the real deal. Wayne has also thought about whether he can reach the level of Garp if he focuses on developing physical skills. Of course, these are just ifs. In other words, Wayne's original intention in creating this move was to integrate the domineering color domineering entanglement, the flow of cherry domineering, physical skills, and the fruit ability to develop a powerful killer move. But Wayne has not yet mastered the domineering color domineering entanglement, so he can only integrate other parts first. But even so, the lethality of Wayne's move is amazing. In the distance, there was no figure of the ant under the smoke and dust produced by the collision. It seemed that the collapsed house buried the ant's body. Mom! Damn it! The pirates of Wanguo, who originally hoped that Wayne would hold Big Mom back, stared at Wayne, who was still in the air, with anger. To them, although Mom was destroying Wanguo, she was still one of their own, and Wayne's move obviously injured Big Mom, so she was the enemy. And Wayne did not come alone this time. Seeing this, the pirates under Wayne stood up and showed their weapons, ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. Stop, put down your weapons. Katakuri came to the brothers and sisters at this time, glanced at Broly beside him, then looked at Wayne with deep meaning, and said to the brothers and sisters beside him, Mom is fine, she should have just fainted temporarily. Big Mom's children breathed a sigh of relief and put down their weapons. Wayne flew to the members of his pirate group and said, It's okay, everyone put down your weapons. After saying that, Wayne looked at the Big Mom pirates, who were still angry in their eyes, frowned slightly and said, Linling went crazy just now, you know, if I don't stop her, I'm afraid the damage will be greater, and a few of you will die. The pirates on the opposite side looked at each other after hearing this, and also realized that Wayne was saving them just now. At this time, a pirate came out and said, Even so, you are too heavy. Wayne glanced at the person who spoke. It was Cracker, one of the three generals. Wayne really wanted to punch this fool in the face. You know, it was Big Mom. If Wayne kept holding back, he might be the one who got hurt. But before Wayne could say anything, Katakuri reached out his hand to stop Cracker and said, Wayne saved you just now, and no one can hold back in that situation, so let's leave it at that. Wayne was about to praise him for being a wise man. But at this moment, there was a noise not far away. Wayne turned his head and looked, and then his face changed slightly. Because the unconscious Big Mom had woken up. How could Wayne not be surprised? Wayne's punch only made Big Mom unconscious for a few seconds. Food. Food. The old lady in the ruins was obviously in a state of gluttony, but she seemed to be a little confused. Could she have a concussion? Just then, a voice came from a distance. Cake, cake is coming. Wayne looked back and saw that the chefs had already pushed the huge cart over. Ford, the leader, jumped onto the trailer, then lifted the glass cover covering the cake. In an instant, the full picture of the Black Forest cake appeared in front of everyone. Why is there a black cake? Stupid, it should be chocolate. It looks so delicate, I want to try it too. The surrounding pirates said in a flash. It seems that they also want to try this cake. So fragrant. The auntie who was sitting on the ground with a confused face moved her nose and smelled the scent of Black Forest cake. Then she stood up and walked over following the scent of Black Forest cake. The auntie didn't have any sense of ceremony at all. She stretched out her huge hands and grabbed a handful of cake and stuffed it into her mouth. So delicious. The auntie's eyes lit up after taking a bite. It seemed that her originally confused head was much clearer. Her hands kept picking at the black cake like a machine. The auntie who had eaten the delicious food instantly devoted herself to the cake in front of her. She lost interest in anything outside of her body and seemed to have lost her aggressiveness. Wayne breathed a sigh of relief, lit a cigarette, and muttered, "Good guy, I didn't come if I had known. This is making cakes and fighting. How can it be a tea party?" Wayne complained slightly, then leaned against a wall and smoked silently. At this time, the ant was still eating. The cake that was originally like a small house was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even Wayne had to give in to this eating speed. "Good man, don't you get tired of eating so many sweets?" Chapter 138 Big News Morgans. After an unknown amount of time, the huge cake in front of her finally went into the ant's stomach. Bang! The full ant sat down on the ground without any image, looking very happy. Seeing this, Wayne walked forward and asked the ant with a cigar in his mouth, "How is it?" "My cake is not bad." The ant's originally happy expression froze for a moment. Although she wanted to say that it was not delicious, she had eaten all the big cake, and the most important thing was that she couldn't bear to slander such a delicious food. So the ant said with a stiff face, "Ha ha 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 ha, the cake tastes good. In this case, those chefs are free." Wayne nodded when he heard this. This old lady still keeps her word and is not untrustworthy. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, hungry old lady. You will be rewarded with 5,000 life points and a recovery item senzu bean, blue. Senzu bean, blue. After consumption, it can restore half of its own physical strength, and treat injuries of minor injuries and below, and has a certain therapeutic effect on injuries above minor injuries. Good stuff. Wayne sighed softly. The blue quality senzu bean is obviously much better than the green one. Using it at the right time can definitely turn the tide of the battle. The old lady looked at Wayne with a hint of meaning and said, "Little kid of the new era, what I said before is still true. As long as you want, you can get on my ship at any time. I have many beautiful daughters here." Wayne looked at Garrett and did not refuse. He nodded and said, "If I can't make it as a Shishibukai anymore, I will come to you." Meh 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 meh. After hearing this, the ant laughed, then glanced around and said, "Young men, guests, the tea party is officially starting. Oh 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 oh! Long live the Queen of Souls! Long live Mom!" With the ant's order, the tea party that was interrupted because of the ant's bulimia was resumed. In Wayne's surprised eyes, the ministers under the ant used their abilities, and in just over 10 minutes, the damaged houses around were restored to their original state. Houses made of candy. Wayne strolled slowly in the banquet venue with a glass of red wine in his hand. Looking at the strange buildings made of food, Wayne was also amazed. The tea party was in full swing. Wayne walked slowly to Solomon, handed him a cigar, and said, "Let's start the plan." Solomon nodded and said, "I need to visit some key locations on Cake Island." Wayne nodded and said, "Can you do it alone? Do you want me to go with you?" Solomon lit up a cigar and exhaled a puff of white smoke, saying in a slightly exaggerated tone, "Please, don't look down on me like that, I am a great swordsman after all." Solomon waved his hand and wandered away. Wayne looked at Solomon, who was walking away, and shook his head. "Yes, the great swordsman is not as weak as you think. Since Solomon fought with the Golden Lion last time, he has gained some insights into swordsmanship and has been practicing swordsmanship. With the help of the armament Haki experience potion that Wayne gave him some time ago, Solomon is now a serious swordsman." The main purpose of Wayne's participation in the tea party this time is naturally to gather intelligence. Solomon's fruit ability plays an absolutely key role in this. The awakening of the door fruit ability allows Solomon to open a super long-distance space gate from Free City to Cake Island. But Solomon needs some time to leave a space mark on Cake Island. While strolling around, Wayne was thinking about future plans in his heart, and muttered, "That day I am afraid it's not far away." Just then, a voice came from behind Wayne. "Ha ha ha ha, isn't this Mr. Wayne?" Wayne looked back and found that the person who spoke was Morgans, one of the kings of the dark world. Big news. Wayne glanced at Morgans and teased, "Why did our big reporter come alone? Aren't you afraid of getting into danger?" Morgans laughed, "With Mr. Wayne here, who can hurt me here? We are the most solid partners." Wayne was silent for a moment. He naturally didn't believe that the king of the dark world would not have bodyguards around him, but even if there were, Wayne wouldn't take it seriously. Besides, Morgans and Wayne actually had a pretty good relationship. Several kings in the dark world were more or less involved in some gloom and slave trade, but Morgans was different. When he was young, he was an idealistic reporter with an unimaginable passion for big news. So he liked others to call him Big Reporter. Wayne has not yet discovered that this guy has experience in slave trade. Compared with the stability of other kings of the dark world, this guy hopes that the world will become more and more chaotic, and the more big news, the better. Of course. The real reason why Wayne has a good relationship with him is because it is a column novel section serialized weekly in the World Economic Daily. Since 5 years ago, Wayne has been serializing in Morgan's newspapers every week. This is definitely a win-win cooperation. Morgans hopes that his newspapers can have more high-quality content, while Wayne hopes that he can let his novels be read by more readers to improve his popularity. Of course, the ultimate goal is still the lovely life points. Of course, in addition to life points, Wayne can also get a little royalties from Morgans every year, not much, tens of millions of Bailey. Morgans looked at Wayne with a smile, and then said, "Our fifth emperor is really worthy of his reputation. The punch you just hit Lingling was not light." After hearing this, Wayne's forehead was instantly dark. The title of the fifth emperor completely broke Wayne's plan to lie dormant for a few more years, which made Wayne very uncomfortable. Morgan saw that Wayne's face was not right and quickly laughed and said, "Ahem, let's not talk about this. By the way, when will our great writer start serializing the next novel? Your water margin is almost coming to an end." Morgans handed over a black card and said, "There are 80 million Baileys in this card, which is the royalties for your water margin. I will settle it for you in advance." Wayne nodded and took the black card handed over by Morgans. He knew that Morgans wanted to have a good relationship with him, but the royalties were what Wayne deserved, so he naturally couldn't refuse. Wayne thought for a while and said, "There are still a dozen chapters to be published, so it should be able to be serialized for another 2 months. As for the new novel, I plan to write a novel about the seabed." Wayne thought of the new book 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea that he had just drawn. Seabed. Morgans on the other side murmured, and he obviously thought differently from Wayne. Speaking of the seabed, the most famous one is Mermaid Island. Morgans thought Wayne was going to start writing some novels about Mermaid Island again. Morgans thought secretly, sure enough, Wayne is very ambitious. Chapter 139 Ace and Whitebeard. Wayne and Morgans continued to chat for a few more words, and then Wayne handed Morgans a cigar. "Try it, this is good stuff." Morgans took the cigar and lit it for himself. After taking a puff, his eyes lit up, and then Morgans slapped his head and said as if he had just remembered it. "By the way, I have a piece of news here, you might be very interested." Wayne was slightly stunned. There was not much news that interested him now, so he asked, "What news?" Morgans first raised his head, then showed his bird-like chin, and said in a mysterious tone, "You are related to the Fire Fist ace who just debuted a year ago, right?" "What did you say?" Wayne, who was not interested at first, turned cold in an instant after hearing it, and said without a trace of emotion, "What did you say? Say it again." Morgans seemed to hear something wrong in Wayne's tone, and hurriedly said, "I am not investigating your intelligence. I know your relationship with Ace when you were in Rogue Town in the East Sea. My newsbird took the picture of you fighting with Ace. A person like you would actually appear in such a place, and fight with a fledgling kid for so long. But you can rest assured that because I didn't know your relationship at the beginning, I didn't tell anyone, and I didn't even report it, so you can rest assured." Morgans said so many words in one breath, and then looked at Wayne with some fear in his eyes, and seemed to be panting constantly in his mouth. "Oh? Really?" Wayne took the sword from Morgan's neck, and the strong pressure from his body disappeared. "Hoo-hoo." Morgans sat down on the ground and began to breathe heavily, the fear in his eyes had not completely dissipated. Bang! At this time, a figure fell in the bushes not far away. Wayne glanced at it with the corner of his eyes. It was a tall man in a suit with hair on his body. Devil Fruit ability. Wayne found this guy when he first met Morgans. He was really strong and should be Morgan's bodyguard. And just now, Wayne did two things the moment he heard the news from Ace. The first thing was to burst out his domineering aura in an instant and crush the man in the bushes. Although the man was strong, he was under Wayne's domineering aura. He didn't faint, but he couldn't move at all. The second thing was to draw out the saber in his hand and point it directly at Morgan's throat. Wayne's two actions happened almost at the same time, so that the bodyguard who was a Devil Fruit user couldn't react at all. As for Morgans in front of him, he was so scared, but he was just rubbed by the aftermath of Wayne's domineering. Wayne glanced at Morgans with his eyes, and then asked, "Isn't the relationship between me and Ace something you should know, and now you want to tell me? What news have you got from him?" Morgans climbed up from the ground with difficulty, his face was still a little ugly, and then he raised his head as if he wanted to keep at the same height as Wayne, but in the end he hung his head and said, "Ace appeared on Whitebeard's ship." "What?" Wayne was shocked. He didn't expect Ace to appear in Wano country some time ago, and then he appeared directly on Whitebeard's ship. Wayne had only one thought in his mind at this moment: is the inertia of history really so difficult to change? In order to change Ace's tragic death, Wayne even kept him in the East China Sea for half a year, but now everything seems to be back on track, going to Wano country, and then boarding Whitebeard's ship. After that, will teach defect and trigger the war on the top? Is it really impossible to change all this? Wayne thought about it silently, feeling very uncomfortable. At this time, Morgan's voice called Wayne back to his thoughts. The newcomer named Fire Fist Ace seemed to have made a big fuss in Wano country a few months ago, and left after being injured. Later, he boarded Whitebeard's ship, but he and Whitebeard didn't seem to have a good relationship. But now he has become Whitebeard's official crew member. Wayne nodded slightly. According to the original plot, it would develop in this way. Whitebeard would also know that Ace's father was Roger. Wayne regretted that his intelligence system was not perfect at this time. Although he spent a lot of Bailey on this every year, due to the inconvenience of communication in the pirate world, the intelligence would still lag behind a lot. Of course, it was also because Whitebeard's territory was far away from Wayne. "It seems that I have to go to Whitebeard's ship after the tea party," Wayne thought silently in his heart. Instead of protecting Ace in secret, Wayne might as well go directly to Whitebeard to see Ace. It would be best if he could take Ace to his side directly, so that he could solve the problem once and for all. Morgans looked at Wayne's thoughtful expression and asked carefully, "Wayne, can I ask what your relationship with Ace is?" Wayne glanced at Morgans, snorted, and said, "It's better not to ask about some things. Curiosity can kill people." Wayne turned around and prepared to leave. Halfway through, Wayne stopped and said to Morgans, "By the way, Morgans, you can't do this. If you are not strong enough, you must hire some reliable bodyguards." Wayne glanced at the bodyguard still lying on the ground and said, "This guy is not strong enough." Morgans naturally knew that he was the weakest among the kings of the Dark World. Not only was he weak, but he also had no particularly strong subordinates. However, compared to other underground bosses, Morgans was the most famous. There was no way he could be said to have mastered most of the media in the entire pirate world. Moreover, Morgans was also very smart and would never offend people he couldn't afford to offend. This was why he was able to live safely until now. Of course, it is still a headache if there is no security force around. So Morgans asked, "So, what do you want to say?" Wayne threw out a business card, which flew accurately into Morgans' hands. "Let's learn about Dawn Security Company." Chapter 140, Wayne Who Destroys the Balance. Morgans stared at the business card in his hand blankly. He naturally knew that this was Wayne's organization, but the problem was that this organization was mainly responsible for assassination missions. Wayne seemed to see the doubts in his heart and said, "As long as you have money, our company can also rent you some strong people to protect your safety." Morgan's eyes lit up and asked, "How strong?" Wayne raised his eyebrows after hearing this and said, "As long as you can afford the money, I will come to protect you personally." After saying this, Wayne left the place in a chic manner, leaving behind Morgans with a bright light in his eyes, Dawn Security Company. After parting with Morgans, Wayne continued to stroll around the Cake Island with a glass of wine. Near the end of the tea party, Wayne returned to the banquet hall. "Hey, isn't this our Joker?" Wayne was holding a cigar in his mouth, looking at Doflamingo, who seemed to be discussing business with a big boss, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. The gangster businessman who was discussing arms trade with Doflamingo changed his face when he saw Wayne, and then hurriedly said to Doflamingo, "Joker, let's talk about the trade between us later." After that, the arms dealer hurriedly left the place, obviously because he had heard of Wayne's reputation in the underground world. After all, Doflamingo's business has been targeted by Wayne recently. "Wayne." Doflamingo hid his eyes in his glasses, and his eyes could not be seen, but his face was obviously much uglier. There was a hint of fear in his eyes, and then he was ready to turn around and leave. Seeing this, Wayne chuckled and said, "So our famous Tien Yasha is so timid? He is not even allowed to say a few words." Wayne and Dover have been holding a grudge for a long time. At this moment, Wayne has nothing to do, so he naturally wants to find trouble with him. Dover stopped, turned around and looked at Wayne and said, "Ha, I advise you not to worry too much. The pattern of the underground world has been broken by you, and many people don't want you to live anymore." Wayne laughed indifferently after hearing this, and said, "Oh? Who are they? I heard that you wanted to find Kaido to deal with me some time ago. But it seems that the result is not very good." Doflamingo's face darkened after hearing this. Wayne kept talking about this matter just to disgust him. Once Dover took the lead, Wayne would have a reason to fight back, and then even the Navy would not be able to say anything. After all, in terms of the camp, both of them are Shishibukai. Humph. Doflamingo knew that there would be no good results if he argued with Wayne here, so he snorted and left. Wayne smiled at Doflamingo's leaving figure. In recent months, Wayne has an absolute upper hand in the clash with Doflamingo in trade. Lafayette led his men to rob several slave ships of Dover, and there were fewer merchants who used to trade slaves with Dover. However, there is one thing that Doflamingo said just now that is correct, that is, Wayne has indeed broken the balance of the entire dark world. In the past, the 7 kings, including Doflamingo, could be said to have their own business scope, and they did not interfere with each other, and even if there was a conflict, it was not fatal. But in the past year or so, Wayne has successively killed the newly rising Slife, the Golden Emperor Teezero, and even the Old King, Lu Felid. In addition, it has also dealt a great blow to Doflamingo's slave trade. The original Dark World pattern of the 7 heroes competing for hegemony can now be said to be dominated by one. But this feeling is unexpectedly good. Wayne gently exhaled a puff of smoke, looking at Doflamingo's embarrassed back. There was only one word in his heart: cool. Hey! Wayne, who was smoking, suddenly felt as if he was being stared at by someone, but he looked around and found nothing. At this time, a figure walked to Wayne's side. Boss! Wayne looked back and saw that the person coming was Solomon. How is it going? Wayne asked, looking at Solomon with a smile on his face. Solomon looked around and whispered, "Are you still worried about me doing things?" Wayne knew there was no problem when he saw Solomon's expression. Solomon approached Wayne and said, "Everything is ready. As long as you are ready to go to war, I can send troops to Cake Island at any time." Wayne shook his head and said, "It's not the time yet, wait a little longer." Wayne, who lost the Rakshasa, was not absolutely sure that he could defeat Big Mom, so now he still needed a supreme big knife. Wayne and Solomon were walking around the tea party venue. "What's wrong?" Solomon asked Wayne, who suddenly stopped. Wayne looked at the gradually darkening sky and said, "It's getting late, we should go back too." Solomon nodded and said, "Then I'll go call them all over first. Are we ready to go back?" Wayne shook his head and said, "You guys go back to Free City first, I have other places to go." Solomon showed a puzzled expression and asked, "Where to?" Wayne glanced at Solomon and said, "Ace appeared on Whitebeard's ship, I want to bring him back. I'm going alone this time." Wayne was ready to go to Whitebeard's ship alone. After all, it would be faster and safer for Wayne to go alone. This time he had to face Whitebeard. If he wanted to bring all the crew members with him, even Wayne could not guarantee to bring everyone back. Of course, Wayne went there mainly to recognize his relatives, and if nothing unexpected happened, there would be no conflict. Solomon nodded and said, "Then go ahead, be careful." Then he hesitated for a while and said, "If you can't bring it back, come back early by yourself." Wayne was stunned when he heard this, and then a little warmth came into his heart. For Solomon, Wayne's safety is much more important than Ace, whom he has never met. Wayne turned around and said, "Don't worry, with my speed, no one can stop me. But before I go, I have to prepare a little." Chapter 141 Battle against Katakuri. "Hey, it's finally over, it feels good." Wayne walked out of the pit and rubbed his legs that were numb from squatting. That's right, the preparation before departure that Wayne said was to go to the toilet. Although the food at the ants' tea party was very novel, there was one thing Wayne didn't like, that is, the food was too sweet. Wayne could only taste sweets lightly, and today Wayne may have eaten more sweets in one day than in the past year. "I'm not used to not playing with my phone when I go to the bathroom. Hey, the mirror here is quite luxurious. I'll build one in the bathroom of Free City next time." Wayne washed his hands while admiring his handsome face. "I have to say, this face is really handsome. La 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 la." "What?" Wayne, who was about to approach the mirror, suddenly saw a pair of hands stretched out in the mirror, and was caught off guard by these hands and pulled into the mirror. "Fuck, where is this place?" Wayne, who was pulled into the mirror, turned over and landed steadily on the ground, looking at this strange space curiously. "Is this the inside of the mirror? It feels a bit like the space inside Solomon's Gate. So, did you catch me here?" "Katakuri." Wayne looked at Katakuri not far away, and the super long arms formed by the mochi fruit were rapidly retracting. But if you are alone, it's no different from committing suicide. Where's Big Mom? Call her out. Wayne also reacted at this moment. Here it should be the inner space of Brulee's mirror fruit. And Katakuri probably didn't have any good intentions in pulling himself in with so much effort. Katakuri, who was originally silent, said, "Mom is not here. I am here to learn how true the so-called fifth emperor of the sea is." Wayne raised his eyebrows. He knew that Katakuri was very strong, but he was probably still far behind him, and Wayne had more important things to do. So Wayne said, "That's probably not necessary. I have something else to do. If you really want to try it out, you should find Big Mom." After Wayne said that, he turned back to look at the mirror he came from, to see if he could go back the same way. Boom! An extremely long arm attacked Wayne, and then Wayne dodged it sideways, but the mirror Wayne came from was broken. Wayne frowned slightly, then turned back to look at Katakuri in front of him and said, "So, you have to fight me? Is there any reason why you have to fight?" Wayne responded with a trident, "If you win, I will tell you, if you lose, you will stay here forever." "Ha! Arrogant!" Wayne sneered. Although Katakuri in front of him was praised as the vice-emperor's strength, with Wayne's current vision, he no longer took the strength below the 4 emperors and admirals into consideration. "In that case, let me show you the gap between you and me, the 5th emperor. 100 million volt thunder dragon." Wayne's mind moved, and faint lightning appeared around his body. Then Wayne stretched out his arm, and a thick thunder dragon flew straight towards Katakuri. Kaji stood there without moving, until the thunder dragon was about to approach. His body flickered a few times strangely, and then the thunder dragon strangely passed through Katakuri's body and directly broke a mirror in the distance. "That's all. You're underestimating me." Wayne raised his eyebrows and said to Katakuri in front of him, "It seems that I really underestimated you. If I'm not mistaken, the move you just made was a high-level observation color." Wayne also saw at this moment that Katakuri, as a user of the Momo fruit ability, naturally could not transform into an element, let alone avoid Wayne's lightning, but Carl had obviously used the observation color of the realm of predicting the future. He predicted Wayne's attack in advance and quickly reacted to avoid the attack. Predicting the future? Interesting. In this case, I'll accompany you for 2 moves. 100 million volts, Thunder God Domain. Wayne stood in place and even lit a cigar for himself. But the air around Wayne seemed to be hazy with layers of purple. The purple in the air was gorgeous, but full of deadly danger. This was Wayne gathering the power of lightning in the air in advance. The next second, countless lightning in the air seemed to boil, making crackling sounds. "Well, let me see how fast you are." Wayne held a cigar in his mouth and pointed his finger at Katakuri. Boom! A thick lightning bolt instantly attacked Katakuri, and Katakuri dodged the lightning bolt. But Wayne's attack was far from over. The power of the thunder field was more than that. Wayne simply found a place to sit down, and then stretched out his hand and waved it in the air. Every time Wayne's finger moved in the air, a thick lightning bolt flew towards Katakuri. Boom boom boom! Boom boom boom! Lightning bolts flew one after another, and the dense offensive filled the surrounding air with lightning, but Katakuri was worthy of being a top-level strong man with observation haki. Every time he predicted the attack of lightning in advance, or left the original place in advance, or turned his body into a plastic sticky rice to avoid lightning. Wayne couldn't help but yawn as he watched Katakuri dodging, saying, "Ha, if you only know how to dodge, you won't be able to defeat the enemy." Opportunity. Katakuri, who was still dodging Wayne's lightning, suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Wayne. He swung his arm vigorously, and the huge trident wrapped in black stabbed towards Wayne. Armament haki. Boom! The trident hit the ground hard, making a gurgle on the ground. And Wayne's figure flashed at the moment Katakuri attacked, and disappeared instantly. Oh! Good reaction. Before Wayne finished speaking, Katakuri's body disappeared again and appeared next to Wayne. Boom! Another hole appeared on the ground. Boom boom boom! The two figures kept dodging in this strange space. Although Kair could predict Wayne's position in advance every time, this space was already covered by Wayne's Thunder God domain. Wayne's figure could appear anywhere in the space almost instantly, and Kair could not hit Wayne with his speed. At this moment, Kair seemed to have discovered this. He stood there without moving, staring at Wayne not far away. Oh? Have you given up? Wayne's figure slowly appeared on a high place, tilted his head, and looked at Kair below, not knowing what he wanted to do. And Kair would naturally not give up. He took a deep breath, then stretched out his hands, and countless black glutinous rice balls flew out of his body, flying towards Wayne like cannonballs. Oh! Intensive firepower coverage? Good tactics! Wayne exclaimed. The countless glutinous rice shells in front of him did cover the entire area, making it difficult for Wayne to dodge. And the black layer on the shells was obviously the armed color domineering, and there was no possibility for Wayne to evade the attack by elementalization. But Wayne was not panicked in the face of this overwhelming attack, just raised his mouth slightly and said, "It's interesting, but you should know that being too scattered also means no power." Chapter 142 The Supreme Masterpiece of the Charlotte Family. 50 million volts lightning shield. Wayne's mind moved, and a purple shield wrapped himself in it, and those sticky rice shells covered with armed color domineering by Katakuri kept hitting the shield, but did not break the lightning shield. This is a move that Wayne developed temporarily. In the face of such intensive attacks, in addition to using domineering to cover hard resistance and swordsmanship, an all-round and dead-angle lightning shield is enough to resist. Although the power needs to be improved because it has just been developed, it is completely enough to block this scattered attack. Katakuri's hands kept waving in the air, and more sticky rice shells hit Wayne's direction. But Wayne calmly relit a cigar, looking at the sky full of artillery fire, but his heart was calm. "I told you, this kind of attack is totally ineffective," Wayne said to Katakuri calmly, then raised his hand to look at the time on his watch and murmured, "Time is running out, it seems we have to solve it sooner." After saying that, Wayne moved his mind and appeared behind Katakuri in the next second. "Nanny, what a fast speed!" Katakuri just relaxed for a short time in his heart, and failed to notice Wayne's next move, so Wayne approached him instantly. "Don't be distracted in the battle." Wayne smiled faintly, and then seemed to suddenly remember the signature words of a certain old man, so he said, "Have you ever been hit by lightning? 200 million volts, thundering punch." I saw that Wayne's fists were instantly wrapped with purple lightning, and a layer of black armed color domineering could be vaguely seen in the lightning. The move that knocked Big Mom unconscious finally hit Katakuri, but does Katakuri have the abnormal defense power of Big Mom? Obviously not. Boom! There was only a loud sound of cannon fire, and Katakuri's figure fell to the ground like a cannonball. Boom! Katakuri's figure, which was more than 5 meters tall, fell to the ground with a loud bang, making a huge sound. The ground instantly raised a burst of dust, and the huge mirror space also vibrated. "Brother Katakuri!" Bruli couldn't help but exclaimed when she saw Katakuri being knocked to the ground, and then she reacted and covered her mouth. In her heart, Katakuri is an absolutely powerful existence among the brothers, and he will never be knocked down like this. Bruli was now a few hundred meters away from the battlefield of the two. When Katakuri decided to fight with Wayne, he asked Bruli to stay away from the battlefield of the two and asked Bruli not to make any sound. But at this moment, Bruli couldn't help but worry about Katakuri when she saw this situation. "Hey? Is there anyone else here?" Wayne, who was always vigilant, was now fully aware of his hearing and naturally heard the exclamation in the distance. "It sounds like it's Bruli, the user of the mirror fruit. Well, let's catch her and ask her to send me out. Wayne thought to himself, and then prepared to fly to where Bruley was. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Wayne's figure suddenly stopped in mid-air, and a super long arm smashed in front of Wayne, making another hole in the wall. He's really stubborn. Wayne looked at the super long arm that suddenly appeared in front of him, and then his forehead went black. This Katakuri really took him seriously. It seems that he can't leave this strange space unless he gets rid of him. Wayne! What do you want to do to my family? Katakuri's body was covered with charcoal black burns, his entire shoulder was sunken, and scars appeared on his body. Oh? You're still holding on despite being so badly injured. Wayne was slightly stunned when he saw Katakuri staggering below. Wayne had reserved some of his previous blow, but in Wayne's expectation, Katakuri should have already fallen down. It seems that you are not weak in physical skills. Wayne looked at Katakuri, who looked determined below, and said, "What grudge do you have against me? Is it worth fighting so hard?" Wayne was a little confused. He was just here to attend the tea party. Although he had already regarded Big Mom as a stepping stone for the future, he couldn't let Katakuri see his inner thoughts. Katakuri was silent after hearing what Wayne said, and then said to Wayne, "I have a wish in my heart that must be fulfilled, but you have to defeat me before I can tell you the reason. Of course, the premise is that you can show your strength to crush me." Wayne frowned, thinking about Katakuri's purpose in his heart. After thinking for a while, he really didn't understand what this guy was thinking. So he simply stopped struggling, smiled, and said, "In that case, I'll do as you wish." A purple tang sword appeared out of thin air in Wayne's hand. It was the first famous sword rakery that Wayne made by himself. Wayne held the sword in his right hand, and the moment he held the sword in his hand, his aura changed. He looked down at Katakuri below and said, "You have to be careful next time, because if you don't pay attention, it will cost someone's life." Katakuri looked up at Wayne holding the long sword. He naturally knew that Wayne was the so-called world's #1 swordsman. "Let me see if you deserve the title of the 5th Sea Emperor." After Katakuri said this, white fluid began to flow out of his body. The fluid poured in like a tide, and in the blink of an eye, the walls and the ground in the entire space turned into a glutinous rice-like substance. The ability of the psychic Momo fruit is awakened. Wayne watched this scene quietly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "I didn't expect you to hide this guy. One hand." Wayne put away the look of contempt in his heart. The strength of the man in front of him, who was known as the most perfect man in the Charlotte family, had exceeded his expectations many times. The observation haki that reached the realm of predicting the future, the physique of a monster, the extraordinary fighting sense, and the perseverance to stand up and fight again after being injured. Finally, the ability development level that has reached the level of fruit awakening is now revealed. In Wayne's heart, the strength of this man is infinitely close to that of a general. Flowing glutinous balls. The huge glutinous balls assimilated by the entire ground instantly smashed towards Wayne like a tide, blocking the space around Wayne, like a big net that wanted to wrap Wayne in it. A trick to restrict the opponent. Wayne looked at the crazy glutinous balls without a trace of worry in his heart, and then held the knife in his right hand, and instantly the purple lightning wrapped up the rakery in Wayne's hand. One sword-style great thunder shock. I saw a purple flying slash like lightning in the sky, slashing out a Z-shaped blade light. Wherever the blade light passed, the whole piece of white glutinous rice was broken into several pieces, and it took a long time to heal. This is a move developed by Wayne during this period. The principle is to wrap the slash with powerful lightning, and then use lightning to block the shape of the object. Of course, Wayne must cooperate with the rakery in his hand to maximize this move. This is certainly not a move without reason. In the original work, Zoro once used a move Big Shock to release the murderous aura in his heart. The huge murderous aura even defeated the elemental of the snow fruit ability user with this move, splitting his body in half but not killing him. Wayne's move is somewhat similar to Zoro's Great Shock, but it uses the ability of the fruit. Katakuri below saw that the move failed and quickly changed his move. The whole ground was shaking violently. Dozens of rice cake strips like tentacles were pulled up from the ground around his body, and then they all fell towards Wayne above. Raining glutinous rice. Chapter 143. Didn't you foresee that you have already lost? Interesting. Wayne raised his eyebrows at the swift attack. He naturally saw that this move was powerful. But no matter how powerful the move is, it won't work if it can't hit the opponent. You are not the only one who can predict the future with the observation haki. Wayne's body stood still, as if he had given up struggling and let the thick rice cakes hit him. Bang, boom, boom. Countless rice cakes pierced Wayne's body, and the remaining force even smashed big holes in the wall above. But the strange thing is that Wayne's face did not show any pain, and there was no trace of red blood flowing out of Wayne's body. The fierce attack dissipated like a tide, and Wayne's body reappeared in the air intact, without any injury under the powerful move. Wayne looked at Katakuri with a smile and said, "How about it? My level of observation haki is not bad." After a round of attacks, Katakuri stayed where he was, panting slightly. The consumption of maintaining the awakened state of the fruit ability for a long time was amazing, and he had just been hit by Wayne's heavy punch, so his body was already feeling a little tired. Katakuri hid most of his face under the scarf around his neck. Quietly looking at Wayne above him with a relaxed expression, his expression did not change at all, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Wayne looked at the time again, then frowned slightly. He had wasted more than 2 hours in this space. Wayne looked at Katakuri below, then stretched out his right hand and hooked his fingers, saying, "Haha, show all your strength, I don't have much patience to play with you anymore." Katakuri looked at Wayne meaningfully and said, "As you wish." Katakuri stood there and stretched out his hands, and then 2 transparent rice cake donuts appeared from his hands and wrapped his hands. At the same time, several huge glutinous rice donuts appeared in the air. One of Katakuri's strongest moves, the unparalleled donuts. Oh! What is this move? It looks delicious. Wayne couldn't help smacking his lips as he looked at the 2 huge white donuts in the air. Hehe, you won't be able to laugh later. Super strong rice cakes. 2 huge glutinous rice-shaped arms appeared out of thin air in the donuts in the air, and then black-armed color domineering appeared on the huge arms. But Katakuri's final move is far from over. More and more donuts appeared in the air, and more black arms wrapped in armed color domineering appeared in the donuts. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, a total of 9 huge black arms appeared in the air. You guys, you actually have a special armed color domineering. Wayne was slightly stunned when he saw the blue armament haki flickering faintly on his arm in the air. It seemed that this was also a more advanced way of armament haki. Wayne put away the last bit of underestimation in his heart. The man in front of him was definitely one of the strongest in the Big Mom Pirates. There should be no one, and he was definitely the strongest except Big Mom. Before Wayne had time to think about it, several black arms in the air smashed towards Wayne. This speed! Wayne's eyes flashed with a solemn look. This was definitely not a speed that could be avoided at will. Since you can't avoid it, you can only resist it. Wayne took a deep breath, and a layer of black armament haki appeared on his arm. Haki poured into Wayne's other body parts like liquid. In the blink of an eye, Wayne had a black armament haki armor on his body. Fishin Yu sword style sword art dragon nest flash. Wayne took a deep breath, then quickly swung the Reikari in his hand, and saw hundreds of flying slashes exuding a strong armament haki being slashed out by Wayne. Boom boom boom. The slash of the dragon nest flash hit Katakuri's huge sticky rice arm accurately in the air, and pieces of white rice cakes fell from the air to the ground. Katakuri's strange power rice cake is indeed powerful, but Wayne's dragon nest flash is not weak either, and the most important thing is that Wayne's slashes are more in number and more powerful. This is why most sword masters restrain physical practitioners. The sword is stronger than the flesh, and the blade wrapped in armament haki is even more so. But all this is not over yet. After the flying slash collided with the strange power rice cake, Wayne adjusted his breathing slightly, and then a stronger armament haki wrapped around the blade of rakery, and 9 narrow flying slashes were slashed out from Wayne's blade. Flying sword style sword art 9-headed dragon flash. The 9 narrow slashes turned into 9 ferocious purple dragons in the air, and the dragons flew forward. The target this time was Katakuri, who was still in a state of stiff movement. What? Katakuri looked at the 9 flying dragons in disbelief. He couldn't imagine that Wayne had the energy to slash such a powerful slash after slashing hundreds of flying slashes in one breath. What kind of monster-like physical strength is this? And because Katakuri's attention was basically on maintaining his own moves at the moment, he did not expect this sudden slash, which made his observation haki react a little slower. Katakuri didn't react until the 9 flying slashes were almost close, and quickly adjusted his posture to avoid this. A fatal slash. A flash of red flashed in Katakuri's eyes, and his observation haki was aroused. Then his body turned into a flowing rice cake, as if he was an element trying to avoid the slash of the 9-headed dragon flash. It's useless. Wayne looked at Katakuri, who was desperately dodging below, and shook his head slightly. The reason why his 9-headed dragon flash was so powerful was that it was almost certain to hit. As expected, although 3 slashes of the 9-headed dragon flash were dodged by Katakuri with difficulty, 6 slashes still hit Katakuri's body directly. What? Katakuri was slightly stunned as he watched 6 thunder dragons rushing straight into his body without any wounds. In his eyes, Wayne's move should definitely be a fatal killing move. Chapter 144, Katakuri's defeat. Wayne looked at Katakuri, who was still in a daze below, and shook his head slightly, saying, "Didn't you expect that you have already lost?" Katakuri's eyes then showed a trace of horror. And Wayne whispered softly, "Lawrence's heart." Katakuri's originally standing figure suddenly trembled slightly, and then 6 narrow knife wounds appeared on his skin. Each knife wound was deep enough to see the bone, and blood spurted out of the body. In the blink of an eye, Katakuri's body was covered with blood. How is it possible? Katakuri still had an unbelievable look in his eyes, but then his body fell down uncontrollably and lost his combat effectiveness. Wayne watched all this silently in the air, then touched his chin and whispered, "Is this the effect? I didn't expect it to be so useful." This is the first time Wayne has used this skill. Wayne also wanted to take this opportunity to try out the actual effect of this skill. Unexpectedly, the effect is unexpectedly good. Lawrence's eye, observe the enemy's flaws from the beginning of the battle, and stack a layer of flaws every 5 hours, up to 12 layers. Finally, you can use a move to detonate the flaws to cause a lot of damage. Each layer of flaw increases the final damage by 5%. This is the skill effect displayed on Wayne's system panel, but Wayne found that the description of this skill is not comprehensive. Wayne planted the seeds of Lawrence's eye on Katakuri at the beginning of the battle with him. If the seeds are planted on the enemy but not detonated, the cooling time is only 24 hours. This price is completely affordable. The battle between Wayne and Katakuri took about 3 hours in total, which means Lawrence's heart eye has 3 layers, with a 15% damage bonus. It doesn't sound like much, does it? But after using it, Wayne found that this detonation was not that simple. For example, Wayne's last 9-headed dragon flash should have caused a direct wound after slashing Katakuri. But because Wayne had planted Lawrence's heart eye in advance, he could temporarily delay the damage and finally detonate the damage completely. Tisk tisk, it's a pity that the cooling time is too long. Wayne felt a little regretful. The 30-day cooling time meant that this skill could not be used as a regular means of dealing with the enemy. After thinking silently in his heart, Wayne cast his eyes on Katakuri below. I saw Wayne's figure disappear in the air as a purple light, and when he appeared again, he was already next to Katakuri. "Hey, "You guy, are you not dead?" Wayne was slightly stunned when he saw Katakuri's poor physical condition. Although this guy was not dead, he had completely lost consciousness. Katakuri's clothes became torn, and the scarf that he usually wore around his mouth disappeared. "You guy!" After the scarf disappeared, Wayne naturally saw Katakuri's exaggerated mouth. It seems that this man who is known as the most perfect man in the Charlotte family is not perfect. Wayne silently lit a cigarette for himself, looking at Katakuri lying on the ground, thinking about how to deal with this guy. To be fair, Wayne's perception of this guy is not bad. First of all, his strength is not weak, and he can definitely be called a strong opponent. If he can improve his physical skills, he might be able to take on Big Mom in the future. And most importantly, there are things about Katakuri that Wayne admires very much. Wayne has not forgotten how flustered Katakuri was when Big Mom went crazy and wanted to kill Bruley. Wayne has no doubt that if he doesn't stop it in time, the guy lying on the ground in front of him will not hesitate to attack even if he faces a crazy Big Mom. Cough, cough, cough. Just when Wayne was struggling, the unconscious Katakuri in front of him miraculously woke up, staring at Wayne in front of him, opened his mouth to speak, but his body didn't have the strength to do it. Seeing Katakuri opening his mouth to speak but unable to speak, he felt a little bit sorry for no reason. So Wayne squatted down slightly, took out a small bean from his arms, and said, "Open your mouth, you guy, I really owe you. It was you who took the initiative to fight me, and now you are half dead and need me to save you." Seeing that Katakuri couldn't move, Wayne roughly opened Katakuri's chin and stuffed the senzu bean, white, into his mouth. After doing all this, Wayne's face showed a trace of pain. Senzu bean is a good thing that can save life at a critical moment. Even if it is only white quality, Wayne is a little reluctant. "Hey, if you don't want to be disabled, swallow this bean. This is a good thing that can save your life." Seeing that Katakuri was unmoved, Wayne continued, "Don't worry, this thing is not poisonous. If I really want to kill you, would I have to use this trick?" Katakuri's eyes showed a thoughtful look after hearing this, and then he moved his throat with difficulty and swallowed the senzu bean. Then a look of shock appeared on Katakuri's face. He only felt a heat in his body, and his exhausted physical strength was restored a little. Seeing this, Wayne said with some pain, "Remember, you owe me a life." Although the white quality battle can only restore some physical strength, it cannot directly restore injuries. But for a strong man like Katakuri, it can do a lot. With physical strength, Katakuri can operate life return in his body and quickly recover from injuries by consuming physical strength. This is also the power of the highest secret of the 6 styles, life return. For a strong man at Katakuri's level, it is obviously possible to recover injuries by consuming energy. As for how much can be recovered and whether there will be sequelae, it is not what Wayne can care about. Sure enough, when Wayne finished smoking a cigarette, Katakuri's face was no longer pale and seemed to have the ability to speak. So Wayne asked the doubts in his heart at this time, "I say, you guy, what is the reason for fighting me?" Katakuri's expression was instantly excited after hearing it, and then he slowly opened his mouth and said with difficulty, "You want to be the Emperor of the Sea, right?" Wayne was slightly stunned, and then Katakuri continued, "I know, a man like you, the ambition is naturally not satisfied by a Shishibukai, your goal must be the 4 emperors, or even the final pirate king." Wayne's eyes flashed with doubts, and he thought to himself, "Good guy, are these guys so imaginative? I obviously didn't think it was good." But Katakuri said to himself, "Of course, your ambition is impossible to achieve. Because the territory of the New World is now saturated, if you want to expand further, you must pull down one of the 4 emperors." Wayne listened quietly and felt that what Katakuri said made sense. Of course, the premise is that Wayne really wants to be the pirate king. Wayne was curious about what Katakuri wanted to say, so he frowned and said, "So, what is your purpose?" Katakuri's face flashed a trace of struggle, and then he took a breath and said, "One day, you will come to defeat Big Mom, right? Just like you defeated me today. A man like you definitely has the strength to do this." After Katakuri finished speaking, his eyes went dark, and he seemed to have used up his last strength and fainted. Chapter 145 Target Whitebeard. Hey! Hey! You guys, finish your words before you die. Wayne poked Katakuri with the scabbard of rakery and confirmed that this guy just fainted. It was the protection mechanism in his body that forced him to faint to recover his physical injuries to the greatest extent. Damn, what the hell is going on? I didn't expect that you, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, are still a traitor, bah. Wayne complained twice, then stood up and looked around, trying to find a way out. After all, Ace is still waiting for him to rescue on Whitebeard's ship. Just then, a voice came. "You bastard, let Katakuri go." Wayne looked in the direction of the voice, and saw that Brulee's body suddenly emerged from a mirror, with tears on her face. She looked scared, but she still wanted to protect Katakuri, who had fainted on the ground. Interesting. Wayne thought, if he remembered correctly, this Brulee in front of him should be very timid. But that's good, so I have a way to get out. Wayne smiled, then looked at Brulee with ill intentions, and then his figure flashed, and the next second Brulee was caught by Wayne. "You should know how to leave this strange mirror space." Wayne looked at Brulee with a horrified face, and then suddenly thought of something and said, "Of course, before going out, I want to figure out why this guy wants to trouble me so much." After Wayne said that, he pointed at Katakuri, who was fainted on the ground. Wayne thinks that Brulee should be considered Katakuri's accomplice. She should know this guy did this for a reason. So Wayne added, "As long as you let Katakuri go, I'll have no problem letting this guy go." Although Wayne had no intention of killing him, he could feel that Katakuri was not a bad person. "Really?" A glimmer flashed in Brulee's eyes, and then she said with some disappointment, "Brother Katakuri didn't tell me why he did this." "But Brother Katakuri did mention you before. He said you might have seen a more distant future, and he noticed you as soon as you got on the island." Brulee paused, then said, "But I can probably guess why Brother Katakuri did this." 10 minutes later, Wayne roughly understood what Katakuri was thinking. A brother who fights to protect his younger brothers and sisters. Wayne looked at Katakuri, who was still fainted on the ground, with a complicated look in his eyes, and then picked up the scarf scattered on the side and covered his face. This stubborn guy didn't want his weaknesses to be exposed to others even if he lost the battle. Wayne thought for a moment, took out a den mushi from his arms and stuffed it into Brulee's pocket, then said, "This is a den mushi that can contact me. Give it to Katakuri when he wakes up." Wayne thought for a moment, then said, "By the way, don't forget to tell him that I will return to Bangkok one day. And that day will not be too far away." After Wayne finished speaking, he left the mirror world under the leadership of Brulee. After all, Katakuri's image in Wayne's mind now resembles that of the man who likes to be called daddy. He also longs for his family, wants to protect his family, and has no big ambitions. And Wayne's journey in Bangkok also came to an end. Next, Wayne is going to the territory of Whitebeard, the world's strongest man. 2 days later, a certain sea area in the New World. The ship in front should be the rumored Moby Dick. A trace of fatigue appeared on Wayne's face. After 2 consecutive days of flying in the air using the power of the fruit, even Wayne felt a little tired. "I hope I can successfully bring Ace back." Wayne thought for a moment, took out a senzu bean and placed it in a convenient place. Just in case, he should be well prepared. Then Wayne's figure turned into a lightning and flew towards the direction of the Moby Dick not far away. On the other side, on the Moby Dick. "Dad, look at what a big fish I caught." "Fuck, Jaws, this is a small sea king." The crew members of the Whitebeard pirates looked at the fish that was so big that it almost filled the entire deck, and their eyes were shining. For them, they can have another meal tonight. Kulala. You are worthy of being my son. You can catch such a big fish. Guys, let's have a party tonight. Whitebeard was seen leaning on a huge chair, with an foredrip on his arm, looking at his sons on the deck full of joy with indescribable joy in his eyes. Gilyalu. Whitebeard picked up a huge wine gourd from the side, drank a mouthful of wine, and his eyes were bright. Dad, your body can't drink any more. Whitebeard had just finished a sip of wine when a lady in a pink nurse's uniform put her hands on her hips and yelled at Whitebeard with a sullen face. Hush, keep your voice down, it's not good if Marco hears it. But our world's strongest man didn't have the temperament of a strong man at all. He winked at the nurse next to him and said, I'll just drink a sip. I haven't drunk for 3 days. But the nurse didn't give Whitebeard any face. She put her hands on her hips and said fearlessly, Humph, no, I'm going to tell Marco. Dad, your body really can't drink anymore. The nurse left the deck angrily after saying that. Whitebeard saw that he couldn't stop a trace of sadness from appearing on his face instantly. He was obviously worried about being scolded by his sons. In this small world, Whitebeard got rid of his identity as a pirate and was like a kind old father. Just then, a shout came from the deck. Brother Marco, look! There's a meteor in the sky. Nonsense, how can you see a meteor in broad daylight? When Marco heard this, he looked over and saw a purple light flashing in the sky, and the purple light was getting bigger and bigger, approaching the Moby Dick in the blink of an eye. Ace was slightly stunned as he watched the meteor getting closer and closer in the sky, and then he reacted, Fuck, the meteor is coming. Chapter 146 Wayne boards the ship. No, that's not a meteor. Whitebeard looked at the purple light getting closer and closer, and a trace of solemnity flashed across his face. In his observation haki, an extremely powerful breath was approaching. And the source of that breath was the purple light. That's not a meteor, that's a figure. As Wayne got closer and closer to the Moby Dick, the people of the Whitebeard pirates finally saw the appearance of the person who came. That guy looks so familiar. How dare he come to our Whitebeard pirates' ship? Maybe he's here to join us. The pirates on the deck chattered, but they were obviously not afraid at all. After all, their father Whitebeard behind them was their biggest confidence. Only a few captains, including Marco, recognized this figure, and their eyes were more solemn. No, there was another guy who recognized him, Blackbeard. Blackbeard Teach began to explore information about Wayne since he knew about him, especially what Wayne had done in recent years. In Teach's mind, Wayne was a man with great ambitions. This person also made him one of the biggest obstacles on the road to becoming the Pirate King. This was the first time that Teach saw Wayne, but just this glimpse made Teach, who was born with a sense of danger, feel a little uneasy. Therefore, the moment Teach recognized Wayne, he couldn't help but step back a few steps and hide himself among the crowd. Boom! Wayne turned into a purple light and arrived above the Moby Dick, and then his body slowly descended and landed steadily on the deck. Swish swish swish! The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates saw that the target of this figure was actually them, and they took out their weapons, either knives or guns, and took a few steps forward, vaguely surrounding Wayne in the middle, looking like they were about to take action. Wayne looked around and saw that the pirates were eager to try and couldn't help but want to take action, but he thought that he was not here to cause trouble this time, so he asked, "Where is Whitebeard? Let him come out." No one spoke for a long time after Wayne finished speaking, and the pirates did not retreat, so Wayne's heart moved slightly, and a sharp and huge momentum emanated from him. Domineering Haki. Wayne's domineering Haki is purple. And at this moment, this purple domineering Haki is constantly expanding outward with Wayne as the center of the circle, 5 meters, 10 meters. Boom! The whole sky seemed to be a little darker, and layers of dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and there were faint lightning in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of pirates surrounding Wayne foamed at the mouth, rolled their eyes and passed out. Even if there were a few who were still awake, their legs kept shaking, and they looked unstable. At this time, a tall pirate who was still sober took a step forward with a long sword in his hand and shouted, "How dare you be so presumptuous? I have a bounty of 180 million. Wayne looked over and glanced at the pirate. Then the rising star of the pirate with a bounty of 180 million could not stand and fainted. The pirates on the deck did not dare to approach, so Wayne took a step forward, and the pirates also took a half step back involuntarily. "You guys retreat quickly, you can't stop this guy's domineering power by yourself." At this time, a group of figures slowly came from behind, and the leader was Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard First Squadron. The sturdy Captain Diamond Jaws also added, "Young people with poor psychological endurance can't even withstand this guy's domineering aura." Marco took 2 steps forward and said to Wayne, facing the domineering aura exuded by Wayne, "7 warlords of the sea, Duraki Wayne. The most popular pirate in the past 2 years. What are you doing here? Do you want to challenge the 4 emperors?" Wayne looked over and saw the iconic pineapple head of the speaker and recognized him, saying, "Oh, Marco from Team 1. I'm not here to fight, otherwise I wouldn't come here alone." Wayne glanced at the group of people and saw Ace yawning. After more than a year, Ace looked stronger. Wayne smiled, but he knew it was not the right time to recognize his relatives. At least he had to meet the boss of the ship, Whitebeard first. So Wayne looked at Marco and said, "Ahem, can you please let me go over and see Whitebeard first?" Before Marco could answer, a voice came from behind, "Let him come over." Whitebeard agreed. So the crowd that was blocking the road stepped back slightly, making way for Wayne, and Wayne walked forward step by step. Soon, Wayne saw the Whitebeard who was known as the strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate. But the current situation of the strongest man in the world did not seem to be very good. He was naked from the waist up, and his strong muscles were covered with dense old injuries. 2 high-hanging bottles were hung beside Whitebeard, giving him an 4 drip. Whitebeard leaned back in his chair, staring at Wayne with his eyes, and said, "The most popular kid in recent years, tell me, what do you want from me? You can't really want to start a war with me." Wayne shook his head slightly and said, "I'm here to discuss things with you. To show my sincerity, I brought healing water." After that, Wayne stretched out his right hand, and a huge wine barrel appeared out of thin air in Wayne's hand. Excellent trauma wine, a medicinal wine carefully made by a wine lover. In addition to its unique flavor and excellent taste, it also has the function of promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis, and treating internal injuries. At this time, the medicinal wine that Wayne had extracted from the system before tasted very good. Wayne would occasionally drink a few sips, and now there is only half a barrel left. Of course, Wayne has tried the therapeutic effect mentioned in the instructions, and it does exist, but it is not obvious. For Whitebeard in front of him at this moment, it can only relieve his pain at best. Wayne put the wine barrel on the ground and opened the lid of the wine. In an instant, the rich fragrance filled the entire deck. Good wine. Whitebeard's nose moved, and then his eyes flashed. Just by the taste, Whitebeard knew that this was a rare good wine. With a thought, Wayne's mind moved, and 2 wine cups, one large and one small, appeared on the deck. Wayne picked up the wine and then filled the 2 wine cups. The pirates on the ship were stunned by Wayne's trick of taking things out of thin air, and muttered, "Fuck, what kind of magic is this?" Whitebeard's eyes also had a trace of doubt, and then said, "The outside world is saying that you, Wayne, are a natural devil fruit ability user. Now I see that the outside world is probably deceived by you." Wayne smiled slightly, without explaining, just picked up the wine and said to Whitebeard, "I wonder if the old man can do me a favor and drink 2 glasses with me." Chapter 147. A yellowed photo. Why not? Whitebeard's eyes lit up. As early as when Wayne took off the lid, Whitebeard couldn't help but secretly swallowed his saliva, but he couldn't snatch it away for the sake of face. Now seeing Wayne's active invitation, he naturally agreed. Whitebeard pulled the 4 on his body, then walked forward 2 steps, picked up the big bowl of wine on the ground and said, "In this case, then I won't be polite." Wayne also picked up the bowl in front of him, raised the wine, and clinked the glasses with Whitebeard from a distance, saying, "Then I'll drink first to show my respect." After saying that, Wayne drank the wine in the bowl in one gulp. On the other side, Whitebeard also laughed and drank a large bowl of wine without hesitation. Gulp gulp. After Wayne finished drinking the wine, he wiped the remaining wine from the corner of his mouth, and then looked at Whitebeard, who had also finished drinking the wine opposite him, and a bit of surprise appeared on his face. You should know that Wayne's wine is not low in alcohol, and the quantity is even more. Wayne's bowl is at least more than 1 liter, which is at least 3 pounds. As for Whitebeard on the opposite side, he drank even more, a large bowl with a capacity of 7 or 8 liters. Whitebeard drank more than 10 pounds of wine in this bowl. And Whitebeard drank the wine in the bowl in one gulp, and then smacked his lips and felt that he was still not satisfied. At this time, Whitebeard felt that there seemed to be a trace of warmth in his abdomen, and his whole body suddenly felt a lot more relaxed, and the old injuries left in his body also healed a little. Whitebeard was slightly stunned. At this moment, Marco also came over and said, "Dad, I have told you so many times that you can't drink alcohol now, do you know that?" Whitebeard waved his hand and said to Marco, "Marco, help me check my body, I feel that my body seems to be a lot more relaxed." Marco walked over with a suspicious look on his face, then called the nurse and took out many sophisticated equipment to start checking Whitebeard's body. And Wayne was waiting quietly on the side. Not long after, the test results came out. And Marco said to Whitebeard with excitement, "Dad, your physical condition seems to be better than ever, and the hidden injuries in your body have improved a lot. If you can keep it up like this, you won't have to keep getting in for in the future." Whitebeard nodded slightly after hearing this, then set his eyes on Wayne and asked, "You just said this is healing water. I think it's a healing bar." Marco and others also came over to look at Wayne. They also knew that Whitebeard's improved health was probably related to Wayne. Whitebeard also smiled proudly and said, "Wayne, do you still have this kind of wine? I am willing to pay a high price to buy this kind of wine from you." Marco also said, "Yes, if you can supply this kind of wine for a long time, the Whitebeard pirates will be your most steadfast ally." Wayne felt sorry after hearing this. This kind of wine was drawn from the system space. There was only this barrel in such a long time. Otherwise, if he could form an alliance with the Whitebeard pirates, Wayne would dare to declare war on Big Mom now. After all, Whitebeard is the so-called uncrowned king now. In the past, marine scientists have analyzed that the reason why there is no pirate king after Roger is because of Whitebeard. As long as the strongest man in the world does not claim to be the king, how dare Kaido and Big Mom claim to be the king? But Wayne still shook his head and pointed to the small half-barrel of wine left in the barrel and said, "I got this kind of wine by chance. Now there is only this little bit left. I will give it all to you. If there is a chance to get this kind of wine in the future, I will also ask someone to send it to me." Marco and others felt regretful after hearing this, and Whitebeard seemed to regret that he could not drink this kind of wine every day. Whitebeard nodded and said, "Wayne kid, I like your wine very much, so let's talk about the purpose of your visit next." Wayne stood up and said, "I came to the old man to ask for someone." Fire Fist Ace. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding pirate groups immediately set off an uproar. Although Ace has not been with them for a long time, he is now their relative, and the Whitebeard pirates will never betray their relatives. Ace on the side also looked at Wayne with a confused face, thinking that he didn't know Wayne either. Whitebeard also stood up after hearing this, stared at Wayne and said, "I, Whitebeard, will never abandon any of my sons. So while I'm in a good mood, for the sake of the wine you sent, get out of here quickly." Seeing this, Wayne knew that Whitebeard must have misunderstood something, so he quickly explained, "You misunderstood, in fact, Ace is my long-lost brother, and I came here to pick up Ace this time." Boom! As soon as these words came out, there was another uproar on the ship. Ace actually has a brother? And these two people don't look alike? Thatch, who was standing next to Ace, also asked in confusion, "Ace, do you have a brother?" Ace was also confused at this time. How could he have a brother? Didn't Old Man Garp tell him? In fact, he has two younger brothers, one is Luffy, and the other is. So Ace took 2 steps forward and said to Wayne, "You may have recognized the wrong person. I have never had a brother." Wayne looked at the people around him, and felt that there were too many people here and it was difficult to talk, so he said to Ace, "Is it convenient to talk to me alone?" Ace looked at Whitebeard when he heard it, but saw that Whitebeard thought about it thoughtfully, and then said, "If you don't mind, can I listen to it?" Whitebeard knew that Ace was Roger's son, so at this moment he also thought that Wayne was Roger's son. Not long after, Wayne, Ace, and Whitebeard came to a cabin. And Wayne saw that there were no strangers around, so he said to Ace in front of Whitebeard, "Ace, you should know who your biological father is. Right? Biological father?" Ace seemed to react after hearing this, and then his face became a little ugly, and he said, "You are not the son of that guy, are you?" Wayne shook his head and said, "I don't have a good impression of that guy, but I am very grateful to your mother Luju." Wayne took out a diary from his arms, then turned to a page, took out a slightly yellowed photo and handed it to Ace. Ace took the photo and took a look, and then his eyes became wet, because the photo was a group photo of Wayne, Roger, and Luju. No, to be precise, it should be 4 people, because Luju's belly was slightly bulging at this time, and Ace was already in Luju's belly. Chapter 148 Brothers Reunite. Wayne looked at Ace, who was a little out of control, and understood him. Ace had never taken a photo with Luju, and had never even met his mother Luju, because Luju died after forcing herself to be pregnant for 20 months to protect Ace. Ace had never even seen a photo of his mother, because the only way to see her was on the wanted notice. The wife of the Pirate King, she is extremely evil. Ace was also known as the world's most evil bloodline, and he grew up with such an infamy. Aunt Luju is the kindest person I have ever met, and the greatest mother in the world. Wayne's eyes seemed to have a few more drops of crystal. Wayne took a deep breath and then lit a cigarette to calm himself down. Wayne looked at Ace quietly and said, "I met Aunt Luju when I was 7 years old. At that time, I was chased by slave traders." Wayne quietly recounted his childhood memories. The time he spent with Aunt Luju was his happiest time. Later, the man surrendered to the navy and opened this ridiculous era of pirates. In order not to implicate me, Aunt Luju, I sent it to Old Man Rayleigh. Ace listened very carefully. He didn't know much about her mother, and Wayne was one of the few people who had experienced it personally. Although Old Man Garp knew something, he couldn't tell Ace the whole truth. After all, the old man wanted Ace to be a navy. Ace listened silently, and then suddenly asked, "If that's the case, why haven't you come to see me for so many years?" Wayne said, "First, I don't want to disturb your life, and second, I think Old Man Garp should be able to take good care of you. Although I don't like some of the Navy's styles, I have to admit that it's actually the safest for you to join the Navy," just as he said. Wayne paused, then took out a mask from thin air, and said with a smile on his face, "And who said I didn't go to see you?" Ace looked at the familiar mask and was stunned. Then Wayne wearing the mask slowly merged with the nightmare-like voice in his memory. Then Ace suddenly realized and pointed at Wayne and shouted, "Fuck it, it's you! That rookie pirate group's trainee crew member!" Ace felt his face burning, like a clown. The battle in Rogue Town a year ago greatly destroyed Ace's confidence, making Ace really think that he was weak, and made Ace return to Windmill Town to concentrate on practicing the two-color domineering. It took more than half a year for Ace's two-color domineering to finally succeed, and even comprehended the prototype of the domineering before he finally dared to leave the East China Sea and go to the Grand Line he had always dreamed of. It was not until Ace came to the Grand Line that he discovered that the Grand Line was not as dangerous as the masked man said at the beginning, and there were not so many masters. To give a simple example, Ace, who had mastered the flame fruit, could defeat almost all opponents in Paradise. After Ace learned the two-color haki, he was almost overwhelming after coming to the Grand Line. Later, Ace came to the New World. It was not until he went to Wano country that Ace met Kaido and finally suffered a crushing defeat. Finally, Ace finally met Whitebeard after many twists and turns. From the initial hostility to the final admiration, Ace finally joined the Whitebeard pirates. Seeing Ace's resentful eyes, Wayne couldn't help but laugh dryly and said, "Ahem, isn't it because I was afraid that you were not strong enough to come to the Grand Line in danger? So didn't I give you a book Advanced Armament Haki Training Experience? If you didn't have this experience, would you be able to practice so fast?" Ace, who had always been a bit nervous, finally figured out what happened. No wonder it was so coincidental. In fact, Ace had looked for the masked man after coming to the Grand Line, because he realized that the masked man was not as weak as he thought at the beginning, so he must not be an unknown person. But unfortunately, there seemed to be no such person in the Grand Line. "Ahem, so, I came here this time to ask you to work for me. It's not too much for a younger brother to help his brother, right? And the Whitebeard pirates?" Wayne actually wanted to say that the Whitebeard pirates were not safe, but Whitebeard himself was by his side, and who would believe that the Whitebeard pirates were not safe before the Blackbeard incident? So Wayne did not force Ace, but made a seemingly reasonable suggestion, using family affection to persuade Ace, "This is the best way. Look, my brother's career is on the rise now, and he is very short of manpower. If you come to my side, I will give you a combat captain, how about it?" Ace showed a trace of entanglement on his face. On one side was his dearest father, and on the other side was his caring old man. Brother, so Ace couldn't help but look at Whitebeard. Whitebeard also showed a thoughtful look on his face, and then saw Ace's eyes and said, "Make the most sincere choice in your heart, Ace. You will always be my most beloved son. No matter what choice you make, Dad will always be your most solid backing." Ace nodded after hearing it, looked at Wayne and said, "Brother." Wayne felt comfortable when he heard this voice, and hurriedly said, "Come on, good brother, call me twice again. I have been thinking about this brother for many years." Ace showed a touch of emotion on his face, but still said, "Brother. I want to stay in the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard is my most beloved father, I want him to sit on the throne of the Pirate King. You know, that man is not worthy of being my father. But Whitebeard is my most beloved father. Also, although I have never seen my mother Luju, I believe she is definitely the greatest mother in the world, so I recognize you as my brother." Every time Ace said a word, Wayne's face became uglier, and the worst situation happened. Seeing Wayne's face so ugly, Ace said quickly, "But brother, I can take a few days to visit you every once in a while." Wayne said sadly, "Won't you consider it? You will definitely be more comfortable with me than with the Whitebeard pirates." "Ahem." Whitebeard couldn't listen anymore and said, "You said you are living better there than here, but I don't agree. After all, being with family is the happiest thing." Whitebeard paused, then showed an unfathomable look on his face and said, "If you are so embarrassed, I have a great idea. Chapter 149 Tell Whitebeard the truth. Ahem, how about this? Ace is my son, and you are Ace's brother. If you join my Whitebeard pirates and become my son, you and Ace don't have to separate." Whitebeard looked cunning and smiled at Wayne. Ace on the side also reacted, clenched his left fist and hammered on his right palm and said, "Yes. Brother Wayne, you also come to be the son of Father Whitebeard. Wayne, I have a word, I don't know if I should say it or not. Wayne, feel a little headache looking at the two men who look like they are solving it for you. Regardless of the fact that Wayne can't come to the Whitebeard pirates to be his son, even if he is willing, what about the manpower of Wayne's pirate group? And the main reason why Wayne asked Ace to join his pirate group is to avoid fighting with Blackbeard and eventually become a victim of the war at the top. Since Ace can't be persuaded, there is only one way. Wayne lit a cigarette and said to Whitebeard, "Ahem, although I admire you very much, but it's unnecessary for me to be your son. And once I do this, the Whitebeard pirates will become the target of public criticism. Neither the other four emperors nor the navy will allow you to dominate alone." Whitebeard shrugged and said that he knew Wayne would say that. Although Whitebeard really likes Wayne and admires him, he also knows that Wayne will hardly agree. Whitebeard said it just to try. So everyone was silent for a while, and Wayne threw a cigarette on the ground and stomped it out, then said to Ace, "Ace, you go out first, I have something to talk to Whitebeard alone." Ace looked at Wayne, thinking, what is there for this cheap brother to talk about with Whitebeard? And Whitebeard also had a trace of doubt in his eyes, but still said to Ace, "Then you go out first, Ace, let me see what this little brat wants to discuss with me." Ace nodded and walked out, and when Wayne saw that there was no one around, he moved his mind, and a purple-blue lightning shield enveloped Wayne and Whitebeard. This is a barrier that Wayne arranged using the ability of the Thunder Fruit, which can isolate sound to a great extent. After arranging the soundproof barrier, Wayne breathed a sigh of relief, and then said to Whitebeard, "Old man, what I'm going to tell you next may sound a little shocking, but please believe me." Whitebeard waved his hand and said, "Don't keep me in suspense, Wayne. I've seen all kinds of storms and waves. Just tell me." So Wayne sorted out his words to make himself more convincing. "I wonder what the old man thinks of the crew on your ship? I heard that many of them are fugitives who have committed serious crimes." Whitebeard naturally knew the details of his sons, but he just said domineeringly, "I don't care what my sons did before. As long as they get on my ship, they are my sons, and I will protect them forever. What if there are traitors among them?" Wayne said lightly. Whitebeard frowned and said, "What do you mean? Are you trying to sow discord here? In the past 20 years, the Whitebeard pirates have never betrayed their families. But once it happens, they will bear the wrath of this old man. This is one of the few iron rules of our Whitebeard pirates." Wayne knew that Whitebeard would answer like this. After all, it is difficult to make a person believe that the family who has been with him day and night will betray him. But Wayne still wanted to try and said, "Old man, do you believe that a person can see the future?" Whitebeard was stunned for a moment, then said, "Are you referring to the language skills of Xylee from the Mermaid Island? That's just a trick to fool children." Wayne shook his head and said, "No. I mean the kind of future you see with your own eyes." Whitebeard looked Wayne up and down and said, "When I was young, I had a crew member named Kojaki Odin. He was an amazing man. And Kojaki Odin's wife has the time fruit that can travel through time, but the time fruit can only travel to the future and cannot go back. Do you mean you have that kind of ability?" Wayne nodded. In fact, it was best for Whitebeard to understand it this way. After all, you can't let Wayne say that he has seen an anime called One Piece, and then you are all characters in the anime, and I accidentally traveled through it, right? In that case, I'm afraid Wayne will have to explain what anime is for a long time. So Wayne said, "Almost. I was fortunate enough to see some things in the future. In the future, your Whitebeard pirates were completely defeated by the Navy and almost disbanded, and most of the crew members died at the hands of the Navy. And this includes you and Ace. So this is why I want to take Ace away." Whitebeard was silent for a while after hearing this, and then laughed, "Kulala-la-la-la. Kid, you underestimate me too much, I am Whitebeard. If the Navy really wants to destroy me, I am afraid that the 3 admirals will have to come out together plus that old man Garp. And if they really do this, won't their Navy headquarters want it? Wayne knew that Whitebeard's analysis was correct, but things in the future would be completely beyond his imagination, so Wayne said, "No, the Navy does not need to leave the Navy headquarters, just need your entire Whitebeard pirates to go to the Navy headquarters." Whitebeard frowned when he heard this. The Whitebeard pirates went to the Navy headquarters? Isn't that a thief going to the police station to steal things, to die? Seeing Whitebeard's puzzled face, Wayne simply told everything he saw. In the future, your captain of the 4th team, Thatch, got a devil fruit called the dark fruit, and your other crew member Teach will kill Thatch and take the dark fruit and eventually sentence the Whitebeard pirates. And Ace is Teach's captain, so he will go after Teach. But unfortunately, he was no match for Teach, and was eventually sent to the Navy by Teach to seek the position of Shishibukai. And you know Ace's identity. At that time, the fact that Ace is Roger's child will be told to the whole world, and he will be escorted to Marineford for execution. And you, Whitebeard, took all the pirates under your command to rescue Ace, but unfortunately failed in the end. You and Ace died, and the Whitebeard pirates were almost wiped out. This is the future I see. Chapter 150 Banquet of the Whitebeard Pirates. Wayne told Whitebeard everything he knew in one breath, and then stood in front of Whitebeard waiting for Whitebeard's response. "So, you mean Teach will betray me and destroy the entire Whitebeard pirates?" Whitebeard listened to Wayne's analysis quietly, and then said expressionlessly without joy or sadness, so that Wayne could not guess Whitebeard's thoughts. But Wayne still nodded and said, "Yes, not only that, he also used the Whitebeard pirates as a springboard to become a Shishibukai, and became one of the 4 emperors in one fell swoop." "Kulala, Wayne brat! What nonsense are you talking about? Teach is one of my most honest sons, and with his strength, it is impossible for him to become a 4 emperor." Wayne sighed and said, "Alas, this is what is scary about him. This person is too cunning and extremely patient, and didn't you find out? Teach's strength is not as simple as you think. He is one of the few good players on your ship." "Enough. Wayne brat, take back what you said now, we can still be friends, otherwise you slander my son out of thin air. Even if you are Ace's brother, you have to bear my anger." Wayne stared at Whitebeard expressionlessly after hearing this, and said after a long while, "In that case, then I won't waste my words. The life and death of your Whitebeard pirates has nothing to do with me, but I will protect Ace in my own way. In addition, Thatch should obtain the dark fruit in more than a year, and then you will know that what I said is true. I just hope it won't be too late by then." Seeing that Whitebeard didn't believe him, Wayne couldn't force him to persuade him. The old man in front of him not only had strong strength but also had a stubborn character like a bull. "Humph, I want to see how accurate your so-called prediction can be." Just as the two were arguing, there was a knock on the door, and the door was pushed open. The person who came in was Blackbeard Teach. Teach scratched his head and said, "Dad, the brothers are preparing to cook and have a banquet, so let me call you." "Okay, I know." Whitebeard responded to Teach with a simple face. And Wayne also withdrew the barrier lightly at this time, then glanced at Teach, snorted coldly and returned to the deck. Wayne was stunned when he arrived on the deck, because there were pieces of fish fillets more than 1 person tall in front of him. Just then a voice came, "Brother, get out of the way, let me grill the fish." As soon as Wayne returned to the deck, he saw Ace yelling at him. He saw his arms igniting flames and grilling huge pieces of fish. In just a few seconds, a piece of fish was already grilled and fragrant. Well. Okay. Wayne's thoughts were still on Blackbeard at this time. He had no intention of watching Ace's grilling skills. Just then, a man with an exaggerated crew cut came over. "Hello, I am Sachi, the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. You are Ace's brother, right? From now on, we are a family." Wayne looked at the extremely enthusiastic man, was slightly stunned and didn't say anything. But Sachi continued, I heard that you are also a chef? We are about to have a banquet, why don't you come and help me? I'm afraid that I can't bear it alone. These people on the boat are all foodies. Ace also said, yes, brother, you can show us your skills. Wayne frowned and refused, no. 2 hours later. Ding, after 1 hour and 57 minutes of cooking, your cooking skills have improved, and your cooking level has been improved. Your current cooking level is Grandmaster, 800/30,000, and you have obtained 67 life points. Your current life points are 15,750 points. It smells so good. Ace ate the eel rice made by Wayne himself, his eyes full of happiness. After eating 6 or 7 bowls in one breath, Ace said, I declare that eel rice is my favorite food from now on. Wayne took out a cigarette from his arms and prepared to relax a little. Swish! Wayne was put on hold just as he put the cigarette in his mouth. Looking at Ace, who was grinning beside him, Wayne was stunned for a moment and then enjoyed the happy atmosphere in the air and the hard-won atmosphere. It's great. The Whitebeard pirates held this banquet for a day and a night, until the evening of the next day. Come on, make some more, can you do it, old man? Who said I can't? Don't be too proud, little brat. Wayne picked up a bucket of beer and drank it all, then looked at Whitebeard opposite with a provocative look. And Whitebeard was not to be outdone, and drank the wine bowl in his hand as big as a pot in one breath. Kulala, Wayne, are you sure you don't want to be my son? You are my favorite. Whitebeard's tall body kept shaking, and his face was still flushed from being drunk. At this time, only Wayne and Whitebeard were still sober in the bar. Ace, Marco, Thatch, Teach, Jaws and the like were all drunk and fainted on the ground, snoring from time to time. Wayne had long discovered that his body was the legendary type that could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Even though he and Whitebeard had almost finished drinking all the wine on the ship, he still didn't fall down completely. But Wayne still said with a little drunkenness, You old man, why do you like being someone else's father so much? It feels good to pick up a son for free, right? Kulala, what I like most is the feeling of having my family around me. Tisk. It's not impossible for me to be your son, but after you die, this huge Whitebeard pirates will become my property. Whitebeard was not angry after hearing this, but thought about it seriously, and then said, It's not impossible. If you really become my son, what if I help you become the Pirate King? Whitebeard really thought so in his heart. After all, for him, the empty title of Pirate King is far less real than the company of his family. And Whitebeard is indeed old, he is already 70 years old. Even the strongest man in the world has to consider what will happen after his death. Once Whitebeard passes away, Marco, Ace and others want to lead the Whitebeard pirates to protect his family instead of him. The strength is far from enough. But Wayne is different. If Wayne is really willing to join the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard will definitely be relieved. Because Wayne's strength is enough to protect his family. And the most important thing is that Wayne is still very young.